If I only had a brain. Imagine.
Imagine.
No brains, no hearts. We're just artificial persons navigating this mechanical world of law.
Here's the thing. When you realize your straw man exists, all the mysteries just vanish. You take control, become the authorized representative, and suddenly you can settle everything.
It's nothing personal, just business. And remember, both the Scarecrow and I, no brains, no heart.
You see, Dorothy, I'm the king of beasts, but I lack the courage to roar. Just like the American folks.
I'm the Tin Man. T-I-N Man. Taxpayer identification number. Just a hollow vessel. When you realize your straw man exists, all the mysteries just vanish. You take control, become the authorized representative.
Now, I heard you got fired on your day off. You need to declare your nationality and quit playing.
You know you have a nationality, right? We're not black, we're Moors.
That's the endo kicking in. You know this, man.
Never met.
Now, I heard you were messing with those little Moorish hoochies.
Oh.
Hi, guys.
Her mama's a Moor, too.
Nick.
Hey, can I borrow some money?
You need to go down to the Moorish temple.
You just got knocked the fuck out. Declare your nationality today, ho.
Okay, I've got the Don Kilam books. Moving to the extraction point now.
Knowledge is power!
How about I reserve all of my rights?
Mr. Anderson, you disappoint me.
You can't scare me. I reserve all of my rights. What good are your rights when you have a birth certificate? You're gonna help us, Mr. Anderson, whether you want to or not. You have a birth certificate slave.
Neo, I am like the Father, guiding you to your true purpose.
We are more than a resistance. We fulfill the prophecy of the Trinity. Each of us plays a role in rewriting the fate of humanity. You have received your honorary degree. Welcome to a new realm of knowledge, Neo.
Neo, I embody the Holy Spirit, here to inspire your courage and belief.
I've re-signed all previous signatures. I am a free man now.
I learned the game from Don Kilam.
Knowledge is power!
Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. Peace and love. You're now rocking to the sounds and vibrations of your boy, Don Kilam. Also known as Malik Kilam, and as always, prosperity is your divine birthright. Peace and love, everybody. Let me know where y'all tapped in and tuned in from. Peace and love. I'm gonna drop some game for you real quick, man. I gotta bust some moves today. You know, we staying shitty, fresh, iced out now. That's how we move in this public realm. Because we operating in the public and the private. That's what you gotta learn. That's what you gotta learn. That's what I'm trying to teach the game, how to operate in the public, but moving in the private. We got the Bay Area in the building, Green Bay in the building as well, Oregon in the building. Peace and love. It's cold where y'all at, ain't it? I don't do the cold now. I don't do the cold. But peace and love. I got the blunt rolled up too. I mean, we about to draw some game, alright? It's time to draw some motherfucking game. I'm not licensed attorney, tax expert, just for educational and informational purposes only. But I do got degrees now. Law degrees, business degrees, all of that shit. We stay fucking iced out. You can get close up on my shit. You can get close up on my shit. Yeah. Let them know, man. Let them know you can get close up on my shit, man. Now, I love palm trees. You see the palm trees on the back? I need y'all to understand this. You need to invest in your private education. Everyone should invest in private education. You shouldn't try to change your private education. You're not doing shit to change. Do you change the public education system? And you still ain't made $1 million. So first and foremost, because you have to understand, no one is gonna go out their way. No one is gonna go out their fucking way. Listen. No one's gonna go out their way to teach you how to protect your assets. No one's gonna go out their way. Don Kilam has though, motherfuckers. And no one else is gonna teach you how to get rich. No one's gonna go out their way and teach you how to get wealthy. I'm gonna let that sink in. Let me get a 100, some fire emoji, something if you understand and agree with what I'm dropping. Let me know that you comprehend, you understand. We on the same wavelength. I'll let you get close up on it. Get close up on it. Close up on the ice. Nigga, I got ice in my ear too. Come on, man. Yeah, come on, man. Alright. So look. Don Kilam want everybody. There's enough to go around, alright? There's enough to go around. I need y'all to understand. So, everybody, I need y'all to understand public versus private. It is an intelligence level. It is an intelligence level. And I apologize to those who can't comprehend. Think with the right head. That's all I can tell you. Think with the right head. So private versus public. When you're using the Social Security number, it's a public number. And y'all keep saying it's yours. And I need y'all to understand, y'all use this as business owners as well. And you keep claiming that this number is yours. And you, as a business owner, you must understand that ownership means liability. Ownership means liability. Ownership and liability means obligations. Obligations and liability. That's what ownership means. It's own nothing, control everything. And there's no law. Show me the law. Show me the law. I'm waiting. Show me the law. Show me the law that says that you own the Social Security number, because y'all keep claiming that it's yours. Make sure y'all share this with at least 3 people right now. I'm going to do it right now. Share this live. Don Kilam University is in the building. We got Don Kilam _legacy. That's what we live on. If y'all on the Instagram. And then we got Don Kilam University. There's a Don Kilam official out there too, but those are the main ones. Just go to those pages right there. I'm trying to teach y'all some free 99 game, but unfortunately, people only find value when they pay for it, and that's just what life is. You know, you get what you give. You get what you give. But I need everybody to understand. It's owe nothing, control everything. You cannot owe the Social Security number. It is not yours. So, I just need everybody to come through with this mindset when coming into the public mentality. Because owning this social, when y'all say y'all owning social, I'm telling you, obligation, liability. You're claiming the benefits. You're the beneficiary. You're gonna be taxed. You can get the shit in and stick every time. You're in Cesti Que Vie use. You don't want to be in Cesti Que values whatsoever. Cesti Que values. You can look up Cesti Que Vi. Give me a second, I'll do that for you. Cause I want it to make sense for everybody. You know. See, and there we go. I got somebody asking me about codes. How is it private if it's codes? They asked me about USC codes and UCC codes. If you have a uniform on, those codes apply to you. You can only control what you create. So people like that, I just banish from my sight. I banish from my vision. Because you don't know how to operate in the private correctly. Family law is private law. But a lot of people don't understand that. A lot of people, this is why you need trustee trading. Exactly why you need trustee trading. This is why you need to tap in and get that private trustee training in the private. Somebody making so some school teachers, if they're lucky, make $100,000. Do you agree? $100,000. So how much money can they really lead you to? So that's a rule. That's a private rule, though. Understanding that if you want to be a millionaire, you need to hang around millionaires. You want to be a billionaire, you need to hang around billionaires. Trillionaires hang around trillionaires. I need everybody to understand that. So you got the private sector, you got the public sector. When you're utilizing the Social Security number, you're using it in the public sector. If you're part of my private community, you don't have this class with me. Cesti Que Vie. So the Cesti Que Vie is the beneficiary of a trust or insurance policy. The Social Security number is a public insurance policy, and it's not set up for the private. It's set up for whoever established it, and the public established it. A legislation established it, so it's set up to insure legislation. This is how they're getting paid off your labor to pay back the United States national debt. A lot of people don't understand this process through sweat equity. And that's all it is sweat equity. And that's why you got to tap into private trusteeship. That's why you got to tap into these private meetings. That's why you got to tap into these private rooms. That's why you're not in the room. Because no one is going to teach you how to get wealthy. No one's going to teach you the secrets of asset protection. No one's going to teach you the secrets of how to turn your labor into wealth. Because that's what the top elite do. And they're not just going to, they're dying to fucking let people win. That's why you got to tap into your private education and get around these right families. I don't care if you got to be their janitor at first. You know, Bentley Farnsworth, I'm not trying to bring up Diddy, but Bentley Farnsworth was Diddy's secretary or his personal assistant at first. You got to do things like this. Like, I know people that, like, I tell some of my stories on how we open doors. Sometimes you got to start off cleaning a building. You know, I know, because a lot of people don't understand. Janitors have the keys to the building. In a public education system, a custodian is a major fucking title. It's a major level. It's a major key of life and your children. But you don't understand these trustee training rules. I'm going to let that sink in. Drop some 100s, fire emojis, something when you understand what the fuck I just said. A custodian has more power than a principal. When you understand trusteeship. When you understand guardianship. I'm glad y'all following along with y'all. I'm glad this shit making sense. This is why you gotta tap into your private education. Who got the keys? The custodian got the keys. You know, and I know people tapped in all cities across the world, you know. I know people across the world, custodians across the world, they got the keys and it's tapped in to the major players in the game, and they look like just the ordinary custodian at a school, but they're tapped into the world. Top flight security of the world, Craig. I don't understand that though. Same way, I'm not gonna get deep with everybody. I'm not gonna drop all the secrets today, okay? But this is real life, no play life. And these are trustee words right there. You gotta understand who you are. The reason why you get truancy while you're truant in school is because you utilize a Social Security number. The Jehovah's Witness can't get held truant because they don't abide by those rules. They don't abide by the public system. They don't fucking put their heart over the fucking Star Spangled Banner. You gotta understand a banner is for a corporate world. And you understand what a banner is. I'm just dropping too much sauce today. Y'all should be taking notes, for real, for real. But I want everybody to understand, you do not have to utilize the Social Security number, or you need to utilize it correctly in a way that is not going to make you liable for anything attached to that motherfucker. And all you got to do is move like they move. Look how they move. And that's why I tell people, learn how to create your own tribe. Learn how to create your own church. The Catholics have confession. You think they're not getting paid off having real nigga court? You dig what I'm saying? You think they're not securitizing your baptismal agreements, your baptismal certificates? You think these churches didn't find a way to securitize these things? You think the tribes ain't found a way to securitize tribal court? When you have tribal infractions on the tribe or the reservation, you think they haven't found a way to securitize these transactions and agreements? Because they're still working with the system. They're still working with the devil. There's only one way to work with the system. There's only one way to work with the devil. Y'all keep trying to make it complicated, and it's own nothing, control everything. It's contracts. It's agreements. Understanding with holding agents and holding companies. The United States is just a holding company. You got to understand that. You got to understand that. And they have the right to create their own agreements and securitize their own agreements. They don't have to go through their own system because they created their own fucking system. They don't have to fucking get medallion stamps. They don't have to do none of that shit because they have their own system in place where this is the law of the land. They rocking it like Debo. As simple as that. And when you're utilizing a Social Security number, you have all that protection behind you when you know how to utilize it correctly. But a lot of y'all don't know how to utilize this shit correctly. Y'all know how to pimp these trusts correctly. Y'all know how to make your name a business starting off first. Trademark the name, trademark the signature, trademark the thumbprints. We walk you through the whole process. If you're fucking tapped into my school, holla at your motherfucking boy. We making shit shake. I can't make this shit up. Can't make this shit up. We're really out here changing lives out here, alright? But it's to your level of understanding. Everything is going to be to your level of understanding on how far you go and how far you take this, alright? Because I make sure the information's out there. Got people saying right now the school is fire. They said I got to get in. I got one homeboy on here that did the trademark process. Listen, everything you need to know is in my school. You go to skool.com/Don Kilam, DonKilam. You can even Google it. It pops up on Google. It's Googleable. But go to the link on my Instagram. I'm still gonna spark this with you. I've already dropped some game already. I don't know if y'all been catching it. Let me know if y'all been catching it. Let me know if y'all been catching the game, because I've already dropped some game already. Because I'm going to tell you this. These families aren't looking for you to get in the room, okay? Are you in the fucking rooms? Are you sitting down with these fucking families? I put myself in the fucking rooms. I only got kicked out twice. And I've been in hundreds of fucking rooms. Get in where you fucking fit in. Hey, don't ask me questions on here. I'll kick you out. Google's free. My trademarks, they get approved within weeks. I don't do that 5-month shit. I don't wait for nothing. We bypass the attorney and we'll get your shit processed within weeks. You want to ask me a fucking question? You get in line and book a fucking consult. I can give a fuck. We all got problems. The best thing I can do with people with problems is not partake in your bullshit. That's the best I can do. Go be a problem solver for once in your fucking life instead of asking people fucking questions all the goddamn time for free. You can ask your mama for free. You can ask your daddy for free. And obviously they didn't do their fucking job. I'm not your mommy. I'm not your fucking daddy. You're going to pay me to answer your fucking questions. I'm going to kick you out my fucking live. I'm going to kick you out my fucking chat. I'm going to kick you out my fucking life. How about that? Because I don't fuck with people like that. You understand? Trustees problem solve. Trustees figure it out. Quit asking another motherfucker how to help you. That's some begging ass, pussy ass shit. Go plead to the courts. Please. That's what the fuck you do. That's what the fuck you do. That's real nigga shit. When I'm talking, shut the fuck up and take notes, because I'm dropping you fucking game. I'm in the room with billionaires now. What the fuck are you doing with your life? What are you doing with your life? Tell me. I'll wait. Oh yeah, you're on my live asking me fucking questions like I give a fuck. Nigga, I don't give a fuck. That's what I'm gonna fucking tell you. I'm dropping you free fucking game right now. Shut the fuck up. Take notes. Or go learn some fucking where else. That's how life fucking works in Don Kilam's world. Because I'm going to lead you to the fucking promised land. These other motherfuckers ain't going to lead you no motherfucking way. So shut the fuck up and take notes when you see a real nigga in your presence. Dropping that motherfucking shit. Dropping that motherfucking game. For free 99, bitch. Straight up. Now, where was I? You gotta understand, everything is family business. And the trust should own the essence of everything of you. Because you gotta understand, when you signed a birth certificate, when your mama signed a birth certificate, yes, you can blame it on your mama. It was your mama's fault. Alright? Now some people ain't got no birth certificates. And that's what's up. But you sign a covenant outside God. A birth certificate proves who your maker is, and that's why we should not identify with these motherfucking documents. These instruments. And the birth certificate, it can be compared to a convertible bond. Because it can turn into notes. It creates the fucking Social Security trust. Social Security number is a trust. It converts to a driver's license. That's another insurance policy. These are all insurance policies. A lot of people don't understand it. And when you have public insurance, when you're a public entity, you have to have public insurance. It's that simple. And that's how the government's rocking too. So like the judges, they can't be in the public without no public insurance. They got bonds. They got public bonds. Real shit. They got public bonds. Police have public bonds. This is the shit you disrupt when you're taking it on a higher level, a higher plane things, in order to get what you want in life. Alright? I'm not going to get too deep with that. But they don't own their name. They don't own the essence. The government does. 28 U.S.C. 2002, subsection 15A, United States means federal corporation. Understand that. U.S. business means U.S. citizen. Let me find it. Hold up. Let me back my claims. Let me back my claims. That's going to be 15 U.S.C. 4724 E1. United States business means a United States citizen, or corporation, partnership, or other association created under the laws of the United States or any state, including the District of Columbia or any Commonwealth territory or possession of the United States, or C, a foreign corporation. That is 15 U.S.C. 4724 E1. United States business means United States citizen. I need y'all to understand that. Understand your name as a business. It's a special purpose vehicle, an SPV or SPE. It's a bankruptcy remote entity. So we're using your labor. The government is using your labor. The Social Security number is using your labor when you're pledging your assets to the Social Security number. When you put your Social Security number on things, it's pledging the assets. That's a public trust. Public sector is part of the economy that the government controls. Think about it. Public housing. Public assistance. Public defender. Think about it. Anytime you see the word public, think how to get out of these contracts. You have to rescind and revoke these signatures. You have to rescind and revoke these contracts. Newly discovered evidence, fraud. There's no statute of limitations on these things. All right. So you get up out of these things. We use baby land deeds, patents of nativity. I'm gonna say this again so I can slow it down for y'all. Baby land deeds. A land deed, D-E-E-D. Land deed. A baby land deed. patterns of nativity, family Bible records, keeping a family Bible, a baptismal certificate. You can create your own church and create your own baptismal certificate. You know, if you're playing a public game, you can just say you create membership certificates of your LLCs or even your family trust, and whatever makes sense to you. It's your game. You gotta learn how to play it correctly. All right. That's why you have to tap in with the private. The Jewish are playing the game right. So again, the Jewish are playing the game right. The Amish, they're playing the game right. Just look at the congregations that are worth billions. The Catholic Church, they're playing the game right. When you're using the baptismal certificate, that directly corresponds with the Vatican, the canon law. You fall under canon law that falls under the Catholic Church. So you really belong to them, and you have to understand that you're still under your Roman slave. The birth certificate proves who your maker is. Are you 7 pounds 10 ounces? Let me know. Well, the birth certificate proves who your maker is. They know who owns your soul. You stand to soul your foot on it. I'm going to teach you the game. Teach you how to get out that jurisdiction. Anything that gets delivered is property. Come on, talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Just think about it. It's not rocket science, G. Anything that gets delivered is property. Let me hit the blunt on that. This shit got delivered. You feel me? Are you ready to get delivered? Are you ready for deliverance? Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Some good weed, ain't it? I'm out here, man, in the mountains, man, with the palm trees in the mountains, man. Are you ready for deliverance? Are you ready for true status correction? Talk to me. Come on, man, I'm dropping real game. I'm dropping real spill. I gotta get with it or get lost, man. So listen, when you understand the family estate, create the family estate correctly. Have the family foundations correctly. You know, you gotta have your nonprofits. But you gotta learn how to move in trust. 508c1As. 508c1As, that's a private trust. I'm teaching game though, real spill, I'm teaching game. So, we also got the non-grainer, irrevocable, complex, discretionary, spendthrift trust. That's what we're working on now. But you gotta understand how to maneuver the taxes correctly. Because when you're moving, because when you do want to update your things and update the IRS certain things when it benefits you, when it sends you that money back. They're working on full faith and credit. Full faith and credit. So when you learn how to make your name a business, I'm going to start off, one is the home office deduction. That's how we get big paper back. Man, I'm talking about 40, 60 bands just off the home office deductions, okay? When you understand your name as a business. Now, I go through this in a Capitalizing Namepreneur, a book that I have, Capitalizing Namepreneur. You can look it up on Amazon. But I'm talking about your mortgage, property taxes, if you have them. I teach people how to get out of taxes. But if you got taxes, you can write them bitches off too. You understand your name as a business. If you pay taxes, write that shit off. That's a deduction. Because you gotta quit looking at bills as bills. You gotta look at them as deductions. All right. And when you're moving them in trust, you can deduct things a little bit differently than you could just a regular business. Because just with the business alone, if you just got one member, that's going to be like 250 bands you can get back. But with the trust, you can get way more back. And I'm talking about, I got a whole list of things that we utilize. I'm talking about insurance, any type of insurance, utilities, Wi-Fi, repairs, but depreciation. If you got HOA fees, all this shit is a write-off. All this shit is a deductible. A deductible. Off the trust, I've seen people get, I'm not going to get too deep with y'all, man, but some people get millions back, okay? I'm showing people how to get millions back already with another process that I'm doing, but we're not going to get deep on that. You need to be tapped into the school to learn about that. I teach people about self-employment taxes. Self-employment tax deduction is tax avoidance. This is tax avoidance versus tax evasion. With the LLCs, we're using them something called a pass-through deduction, because these are our pass-through entities. I'm not going to get deep with that either. I teach people how to do the vehicle tax deductions. I teach people how to do travel expense deductions. I teach people how to do meal plans. I teach people how to do the stipends, fringe benefits. I'm going to talk about that in a little bit too. I teach people how to hire their children. When you contract with people, contract labor. Any type of employment benefit plans you have, if you created any benefit plans for your employees or people that work for you, if you're health insurance, that's a deductible. Business insurance is a deduction. Advertising is a deduction. Education is a big one for my operations that I have going on. Education expenses. Running a successful business requires adequate skills, training, and education. Therefore, the education expenses you incur to make your business more valuable are tax deductible. This includes expenses incurred on courses, seminars, conferences, trades, publications, books, conference calls, consults. This may even include the cost of certifications, diplomas, degrees, license, putting somebody in school. Understand this. A CPA might be able to deduct the fee to renew your professional license. I'm trying to teach you the game. Your cell phones. You have the best one there is, that's cool. You paying the expensive bill, that is a deduction for the business. Extra storage, all of that shit. Utilities, like I said, that's a deduction. Office and technology expenses, people don't know about that. I'm talking about you got computers, websites, you paying for your website, payment processing services. I'm talking about all, listen, if they all them fees they take out, Cash App take fees out, Stripe take fees out, that's all a business deduction, and people don't understand that. I teach you how to write that off, man. I teach you the game. It's just education. If you got repairs and maintenances, because repairs are fully deductible. A lot of people don't even understand that. Renovations, that's a deduction. Legal and professional service fees. This is why you should be paying people, paying attorneys, paying for opinions in life. All your bank fees are deductible. Merchant and processing fees, I spoke on that. Business loans, if you got any of those. Startup costs is a major deduction. I can go on and on. Everybody already knows charitable deductions and shit. You're paying somebody to do your taxes. Deduction. Under section 162, this is called everything else. The everything else deduction. You can get a lot back just by making your name a business, making your children's name a business. Understanding that they out here tripping in the private. You feel me? We self-governed out here. But look, everything is a deduction. I know a lot of people don't understand that right now. But as a business person, as a businessman, and an entrepreneur mindset, you should definitely understand the importance of deductions. We don't look at as bills no more, the deductibles, because this is all a write-off on the business. And after so many deductions, this is going to be, if your business don't own nothing, it turns into credits. And when you have credits with the IRS, this comes back in form of a check. Okay? An IRS treasury check, shit like that. Alright? So this is what I'm trying to teach you. So learning how to write off these deductions is very important. Learning how to get a return back always is very important, but you make sure it goes to the business. It don't go to nothing else. It's nothing personal. It's always business. And people are not understanding this. They don't understand how to use the Social Security number in a business capacity instead of using it in a personal capacity. Same way when they try to get refunds from people and stuff like this. In the private, there is no refunds. You cannot change the private school. You cannot change the private life. You couldn't do it in the public. So why would you try to do it in the private? Understand that. And that's when you ask for refunds, things like that. That's doing shit in personal feelings. You understand? I'm gonna teach y'all how to rock in the private. All right. The private sector controls the public sector. Understand this. All right. Own nothing, control everything. That's why I like my Instagram. They took it, they can have it. That means I didn't have no control over it. If that makes sense. Old enough to control everything. I control what I do, I control who I am. So the real always gonna fight me. That's how I look at it. The real always gonna fight me. But I hope y'all learned some game today. I dropped some game to you. Text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Again, text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Or click the link in the bio to tap into the school. School.com/Don Kilam. That's SKOOL.com/DONKILAM. Understand your name is the brand, your name is the essence, your name is the intellectual property. That's what you need to control. If you're using the documents, you do not have control of your essence. They're saying you do not know who your maker is. You do not have, the government cannot interfere with a private contract. The government cannot interfere with a private covenant in between you and your God. There's no promissory note. There's no mortgage. There is nothing out there that can interfere with your covenant with God. So one of the rules of commerce is do not break do not break the bond with you and your higher power. Do not let anything interfere with you and your higher power whatsoever. Make sure you have the connection. Because once you know who your higher power is, you know the connection, you can maneuver correctly, alright? The truth will always set you free. So understand who you are. We are tribal people. The Bible's a fact in the courtroom, so understand that. It's nothing but tribes in the Bible. So you need to figure out which tribe you come from. You know, and if you need to learn a little bit more about who you are, that's when you tap in with me in the private. We'll get you around the right people, man. That's how it works, man. Much peace and love. Remember, prosperity is your divine birthright. Peace.
I wouldn't have won my case had I not been studying Don Kilam private member files on his online private school.
I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and now I am well worth over $10 million learning about securitization.
I learned real law from reading books by Don Kilam.
I'm telling you, Don Kilam's books, they the truth. My peoples was locked up, caught in the system. You feel me? These books, they was like a key. When I say Don Kilam's private school changed my life, I ain't even lying. They helped me get over $1 million back in tax credit. Follow the Yellow Brick Road by Don Kilam changed my life forever when it came to the United States government. Don Kilam's books, they the truth. Helped free a lot of my people from the system. You hear me? Gave us knowledge, gave us power. Masters in Bonds by Don Kilam showed me how to go after the court bonds and get paid.
I learned real law from reading books by Don Kilam, not in law school.
I just want to say, Don Kilam, your books really helped my people out. We learned how to beat child support and even get some money back from the courts. Yo, let me tell you, Don Kilam's books, they the truth. My people finally beating child support, getting that money back from the courts. When I tell you Don Kilam and his private school got me over $100,000 back in tax credits, child, I ain't lying. Masters in Bonds by Don Kilam showed me how to go after the court bonds and get paid from court every time. Masters in Bonds by Don Kilam really showed me how to go after those court bonds and get paid from the court every single time. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and it taught me everything I needed to know to win every time and get paid. Listen, I'm telling you, Don Kilam School, that's the truth. I got over $1 million back in tax credit. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and I learned securitization and how to go after the securities and bonds. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's books. I learned about the strawman and how your name is really a business. Follow the Yellow Brick Road by Don Kilam. It really changed my perspective on how the United States government operates. Forever. With Don Kilam's help, I got over $1 million back in tax credits for my business.
License and registration, please. I reserve all my rights as a foreign American national. I do not consent to any searches.
Okay, you're free to go. Your Honor, it is presumed that by the creation of the birth certificate, my body and labor are pledged to the state. This is absurd.
We'll be out of here soon. I just learned about the GSA bonds on this court case from a Don Kilam book. Just watch.
I learned the game from reading Don Kilam. There has to be a victim, or it's not a real crime. The state can't be the victim. Case dismissed.
Mr. Jordan, you have no rights because you gave them up the moment you were placed on a contract. Your birth certificate, driver's license, and social security card.
I wasn't scared of no judge, or a prosecutor. I went in there sui juris, not pro se. Pro se puts you under their jurisdiction. Your Honor, I'd like to address the Title IV-D TANF grants.
What about them?
These grants force fathers to pay without due process, making it illegal.
Case dismissed.
I reserve all of my rights as a foreign American national, and I do not consent.
You are free to go.
I learned so much from Don Kilam. I wasn't scared of no judge, or a prosecutor.
Yeah.
I went in there sui juris, not pro se. When I asked the judge where does his delegation of authority derive and what grants him more authority than my higher powers, case dismissed. Your Honor, I request to see your oath of office to challenge subject matter jurisdiction and your delegation of authority.
This court lacks. Case dismissed.
I learned the game from reading Don Kilam's book and Don's private school online, and now I'm helping the whole hood become free. I learned so much from Don Kilam. I wasn't scared of no judge, or a prosecutor. I went in there sui juris, not pro se. Pro se puts you under their jurisdictions.
I have never pledged my rights or my body to any gifting program, including this court.
I award the plaintiff $20 million.
Peace and love, peace and love. You're now rocking to the sounds and vibrations of your boy, Don Kilam. Also known as Malik Kilam. As always, prosperity is divine birthright. Tapping and tuning in with your boy, Don Kilam. Subscribe, though. Everybody needs to subscribe. I got a webinar going on for access to the webinar tomorrow. Oh yeah, the old Instagram, let's go on. I'm not paying to renew. Motherfucker told me 6 bands to get it back. Fuck that. You only control what you create. They can keep that shit. You understand? I had 330,000 followers. But it's not stopping the cash flow, buddy. Just got a fucking brand new Cuban link. But this shit, listen, so the jewelry company buys this shit, really. Y'all gotta understand how to appraise jewelry. Literally, you just get insurance on the shit. Once you get insurance on it, because I'm Don Kilam, so I'm something special. I'm Googleable. You can Google me. You can Google Don Kilam. Everybody go do a simple Google search. D-O-N space K-I-L-A-M. You can Google the Don Kilam, Don Kilam, K-I-L-L-A-M. A lot of shit. You can just Google me. Motherfuckers fuck with me just because of Google. Because motherfuckers be like, I Google you, and there's pages and pages. You can Google the fucking net worth. Like, straight up. You can do it on Bing, too. Don Kilam, literally. I've walked in, I've got loans just because they can Google me. A bank will give you a loan just because they can Google you. A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people don't understand the power of that. I seen a motherfucker that have no credit score and was able to get a Rolls Royce because they Googled the net worth. The net worth was like 23 mil or some shit. I'm just saying. Now, if you try to get a house, like I seen motherfuckers, they let them see the house because they knew who they were, but they wanted to see some type of collateral or money in the bank. So I know people who do that too. Like, they're gonna be on your head for those days though, but they'll make sure money appears in your bank account, anywhere between 10, 20 million. Let it sit in there until they do appraisals or the mortgage company or whoever the fuck they fucking with. You want to make sure you got the money in the bank, and then they come get their money. They come get their shit collect. You can only send bank wires and shit like that. You have to have special bank accounts trust accounts to be exact. And that's the importance of having a trust account. I'm not a licensed attorney, tax expert. I do this for educational and informational purposes only. Well, I am iced the fuck out. I'm trying to tell you, get you a fucking jewelry company. Oh. No, Fidelity's not a good account. I do got a Fidelity account. We use Fidelity to move securities. We only use Fidelity to move securities. But if you have questions, you need to book a fucking consultation. Google is free. I'm just fucking with her. She probably tell you though. I got a Fidelity card though. I do got Fidelity. But we only move securities with that. Public securities at that. Because if you understand your social security number, listen, it's a public trust. It really is. But they're using it in the private. They're using it and making you private investors because you didn't know shit about it. And you signing off on this shit. They're using your essence, your image. That's the whole point of me teaching you who the fuck you are. Your name is a fucking business. Your name is a bank. Your name is a trust. Your name is an estate. Your name is a bunch of fucking shit wrapped up in one big ass, giant ass motherfucking game. Understand it? And that's why the Amish do not play the fucking game. They're making things in your image, in the image of you. Understand that. This is game right here. A lot of y'all might not understand it. All 6 of y'all on this motherfucker. You understand? A lot of y'all might not understand it. I'm gonna bring this to my YouTube congregation, so. It says, wow, you're moving smart. Smart means to cause pain. We move intelligently. I'm smoking on infused pre-rolls, by the way. Yes, we do not utilize. So with the social security number, I'm not going to give a lot of game away. Y'all need to book a consultation. Y'all need to tap into the private community. Click the link in the bio. All that shit. You know what I mean? Go to school.com/DonKilam. That's SKOOL.com/DONKILAM. And this shit pops up when you Google Don Kilam. His school will pop up. DK's Private Business Circle. Tap in and tune in. Tap in and tune in with your boy. Private community. Because listen, there's going to be a day and point in time coming soon. Coming soon. Oh, y'all see the background. Y'all see the background. That's prosperity. I'm back. This is not a green screen. Mr. Rogers couldn't paint this motherfucking picture. You understand, nigga? It's your boy Don Kilam. I love it. Prosperity. Prosperity is your divine birthright. Literally, though, down here, it's a community. This is all private communities, right? It's a whole community look like a fucking scene from Purge. Yeah, shit's scary now at nighttime. That's all I'm gonna say. But y'all see it. That's prosperity behind me. Yeah, y'all like that. Subscribe. Y'all gonna get access to the webinar tomorrow. Because I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna be talking about tomorrow. I just be going with the flow. I know so much shit, but I don't know shit. But where do you learn all this, Dr. Long? I can't find it on Google. Google every lyric and you still don't get it. Literally, talk to God. Get your ass in the mountains. Get your ass in the water. Disconnect. I don't give a fuck if there's snow on the ground. Get your ass outside and disconnect. That's a hell of a disconnection. Go stand out in the snow for fucking 15 minutes. Hey, the fuck? You there? I'm just saying, you gotta do some shit to disconnect. That's why they teach us fasting. Fasting, you learn how to fast for food. You're disconnecting from the norm, the normal routine. You're not letting your flesh be in control. Your flesh thinks you're hungry because you programmed it to eat 3 times a day. Or whatever the fuck's going on. Because trust me, it's Don Kilam. Don Kilam sometimes don't get meals for days, god damn it. Nigga, I don't get time to myself. Learn how to become a healer out here. You're gonna go fucking crazy. When you say, God, I want to work for you, God's people is endless. God will show up in abundance. That is God. God is over deliverance. That's God. That's how you know you're talking to God. That's how you know you're tapped into source. God will over fucking deliver in your fucking life. So get ready for it. but learn how to disconnect. You learn how to disconnect. You learn how to fast. You're going to get all the food you want in the world. Literally, food will never stop coming to your doorstep. To everybody that's hungry out there living in third world countries, I'm talking to you motherfuckers. Because everything is just of the mind. Truly, everything's of the mind. Everything's of the mind. And shout out to Fresco. Shout out to Fresco UP. He went through ayahuasca. What he doesn't know is that every president has to go through ayahuasca. I bet y'all didn't know that. Every president of the United States has to go through ayahuasca. They have to drink the ayahuasca tea. They have to go through that shit. In order to become great, you have to know what the fuck your demons are. In order to control a demon, you must know what it is. You must be able to drop to its vibration. You must show it love, because love is the greatest vibration here on earth. You know, I know you didn't know. I know a lot of shit. I just play stupid sometimes. I be acting like I'm a genius. They be like, he's a genius, so you gotta act like you don't know some shit. You can't reveal every fucking thing. God damn it, man. I drop enough game. I really do. I really do. I be out in the mountains every motherfucking day. Every day is a motherfucking ayahuasca for me. God damn it, I'm facing demons every day. But no, man, y'all got to know who y'all are. A lot of people don't understand who they are. They're not. That's why I do like nationality. I do like how the Moors push nationality, and I heard that from the Moors first. All right, now the Israelites, a lot of different groups are pushing nationality. All right. Chains on, rings on, everything busting. You feel me? But listen. Nationality. Understanding nationality. A lot of people don't understand how that is. That's the first fucking thing y'all should come into when coming into this private life. And however you want to look at it, like, because it's on both sides. It's on both sides. Nationality can be the first step towards division, or it can be the first step towards unity. However the fuck you want to look at it. I look at it both ways now. But in order to when you flip around and flick it and reverse it and all that shit like Missy Elliott said, nigga, you gotta go back to nationality. Because that's how they turned you to a citizen. They got you outside your nationality. That's how I'm looking at things. Now, but the private, so nationality shouldn't even be part of the, I feel like nationality shouldn't even be part of the private congregation. I feel like that should be part of the public. I feel like nationality should be public knowledge, just like the Moors agree. So I agree with the true Moors, the OG Moors, because I don't know what the fuck goes on here on the internet, but the Moors I came up under, the OG Moors, you know, Smallwood Bay, I feel like nationality should be public knowledge. It should not be private, okay? They don't teach that in any degree now. The only place that they do this shit is in the Moors temple, right? Now, hanging out with some Buddhists, right? They teach that nationality is one step closer to God. I'm telling y'all, this shit is taught in the private now. Y'all ain't getting y'all's private knowledge in, and that's why the courts got you the way they got you. Because you don't know who God is, all right? And the Moors believe that nationality should be the order at the end of the day. This shit should be public knowledge. This shit should be common knowledge. And I 100% agree. Everybody should know that they have a fucking nationality. Alright, Texans know they're Texans. Hawaiians know they're Hawaiians. Alright? If you're a Californian, you're a Californian. Missouri, you're a Missourian. If you're in Nevada, you're a Nevadian. Your state is a country. Therefore, their country is a nationality. You're not American, you don't claim the fucking continent as your nationality. And that's what's going down, because America is a broad spectrum. If you're a part of Mexico, you're part of the North America, a Mexico, all right? You're part of all of that. So Mexico, when you claim that you're Mexican, that's showing another division. When you're truly American, this is your shit too. You dig what I'm saying? I don't want to get too far in the deep end, but this is the basics. Demographics is the graph of David. So therefore, they know who you serve. When you're using the Daniel Webster's dictionary, that's why I broke down my boy Fresco. Daniel Webster, that's a copywritten definition. So, but they're gonna allow you to use it because it's putting you in a slave mindset through those definitions. You cannot use a Daniel Webster's definition in a courtroom. It's a copywritten book first and foremost, so that's illegal. But secondly, that's not the definitions that the courts are going by. They have their own set of rules and definitions. A sovereign cannot be tried in their own court. You don't know the law, you don't know the language. You learn the language, you know the law, because the language is the law. And therefore, the language that you use, which you think you're speaking English, but you're not. You're speaking Babel, but you're not from England, goddammit. How are you speaking English? You're not from England. Therefore, we know you're part of a slave mindset. We know you're part of a slave nationality. We know you're part of a slave congregation. This shit is not rocket science, cuz. This shit is not rocket science, blood. This shit is not rocket science, kinfolk. You feel me? I need everyone to understand. I need everyone to understand. 1 second, because I don't think turn my ass up right now. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. I had to lock the card, okay? Where was we? Nigga still got shit that set up on auto pay. We still got bills to pay. Don't matter how we moving, goddamn it. But I just want you to know, I don't move with shit in my name whatsoever. That's the wrong move. Don't put shit in your name. Unless it's an LLC, like, and with the holding company, the record label, or the church, they maneuver your shit. You know, you gotta have handlers. Like truly, you gotta have handlers. And when you reach a certain level, you need those handlers that don't have no. Cause I'm talking about there's trillionaires out here. Look this shit up, man. There's trillionaires out here, and they own the system, man. They create their own system. They control the system. They push the buttons. You dig what I'm saying? They push the buttons and determine what goes on into this world today. They determine what the interest rates are. You dig what I'm saying? I don't know if that makes sense to y'all. There's like 500 to 1,000 families that run the fucking world. That run the fucking world. And you can be part of that family too. You can get a family together and start some shit too. That's what they don't want you to know. That's what needs to go down. You dig what I'm saying? And they determine what your education's gonna be. They determine what the technology you're gonna see is. They determine everything because everything's a veil around you. A lot of people age due to what they believe their perception of time is, and time is what's being given to you. Time is what's being the veil that's being pulled around your eyes. You dig what I'm saying? Y'all gotta read the y'all gotta read the number, man. Y'all can text probably like the 702 200 4900 702 200 4900. Quit asking shit in my chat because you will get blocked. You will get blocked. Google is free. Don Kilam is not. As simple as that. You go on Google and ask that motherfucker anything for free. Matter of fact, you can ask your mama, you can ask your daddy something for free, can't you? So if that shit didn't teach you the trick, I'm not your mama, I'm not your daddy, you're gonna drop a donation and shut the fuck up and fall in line. And that's how the fuck I move. Fall in line. Get behind the next motherfucker. I got 30 motherfuckers lined up to come talk and speak to Don Kilam. Because y'all don't know how to look in the mirror. Y'all keep looking in the black mirror. The phone is a black mirror. The phone is like a fucking magic crystal ball. You dig what I'm saying? Like, you can make it see anything. You can make it fucking, you can make the world see anything. If you can get on that vibration, it's fiction. It's fictional. It's a black fucking mirror. You need to understand it's a form of scrying. A form of scrying. S-C-R-Y-I-N-G. Scrying. If you studied magic, you would fucking know. But you don't study magic because you were scared of it because the church taught you to be scared of it. I grew up in a family full of magic. My great-grandma was full-blooded Cherokee. You dig? My grandma was a fucking, she's dead now, but she was a prostitute, so she performed magic. She made niggas drop them bands, millions. My grandma was a multi-millionaire. She the one that taught me this game. She didn't pay a goddamn bill. She got motherfuckers out of prison in different countries. You dig? She rolled with the Italian mafia. I don't talk about a lot of this shit because it's not nobody's business. But this is how I learned the game. This is how I fucking learned the game. My black side, they the Section 8 family. They believe, my mama made my dad believe in magic for shit, sure. She definitely, he believed in ghosts, all type of shit. But he didn't growing up. But you know, we always knew our history. Where I'm from, man, in Missouri, they built projects, Section 8, all on Indian mounds. That's Indian burial ground. I always seen shit growing up. But it was my white side, my white family. Cherokee. They taught me this shit. They taught me about the birth certificate. They was getting people out of prison with the birth certificate. She knew how to get people out of their bills just with their signature and sending that shit back. Especially at the hospital. Grandma never paid a hospital bill. My grandma refused to pay a hospital bill. Never would she. But she also didn't like using line paper, nothing. She always wrote on all the spam mail and shit they send you the shit they send you in the mail, spam shit. That's how she'll write letters. She'll write letters on the back of them. And she'll use no envelopes. She never paid for a stamp. That's where I learned about frank mail. Y'all look up something called frank mail. F-R-A-N-K. Franking mail. Frankie mail. This is something real. This is something real. This is something legit. I heard about tax pre-K, moving forward, but they use the Frankie mail. They just write Frank mail on that bitch, and they would send shit off for free. I even did it from prison. These are secrets that people don't know about. That's real. That's legit. It's even in a fucking dictionary. You can look this shit up. Frank mail. I want somebody to look it up right now so they know I'm not bullshit. Let me know y'all found it. I ain't never paid for mail my whole life. Y'all let me know. Frank mail. I don't got my other phone on me, so. Y'all found Frank mail yet? I need y'all to look this shit up. I need a cosigner, make sure y'all know it's legit. I'm feeling good, man. I'm on the live, man. Until y'all start asking questions, I'm gonna kick y'all out. Yeah, they say it's used by members of Congress, but that's not what I seen in my dictionary when I first looked it up. It's just a free mailing privilege. You know, online it says used by members of Congress now. But it's just it's a free mailing privilege that you can use and utilize. And you'll mail, you send a letter, it's gonna go out. I promise you. I ain't never had mail denied. I write Frank mail on it, even if you're in prison. I learned this shit my family used it, but I learned what it meant when I was in prison. Everybody from prison don't even know that they can send free mail. They ain't there buying stamps. I never buy a stamp. Fresco says, it says here is to send and receive mail anonymously. So he got a different definition. To send and receive mail anonymously. Did anybody else get that definition? I'm just letting y'all know, he said he chat GPT'd it. Official mail sent without paying for postage in advance. So I'm telling y'all, these are all the different definitions. So I was told there was this guy named Frank, and he died. He wanted mail to be free, and he left a big ass donation so we could all send mail free for the rest of our lives. When he died, he dropped it off to the post office, and there's a lot of fucking donations that go to the post office that's supposed to be for we the people. A lot of people don't know about these things. But tax pure K, I was putting it in the chat real quick so y'all know how to spell it. Per Q or something like that. There it is. Google that shit. Now, when you're a foreign national, that's how you send your mail for free. And we got plenty of receipts, plenty of success stories utilizing that. All you gotta do is Google it, it'll pop up. Just use the code, look at images. People use a thumbprint. They do a lot of different shit. I'm talking about you can send this shit certified mail across countries. I don't care how much it costs, they're gonna send it for free. As long as you got like a private ID. Keep your private nationality card. The Paloo IDs do work. The ones I show you how to do in my school. These IDs do work to send mail for free. Tax per Q. Now, I'm not a licensed attorney, tax expert. I do this for educational information purposes only. And sometimes it can be quite entertaining. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Hey, we just investing in all ice from here on out. I can teach y'all how to invest in art too. So listen, y'all can go to the bio. Look at my bio. The link to my bio for my school. Tax per Q, tax per K, however you want to call it. That's it. Send mail for free. Now that's $1 million worth of game right there. $1 million worth of game. I can show y'all how to do a lot of shit for free. I can show you how to do a lot of shit for free. I can show you how to live off reward systems. Like literally, I learned how the government works, the tax credits, full faith and credit. I learned how that shit works. He says postage has been prepaid. So I learned how it works just by living off the point system. Like I'm a Hilton Diamond member. I'm an MGM. I'm a higher, I don't even know what it is. It's called a NOIR, N-O-I-R member. So I get special treatment everywhere I go. Marriott, like a platinum member or some shit. I'm higher up there, so I be redeeming points all the time. When I redeem points, I get, on certain ones it's called comp nights. So like I be getting like, I get to stay like 4 nights for free. Shit like that. I get private fucking cruises now. I get a lot of shit. You dig what I'm saying? So I'm like, that's how they using our social security number. I'm like, that's deep as fuck. And so I just correlated it. You know what I'm saying? And the more you use it, the more points you rack up. You know what I'm saying? And you don't know how to redeem those points. It's called the redemption process. You don't know how to redeem the points. You don't know how to redeem the credits. The credits you keep racking up because they're using your trust. You're the private investor, and it's causing interest on the private investor side. And you don't know how to fucking balance the books to claim that fucking interest that's due to you. And that's why the fucking public debt keeps fucking climbing up. Because you're not doing what you're supposed to do on the private. Claim that shit, man. Make your name a business and quit being scared. Bone Crusher, we ain't never scared, goddammit. We ain't never scared. We ain't never scared. I swear to God, we ain't never scared. Listen, listen, man. Swear to fucking God on my mama. Man, she died April 15, 2024. So if I'm lying, she turned around in the grave right now like this and shit. But listen, nigga, I just got another one talking about a 7-figure tax return. So look, I'm doing my best because listen, it's not my process. Alright? So let's just start there. It's not my process. Okay? Now, starting off, some of these people was getting audited and all types of shit. But it looks like they worked all the kinks out. And I've been following this group and they know I'm in that bitch. They be talking about me too. And they got hours and hours of videos just showing me how to do this shit, man. And literally, I understand it now. It took me a little second, you know, but I was like, if three people get the money back successful, I'll be the fourth one to go. Well, 3 people have come back successful with fucking $9-10 million plus. So I'm like, fuck it, nigga, it's time to go. It's time to go. I'm going in. Put me in, coach. It's time to play. I'm gonna be the fourth person. I'm not scared because it's millions and millions of fucking dollars and I understand it. And I've been telling people to do holding companies. Holding companies, so I do it a little bit different than them. with the holding agent. But I use holding companies. Holding companies can maneuver securities as well. And we're not the owner. We're just the manager. Okay? A holding company can never own to get the beneficial interest. That's what you need to understand. If there's anything beneficial coming back, it's coming to the holding company first. Because they're the main investor. That's how we move. And that's how I've always moved. If I was going to use the UCC1, I don't even like pledging my assets in the public. Because if you pledge it in the public, that means the government owns it. They got aware of it. But I would use my holding company. I use the holding company for everything. You write the contracts with the holding company, and when you need cash, you get cash for the holding company. That ain't your money. I'm gathering for the holding company. The holding company can stay in the private all at once. Don't even get a bank account. Anybody that's in the public, you're working on the private contracts with the holding company. That's how the fucking record label works too. Record label's like a holding company. Hope that makes sense to everybody. I know I was talking kind of fast. Let that shit sink in. I need to get some drink. Hold on. Let that shit sink in. Let me know if it makes sense, man. Let me know if it makes sense. Them joints gave me cotton mouth. Look. There's a lot of people ain't scared. And they doing this shit in Canada too. They got the whole process for you in Canada. I got it. Got access to it. It makes sense. I got people who will do it for you. Getting back millions. I would be scared. But I guess 10 million is not a lot to IRS. And really it's not. You dig? I I know how to. When you make your name a business out the gate, you can write off $250,000 per person. If there's one, you got more people in there, it's more money. This is a different way. You're a foreigner. I shouldn't be bringing this to the public. I might make this shit private later. But I'm down to show people how to make a maneuver. Because the sauce is right there. It comes with templates. And they getting about millions and millions and millions. They are using 1099As, Bs, and Cs. 1099s. They're not using the OIDs in this process. They're not using the INTs in this process. But I'm talking about when I use my name as a business, that's what I'm maneuver with my name as a business. I use OIDs and INTs. The A, you should put a 1099A on any contract or any type of property that you have after 36 months anyways. Because on the private side, they're claiming insurance on you anyways. FDIC. All these are private contracts. They don't have to do it with your consent. Because you already signed your life over when you signed on the dotted line. You gotta understand that. Signature sign of nature. They can duplicate how that shit, they can withhold information, whatever the fuck's their terms and conditions, they own your ass now. Welcome to Death Row Records. But man, with that on now, man, once peace and love tap in, you can text private life to 702-200-4900. Again, text private life to 702-200-4900. And remember, prosperity is your divine birthright. Peace.
If I only had a brain. Imagine.
Imagine. No brains, no hearts. We're just artificial persons navigating this mechanical world of law.
Here's the thing. When you realize your straw man exists, all the mysteries just vanish. You take control, become the authorized representative, and suddenly you can settle everything.
It's nothing personal, just business. And remember, both the Scarecrow and I, no brains, no heart.
You see, Dorothy, I'm the king of beasts, but I lack the courage to roar. Just like the American folks.
I'm the Tin Man. T-I-N Man. Taxpayer identification number. Just a hollow vessel. When you realize your straw man exists, all the mysteries just vanish. You take control, become the authorized representative.
Peace and love, everybody. Peace and love. Peace and love. You're now rocking to the sounds and vibrations of your boy, Don Kilam, also known as Malik Kilam. As always, prosperity is your divine birthright. You know, we got a few penthouses around the way, living that motherfucking private life. Showing y'all what the fuck it is. You hear me? All day, every day. That's how we motherfucking living. Penthouse suites. Well, peace and love. Yes, peace and love. We got a little Airbnb business going. It's going great. But peace and love. We're going over GSA bonds today. I'm not a licensed attorney tax expert. I do this for educational and informational purposes only. And sometimes it can be quite entertaining. I'm doing this. I had a few students, and they're just not understanding everything that's going on. All right. Well, peace and love, peace and love. I'm gonna drop the game. If you want to get access to this, you can go to this online school, my online private school at skool.com/Don Kilam. That's DONKILAM. School.com/Don Kilam. Let me know where you tapped in and tuned in at. I'm if you go to the classroom, I'm gonna show everybody. It's actually gonna be in my classroom. You just go to the community and look at the tabs classroom, and it says masters and bonds from GSA bonds to court affidavits. I have a book that will be released within the next week that will be uploaded to the templates as well, the ebook. But we do have the finished templates, and I have the individual templates for everybody as well. Individual templates, so you can go in there and deal with them yourself. But we're going over the templates today. So you just go to the classroom, go to the masters in bonds, court cases, court case affirmations. Court case affidavits. Let's say affirmations. Court case I don't even know what it's called because court case affidavits and GSA bonds. Court case affidavits and GSA bonds. This book will be released on Amazon as well. You can get it in the school for $125. All right. Comes with the templates and everything that we're going to be going over today. You see that? I've actually just sent these 4 cases off, okay? And I'm going over this for them so they can get a better understanding. Sometimes we have spelling errors and things like that. None of that matters. As long as you got the court case numbers on there, the names are similar, none of that matters. They will update and correct the record. All right. Well, I want to get started on just how we get here. We're gonna start from the beginning. It's a admiralty and maritime jurisdiction, contract jurisdiction. Are you lost at sea? Are you lost at sea? The Cesti Que Vie Act is served a purpose in subrogating the rights of men and women. In essence, it declared all individuals to be dead, categorized and labeled as lost at sea or beyond the sea. Everybody's dead, operating under admiralty and maritime law. Admiralty law, which governs maritime affairs, the concept of being declared lost at sea set the stage for a new legal concept with profound implications. So this was enacted in London in 1666, and even before then. But we're going to talk about London and how it affects us today. And what it's doing is assuming custody of everyone and their property. Yes, you are in custody. You are considered property. When you go to jail, it's called in custody. Property, your property. And everyone in the property establishing itself as the trustee, or as it were, the husband, holding the titles to both people and their possessions. Cesti Que Vie Trust. This arrangement persisted until a living individual could emerge to reclaim those titles, and if warranted, seek damages. The reclamation process is outlined under the UCC-1, the Personal Property Securities Act. So one crucial aspect of understanding this paradigm is involved the use of capital letters and names. When names are presented in capital letters, this indicates a legal entity, fiction, company, or corporation. There is no exception to this rule. Whether it's on your passport, your driver's license, marriage certificates, birth certificates. This is all a legal entity detached from the living individual. You got your natural person and you got your legal person. In legis, represented solely by a name inscribed on a piece of paper. This is why you need representation. You're representing the corporation is being represented. Your name is considered a sole proprietorship. I'm gonna get into that. But I want to talk about the Cesti Que Vie Act and the Cesti Que Vie Trust and how this segregates your rights, okay? We're going to get to this. There's 3 different trusts in the world. Strike that from the record. The Pope established 3 different trusts. The first trust of the world is called Unum Sanctum. That's the papal bull issued in 1302 by Pope Boniface VIII, by the Roman Catholic Church. It asserted its global authority, claimed to everybody in the world. All right. The Triple Crown of Baal, yes, Baal. The first crown of Crown Land. The third crown of the Ecclesiastical See. These are all trusts that was established under the Cesti Que Vie Act and Cesti Que Vie Trust. So this is 1302. This is before London did it. All right. It happened in it was going down at the Vatican. And London just followed suit. So now that we have a little better understanding, Cesti Que Vie Act, it started in Rome. And then they did the same thing in England, all right? People got to understand that under the Social Security Trust, and I'm going to prove that it's a trust, the Cesti Que Vie stands for 666, the beneficiary of a trust or an insurance policy. You can only be the beneficiary of this Social Security Trust. You can only be the beneficiary. So when you think of beneficiary, think of taxes. When you think of beneficiary, think of taxes. Okay? Cesti Que Vie refers to an individual whose lifetime determines how long a trust or estate endures. Cesti Que Vie is a French term that in English translates to he who lives. It means that the duration of a gift, trust, estate, or insurance contract lasts as long as a particular person, such as the giver of the gift or beneficiary of the estate, lives. So you can only be the beneficiary of this trust. And this trust that we're talking about is the Social Security Trust. It's a real trust. The Social Security Trust Fund owns a significant portion of the United States national debt. So you can only be the beneficiary from this trust to offset debt when you're coming into the public. The trustees benefit, truthfully. You want to be a trustee, and the government is a trustee on this trust. Debt held by the public, $24.5 trillion. And this is why the debt is handed off to you. You can never be the trustee. The government is set up to be the trustee of the Social Security Trust. They get to deal with the U.S. Treasury securities. Until you learn how to create your own government. We're not going to get in that today. But the Social Security Trust Fund includes the Federal Old Age and Survivors Insurance and Federal Disability Insurance Trust Funds. It's all public debt. And under the bankruptcy, they have made your name a SPV, a special purpose vehicle. A special purpose vehicle is a subsidiary created by a parent company. The parent company is going to be the United States. A parent company is a company that has a controlling interest in another company given its control of its operations. A parent company is a company that has a controlling interest in another company given its control of its operations. So the parent company can control the children. Children is property of a corporation. So the parent company controls your name because you haven't updated your political status to step away from this. And the benefits include jail time. To be a beneficiary of this trust includes jail time. This is why you keep going to jail, because you're the beneficiary of the Social Security Trust. You keep saying you want to authenticate this birth certificate. You keep claiming you want to claim this Social Security number. That's not how the fuck we maneuver. Excuse the language. That's not how we maneuver. The beneficiary, listen, so let's just do it. If you know trust law, especially this is a public trust. Beneficiaries. I just want y'all to know the trustees have power in a private trust. So during the term of the trust, the trustee has the power to perform without court authorization every act with a prudent person dealing with the property of another will perform for the purposes of the trust. So that's powers of a trustee. In the public, with a public trust, beneficiaries have no power. The beneficiaries get taxed. Beneficiaries of a trust simply pay taxes on distributions they receive from the trust. However, they are not subject to taxes on distributions from the trust principal. You got to understand trustee training. I want you to know trustees hold the power in the trust. Trustees hold the power in a trust. So you think the government has ever established anything for the benefit of humanity? The Constitution is truly an express trust, but a lot of people don't want to talk about that. That's for the people. The statutes, the Code of Statutes, the Social Security Trust, that's for the person. There's a difference between people and person. A natural person is not under a Cesti Que Vie trust. All right? So, a special purpose vehicle is a subsidiary created by a parent company to isolate financial risks. It's also called a special purpose entity. Its legal status as a separate company makes its obligations secure, even if the parent company goes bankrupt. That's the key word right there. A special purpose vehicle is sometimes referred to as a bankruptcy remote entity for this purpose. So, they have established your name as a sole proprietorship, as a special purpose vehicle, as the United States as its parent company. They have pledged you for collateral. They have pledged your labor for collateral. This is how they've done it. I'm breaking it down now. And when you agree to these things, when you fill out applications, when you continue to use this Social Security number, you agree to these things, all right? You're applying. You're applying the trust. Register. Anytime you register anything, Regis means king. You just gave it to the crown. Amalgamation is the combination of two or more companies into an entirely new company. Amalgamations are distinct from acquisitions in that none of the companies involved in the combination survive as legal entities. So anything we did in the past, we can dissolve and create something new for you. Amalgamation. Instead, a completely new entity with the combined assets and liabilities of the former companies is born. The term amalgamation, as falling out of popular use in the United States, has been replaced with such terms as merger and consolidation, with which it can be synonymous. Amalgamation is the word. It merges their assets and liabilities. Everything has been merged onto the social. When you use the Social Security number, you cannot hand this down to your future generations. The social dies with you. The social is a public trust created by Congress, Social Security Act, so it's there to benefit the government. Why would the government create anything to benefit you? It's for public welfare. When you become a citizen, a United States citizen, not a national, United States citizen, you become a United States business. The term United States business, under 15 U.S.C. 4724E1, the term United States business means a United States citizen, a corporation, partnership, or other association created under the laws of the United States. The United States is a federal corporation. That's their law, not mine. Being a person is a corporation. They have turned you into a corporation. Anytime you say you're a person, this turns you into a corporation. Amalgamation, special purpose vehicles. Drop a 100 or fire emoji if it's all making sense so far. When you've done the amalgamation, this is considered alter ego too. So I tell people to make their names an LLC. I show people how to create the family businesses. Okay, got a lot of 100s, got a lot of fire emojis. I appreciate it. But if you're not operating correctly, you're not having it established correctly, having that asset protection, charging order protection states. I'm using keywords. There's 5 charging order protection states: Nevada, Delaware, Wyoming, South Dakota, and Alaska. Wyoming, Nevada, South Dakota, Delaware, Alaska. 5 charging order protection states. That's what my holding company is. All right. That would be the single member of my name as a business. So my name would be the operating company. And if you don't do this correctly, there's something called the alter ego doctrine. An alter ego is a legal doctrine whereby the court finds that a corporation lacks a separate identity from the individual corporate shareholder. So they're not separate identities. They're all one. You'll be charged as a sole proprietor. You come into the game as a sole proprietor. A sole proprietorship, also known as sole tradership, individual entrepreneurship, or proprietorship, is a type of enterprise owned and run by only one person in which there is no legal distinction between the owner and the business entity. You will be charged as such, a non-registered, unincorporated business. Understand, everything you do is being securitized. Securitization is illegal. It's securitization is where they pull together the debt portfolios, your notes. They put them together and create securities. Instruments provide investors with income from interest and principal. They're pulling together assets to repackage them into interest-bearing securities. You can only do this from stocks and bonds. When you go to court, they give you a warrant. A stock warrant is an agreement between two parties that give one party the right to buy the other party's stock at a set price. Hey, 5 years in jail or such and such fine. You can have this stock. They give you the stock. You can issue a warrant for common stock or preferred stocks. You can issue a warrant for common stocks or preferred stocks. While common stock is generally used for founders and employees, preferred stock is typically reserved for investors. This is preferred stock we're talking about. Preferred stockholders are usually the first to get paid out at a liquidity event occurs and liquidation preferences come into play. Preferred stock. This is what's going on behind the scenes. In real estate, mortgage-backed securities are being created too. When you understand the true definition of bank, let me make sure y'all can hear this.
Bank. BANC.
Bank. The seat on which a judge sits in court. This is why every
bank
has a clerk. Every bank has a clerk. Every bank has a court clerk. Clerks are CPAs, certified public accountants. Know that. And they're dealing with the business, the sole prop, the assets, the United States citizens, which is the United States business. They can only deal with the public. They can only deal with the public. And unless you bring a private matter to the public, to these public servants. Public sector definition. The part of the economy that is controlled by the government. The part of the economy that is controlled by the government.
Bank.
Hold on. Let me show you. It gets deeper. Banks are owned and controlled by the government. Public banks are owned and operated by the government, while credit unions are private entities. Trusts are private entities. Just showing y'all, public banks are owned and operated by governments. Got to have private banking here. You know? You dig?
Bank.
Let's get that.
Bank.
Huh?
Bank.
Huh?
Bank.
In bank, motherfucker. What is a holding company? The United States is a holding company. You got to understand equitable title. When we're doing, so like, put it like this. If you don't pay your taxes, the government can go get your car. If you don't pay the car note, they come get it. So you never owned it. That makes you the beneficiary of the product, and they're the trustee because they have true control. I hope that makes sense. The trustee can say, hey, get your black ass in jail. Get your white ass in jail because you are a U.S. citizen. You might be able to benefit from the body, but I hold the true equitable title. And true beneficiary interest as well. Because you're not benefiting from this shit. So that's how that works. And I hope that makes sense. This is why they put a lien on the car. They put a lien on the car. So just when you got a birth certificate, that means the government has put a lien on you. You got a driver's license, you got a social security card, that means there is a lien on your body if you don't if you don't follow the rules. You don't follow the contracts, their codes and statutes, that bullshit. You understand? What you need to do is create your own private
bank.
Your own private
bank.
Your own private
bank.
Okay. We're getting there. A holding company is considered a private
bank.
Okay? A holding company is a company whose primary business is holding and controlling interest in the securities of other companies. Holding and controlling interest in the securities of other companies. A holding company usually does not produce goods or services itself. Its purpose is to own stock of other companies to create a corporate group. That's what the government does. It creates corporate groups. What is a state? What is a court? What is a city? These are corporate groups. What is a Congress? Corporate group. They're holding companies. All right? Private holding companies. And then your name could be considered a subsidiary. So you have to do the same thing that they're doing. You have to do the same exact thing that they're doing in order to make this shit make sense. Understand what the public trust is, all right? It's the public trust. The Social Security is the public trust. So says Cesti Que Vie is the public trust. Such thing, all right? Understand what bonds are. Bonds is evidence of a debt. Bonds are used by companies, municipalities, states, and sovereign governments to finance projects and operations. Every company, every municipality, every state, every government is using bonds to finance projects and operations. They're not using taxes. You might think that taxes are paying for your schools. No, the fuck not. Why are schools in debt? All they're doing is getting grants and loans. So municipal bond are debt instruments that local, county, and state governments issue to raise funds for public projects, including the construction of highways, bridges, or schools. I just want to let that sink in. Municipal bonds act like loans, with bondholders becoming creditors. When you hold a bond, you are now a creditor. When you're out on bond, you are a creditor. When you give your bond, performance bond, when you go to court, you just became a creditor. When there's evidence of a debt, there's evidence of a credit. Understand. We're getting into the forms now. So one must always understand this. My homie put me on this equity. Shout out to equity. You must have a stock power form in place on any court case. This is a stock warrant here. A stock power form. Certificate means title of ownership. So a birth certificate is a title of ownership anyways. Let me get some fire emojis 100s if this is making sense.
Bank.
Take it to the
bank.
It's making sense.
Bank. Bank.
It makes sense, then it don't make dollars.
Bank. 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 Bank.
Peace and love. Y'all see the views, though. Y'all see the views. It's your boy Don Kilam, man. Need a stock power form. It's your boy Don Kilam. I love y'all, though. I do this for y'all, man. I do this for y'all. I truthfully do. So look, there's a lot that has to be done. Let me just, because we're not gonna go over all the forms, okay? But I will tell you what is needed. So first and foremost, you do need your political status corrected. You need to be on the land jurisdiction. I have a non-taxpayer affidavit. Make your name an LLC. You need this. Have a family trust or a family holding company. Get you you got questions, get the fuck out my live. That's what I'm saying. I'm dropping a class for people right now. Get the fuck out my live. Do I look like your mom? Do I look like your dad? You can ask them motherfuckers for free. You can't ask me shit. Ask Google, motherfucker. I hate that I have to keep telling you public motherfuckers this. Motherfucker, raise your hand, motherfucker. Raise your hand. When you talk to raise your hand, don't just come to a motherfucker and ask a motherfucking question. The fuck is wrong with you public motherfuckers? Can't even drop no game in this motherfucker. Shut the fuck up and take notes, pussies. God damn. Public fucking peasants. That's what I call you. You're fucking shoe fly don't bother me looking motherfuckers. You understand? The fuck is wrong with you? Ask your baby mama. Can she ask you? Can she answer the question? Ask your baby daddy. Can he answer the question? So what the fuck do you think I'm going to answer your question for? Ask Google, motherfucker. If Google can't answer your question, that means you need to fucking fuck you pay me, shut the fuck up, take notes when you see a real nigga dropping facts. Ain't too many motherfuckers in the game that can even drop this game for you with these GSA bonds and show you how to get out. Literally, not only does this get you out of jail and prison, this will put money in the bank. Shorty, what you think? You're sitting there driving around on E, motherfucker. You want to sit here and want to ask me questions? Well, I'm going to ask you a question. Why is your gas tank on E, motherfucker? Why are you still making car payments? Why are you struggling to make your car note? Why are you struggling to live, motherfucker? That means you need to shut the fuck up, because, nigga, I'm not struggling. I'm not struggling. Nigga got QPs. I'm smoking good right now. Got cuties. Nigga, I'm well. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. You seeing it? I'm doing well. All day, every day. All day, every day. Think we made 17 bands today? How much did you make today? Huh? How much did you make today? Your gas tank is on E. You're living at your mama's house. You're begging some white bitch for a PlayStation 5. Shut the fuck up. And some of you niggas sucking dick on the low. How about the closets? 2025. Put me in homos. Put me in homos in the private. You want to sit here and ask me questions. You know what I'm saying? I don't get it. Now back to where the fuck I was at. Get your political status corrected. That means you don't ask me shit. Ask your mom, ask your dad. Raise your hand and ask them motherfuckers, all right? Ask your local congressman, because he's not going to tell you shit. Ask your president. You never even met the motherfucker. You understand? But you want to sit here and ask a motherfucker me. You want to ask me. Shit's a goddamn shame. So, status correction. We get into the good stuff now. About these motherfuckers. Text private life to 702-200-4900. I'm gonna let y'all. We're gonna take a moment of silence right now. Take a quick little break. Text private life to 702-200-4900. Text private life to 702-200-4900 to learn more. Someone will get back to you as soon as humanly possible. Every time I gotta go through this shit. Now make me want to jump off the balcony. Now look, get your political status corrected. I got my own form of status correction that I do. You want to get to a letter to the attorney telling them you want to be holding due course of the case. Appoint them as co-counsel. We're going to file, the clerk must file all your court documents. I have a letter of rogatory. I have a notice of mistake, an affidavit of foreign status, an affidavit of foreign admiralty status and tax exempt form. The form W8BEN needs to be filled out. Demand for oath of offices and license to practice law. We have to bond the case to create an actual bond, to bond the case, the demands for the bond letters. Because once you bond the case yourself, you can demand to get the public bonds. Demand for delegation of authority order. Legal demand and affidavit for full accounting and financial disclosure. We want to see the full financials. We want to see all the financials in the county. I got a demand to dismiss. And then we go through the bid bonds. And we're sending everything certified mail to the chief judge of that jurisdiction, chief judge of the federal jurisdiction, General Service Administration in that jurisdiction in Washington, D.C., and we send this to the chief judge at the federal district level. Yeah. Yeah, I do this, son. I do this. Let's see where we at with it. And then that stock power form. So you are going to need the standard form 90. That's to release a lien on real property. Standard form 91. That's release the personal property from escrow. And then straight to standard form 28, affidavit of individual surety. And everything is filled. I have the templates already filled in. You just got to plug and play. Attach some places you need your court case number, your birth certificate file number, your social security number, and your birth date. Then we got a bid bond. The bid bond is standard form 24. Got it all filled in for you. All you got to do is plug and play. There's the letter of rogatory right there. W8BEN, plug and play. So with the W8BEN, it's going to make you a national. I want everybody to see this code right here. 8 USC. And you can attach your, I would attach like an affidavit of live birth, but you can attach you have to attach your affidavit to your status correction. I mean, you have to attach your birth certificate to your status correction. But 8 USC 1408, nationals but not citizens of the United States of birth. This makes you a national but not a citizen. There's the letter to the attorney of record, putting us a holder in due course of the case. All right, performance bond is standard form 25. These are all GSA bonds. 25A is the payment bond. Standard form 28, that's the individual affidavit, the individual surety. Standard form 30, amendment, a solicitation or modification of the contract. And this is putting you as the surety fugitive owner. We got standard form 273, reinsurance agreement for a bond statute performance bond. And as you can see, you put the arrest dates, the state, this is going to be the state where you make your name an LLC. The bonds, the money goes straight back to your LLC name. Whatever address you have on there. Then we got standard form 274, reinsurance agreement for bond statute payment bonds. Standard form 275, reinsurance agreement in favor of the United States. Then you want to do the consent of surety, standard form 1414. Standard form 1416 is going to be payment bond for other than construction contracts. And then 1418, performance bonds for other than construction contracts. These is all the bonds that you need to get out of prison. We got that there for you. Filled out already for you. The letter of rogatory relief is going to break down the whole fraud that's going on behind the scenes, how the notes are pulled together and then become securities. These said bonds are liens against the defendant. When these notes get securitized, these become bonds. These bonds become liens against the defendant. And it breaks down how it's going, where all U.S. federal courts are registered with the Department of Defense, which are registered with the Contractors Central Registration under the DOD, the Defense Logistics Information Service, which issues a cage code. The United States Attorney's Office then courts have a DUNS number, Duns and Bradstreet. Everything filed in court is securitized without the knowledge or consent of the people or all the parties involved. All criminal cases are not heard in the Article III Court District of the United States. They're actually civil. However, the courts commit fraud by labeling the cases as criminal. The bank accounts is at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York in New York City. Depository agreement is signed by the clerk of the courts. All securities are then deposited with the DTC in New York. An escrow agent acts as a go-between for the clerk's office in the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. The securities are listed through the 7th Circuit, Chicago, Illinois, before being sent to the DTCC, the clearinghouse that lists securities for trading. And these forms that I just executed and brought up is what's going to get you out of all of this. Release you from the escrow, releases the liens, and puts the bonds back in your favor. Puts it. That's why you got to make your name a business. Make your name a business. So I got a class coming up. I'm going to go into deep deeper detail of this, July 23rd, 2025. July 23rd, 2025. July 23rd, 2025, I will be having a meeting on this. So get into school, get in the classroom. I'm dropping the game. I'm gonna have to change the code for this because I'm screen sharing. And I'm probably gonna make this public. But yeah, it doesn't even matter. Everybody can jump into class. I'll let everybody jump into class, but if you want these templates, you're gonna have to go into the classroom and buy them directly. That's all I got for y'all today, man. Much peace and love. And remember, prosperity is your divine birthright. Peace. Peace and love, peace and love. Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. How's everybody feeling? If you're new to me, make sure to text private life to 702-200-4900. 702-200-4900. Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. You're now rocking to the sounds and vibrations of your boy, Don Kilam, also known as Malik Kalam. As always, prosperity is your divine birthright. Peace and love, everybody. We're going over some great information today. Great grant. Because I'm not just bringing I'm not just creating content just to create content. I'm coming back by popular demand and going over things that the people want. So I need you to understand, if you need to go over something one-on-one in the private, you need to book a consultation. You can book consultations by texting private life to 702-200-4900. Again, you can text private life to 702-200-4900. I'm getting the text messages as we speak right now, and someone will get to you as soon as humanly possible. Someone will respond to those messages, okay? We'll send you a link and we'll show you how you can book a consultation. You'll be able to join our online school. You'll be able to join our online school at skool.com/Don Kalam. That's school.com/Don Kalam. skool.com/DONKILAM. And now, if you're already part of a member of the school, you will get access to this video with screen share that I'm going over right now. It will be posted in the private school. So today, we're going over securitization and Social Security trust. And by all means, we have to go over these things because this is backed by popular demand. I'm not a licensed attorney or tax expert. I do this for educational, informational purposes only, but I do got law degrees now. I do have law degrees, multiples. I am a doctor. Just thought I'd throw that out there. It's your boy, Dr. Don Kalam in the motherfucking building. Now, the Social Security Trust, everybody is like, it was mind blowing. I was just sitting down with one of my students, longtime student. I don't know. He's listening to some other internet guru, okay? You only need to be listening to one guru at a time. Who is changing your life? Who is making bands? You know what I mean? Bands will make her dance. You understand? Bands will make her dance. So who is adding prosperity to your life? Who is putting those Federal Reserve notes in your life? So that's the information I'm going to follow. Quit listening to broke people. Quit listening to broke people. Get that weight up. Get that credit up. Get that weight up. That's play money. Get that 20 bands right there. Get it up. 20 bands. And I can throw these at you all day. Get in where you fit in. You understand? I feel like even I'm making 15,000, 20,000 a day easy in my sleep. And I need y'all to understand this. You're still poor. You're still poor. Having 20 million is a new millionaire. You understand? 20, 25 million. That's the new millionaire. Cost of living is going up and it's only going to get worse. And I'm telling y'all right now, that's why y'all got to understand what is going down. So say we make 15,000 a day, every day for a year. That's only $5.5 million. That's not a lot of money. You're still poor. Right now, in today's standard, it used to be 10 million or less you was poor. Now it's more like 15 to 20 million. You have to be worth at least 10 million to 10 to 15 million to even go liquid. Appreciate people doing the gifts on the TikTok. But you have to even be able to go liquid $1 million, you have to be in the 10 to 15 million dollar range. I'm not saying here, I don't want this to scare you. I don't want you to be like, man, I'll never make it. Listen, I was homeless in these streets. Everything is a game. Life is a game. What was your ancestors doing, player? Hey, pimping, you not pimping? They pimping you. That's why I made the book, United States of Pimping. They is pimping you. They're getting paid off for you. And if you can grasp what I'm giving you tonight, Lord have mercy. The Lord will change your life. Tell your higher power, whoever you believe in. Source goes by many names. That's my beliefs. Whoever you believe in, tell Source, bring Source down with you right now. I need Source to come down with you right now. I need your higher power with you right now to understand what's going down. Okay? You need to overstand and understand what the is going down with your essence. I say your essence because your essence is the value, not you, motherfucker, because you ain't out here doing shit with your essence. They pimping your essence. Them white folks is pimping your essence. Niggas too. Excuse my language, TikTok, because I know y'all ban me and shit. But look, listen, white folks, black folks, Indians, Chinese, Japanese, all alike. They made you white or they made you black. You no longer have a nationality, and now they pimping you in the system. You understand? The Social Security Trust isn't the asset. The Social Security is a trust, but it isn't the asset. Your labor is the asset. You're claiming your labor. Time is money, pimp pimp. Come on, man. Time is money. Time is money. That's why you need to holler at your boy and drop some bands. Because your mama didn't teach you the right shit. Your daddy didn't teach you the right shit. But here's Don Kalam in the public teaching your ass something. Some news you can lose because you can't lose with the shit I use. You understand me? Go to the school right now. You can drop at least $50. It's $50 a month. You can sign up for the first month. You can at least give me $50 now because I'm about to drop this game. School.com/Don Kalam. SKOOL.com/Don Kalam. DONKILAM. And if you're feeling real giving, sign up for the year. It's $500 for the whole year. Book a consultation. If you sign up for the whole year, I'll give you a discount on the consultation. Text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Again, text Private Life to 702-200-4900. They say money not real, but your mom is still slobbing on that knob for it. You understand? Y'all can say this ain't real. You can say this ain't real all you want. But I bet your baby mama jumps on the D train. Huh? I bet your baby mama jump on the D train for this motherfucker. I bet your baby mama jump ship because you ain't buying her nothing. You out there chasing the birth certificate. Ain't creating nothing. They created the birth certificate. That's not your art. Think about it as art. If you're trying to claim something that you didn't create, that's copyright infringement. Write that down again. Them's not your signs. Them's not your symbols. You don't control what you create. Can I get a 100? Can I get a fire emoji? If you agree with this. You understand? The Social Security Trust is not the asset. It's labor that you're here to claim. You're here to claim labor. This is why you need to learn the game. Now, it is true the government is in debt. So everything is operating as these instruments. Debt instruments, negotiable instruments, contract law. The Social Security Trust Fund owns the significant portion of the United States national debt. In addition to agencies like the Social Security Trust Fund, various other entities, including foreign governments, domestic investors, and the Federal Reserve hold substantial amounts of this debt. So the Federal Reserve do hold some substantial amounts of the debt. Understanding the distribution of the debt ownership can provide insight into economic stability, interest rates, and the fiscal policy, all of which influence your personal finances. So yes, there's a public debt. And this is tied directly to the Social Security account. It's a debt discharging mechanism, okay? When you break down the Social Security Act. And a lot of people are not doing this. And these are public documents. These are public policies. This is a public trust that's governing the Social Security. So you cannot put it under a Schedule A of a private trust. I just want to throw that out there. You cannot put government documents that you have no control over because you're not part of that administration. And I'm going to get there. Because if you understood trustee training, if you understand true trusteeship, you would understand what's going on. You would understand what a president is, which is the head of a corporation. You would understand what a governor is, ones who are directors of a public trust. It's called the Board of Governors. I'm going to touch on that in a little bit. But let's touch on this right now. Understanding that the Cesti Que Vie Trust, the Cesti Que Vie Act of 1666 is what created this in England. It started way before that, but let's talk about the 1666. This is not something that Don Kalam is making up. We can just Google this. Let me see if it pops up. 1666, Cesti Que Vie Trust. It's right there. An act for redress of inconveniences by one of proof of the deceases of persons beyond the seas. This is legislation.gov/.uk. This is from the United Kingdom. United States was, what year was the United States Corporation established? And you heard the key word that I said, United States Corporation. What they say, 1776? (1776), July 4th. So, just 110 years before that, when they're still under England, you got the Cesti Que Vie Act. An act for redress of inconveniences by the one of proof of the deceases of persons beyond the seas. Now, this is not something I made up, okay? Because they say this is delusional, conspiracy theories, all of this. I'm coming straight to the facts right here. We're at the legislation of the United Kingdom on their website, an actual government website, talking about the estates. All right. You have to learn trust law to really truly understand what's going on. But I'm bringing it to you. I'm showing you what's going on. You're the beneficiary. You're the beneficiary. I'm saying it again. Beneficiary. 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 You're not a trustee. And even if you're acting as trustee in the public, because you're a public servant, you're a public, when you got your ID, you're using the social, you're using the birth certificate, that does put you in the public, okay? And that's making you co-mingle funds as the trustee and the beneficiary, but this is only for beneficiary use only. The government is the trustees of this trust. You can only accept the gifts of this trust or estate. You can only be the beneficiary. It's only for beneficial use only. What is a beneficiary? It's an individual designated to receive the belongings or assets of another person after that person's death. Beneficiaries often receive these benefits as an inheritance. So you're using you're using it for the public good. If you got utilities on, your children go to public education, you go to school, you're using benefits. You've been to jail. You're using benefits of the public trust because that's what feeds you. That's what pays for the housing. That's what pays for the electricity. If you got a car on credit, if you got a mortgage, you use this. You are benefiting from it, so you can't claim nothing from it. Hope that makes sense. I'm going to stop right now. Before I move forward, give me a 100. Give me a fire emoji. If you understand that the Social Security Trust is a beneficiary trust only, Cesti Que Vie use. It's called the Cesti Que Vie Trust. Go look up what Cesti Que Vie means. A lot of people are not even looking up and seeing what any of this means. I got the fire emojis. Yes. Drop me a few 100s. Understand, not understand. Thank you. All right. I got a heart fire. Okay. Okay. Okay, there's the 100s. I just like to see him. He dropped a bunch of them too. I appreciate y'all, man. I'm glad y'all are understanding this. I just think you're amazing. What'd you say? I'm glad I finally found you again. It's your boy, Katie. It's your boy. I'm trying to find you again too. It's your boy, Doc. Come on. It's your boy, Doc. Come on. It's for you, Katie. I had to blow Katie a kiss. Now, don't tell your man, all right? I got security. I'm not no fighter. I have my guard pop his ass. Now, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. It's peace and love. It's peace and love. So if you understand what probate is, that's a legal process that occurs when a person dies and involves a validation and administration of the will. That's what happens every time you go to court because you're not acting as in a private process. When you understand probate, estate planning, having a private trust, having a private will bypass probate every time. All right. Probate is a general administration of deceased person's will, the estate of the deceased person without a will. You have no rights because you got the birth certificate, the social security number, and the driver's license. Okay. Understand that the United States is a federal corporation under 28 U.S.C. 3002, subsection 15A. United States means a federal corporation. So when you understand this, you will understand who the president is. The president is the head of the United States corporation. All right. Now, they have a trust with your assets, right? Because you, as a United States citizen, under 15 USC 4724E1, again, 15 USC 4724E1, the term United States business means a United States citizen. a corporation, partnership, or other association created under the laws of the United States or of any state, including the District of Columbia or any Commonwealth territory or possession of the United States, or a foreign corporation, partnership, or other association more than 95% of which is owned by persons, described in subparagraphs A and B. So listen, term number 1, subsection A, is what I really want to focus on here, okay? United States business. The term United States business means a United States citizen. So when you're a United States citizen, you're a United States business. When you get the Social Security number, so when you get to the birth certificate, that's United States business. All right. Now you're a United States citizen, and that's United States business. Now, for the Social Security number, you have to read the Social Security Act. Now you're pledging your labor. You're pledging your labor now. I'm saying it again, you're pledging your labor. You will be taxed. You are not a trustee. Look up what the definition of trustee is. An individual, person, or member of a board given control or powers of administration of property and trust with the legal obligation to administer it solely for the purpose specified. So I'm going to tell you right now, when you have a title for a car, that's the same thing as a birth certificate, except the title's for the car and the birth certificate's for you. So the birth certificate is the title for you. You're the car. And I want y'all to understand this. You can drive this motherfucking car, but you don't own this motherfucking car no more. If you don't pay taxes, they can come take it. So they can come take you. You're United States property. You understand? Just like if you don't pay taxes, they come take that car, right? So the birth certificate and the title, don't they look very similar? Come on, man. Look me in my eyes so y'all know I'm not playing. Listen, I need you to ask your higher power to come down so you can get understanding. You've been watching too much motherfucking Pornhub. You need to go wash your hands real quick. That's what you need to do. Take 5 seconds real quick and go rinse your hands off. Put some hand sanitizer on them. You've been beating your meat all day. That's why you don't understand this. You need to be learning on your phone and still playing with yourself because you're just playing with yourself. You understand? Keep playing with yourself. You're going to be playing with yourself and your family. It's no time to be beating your meat. If you broke, you shouldn't even be coming. You understand? My baby said money made me come. I get them high class. Ooh. Cost money. Y'all talking about Federal Reserve notes. Bands will make her dance. You hear me? Bands will make her dance. You can get the top-notch coochie all you want that know all the secrets. You understand? Go wash your motherfucking hands. Take a 30-day break. Take a 30-day break. Okay, some of y'all are just some freak nasties. Take a 3-day break and see how you feel. Recharge. Get out your lower chakra. Learn this shit. You understand? Learn this shit. The trust, the Social Security trust, is in the bankrupt system. The U.S. is incompetent and it's bankrupt. And you keep giving your labor to them. You keep volunteering information on their applications, which is drawn from this public trust. And you keep saying the government owes you something. The government's giving you what is due to you because you didn't read the public codes and statutes. You're not reading the Social Security Trust. You're not reading the Social Security Act. You don't understand that this is a general welfare trust. You're not understanding the difference between public versus private. The public sector is part of the economy that the government controls. Let me validate these claims for my class real quick with the screen share, because I'm going to give them the definitions every time. Because I want you to know these are not Don Kalam's definitions. I just put in the work and I put in the study. The public sector, when you hear public defender, public housing, public assistance, that means government, right? Don't they work for the government? So I need you to understand, anytime you hear the word public, including public trust, that's the government. He says, where do I learn more? I usually kick you out my motherfucking live when y'all ask me questions. Ask Google. Ask your mama. You should have learned from your mama. You should have learned from your daddy. But you're not part of an informed family. You're part of a public family. So don't expect motherfuckers to be giving you handouts, because that's what you're used to. That's what y'all used to, free lunch. That means you benefited from the social trust because you used to free lunches. My family went and hunted. My family went and got theirs. My family went and ate. You understand? But if you want to learn more, go to school.com/Don Kalam. That's SKOOL.com/Don Kalam. And there you'll see DK's private business circle. That is the official spot for Don Kalam's private school. You understand? Or you can text Private Life to 702-200-4900. All right, now back to class. Yes, back to class, because y'all don't understand the roles of trustees. A trustee is a person or firm, it can be a business, that holds and administers property or assets for the benefit of a third party, the beneficiary. The beneficiary. A person or firm that holds and administers property or assets for the benefit of a third party. A trustee can do everything a person can do besides vote. Trustees are protected in the private, not in the public. Now, for the Social Security Trust, the public officials are the trustees. You can only be the beneficiary because it's a Cesti Que Vie Trust. Everybody knows that it's a Cesti Que Vie Trust because that's what everybody comes to Don Kalam states. But not everybody comes in Don Kalam states that they don't understand the beneficiary use. The only person that can issue beneficiary certificates, beneficiary trust certificates, is a trustee. And that would be the government, public officials, all right? If you try to issue things, that's commingling. That is illegal. Anytime you touch this, it's a discharging mechanism. At the end of the day, this is used to raise debt equity. It's used to raise debt. Truthfully. It's used to create securities on behalf of the Social Security Administration and nothing else. Board of Trustees can issue securities and shares. I'm going to say this again. This is the law. How do you even know what a security is if it didn't have a law attached to it to explain what a security is? A security didn't just get created out of thin air. Y'all sit here trying to create securities, and when you're creating securities in the public, there's laws governing these things. And only boards of trustees can issue securities and shares. In the public, it has to go through things, a whole process. You need to sit down with security agents or some attorneys. As a beneficiary, you can never do this. In the public or the private. Sitting on both sides is commingling with the public trust. Simple as that. You've already claimed this as a beneficiary. You've already used it as beneficiary use. You're working a job. You're getting benefits. Don't you get benefits with your job? But a lot of people don't understand this. See, in the private, we don't fucking pull no motherfucking, no benefits. We contract. Trustees raise. Trustees grow the trust. It's the trustee's job to grow the trust. In the public, it's a debt instrument. Just throwing it out there. A debt discharging instrument. And it adds to the public debt. That's what they're doing with it. So, understand, with the Social Security number, you can only be the beneficiary with no control. You don't control how much you're taxed, and you don't control how much you'll be paid out upon retirement, so you're never the trustee. How do I know you're not the trustee? Because you're waiting on a handout. Beneficiaries wait on money, which is always taxed. You're going to work and wait on money, which is always taxed. What do trustees do? They raise money. A security. When you talk about security, a security is used to raise money to pay off debt. Trustees raise money for the trust. They grow the trust. Beneficiaries wait on money and they wait on handouts. We do not operate as beneficiaries. We operate as trustees, private trustees at that. Drop a 100 fire emoji right now if this stuff is making sense. If it's not, I need you to log off because I explain that simple as can be. You're still waiting on handouts. You think somebody owes you something. Nobody owes you nothing. The government owes me something. The government is private families. You don't want to be a private family. You owe it to yourself to become private and pay yourself out. You owe it to yourself to create your own government, which is a private tribe, a private church, a private family. A tribal government is an independent nation that operates separately from the state or federal government. All right, well, there's one definition. Is the Vatican a government? Vatican City, government. Politics of Vatican City. Is the Mormons a government? They definitely have board members. World government, Mormonism. The world government would be known as the kingdom of God on earth. It was taught that this kingdom would rule over the people of the earth. That's their government. Mormonism, world government. Does the Amish have a government? There is no central Amish governing authority. Each Amish community makes its own decisions, and what is acceptable in one community may be unacceptable in another. Are there private countries? Are there private, let's say, countries in America? Republic of Malaysia, micronations. That's what they're called. Micronations in America. Look these things up, man. And they still have to protect you. But y'all want to stay here and keep playing with this Social Security number because you think somebody owes you something. There's something for nothing mentality because you don't want to get off your ass and grind and go be a creator. You can only control what you create. Plenty micronations. Officially, the Republic of Malaysia is the North American micronation landlocked within the city of Dayton, Nevada. It's inside Nevada. There's private islands in America. There's parts of Hawaii you can't even go to, owned by private families. Well, Sunset Keys, private island, Sycamore Island, Jonathan Island, P Island, Sea Island, Coco Cay, Kingston Island, Pumpkin Key. Should I continue? Should I go on? The Republic Island, the House Island, private islands of the United States. Go Google these things. And the United States will protect you. You're trading with the enemy with this social. Y'all playing with yourself. Quit playing with yourself on Pornhub all day. What you think's gonna happen in the real world? Listen, what's done in the dark comes out the light. I know what you're doing in life. You're playing with yourself. Because I'm looking at you. I'm looking at your life. Look how far you can take them. Look how far your life is. Look how far your life is. Look how far your life is. That's how far you can take the next motherfucker. So don't ask me shit. You better drop a donation. That's what you better do. You get hop on the horn and book that consultation so motherfuckers can get your mind right. Quit playing with yourself. Your mother, and before you even hit them, dial them numbers, matter of fact, just tell Siri to call me. Tell Siri to send a donation because I don't even want your dirty ass hands, that energy even invoking in me. Straight up. You sitting there jacking off to her, I'll pay her. Come on, baby. I touch myself in person, baby. I need a freak show. What's good? Text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Again, text Private Life to 702-200-4900 and quit playing with yourself. You're playing with yourself out here. Waiting on the Social Security handouts. Private families create the government. You not no goddamn private family. You got a public education mindset. In order to get to the private life, you have to invest. Get around the people that's living the life, or you're gonna have to learn. You're gonna have to reformat your brain, erase everything you thought you knew, and start from ground zero. Board of Governors. A board of governors is a group of people appointed to oversee the management of an institution. The U.S. Postal Offices, the World Banks, FINRA. FINRA, that's who governs accounts. The Financial Industrial Regulatory Authority, an independent non-government organization that writes and enforces the rules governing registered brokers and broker-dealer firms. Board of Governors. When you're dealing with securities, you're dealing with a board of governors. When you're dealing with trust, you're dealing with the board of trustees. And they're similar, very similar. A board of trustees is an appointed or elected group of individuals that has overall responsibility for the management of an organization. The board of trustees is typically the governing body of an organization and seeks to ensure the best interest of the stakeholders in all types of management decisions. So when you understand this as the board of trustees, the best interest of the stakeholders in the public trust is the government. They created it, legislation. So anytime you're dealing with the Social Security number, it's for the best interest of the stakeholders, not you. You're not management. Now, shareholders. A shareholder is a person, company, or institution that owns at least one share of a company's stock. Now, you are a shareholder in this trust, but you get no rights. Only rights you get are voting rights. And they even get to choose the people that you get to vote for. So think about it. That's how it works. Shareholders get voting rights. Let me show y'all that. Voting rights definition. Shareholder voting rights gives you the power to elect directors at annual or special meetings and make your views known to company management and directors. So think about it. You get to vote every 2 to 4 years. That's your share because you're a shareholder or a stockholder. The right of a shareholder to vote on certain corporate actions. That's a right of being a stockholder. Those are the type of rights that are given to you. All right. Now, as a stockholder, your rights are given to you because you took the birth certificate. So if you was under, like I showed y'all, the Amish, they have their own laws. If you was under the Mormons, they have their own laws. You're under tribal doctrines. You're under your own laws. You're under a certain church. You're under the Vatican. Yeah, drop a 100 if this makes sense, because I just dropped game. Spin around on y'all. Ain't nobody giving this game like Don Kalam. Text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Book that consultation today. Or go to the school, skool.com/Don Kalam. DK's private business circle. Yes, yes, yes. We got the fire emojis. We got the 100s. I love y'all for real. But I'm tired of coming to the public. I'm tired of screaming at y'all because it just won't get through. Because y'all keep playing with yourself. Y'all keep playing with yourself. Nasty little boys. You're too grown for that shit now. Go get some money and go get that. Go get your 8 or 9 girls. You understand? You hear me? No diddy. No diddy or diddy. No diddy or diddy. Know some freaky things since I got money. I want all my board of governors naked, and I wanted all women. Yeah, a couple light-skinned ones, a couple chocolate ones, a couple chunky ones. What is securitization? Do y'all know? It's to raise money. They create securities to raise money. Securitization is the financial alchemy, so it is magic, of taking not easily or non-tradable assets, pulling them together and selling tradable shares in that pool to investors. So they're raising money for investors. They're taking debt and raising monies for investors. When you hear about the public is always debt. Does that make sense to everybody? So securitization pools are groups of debt into portfolios. Mortgages are securities, alternative securities. See, when you're using the Social Security Trust or you're claiming anything dealing with the Social Security Trust, you're placing everything to attach to that in the public. When you get a car, it's under Social Security Trust, you cannot hand that down to the next generation. The Social Security Trust dies with you. A private family trust is going to be handed off to generation after generation. A trust can hold contracts. A trust can hold assets and it can hold contracts. It can hold money. It can hold notes. But understand that as a trustee, you're managing assets, unless you're just an asset manager and that's your job. The United States manage your assets. Asset management is the practice of investing money on behalf of clients. Asset managers work to increase wealth over time. Asset managers create portfolios. Financial services such as BlackRock or Fidelity. Fidelity manage assets. Asset managers grow the wealth over time. That's asset management. Again, the public sector is part of the economy that is controlled by the government. The private sector is part of the national economy that is not under direct government control. So a tribal government is not under the United States if the government is created correctly. You know what I mean? Same way with private trusts, private families, private churches. They sell out when they get the 501c3s, the nonprofit organizations. Really, that's all I got for y'all today. Private family trust. That's what it's about. You put your right foot in, you put your right foot out. You understand? Quit playing with yourself. You need to learn how to create your private family, your private family trust, your private family memberships, your private family church, your private family tribe, whatever makes sense to you. Some of them call them the General Assembly. They create their private General Assemblies. And this is the game I had to bring to y'all because y'all keep coming with this nothing for something mentality, and y'all have to stop that. It's your boy Don Kilam. It's always faith over fear. Always faith over fear. Quit coming in this game with the something for nothing mentality. That's what's getting a lot of people in trouble. You gotta learn how to maneuver correctly, especially right now that they're deporting people. If you're saying you're not part of a certain class, but I'm gonna tell you, as long as you claim that you're American, you're straight. The slogan right now is "Make America Great Again." So you need to learn how to at least claim yourself as an American national. Being an American, you're protected under a lot of different things. The code that I utilize right now, if I have to use a code in this system, is going to be when I claim foreign, because I am a foreign national. I have proper documentation. If you're part of the school, you'll see that I do have IDs and credentials in a different country. And it's awfully legal, and I can show you how to get it too. 8 USC 1408, nationals but not citizens of the United States. A person born in the outlying possession of the United States on or after the date of formal acquisition. You know, I was born near the United States. You know, that's how you gotta do it. And then some people use 18 USC 1401. I use 1408 though. And that declares nationals and citizens of the United States at birth. So just showing you, hey, I can claim national. The term national means a person owing allegiance to a state. That's 8 USC 1101, A21. And I like this definition. I'm going to say it again. 8 USC 1101, A21. 8 USC 1101 A21. The term national means a person owing permanent allegiance to a state. The reason why I like this definition is because this is what I teach every day. You're giving up your rights as soon as you say you're a U.S. citizen. National is one of their terms. It is in their codes and statutes, so it's not nothing we're making up. So if you're in Hawaii, you're Hawaiian. If you're from Texas, you're a Texan. If you're from Alaska, you're Alaskan. If you're from California, you're Californian. Californian. If you're from New York, you're a New Yorker. If you're from Missouri, you're Missourian. Illinoisian from Illinois. Illinoisian. Hope this makes sense. You can look this up. It's in my school. I break this down. Every state is considered its own country. You have to understand that America is a continent and the United States is a corporation. States are defined by sovereignty over territory and a group of people. States are defined by sovereignty over territory and a group of people. They are what we commonly call countries. America is a continent, and the states are its countries. Like say we go to Africa. Kenya is a country. Sierra Leone is a country. And a lot of people are not putting this shit together in their mind. They just let it bypass them so their rights can get taken away. So they don't owe no permanent allegiance as a nationality. Your rights have been given up. They have been stripped away because you think you're a U.S. citizen. United States is a federal corporation. America is a continent. Your country is your state. Drop a 100, drop a fire emoji. Let me know that that clicked for everybody. And now that it's clicked, make sure you go to the school and support your boy for dropping all this motherfucking game. SKOOL.com/DONKILAM. Or click the link in my bio, school.com/Don Kalam. SKOOL.com/Don Kalam. If you need it sent to you, text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Again, text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Nobody's breaking the game like Don Kalam. Nobody's breaking it down. You see, I don't even need nothing. I can spit it from the dome because it's right here. It's right here. It's in you or it's not. You're either in the world or you're other world. You understand? I'm outside of all that shit, man. With that, I'm out. Much peace and love.
Your Honor, I must insist you do not label me as black or a colored person. I am a Moor by nature.
Ultra important to understand the difference between motions and affidavits.
Why is that?
Because they're discretionary. An affidavit cannot be lawfully denied.
So a corporation is considered a corporate person, right?
Exactly. Right? But we are natural persons.
Right. And that means we have rights preserved in the Constitution.
Listen, nationality is crucial. Black is just a color that gives up your birthrights.
Message. See?
Know your identity. Don't settle for just a label.
Exactly. Your nationality matters.
You know, this birth certificate, it's like a covenant outside of God.
Really? How so?
It proves who your maker is, just like in the Matrix.
So you want a brain, huh?
Yes, please.
How about this instead?
A birth certificate.
Fits you perfectly, my if I only had a brain-looking boy.
Well, I guess it's a start.
Did you know the Scarecrow from The Wizard of Oz wanted a brain?
Yeah, but instead of giving him one, the wizard just handed him a birth certificate.
Your Honor, I must insist you do not label me as black or a colored person, and I am a Moor by nature.
Understood. You are free to leave.
Peace and love. Peace and love. How's everybody feeling?
What's up, Don? Peace and love.
Hey, what's good? What's good?
Big down. What's up, man?
I got a couple penthouses. You hear me? I be Airbnb these bitches out. But a lot of people, I do shit. Yeah, I got side hustles, y'all. I got side hustles. Well, I'm giving one to a honey. You hear me? She said she coming in, she flying in. So I got the keys for you, baby. But what's up, y'all, man? So look, I didn't know they're gonna be lighting fireworks off and shit. So we will be interrupted. They was just playing Michael Jackson, Beat It.
Yo, it's lit over here in the Bronx. They be having those for days.
I'm in a private location, but it's lit out this motherfucker too. But I just got back from the West Coast. That shit it kind of drained me though, for real. I was on the West Coast, y'all. I was in downtown LA. I was in Riverside, and I was in Las Vegas. Maybe I'll pull up. That's what it's all about. Getting that paper.
Soon you're gonna be down here in New York.
I'm supposed to be back there in May, but I didn't pull back.
Medication for you. Hi.
Y'all pay me, I'll pull up though.
That's what I'm talking about. Send the invoice.
Y'all pay me, I'll pull up.
I've been trying to get you. I don't know what you're talking about.
Pull up. I got a trustee, man. We'll pull up.
I'm talking about board member.
Have a good night, okay?
Well, we'll pull up. You become a board member, I'll pull up.
Yep. Don, stop, Don. Look at the DM, Don.
Hey, drop that paper, I'll pull the fuck up.
Don, stop it, Don.
I'll pull up.
Send that invoice right now. What's up? I get you tomorrow down here.
Tell me what's good, man. We'll talk about it, man. We'll talk about it. I shouldn't even be dropping this game, but a lot of y'all not gonna get it. A lot of y'all might. I don't know. The shit's easy though. Treasury direct account. But look, when you use your social, you're already using that motherfucker. That's what a lot of people don't understand. What I'm doing my Fidelity card. Y'all got Fidelity accounts?
I do.
I got the Fidelity. You be using it?
No. Yeah.
I'm showing y'all numbers and shit. I'm high, y'all. Hey, y'all ain't got all the info anyways. It's all good. It's all good.
My card ain't gold like yours though.
What's up?
I said my card ain't gold like yours.
I gotta go get work done.
That's for the trust. The trust is gold.
Yeah, mine is a trust too.
Oh, what they gave you, a green one?
Yeah.
Oh, you going to jail. That's what that means. Go ahead and log off, man.
You got me over here knocking on wood and shit, man. Stop playing.
Hey, you better rebuke the affidavit. That's all I'm saying. You better rebuke that shit. By the way, this soda has 30 calories. My chunky ass is doing the healthy shit. You heard me? This shit got 30 calories. I'll be going to Whole Foods and Sprouts now. When y'all gonna open something up? You hear me? But look, so if y'all go in the classroom, I did add, hold on, let me get there. I'm gonna go straight from the book though. Because that's the old school way. Well, look, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I done seen a lot of frivolous claims. I done seen a lot of motherfuckers, that's when they be hitting me up. I don't know whose advice they took. Because the Treasury will fucking send you some shit and say, hey, keep playing with us. But it's easy to set up just a regular TDA account. You just go to the website. Straight up. You open up a new account. I'm gonna start here. I'm gonna start right here, just right now. I'm gonna start right here. Y'all can see it, but a lot of y'all don't understand bonds and securities. So what I suggest y'all fucking buy some. But if you're trying to claim something and send it in your account, you need the CUSA numbers. That's when you got to trace that shit. That's when you get a securitization audit. I don't know if any of y'all got any yet though. And you want to do that by the paperweight. You don't want to do that shit online. But there's keys to setting this shit up, and that's what we're gonna go over. But one thing I want y'all to over understand is a trust account. When I set mine up with Fidelity or any trust account, it could be Chase, Wells Fargo, because you have to have an account to set this up. And then I like having shit attached to like companies. I always like to use businesses. So I just want to throw out there because these are personal accounts, but I like to use businesses because I'm going to show y'all the definition of something. Why I always push holding companies. A holding company is a company whose primary business is a controlling interest in the securities. So you ain't even got, we just controlling the interest of security. That's how I look at the United States as a holding company. You follow me so far? How many people already got a TDA account? Y'all ain't never just came here and tried to open one up?
I got one.
All right. So this shit was easy, right?
Yeah, that part was easy.
All right.
But anything after that was all over the place.
No, you gotta learn how to buy securities. So you gotta have an account that's established to move securities. So that's why I showing you a holding company. Makes sense? We there? Let me get back to the school. Let's get back to the book. Because first you want your status updated. There's a lot of shit. Get back to the school. No, I should get this book. It's out there.
Hello, Miss Elaine. Okay, open your mouth for your morphine, okay?
Let me mute everybody. Sound like she getting this knowledge in at the dinner table. So look, this is declaration of status is important because this is going to update you in the political system. And everything that I push, as far as, which I don't get paid by, but my status select, that paperwork works. Like you can send this off. All right. You need to do all this before you start setting up your Treasury Direct account. This is public versus private. This is the private side. Yeah, everything's right here. I got this copy and paste it, but this stuff is in the school too. So this is my status correction. This was the flag I created. We're getting rid of the planes. We're getting rid of the boxes. We overstand all that shit. That's the Red Cross. The symbolism behind all that shit. But basically, at the end of the day, this is out me out the system, giving me my own power of attorney and facts. All right, my status, my declaration of status, power of attorney and fact. And then you want to be foreign to the system as well with the WABEN. So, this is gonna update your nationality, whatever you may be. I don't use Indian with that. That's just I guess an example. I don't use the word Indian at all. I don't use the word Native at all either. But mine was white, Choctaw, whatever it may be. It's putting you as a private citizen and a non-taxpayer. All right, back at a natural person status. And this is you're speaking right on behalf of the trust, all right? The Cesti Que Trust. We'll let them know we're friends. We come in peace to aid in reducing the public debt. These are key words right here. Rumdog, so this is the first book he bought. Well, I hope you didn't get no frivolous violence. Let me make sure I got the AI. All right. But no, I had people come up to me first, was like, with the reason why I study this. Because this stuff is easy, really. He said, not yet. You got to get updated with everybody, but especially the IRS system and the Treasury. That's because that's who you're playing the game with. All right, AI as well. But aid in reducing public debt and removing the wounded from the field of battle. Let's go. We come in peace. We're not U.S. citizens. We're not residents. We're free inhabitants. These are all status corrections. All right. I'm not a citizen of the United States. I waive any and all aid and protection. Those claiming, it says right here, let's read this. Articles of Confederation identify themselves as perpetual, and therefore this status is perpetual. Diplomatic status. I'm of the following statuses which constitute internationally protected persons pursuant to 18 U.S.C. 112 who are immune, not exempt from federal income taxation pursuant to 26 U.S.C. 892. Those claiming such statuses must file IRS or other knowledgeable government agents from W8EXP to claim immunity from taxation. I waive any and all aid and protection of man, woman, made statutory natural laws and become a stateless person relative only to the national government pursuant to Newman Green versus Alfonso Lauren, 490 U.S. 826, 1989. I'm not as defined by the Internal Revenue Code. Substitute A, trade or business franchise excise tax, also called income tax. Trade or business is defined in 26 U.S.C. 7701. These functions of a public office in the government. That's keys right there. Those not engaged are a foreign estate pursuant to 26 U.S.C. 7701 831. See and rebuke following within 30 days if disagree or be held in default of estoppel. And as simple as that, ladies and gentlemen. You got to know how to enforce these claims. Well, I would attach my birth certificate to this and put it on the county record, the county recorder's office, all right? But put it on, and once it gets filed, you send this off to the Treasury, the IRS. And here we go. These are the keys right here. Full protection of safe harbor and sinking funds provisions for all accounts, proceeds, products, fixtures, and services such as sell, exchange, buy, invest, or reinvest any assets or property, whether by possession or ownership, which may have income production or non-income production assets and property. Open, maintain, or close bank accounts with express provisions for demand deposits, checks, custodial accounts, term deposits, saving accounts, certificates of deposit, brokerage accounts, and other similar accounts with depository and repository and financial institutions. I can keep going, but I don't want to read all this. But I want you to see, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. It's in the trust. It's all foreign. It gives you right over your private securities. But you got to know which ones to grab. Simple as that. This is claiming your birth certificate right here within the status correction in good faith and credit clause. This is giving you the right over the credits. I don't want to just skip over it, be like it's not important. But the full faith and credit clause, Article 4, Section 1 of the U.S. Constitution provides that the various states must recognize legislative acts, public record, and judicial decisions of other states within the United States. It states that full faith and credit shall be given each state to the public acts, records, and judicial proceedings of every other state. The statute that implements the clause, 28 U.S.C. 1738, further specifies that a state's preclusion rules should continue matters originally litigated in that state. The full faith and credit clause ensures that judicial decisions rendered by the court in one state are recognized and honored in every other state. So I attest that not only am I familiar with the facts stated in the certificate of live birth attached here too, but I am the registered owner of said birth certificate of title and the party named in said certificate of live birth, having attained the age of majority in the 18th anniversary of my birth, stating that the party named in the said birth certificate is the same party as one of the owners named in said certificates of title, and that thereof after the register of titles shall treat said registered owner as having attained the age of majority at a date 18 years after the date birth shown by said certificate. And you want to attach your birth certificate to this non-taxpayer affidavit. And now you're resigning of the agent and the agency. A registered agent may resign his agency appointed by signing and delivering the Secretary of State for a filing of statement of resignation. The statement may include a statement that the registered office is also discontinued because you, as a U.S. citizen, you took a public office. When you got the birth certificate, the ID, the Social Security card, you took a public office. You're a public servant now. You're a public employee. So this is helping you resign from that office. This is status correction. This is going to be a foreign trust, all right? This is going to be the certificate of ownership, certificate of authority. This is creating an unincorporated association for that name. These are everything that needs to be on file when dealing with the TDA and the Treasury. When you're dealing with your private securities. When you know what you're going for. Now, affidavit of pledge collateral security in the interest of the United States government. Assignment of revisionary interests with your name, all capitalized letters. Your instrument number is going to be your filing number of your birth certificate. All right, and the filing number of the birth certificate. This is how you go after securities and bonds. You have to have the filing number of your birth certificate. Now, pledge guaranteed by collateral, which is you're guaranteed by collateral with the birth certificate under 18 U.S.C. 8, obligation of other security of the United States defined have fully assigned the reversionary interest to the United States government by the way of the District Director of the Internal Revenue in the interest of the United States government. I'm aware that the government obligation refers to a public debt obligation of the United States government in accordance with 31 CFR 225.2 and an obligation whose principal and interest is unconditionally guaranteed by the United States government. 31 U.S.C. 3123, payment of obligations, interest of the public debt, and 12 U.S.C. 411, issuing to reserve banks nature of obligation redemption. Interest occurring upon government obligations pledged to the United States by way of District Director of Internal Revenue in accordance with this part will be remitted to your name. It should be a business. Please review 31 U.S.C. 3123 and IRS Manual 5611. Collateral agreements. And so I do want to throw this out here as well. You want your name to be a business before doing all this as well. I don't really like making my name the trust. I like making my name a public trust, which is a LLC. That is a public trust. An LLC, let me see if I can Google this. It's a form of a public trust and limits your liability. The public trust doctrine of property and society. When you think of the public as public trust, anything in the public is a form of public trust. All a trust is a private contract. So these are the agreements because you have to have these established. Now, as you see, you're attaching your birth certificate to this status right here. And it's going to be under Schedule A of this trust declaration, which is going to make your name a business. You're doing business as this name. This is assumed DBA. So this is making your name in the public or on the private, like you're letting them know in the private, hey, this is a DBA because you have the right to do business as in America. Because people keep saying, how do I get away from the Social Security number? How do I get away from the government name, Don Kalam? Quit using it. Quit using it. It's that simple. In America, you have the right to use whatever name you desire. So far, I want y'all to understand I didn't go through everything. I'm skimming through this because this is a lot. But you have to understand where I'm taking you in the private first. Everything is done in the private. And then when you're claiming just certain securities, you have to understand these securities they get bundled together. So you do have a stake in the claim, but you're gonna have to learn how to get the CUSIP numbers. And everybody should know my guy Sean or whatever. You're gonna need that. You're gonna need that. I'm dealing with it. All right. And then this book will make sense because it gives you all the forms. All right. We're gonna go through that. We're gonna go through all the forms because it's really not rocket science. And then we got ChatGPT. ChatGPT will tell you whatever you need to know. Really. Told y'all that's the fireworks. That's the fireworks. That's you. Oh no, yeah. That's your fire. They showing them off, y'all. I mean, it's time to get that bag. Yes, John can help find CUSIPs. Yep. In court cases, I sue them though. In court cases, when we do court cases, you trace the audits and they sign the affidavit for you saying they did all that for you, and then you sue them with that information. I hope that makes sense. Like, the securitization audit is an audit process conducted to uncover any discrepancies or violations in the securitized financial transaction. Securitization process. Securitization as a financial process involves the pooling of various financial assets, loans or leases into bundled securities. So only a portion of it is even due to you. All right. But you'll be able to see with the securitization audit what's due to you so you can claim that. All right. With the Treasury. And this is it right here. This is his website. I'll put this in the chat right now. You just tell them Don Kalam sent you, you can get a special deal. Promise. I wouldn't shit you if you was my favorite turd. Well, what I like is you get an affidavit, signed affidavit. You see this? They sign the affidavits for you. So you can use it right in court. There you go. You see this right here? You see the CUSIP number? That's what you need to get the securities. So look. Let's see what Google says. A unique identification number assigned to stocks and registered bonds in the United States and Canada. A CUSIP number is a series of letters and numbers used to identify certain securities, facilitate trading, and settlements. Hold on. I know y'all hear the fireworks. Boy, that means I'm lit. CUSIP numbers are used to create a concrete distinction between financial securities that are traded on public markets, including equity, debt, derivatives, and others. These numbers help facilitate trade and settlements by providing a constant identifier to help distinguish the securities within a trade. So this is how you can claim what's due to you. By getting the audits. Without this information, without proving that it's due to you, it's traced to your social security number, it's traced to your account or whatever it may be, you have no proof. So this is how I'm coming. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Because y'all acting like, what's going on, Don? I'm trying to claim securities and bonds, and I created them myself. What about this shit that's created in the public market? This is a trustee word right here. That's between public and private. Public market is an exchange where public company securities are traded. They let loose. It's not even 4th of July yet. So far, class, I'm on mute, y'all. Maurice got some fire emojis. Let me know if this is making sense, though. Let me know that's making sense.
Yeah, perfect sense.
Oh, yeah, that's making sense.
How many of y'all got your status corrected?
I do.
I'm in the process.
I got the papers notarized and everything. I'm waiting for your call. We got a lot of things to do. I'm ready. Like
I appreciate your patience. He's been waiting for a minute too. Hey, don't nobody else send me nothing low. He be sending me donations all the time. They be trying to get me, dog. Trying to get me. But nah, status correction is important. They find the affidavit too. Hey, don't nobody else send me nothing low. He be sending me donations all the time. They be trying. Let me mute y'all because that was an echo. But yeah, make sure y'all get y'all status together. Let me know in the chat. Put it in the chat. I'm working on it, or I got it together. Status, it's called political status. If you want to know the basics about it, I wrote a book, man. I wrote a book for everything, okay? It's called From Citizen to Sovereign. From Citizen to Sovereign. This is it right here. If you got it, go ahead and leave a review. Make sure y'all get the United States of Pimpin' too. He said, working on correcting my shit right now. Hey, Elijah McDowell is funny as a motherfucker. He says, working on correcting my shit right now. Well, let's not call it shit, okay? Land and soil, boys, representing in this motherfucker. Let's go, my boy Joe, to finish his tax corrections. Hey, he funny as a motherfucker. But this is the basics. Misters a status, Mrs. a status, doctors a status, kings a status, being black is a status. You do not want to be black without your own definition, okay? You do not, I'm going to say it again, you do not want to be black without your own definition. Look, Jenny right here. Do something like, how do I transfer my securities and see if it pops up? Look, this is contact your brokerage firm. So, about this, you don't have to contact the brokerage firm. You need to be your own brokerage firm. Okay, simple as that. And that's what I'm showing you. Let's continue through the book. Let me find it. Man, they let loose on the fireworks. So I didn't know. I felt in the festive mood. I felt like I needed to do this class. But for certain people. All right. Now, I want you to understand you need to always have your powers of attorney. This is a power of attorney. A power of attorney. Now, in the public, you're going to be under the bankrupt system. The United States is under bankruptcy. I'm just going to prove it to you. Who owns the United States national debt? I'm going to put this in the chat so y'all can see it yourselves. In case y'all want to go there. One. Who owns the U.S. national debt? The Social Security Trust Fund. Simple as that. And how it works. It's going to be through securities. Debt held by the public, $24.5 trillion. U.S. Treasury securities holder by type. So Social Security Trust Fund holds the securities. And all it is insurance. This Social Security Trust includes the Federal Old Age and Survivors Insurance and Federal Disability Trust Funds Insurance, held $2.8 trillion in treasuries as of June 2024. You got the public debt right there. In the private, there is no debt. So I'm just throwing it out there because you have to learn how to control it. The private sector controls the public sector. The public sector is the part of the economy that the government controls. Public housing, public defender. I'm going to keep reminding everybody. I know if you've been following me, you've seen this. But the public sector is the part of the economy that is controlled by the government. And the private sector is what controls the public sector. The part of the national economy that is not under direct government control. The private sector is the part of the economy run by individuals and companies for profit and is not state controlled. Therefore, it encompasses all for-profit businesses not owned or operated by the government. Government-run companies and corporations are part of what is known as the public sector, while charities and other nonprofit organizations are part of the voluntary sector. The private sector consists of all privately owned for-profit businesses and economy. The private sector, the private families, is what creates the government. Private families. Let me know that everybody's following along in the class, all right? I need some class participation. I need you to know it makes sense, Don Colomb. Private families is what creates the government. Is your family part of the public sector or the private sector? It starts with private trust. Exactly what I'm showing you guys. It's what's on the record. Got some y'all. I got a few of y'all make sense. Okay. I'm gonna keep it coming. I need to know that it makes sense, everybody. Private families create the government. How do I know that you're a private family? I'm gonna show y'all one thing. Elijah says, we can do all this shit these rich motherfuckers been doing. You are the rich motherfucker. They're getting paid off you because there is no money. It's backed by your labor. Let me see. Let me see if ChatGPT is showing. Is there a private Masonic record? History records. Yes, there are private Masonic history records. Many Masonic lodges and organizations maintain their own archives, which can include record of memberships, meeting minutes, and other historical documents. Additionally, some Grand Lodges keep comprehensive historical records related to the jurisdiction. Did y'all see what I just did? That's a private family. This is why they're outside the scopes of the public sector. This is why they can access this trust because their status is corrected. It's not the Christian Bible, a history book, a family record book, a genealogy book of royalty. I'm gonna let y'all ponder on that. Hopefully they stop soon. We got the bomb for you though all day. Tune in, tap in with your boy. Tap in with your boy. Private life. Smoking on that Amish chronic. So I am not bankrupt and do not consent to the commandeering of my property at no time, nor the surrendering, nor the suspending of any of my rights, property or otherwise. I am not an enemy but a friend of the United States of America and rebuke any presumption to the contrary. The regulation of transactions and foreign exchange of gold and silver, property transfers, vested interests, enforcement, and penalties. 18 U.S.C. 8. Obligation or other security of the United States defined. The term obligation or other security of the United States include all bonds, certificates of indebtedness, national banks, currency, Federal Reserve notes, Federal Reserve bank notes, coupons, United States notes, Treasury notes, gold certificates, silver certificates, fractional notes, certificates of deposit, bills, checks, or drafts for money drawn by or upon authorized officer of the United States stamps and other representative value of whatever denomination issued under any act of Congress and canceled United States stamps. Simple as that. A certificate of the birth certificate can be considered a certificate of deposit or a certificate of indebtedness. It has the stamps, it has the symbols. The pledge collateral. You are no longer the pledge collateral. It will be the birth certificate. It's no longer you. This is opting you out of that. Power of attorney, that was one already, in fact, but here's another one. Basic affidavit of copyright, copyright the name trust, the certificate of authority. All that was in the first status that I showed you. But here you go again. Make sure it's your estate. Certificate of identity. And then you're going to have another one with the treasury right here. Everything's filled in for you within this book. U.S. bankruptcy. This is how you have to fill it out. Once you establish it, you set it up. You want to mail this in. All this gets mailed in. And when you take it to your bank to get something called a medallion stamp, I just want y'all to see. Can I get a medallion from my bank? Yes, you can simply obtain a medallion stamp from your bank, but it may depend on the specific policies and services. Sometimes it's 30 days. Sometimes it's 90 days. Talk to your bank. Scheduled appointment. Bring the documents that you need. They're not supposed to read it. They just stamp it. Simple as that. It's different than a notary. You use the medallion stamp to transfer securities. You have to have the medallion stamp. Private family uses trust, a private trust. It's that simple. Someone asked me, "Does a private family?" Would you ask a private family? What makes you a private family? What makes the Amish a private family? Y'all gotta sit here and think about the shit y'all say and ask. You know what I'm saying? Sit here, fucking think about it before you ask the stupid shit. You understand? Don't ask me no stupid shit. I don't give a fuck. You pay $50 now. I'll kick you out my motherfucking class, dummy. You know what I'm saying? You can take that shit back and shove it up your ass. If I ain't got to deal with you. You know what I'm saying? Because $50 to not deal with a dumbass, yes, I'll kick you out. I don't give a fuck, nigga. $50 ain't worth it. I hang around Benji's, baby. You was born private. You come public because you fucking dealing in the public, filling out every motherfucking thing, giving everybody your motherfucking information. Think about what the fuck makes you a fucking public. How do the government know who the fuck you are? Because you tell them. Because you volunteer the information to every fucking body. Hey, let's fill out this information right here. Let's use the social. That's what makes you public. And obviously none of you niggas been on a run. You been on a run. Are you going to stay private or are you going to go public? The boys looking for you. Are you going to go public or are you going to go private? You're going to do everything in your motherfucking possible to not get caught up, right? That's how you thinking. I don't have to use this. I don't have to use the government ID. I got a private ID. I got a foreign ID. Anything foreign to the system. Anything foreign to their system. You got to think about it. America was created to get away from taxes, right or wrong. Y'all agree? Ain't that the story that was given to y'all?
Nah, what was the story?
That America was created to break away from Britain, to not pay taxes.
True.
So if you're paying taxes, you're not American.
Never thought of it like that.
It's that simple. You're a U.S. citizen. You're not American. There's a difference. America was created for private families. Who created the United States Constitution? Was it not families? I'm just making sure y'all with me here. All right. Stay on mute there. Families created the government. Families broke free from Britain to not pay taxes. So you have to say, what did they create? Let's just go. Let's just start. Let's just start here. Let's just start here. Because if you don't think that the fucking let's see if Chat GPT, what is the net worth of the Amish? Let's see if this will pop up. It says a normal Amish family has $250,000 to 350 bands. Let's look up the net worth of the Mormons. You can Google this shit too. I'm just seeing what they saying. So I'm gonna go to Google, all right, so y'all can see this shit. What's the net worth of the Mormon Church? Can somebody read that to me? Can y'all give me the net worth? So y'all understand? Yeah, I want to make sure we reading this correctly.
265 billion.
Thank you. 265 billion. You think they're not cashing in on securities from the church aspect? So I need y'all to understand the church is the government. So we'll just see how the Mormon church is established. How are they a private family? They have a whole president. Are y'all following me? Does this make sense?
It makes sense.
What makes you a government? Because you got a president? That makes you a business. Everything is running as a holding company, so to speak, as a private trust, public and private. So in order to become a member, they definitely went through a form of status correction and became a member of this church or however they do it. Just like the government. And they're not the only one. What we got? We got the Mormons do this, the Jehovah's Witnesses. Look, right there, 52 billion. 50, damn near. It says estimated between 50 billion and 265 billion. Regardless, its assets are right here. 1.5 billion. 1.45 billion in assets. We're gonna see Jehovah's Witness board members. You see, governing body. It's a government. So, how are you identifying? And I can show everybody how to do the church, opt out from doing it, even having being attached to the social. It's just easy. That's done through the Social Security office. If you're going to do it from the church aspect, you want to have that done with your status correction. All it is I can show y'all really quick. I can show y'all. Y'all have y'all ordained minister. Y'all become an ordained minister. You can do it online for free. Universal Life Church. Become an ordained minister and get ordained today. They don't pay me, but they probably should, all right? Universal Life Church, ulc.org. And you want to use this form right here. Form 4361. Application for exemption from self-employment tax were used by ministers, members of religious orders, and Christian Science practitioners. And then $14.58. You fill this out right here. SSA 1458. All that goes together. And they really want you to have the be part of a group that's established before 1950. So a quick little rundown. I got it already filled out. Holla at your boy. It should be in the school. Get your EINs or your holding company. That's the holding company I was telling you about. Irrevocable trust EIN. So get a holding company, irrevocable trust. That's your spiritual name. Breaks it all down. Y'all got the book. The estate EIN. You want all these different companies. Individual banker EIN, which can be your holding company as well. Form 56F for fiduciary relationship or financial institution. You're going to appoint it to your state, and then your individual banker EIN. It says, becoming a private banker is a privilege in America. There's a medallion signature guarantee stamp. You're going to have all this established before you can start moving securities from the private into the public. These are the forms, though. OMB number 1505-0170, release of block funds. The Office of Foreign Asset Control, where you send these forms when you're a foreigner. When you do bring securities into the public, you do have to notify these people as well that you're bringing them into the public. Just thought I'd throw it out there. But these are the forms right here. I want to throw this out here real quick so y'all can see it. When you understand which securities you're going after, you get it right in here, get the CUSA numbers, and you get the amounts. Y'all see what it's saying. With me for a consultation. But they're attached. They're attached. Like, if you did the W-4 sandwich, that like Beverly or whatever, you'll learn that these are all attached. I'm always doing it from the trust aspect, operating as a sole proprietorship. I've seen people close this down. I've seen people close down their the trust accounts with the Treasury, with a sole proprietorship attached to a living trust, and shut it down that way. All this stuff should be self-explanatory, but I'm using EINs from here on out when you have the account number. When you set up your Treasury account number, your Fidelity account, I'm telling you, all this shit is easy. Open an account. You can do a brokerage account to move the securities, or you can do a trust account. All right? And it's simple. I don't care if you've been denied at banks or whatever. They don't check stuff like that. All right? So you got to have these type of accounts in order to move securities. Does that make sense, everybody? Because everybody be trying to go to Commerce Bank, motherfucking U.S. Bank. Let me find Investopedia. So a brokerage account is an investment account held at a licensed brokerage firm. An investor deposits funds into a brokerage account, and the broker executes orders for investments such as stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and exchange-traded funds, EFTs, on the behalf of the investor. So when you set this shit up, you're going to get you found the CUSA numbers, you found where the securities are, they're going to send it to this account right here that you create. Make sure it's a brokerage account. Okay? Does everybody follow along with that? You cannot transfer your securities to the credit sites for payout to a public account. So that's probably a lot of people's problem right there. Always the authorized representative and grantor of the trust in the state. Everything is that self-explanatory. I don't even want to go through this. It's all filled in for you. Like, just never say it's you. This is not your account. You're the trustee. You're the authorized rep. You get the CUSIP numbers. You see it. It'll have an amount attached to it. You'll know what to put in when you get the securitization audit. Boom. That's the importance of this. That's the importance of these right here. If you got a mortgage, especially, that's what they specialize in. And it's going to have an amount. It's going to have you're going to get the CUSIP number, and then you're going to have an amount attached to it. Like, boom, you see the losses right here, but it's going to have an amount. These are all in trust as well. You want to move just like them. Everything's in trust. And you're really the holder and due curse of this. When it comes to this, you're the private investor, and you don't even know it because you don't know how to claim it. You gave up all your rights when you fill out the promissory note security agreements. When you run the audit, let's put you back in control, and you can prove everything that you need to with the securitization. Hope that makes sense for everybody. But as you can see, CUSIPs, amounts, and yes, everything is going to a legacy account. It's considered a legacy account. Your treasury, when you set it up, they're going to give you account number, account name, legacy account. Switch everything over. You can transfer. When you get the securities in this account, you can just transfer it, and you liquidate it when you send it to this Fidelity account, and then you'll give it a cash value. Then you can send it to like a Wells Fargo or a Chase. You know, you got there's steps and levels to the shit. Treasury to the brokerage to make it liquid. Simple as that. And you can sell it when you get it to the Fidelity. Oh, it's that simple, man. I'm about to open up for questions. I want y'all to go through. I'm still going through. I'm gonna go through the forms so y'all can see the forms. Y'all can see it. For everybody that's lazy, don't want to go through it. But there's your own power of attorney for securities and savings bonds transactions. You don't have to fill all this shit out again. It's already filled out for you. This is the application for the release of blocked funds. The Office of Foreign Asset Control. This is what's going to release the bond securities. Up to $25 million. This would be a court case. Mortgages. It's just the application to release the blocked funds. It's already filled out for you. Then boom. Disposition of Treasury securities, second round. Agreement, request for disposition, Treasury direct redemption, bank change. If you need to change the bank account, durable power of attorney for security and saving bonds. All over again. Fill this shit out. See, it might change your life. After you run the securitization audit, that's the main thing. Just run the securitization audit through my boy Sean. I gave y'all the website. You want to make sure you have a trust account when establishing this. You can set up a trust account through Fidelity as well. That shit works too. You don't get to pick the trust though. That's the one thing I don't like. This is a redemption program through the Treasury Direct bank change request if you want to change the bank account. And you can use your brokerage account right here. You can open up crypto accounts. You can open up everything through Fidelity. Sometimes they just need a verified address. That's it. You can't use a private mailing address. It has to be a real authentic address with Fidelity. Everybody has access to this book. If you're in the school, you got access to this class, you got access to the book. It's all filled out for you. You don't have to be scared no more. Once you got the CUSIP numbers on everything that you need, request to reissue United States savings bonds to a personal trust. So if you got bonds, send it to the trust. Direct deposit sign up forms for everything that you need as far as the securities go. These are forms just for your TDA account securities. Just showing you a description of some securities that you could utilize when filling this out. There's your redemption payments. Any redemptions that you get, there's your direct deposit sign form. Fill it out. Once you got your TDA account, send all this shit in. Paper form. Get the medallion stamps from your bank. You see this right here? Medallion stamps. Official stamp or seal. Acceptable certification. Financial institution official seal or stamp such as corporate seal, signature guarantee stamp, or medallion stamp. Any securities, when you have all your securities, these are the forms that you utilize to transfer them over for everything. The transactions of armed treasury securities, legacy treasury, direct security transfer request, anything dealing with your account. You can, once you have it established, they'll tell you you can get a printout of everything that's been done to your legacy account. And pretty much that's it. There's the law. I hope this should make sense to everybody, but I'm open for questions now. He said, yeah, that was easy. Keith says, Sean, is the truth. Dealing with the TD, I was told you can pay discharge bills as well. How true is that? You claim the security. He says, when everything you shared tonight cause a problem for someone who works at the federal government, no, it shouldn't cause a problem. There's a difference between the public and the private. I want y'all to know, y'all got to quit trying to offset bills and discharge bills. It pays to pay your bills. You get it back. It's called a deductible. When you're operating from the family business, we don't run away from those things. She says, Truist wouldn't stamp my fidelity form, said it's the wrong form, but in reality, they're not supposed to read it. They're not supposed to read it. Go to Chase, go to Bank of America. I would go to a different Truist. I would talk to the bank manager. Yes, when you make your name a business, everything that you file, you get back. That's what I'm showing to everybody in the school, that everybody that's dealing with me. I'm literally showing them how to get tax credits back. And since y'all pay for this, look, how much so how much can we get back in the last 5 years? Well, it ain't gonna tell me. So look, we're gonna Google it. So look, this is 5 years. You can go up to 500,000 per year for the last 5 years. So that's add that shit up. That's 2.5 million. You can get to 2.5 million back. That's what I'm helping people get to offset payroll costs. You get it as a tax credit, which when you get a tax credit, they give you a treasury check. That's all the tax credit is. So well, I'm letting y'all understand. I'm just trying to make it. Y'all sitting here, y'all trying to get out of fucking bills. Y'all trying to fucking, I don't want to pay this. The fuck not. I want to pay. I don't want to be in debt with my business every time. Because not on top of that, how much can I get back per year? Net operating loss. Oh, if there's two people in the business, I can get $500,000 per year. One person, I can get $250,000 per year back. And y'all sitting here trying to get out of what? What bill you trying to get out? What's your mortgage? How much you paying? I guarantee it's not $250,000 a year you're paying on your mortgage, because I can get that back every year. I can get money back on my car every year. I can get back. Listen, and when you're seeing this, what is this? I'm gonna let you see what that is. So, because this is what everybody is doing. We're already doing that, but you didn't know it was a business. This is what Don Kilam does. Because Don Kilam understands that it's a business. Don Kilam understands that reading books and education, research, all of this is a business. And I can get up to $500,000 per year just off that being my business. Because you're doing that already. On top of my education tax credits. The education tax credit is a tax benefit that reduces the amount of income tax owed by individuals who are incurred. If you don't owe nothing, it comes back as a credit. Do it for LLCs. You can do this for cars. I already did a class on tax credits, but I want y'all to see these are all tax credits. And there's much, much more. If you're living your life as a business, like I'm telling everybody, make their name a business. Not only can you claim these securities at the Treasury, I'm showing you how to get your bag from the IRS. This is what I'm helping people with right now. When I'm doing the straw man credits, this is what I'm helping people get back right now. Millions of dollars. Back, it goes back up to 5 years, millions of dollars. $500 per year for the last 5 years. So I'm telling y'all, you're using your name. Yes, I'm still taking clients. It's 3,500. 3,500. We get you trademarked, all of that. We're doing the tax credits. I'm actually doing them this week and next week. And I'm doing my trust for everybody as well, the Spendthrift Trust, which are both. If you're a board member or trustee, you can do the Spendthrift Trust. Board members 5 bands, or board members 10 bands. Trustees 5,000, but I get you the PDF trust for 2,500. Tax credits 3,500. But I'm just showing y'all what we're doing, what we're getting back. All right. And I'm saying I'm charging 10% on the back end too, and everybody is giving me the cuts. And I appreciate that. Somebody just sent me 17,000 just today. So that means I got $170,000 back. But I'm telling you, it goes up into the millions. As long as you can prove what we're putting down, we're gonna put it down for you. All right, but you gotta be able to prove what we're putting down. We're not just filling in blanks, all right? I hope that makes sense. And I can show y'all my bank statements like 96 bands on one account, 96,000. We went through. So that's all from tax credits. So and I'm telling you, your whole life is a write-off. Whether it's food, friends benefits. I don't want to take away from the tax credits. I mean, from the treasury account, but everything ties in together. When you're thinking about the treasury account, this is what I want y'all to study. Because everybody that's trying to access the treasury is they're trying to access bonds and securities. And they're gonna have to get the CUSIP numbers before they can do that. It's just that simple. But study asset-backed securities. And securitization is illegal. But everything that's getting securitized based on your social security number, okay, it's going to be mortgages, auto loans, credit cards. So all these have accounts as well. And you can access the account information through a GAAP audit, but they're not going to necessarily give you the CUSIP numbers, but you may be able to do it because it is your rights, because your social is attached to it. You're the private investor. These are accounts. Everybody has an account, GAAP, all right? And then asset-backed securities. So credit cards, student loans, anything that's on your credit report, you created money, it was securitized, and you're the private investor and don't even know it. And when you get the audits, when you're setting up as a secure party creditor, you're getting your status corrected, you get the audits, you're saying, hey, these are mine. This is my shit. I can claim this shit now. I'm the agent majority, sui juris, run me my shit, and boom, throw that shit in your brokerage account. Throw it in the treasury account. You have to claim it first though with the CUSIPs. It's that simple. So I throw it out there. I don't want to get away from that. All right. And then whatever it's worth, it's going to be a percentage. It's not going to be worth the full amount of the full, because they're bundled together. Securities and the bonds are bundled together. Now, this is totally different. And I ain't mean to get y'all sidetracked, but when you run your name as a business, we run taxes and we get the tax credits off the name being a business. So if you pay bills all year, you're getting that back. It's called a deductible. Family has to take care of you. And if the family went in debt, we get that shit back as a net operating loss. Now look, we write these off as well. These are tax credits as well. Fringe benefits, stipends. We get meal plans, we get life insurance, we get clothes, we get it pays for our education. It pays for our meals. It pays for our lodging. It pays for our wardrobe. So that is fringe benefits. The next thing that we write off is called stipends. These come back to us as tax credits because the family business took care of the family. We create a welfare program for our private members, not the public. It's still private charity. Now, a stipend is a form of compensation that's paid to certain individuals for services rendered. How stipends work? Interns, apprentices, fellows, clergy, and common recipients of stipends, rather than being paid for their services, they are given stipends as financial support. Room and board, that's a stipend. Here's the company car, fringe benefit and a stipend. Much like grants, these stipends may be furnished by third parties who wish to see a particular study or form of research advance further without physical distractions that may otherwise hamper the researcher. Now we can get this paid. We can get this back as a tax credit. Y'all see how this works? Just let me know I did my job, everybody.
You did an awesome job.
I appreciate that. But look, update your status first. You can go open it up first, however you want to do it. But as soon as you open it up, make sure you get the paperwork sent in. Simple as that. Update your status. Make sure you're on the land jurisdiction. Make sure you have you're the holder in due course of your securities. All right, Keith. He said he just did a mortgage audit. But you see who is trading hands. So with the mortgage audits, I just want y'all to understand when y'all need to get one first before y'all start talking about it though. But you'll see that it traded hands through everybody. And they never registered anything. Like they Hey, they're like, here, you own it now. And I was told the paperwork and everything, the title, never leaves the title company. It never leaves escrow. Everything else is digital and illegal. But it's always trust companies, though, or LLCs. It's never a person. I'm gonna put it like that. But somebody had to input the information in the computer. So that's how you get people liable, but nobody's ever gonna come forward. And that's how you win every time. But sue. I want you to get the audits, go ahead and sue them. Sue the companies that are involved and the chief financial officers and everybody that's dealing with it. That's how you get your money back. Dealing with Sean's information, he has got people over $500,000 back. He had 2 big wins with his information. I'm talking about one was almost $1 million, I believe, like 700,000. And I'm utilizing it for court cases right now as we speak. I've utilized him for over 7 court cases. His information, his audits. He does do court cases, and you can get that back. You file the GSA bonds. I'm gonna do a class on that soon. But let me know if y'all have any questions. I ain't gonna make y'all feel crazy or nothing. I just be talking shit, all right?
Yo, that second I talk, I'm gonna be bugging out right now. Yo, Don, I'm trying to do the status correction, right? But it says that I'm your brother.
What's up?
How I put the QSET number in there?
Oh, you gonna have to get that from Sean if you don't know how to get it yourself. But you don't need no QSET for status correction. You just need QSET when you're moving securities.
No, I was playing about that. I got my holding company already.
Oh, okay.
I'm just waiting for you.
I do want to throw that out there. When I am moving securities, I like to do that with the holding company. Holding company will always be the beneficial interest owner. That's who owns the beneficial interest, either the trust or a holding company. A trust. As I showed y'all, the mortgage companies always use a L. If you can ask Keith, if he got his audit, I'm pretty sure every company was either LLC or a trust company.
Yeah, all of them were trusts.
Yes, there you go. I'm not talking about discharging because we're not discharging shit. File the taxes on that motherfucker. It's the fuck I'm telling y'all. Y'all keep trying to discharge, you're gonna get your life fucked up. That's what you're gonna do. You're gonna fuck your life up and you're never gonna get a mortgage again. They're gonna come foreclose your shit. Yeah, that's how I'm gonna talk to you. So, not once did I tell y'all to fucking discharge anything. I said pay your motherfucking bill. Her name Kelsey. I want to call her the B word, to be honest with you, but she paid $50, so Lord help her. You know what I'm saying? But on my mama, which is dead, she's dead and gone. I've been studying helping you motherfuckers. I never told you to discharge shit. Holler at your boy, book a consultation. It pays to fucking pay your bills. You get that, then some. I know damn well ain't nobody paying $250,000 a year on a mortgage. Your rent might be $1,000, $2,000 a month. We times that by 10, what's that? 20,000, 24,000 a year. If your name's a business and you write this off as a loss, I'm gonna say it again because Kelsey didn't fucking hear me. You can get 250,000 back a year. Pay the shit, slow one, so you can get this bag. Are you slow? I just want to make sure you're not slow. Because don't fucking come to me talking about discharging shit. When I'm showing you pay your bills, you get the fucking money back. Not only do you get what the fuck you pay back, you getting everything off as a loss. Y'all follow me? Did that make sense for everybody else?
100%.
You can write a depreciation value off. That's a whole different lecture. Anytime you're doing business, if you're trying to get out of bills, you need to just make your name a business, make a holding company a business, make fucking businesses, and write off losses. Then I'm gonna have to show y'all again. Make sure y'all seen this. I already stipends and fringe benefits. I already show y'all how y'all can get these back as tax credits, correct? These are all, you write these off as a business. You say the business can't even afford them. Say the business still owes you. Shit. These are losses. First of all, we're going to go here. We'll go right here. Roderick, can you tell me how much that says you can get back a year?
$100,000.
And you can get this for 5 years. You can, long as you got the written up agreements, hey, you every time you're researching something, you need to be writing it down and logging this shit. I charge $2,000 to $5,000 an hour to the church and the holding companies. If y'all know who Dick Gregory is, this is how he got paid. You make the business go into the red. I can't even afford to pay my government name LLC. So now I owe this motherfucker because this is used for payroll. So as soon as you get this tax credit back, you pay it to your name. Hey, that's what I owe you, bro. Make sense?
Makes sense.
All right, next. I'm gonna go here again. Just type in NOL, 250,000. You can write off to $250,000. Business expenses, all of that. You can get this shit, it comes back as a tax credit. You gotta learn how to deduct things. Same way with business losses. You can write off. Well, that's not how I do it, but well, I'm just showing y'all this is what it is. Make your name a business. It pays to make your name a business. When you make your name a business, let me keep going, because everybody wants to talk about mortgages. When you start learning the tax credits, you'll learn this, because I teach everybody how to do this. This is the basic shit. When you start learning the mortgage-backed securities, because if you're paying a mortgage, you're the private investor of that security. Only you and you only, because you're the only one paying. So you get to claim that interest. You get to claim that security and the interest that comes back. There's one form right there, Form 1066. I'm not trying to make this about mortgages and discharging, but God damn, y'all are crazy. Y'all need to learn how to correct your status first and start learning how to get on the private side. Because we don't have to discharge nothing in the fucking private. There's no debt in the private. Debt is a public motherfucking thing. It's made up. Shit, you need to file the correct forms. Let me show y'all this. Because if it's a debt you're trying to get out of, if you're that's simple. If your status is correctly, if you're operating correctly in the private as an organization, well, I hope that makes sense. I ain't mean to get hype on y'all.
It make a lot of sense.
Joe said, I just got my audit back from Sean. Status correction done, name of business and holding in trust, trademarks done, filling out these forms in a book. I wanted to get that done before our next consult. I appreciate you. This class was fire. Thank you, Don. I'm glad it's making sense for everybody, man. For those who are not trying to just get out of debt. The fuck? Nigga, you in. As soon as you get money, that's debt. You in debt now. Because you just hit a debit at your bank account. Credits and debits. The more money you got, the more debt you got. I keep debt notes too. These people still believe in it. Let me know if y'all got any more questions though. I hope this makes sense, man. Quit trying to discharge shit though. I don't teach that shit no more. I haven't taught that for years. It should feel good to pay shit because you're gonna get it right back. Especially if you're operating from a 508c1a, which is a ministry trust, or the nonprofit aspect, or a charity trust, charitable trust, a trust. Period. The family trust is gonna take care of the family. You work for the family. You work for the family businesses. All the business is family business. All the money gets recycled. All the securities get recycled through each other. Everybody's investing in each other when it comes to the family. You work for the family, the grantor is the family, the trustee is the family, the beneficiary is the family. And if the family is not taking care of its obligations, because of discharging something is getting out of the obligation, then the trust is not operating in full faith and credit. You're not acting honorably as a trustee when you're trying to get out of obligations. You're here to settle obligations. You're here to balance debts and act honorably. It's that simple. And this is the mindset you have to have. I feel like I gave a great explanation of how everything is supposed to be broken down. But the simplest way is go on TDA, open you up an account. But you want to, like I said, you want to do a trust account, a brokerage account. You can do a trust account. It can be a regular trust account, Wells Fargo, Truist, Chase, wherever it may be. You can do a holding company account. It ain't got to be a trust account. It could be a holding company. And then open up the account at Fidelity. Open up a brokerage account. Open up a trust account. Open up some crypto accounts. Because once you're able to liquidate these things, you can send it to crypto. You can send it to the trust. Then you can send it to your holding company. However you want to maneuver. Make sure you don't put cash in any of these accounts to keep it a legal account. Keep it a lawful account. Anytime you put a Federal Reserve note in these accounts, it's no longer a lawful account. I just want to throw that out there as well. But I make sure to put this in the school. Reach out to me directly. If y'all got y'all want to have a consult over this, I do a consult for the TDA account for $500 for a half hour for anybody that's in this class. All right, anybody that took this class, I see y'all's names. I'll have this class available as soon as it's ready. All right. Much peace and love. Hope everybody gets this information. Y'all got the book. It's already filled out for you. Make sure you get the CUSIP numbers. That's the main thing. CUSIP numbers and brokerage accounts. That's the main thing I see people not doing, having trust accounts and brokerage accounts. Trust can hold securities as well under Schedule A. If you have a holding company, when you get the CUSIPs in the Schedule A, or when you get the CUSIPs, you can also create something called a Schedule A for the holding companies. You can create an asset ledger or call it an asset ledger. It's going to be part of your assets. It's going to be part of an asset ledger when you're doing these things. And it's that simple. Simple as that. Learn some more if you don't understand. Let me show y'all. Look up Series 6 on YouTube. Series 6 and Series 7. To learn more about So this is how you learn about moving the securities and the bonds and securities. So it's qualified for solicitation, purchase, or sale of all security products. Series 7 and Series 6 is a securities license and time the holder to register as a company's representative. So you can represent a security company at Series 6, Series 7, you can hold the securities and solicit to sell public securities. But peace and love, everybody. I appreciate everybody that hopped on the call. I wasn't trying to be no asshole. That's just who I am, y'all. But listen, look, quit trying to get out of debt. They're going to put you on a list. You don't want to be on that list no more. Learn how to increase your cash flow and learn how to write these net operating losses off and learn how to get these tax credits. That's what I'm teaching my students right now. And I'm telling you, I've gotten just this year millions and millions of dollars back in tax credits because my people have chosen to make their name a business. Make their name a business. Make your name a business. Make your name a business. Then your whole life is a deductible. It's no longer a vacation. It's a business trip. It's no longer a meal. The business is paying for your meals. The business is paying for your wardrobe. The business is paying for your jewelry. The business is paying for your whole life. Everything I do is deductible or a write-off, and then I get tax credits. Everything is education. Your phone is an education. You get programming on it. You learn from it. You need it for the business. The stipends, fringe benefits, they cover your lodging, your housing, everything. If you're the president of a company, that's what happens. It's own nothing, control everything. Does Donald Trump pay for his jets? Does the president pay for the Air Force One? Do they pay for their food? No. So when you're the president of your own company, your own government, you can do this too. And that's what it's about. Much peace and love.
Now, I heard you got fired on your day off. You need to declare your nationality and quit playing.
You know you have a nationality, right? We're not black, we're Moors.
That's the endo kicking in. You know this, man.
Never met.
Now, I heard you were messing with those little Moorish hoochies.
Oh.
Hi, guys.
Her mama's a Moor, too.
Nick,
Hey, can I borrow some money?
you need to go down to the Moorish temple.
You just got knocked the fuck out. Declare your nationality today, ho.
Okay, I've got the Don Kilam books. Moving to the extraction point now.
Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. Peace and love. You're now rocking to the sounds and vibrations of your boy, Don Kilam. Also known as Malik Kilam, and as always, prosperity is your divine birthright. Peace and love, everybody. Let me know where y'all tapped in and tuned in from. Peace and love. I'm gonna drop some game for you real quick, man. I gotta bust some moves today. You know, we staying shitty, fresh, iced out now. That's how we moving in this public realm. Because we operating in the public and the private. That's what you gotta learn. That's what you gotta learn. That's what I'm trying to teach the game, how to operate in the public, but moving in the private. We got the Bay Area in the building, Green Bay in the building as well. Oregon in the building, peace and love. It's cold where y'all at, ain't it? I don't do the cold now. I don't do the cold. But peace and love. I got the blunt rolled up too. I mean, we about to draw some game, alright? It's time to draw some motherfucking game. I'm not licensed attorney, tax expert, just for educational and informational purposes only. But I do got degrees now. Law degrees, business degrees, all of that shit. We stay fucking iced out. You can get close up on my shit. You can get close up on my shit. Yeah. Let them know, man. Let them know you can get close up on my shit, man. Now, I love palm trees. You see the palm trees in the back? I need y'all to overstand this.
need to invest in your private education. Everyone should invest in private education. You shouldn't try to change your private education. You're not doing shit to change. Do you change the public education system? And you still ain't made $1 million. So first and foremost, because you have to understand, no one is gonna go out their way. No one is gonna go out their fucking way. Listen. No one's gonna go out their way to teach you how to protect your assets. No one's gonna go out their way. Don Kilam has those motherfuckers. And no one else is gonna teach you how to get rich. No one's gonna go out their way and teach you how to get wealthy. I'm gonna let that sink in. Let me get a 100, some fire emojis, something if you understand and agree with what I'm dropping. Let me know that you comprehend, you understand. We on the same wavelength. I'll let you get close up on it. Get close up on it. Close up on the ice. Nigga, I got ice in my ear too. Come on, man. Yeah, come on, man. Alright. So look. Don Kilam want everybody. There's enough to go around, alright? There's enough to go around. I need y'all to understand. So, everybody, I need y'all to understand public versus private. It is an intelligence level. It is an intelligence level. And I apologize to those who can't comprehend. Think with the right head. That's all I can tell you. Think with the right head. So private versus public. When you're using the Social Security number, it's a public number. And y'all keep saying it's yours. And I need y'all to understand, y'all use this as business owners as well. And you keep claiming that this number is yours. And you, as a business owner, you must understand that ownership means liability. Ownership means liability. Ownership and liability means obligations. Obligations and liability, that's what ownership means. It's own nothing, control everything. And there's no law. Show me the law. Show me the law. I'm waiting. Show me the law. Show me the law that says that you own the Social Security number, because y'all keep claiming that it's yours. Make sure y'all share this with at least 3 people right now. I'm going to do it right now. Share this live. Don Kilam University is in the building. We got Don Kilam _legacy. That's what we live on. If y'all on the Instagram. And then we got Don Kilam University. There's a Don Kilam official out there too, but those are the main ones. Just go to those pages right there. I'm trying to teach y'all some free 99 game, but unfortunately, people only find value when they pay for it, and that's just what life is. You know, you get what you give. You get what you give. But I need everybody to understand. It's owe nothing, control everything. You cannot owe the Social Security number. It is not yours. So, I just need everybody to come through with this mindset when coming into the public mentality. Because owning this social, when y'all say y'all owning social, I'm telling you, obligation, liability. You're claiming the benefits. You're the beneficiary. You're gonna be taxed. You can get the shit in and stick every time. You're in Cesti Que Vie use. You don't want to be in Cesti Que Vie use whatsoever. Cesti Que Vie use. You can look up Cesti Que Vie. Give me a second. I'll do that for you. Cause I want it to make sense for everybody. You know. See, and there we go. I got somebody asking me about codes. How's it private if it's codes? They asked me about USC codes and UCC codes. If you have a uniform on, those codes apply to you. You can only control what you create. So people like that, I just banish from my sight. I banish from my vision. Because you don't know how to operate in the private correctly. Family law is private law. But a lot of people don't understand that. A lot of people, this is why you need trustee trading. Exactly why you need trustee trading. This is why you need to tap in and get that private trustee training in the private. Somebody making so some school teachers, if they're lucky, make $100,000. Do you agree? $100,000. So how much money can they really lead you to? So that's a rule. That's a private rule, though. Understanding that if you want to be a millionaire, you need to hang around millionaires. You want to be a billionaire, you need to hang around billionaires. Trillionaires hang around trillionaires. I need everybody to understand that. So you got the private sector, you got the public sector. When you're utilizing the Social Security number, you're using it in the public sector. If you're part of my private community, you don't have this class with me. Cesti Que Vie. So the Cesti Que Vie is the beneficiary of a trust or insurance policy. The Social Security number is a public insurance policy, and it's not set up for the private. It's set up for whoever established it, and the public established it. A legislation established it, so it's set up to ensure legislation. This is how they're getting paid off your labor to pay back the United States national debt. A lot of people don't understand this process through sweat equity. And that's all it is sweat equity. And that's why you got to tap into private trusteeship. That's why you got to tap into these private meetings. That's why you got to tap into these private rooms. That's why you're not in the room. Because no one is going to teach you how to get wealthy. No one's going to teach you the secrets of asset protection. No one's going to teach you the secrets of how to turn your labor into wealth. Because that's what the top elite do. And they're not just going to, they're dying to fucking let people win. That's why you got to tap into your private education and get around these right families. I don't care if you got to be their janitor at first. You know, Bentley Farnsworth, I'm not trying to bring up Diddy, but Bentley Farnsworth was Diddy's secretary or his personal assistant at first. You got to do things like this. Like, I know people that, like, I tell some of my stories on how we open doors. Sometimes you got to start off cleaning a building. You know, I know, because a lot of people don't understand. Janitors have the keys to the building. In a public education system, a custodian is a major fucking title. It's a major level. It's a major key of life and your children. But you don't understand these trustee training rules. I'm going to let that sink in. Drop some 100s, fire emojis, something when you understand what the fuck I just said. A custodian has more power than a principal. When you understand trusteeship. When you understand guardianship. I'm glad y'all following along with y'all. I'm glad this shit making sense. This is why you gotta tap into your private education. Who got the keys? The custodian got the keys. You know, and I know people tapped in all cities across the world, you know. I know people across the world, custodians across the world, they got the keys and it's tapped in to the major players in the game, and they look like just the ordinary custodian at a school, but they're tapped into the world. Top flight security of the world, Craig. I don't understand that though. Same way, I'm not gonna get deep with everybody. I'm not gonna drop all the secrets today, okay? But this is real life, no play life. And these are trustee words right there. You gotta understand who you are. The reason why you get truancy while you're truant in school is because you're utilizing a Social Security number. The Jehovah's Witness can't get held truant because they don't abide by those rules. They don't abide by the public system. They don't fucking put their heart over the fucking Star Spangled Banner. You gotta understand a banner is for a corporate world. And you understand what a banner is. I'm just dropping too much sauce today. Y'all should be taking notes, for real, for real. But I want everybody to understand, you do not have to utilize the Social Security number, or you need to utilize it correctly. in a way that is not going to make you liable for anything attached to that motherfucker. And all you got to do is move like they move. Look how they move. And that's why I tell people, learn how to create your own tribe. Learn how to create your own church. The Catholics have confession. You think they're not getting paid off having real nigga court? You dig what I'm saying? You think they're not securitizing your baptismal agreements, your baptismal certificates? You think these churches didn't find a way to securitize these things? You think the tribes ain't found a way to securitize tribal court? When you have tribal infractions on the tribe or the reservation, you think they haven't found a way to securitize these transactions and agreements? Because they're still working with the system. They're still working with the devil. There's only one way to work with the system. There's only one way to work with the devil. Y'all keep trying to make it complicated, and it's own nothing, control everything. It's contracts. It's agreements. Understanding withholding agents and holding companies. The United States is just a holding company. You gotta understand that. You gotta understand that. And they have the right to create their own agreements and securitize their own agreements. They don't have to go through their own system because they created their own fucking system. They don't have to fucking get medallion stamps. They don't have to do none of that shit because they have their own system in place where this is the law of the land. They rocking it like Debo. As simple as that. And when you're utilizing a social security number, you have all that protection behind you when you know how to utilize it correctly. But a lot of y'all don't know how to utilize this shit correctly. Y'all know how to pimp these trusts correctly. Y'all know how to make your name a business starting off first. Trademark the name, trademark the signature, trademark the thumbprints. We walk you through the whole process. If you're fucking tapped into my school, holla at your motherfucking boy. We making shit shake. I can't make this shit up. Can't make this shit up. We're really out here changing lives out here, all right? But it's to your level of understanding. Everything is going to be to your level of understanding on how far you go and how far you take this, all right? Because I make sure the information's out there. Got people saying right now the school is fire. They said I got to get in. I got one homeboy on here that did the trademark process. Listen, everything you need to know is in my school. You go to skool.com/Don Kilam, DonKilam. You can even Google it. It pops up on Google. It's Googleable. But go to the link on my Instagram. I'm still gonna spark this with you. I've already dropped some game already. I don't know if y'all been catching it. Let me know if y'all been catching it. Let me know if y'all been catching the game, because I've already dropped some game already. Because I'm going to tell you this. These families aren't looking for you to get in the room, okay? Are you in the fucking rooms? Are you sitting down with these fucking families? I put myself in the fucking rooms. I only got kicked out twice. And I've been in hundreds of fucking rooms. Get in where you fucking fit in. Hey, don't ask me questions on here. I'll kick you out. Google's free. My trademarks, they get approved within weeks. I don't do that 5-month shit. I don't wait for nothing. We bypass the attorney and we'll get your shit processed within weeks. You want to ask me a fucking question? You get in line and book a fucking consult. I can give a fuck. We all got problems. The best thing I can do with people with problems is not partake in your bullshit. That's the best I can do. Go be a problem solver for once in your fucking life instead of asking people fucking questions all the goddamn time for free. You can ask your mama for free. You can ask your daddy for free. And obviously they didn't do their fucking job. I'm not your mommy. I'm not your fucking daddy. You're going to pay me to answer your fucking questions. I'm going to kick you out my fucking live. I'm going to kick you out my fucking chat. I'm going to kick you out my fucking life. How about that? Because I don't fuck with people like that. You understand? Trustees problem solve. Trustees figure it out. Quit asking another motherfucker how to help you. That's some begging ass, pussy ass shit. Go plead to the courts. Please. That's what the fuck you do. That's what the fuck you do. That's real nigga shit. When I'm talking, shut the fuck up and take notes, because I'm dropping you fucking game. I'm in the room with billionaires now. What the fuck are you doing with your life? What are you doing with your life? Tell me. I'll wait. Oh yeah, you're on my live asking me fucking questions like I give a fuck. Nigga, I don't give a fuck. That's what I'm gonna fucking tell you. I'm dropping you free fucking game right now. Shut the fuck up. Take notes. Or go learn some fucking where else. That's how life fucking works in Don Kilam's world. Cause I'm gonna lead you to the fucking promised land. These other motherfuckers ain't gonna lead you no motherfucking way. So shut the fuck up and take notes when you see a real nigga in your presence. Dropping that motherfucking shit. Dropping that motherfucking game. For free 99, bitch. Straight up. Now, where was I? You gotta understand, everything is family business. And the trust should own the essence of everything of you. Because you gotta understand, when you signed a birth certificate, when your mama signed a birth certificate, yes, you can blame it on your mama. It was your mama's fault. Alright? Now some people ain't got no birth certificates. And that's what's up. But you signed a covenant outside God. A birth certificate proves who your maker is, and that's why we should not identify with these motherfucking documents. These instruments. And the birth certificate, it can be compared to a convertible bond. Because it can turn into notes. It creates the fucking Social Security trust. Social Security number is a trust. It converts to a driver's license. That's another insurance policy. These are all insurance policies. A lot of people don't understand it. And when you have public insurance, when you're a public entity, you have to have public insurance. It's that simple. And that's how the government's rocking too. So like the judges, they can't be in the public without no public insurance. They got bonds. They got public bonds. Real shit. They got public bonds. Police have public bonds. This is the shit you disrupt when you're taking it on a higher level, a higher plane of things, in order to get what you want in life. Alright? I'm not going to get too deep with that. But they don't own their name. They don't own their essence. The government does. 28 U.S.C. 2002, subsection 15A, United States means federal corporation. Understand that. U.S. business means U.S. citizen. Let me find it. Hold up. Let me back my claims. That's going to be 15 U.S.C. 4724 E1. United States business means a United States citizen, a corporation, partnership, or other association created under the laws of the United States or any state, including the District of Columbia or any Commonwealth territory or possession of the United States, or C, a foreign corporation. That is 15 U.S.C. 4724 E1. United States business means United States citizen. I need y'all to understand that. Understand your name as a business. It's a special purpose vehicle, an SPV or an SPE. It's a bankruptcy remote entity. So we're using your labor. The government is using your labor. The Social Security number is using your labor when you're pledging your assets to the Social Security number. When you put your Social Security number on things, it's pledging the assets. That's a public trust. Public sector is part of the economy that the government controls. Think about it. Public housing. Public assistance. Public defender. Think about it. Anytime you see the word public, they have to get out of these contracts. You have to rescind and revoke these signatures. You have to rescind and revoke these contracts. Newly discovered evidence, fraud. There's no statute of limitations on these things. All right. So you get up out of these things. We use baby land deeds, patents of nativity. I'm gonna say this again so I can slow it down for y'all. Baby land deeds. A land deed, D-E-E-D. Land deed. A baby land deed. Patents of nativity. Family Bible records. Keeping a family Bible. A baptismal certificate. You can create your own church and create your own baptismal certificate. You know, if you're playing a public game, you can just say you can create membership certificates of your LLCs or even your family trust. Or whatever makes sense to you. It's your game. You got to learn how to play it correctly. Alright? That's why you have to tap in with the private. The Jewish are playing the game right. So again, the Jewish are playing the game right. The Amish, they're playing the game right. Just look at the congregations that are worth billions. The Catholic Church, they're playing the game right. When you're using the baptismal certificate, that directly corresponds with the Vatican, the canon law. You fall under canon law that falls under the Catholic Church. So you really belong to them, and you have to understand that you're still under your Roman slave. The birth certificate proves who your maker is. Are you 7 pounds 10 ounces? Let me know. Well, the birth certificate proves who your maker is. They know who owns your soul. You stand to soul your foot on it. I'm going to teach you the game. Teach you how to get out that jurisdiction. Anything that gets delivered is property. Come on, talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Just think about it. It's not rocket science, G. Anything that gets delivered is property. Let me hit the blunt on that. This shit got delivered. You feel me? Are you ready to get delivered? Are you ready for deliverance? Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Some good weed, ain't it? I'm out here, man, in the mountains, man, with the palm trees in the mountains, man. Are you ready for deliverance? Are you ready for true status correction? Talk to me. Come on, man, I'm dropping real game. I'm dropping real spill. I gotta get with it or get lost, man. So listen, when you understand the family estate, create the family estate correctly. Have the family foundations correctly. You know, you gotta have your nonprofits. But you gotta learn how to move in trust. 508c1As. 508c1As, that's a private trust. I'm teaching game though, real spill, I'm teaching game. So, we also got the non-grainer, irrevocable, complex, discretionary, spendthrift trust. That's what we're working on now. But you gotta understand how to do the maneuver the taxes correctly. Because when you're moving, because when you do want to update your things and update the IRS certain things when it benefits you, when it sends you that money back. They're working on full faith and credit. Full faith and credit. So when you learn how to make your name a business, I'm going to start off, one is the home office deduction. That's how we get big paper back. Man, I'm talking about 40, 60 bands just off the home office deductions. Okay? When you understand your name as a business. Now, I go through this in a Capitalizing Namepreneur, a book that I have, Capitalizing Namepreneur. You can look it up on Amazon. But I'm talking about your mortgage, property taxes, if you have them. I teach people how to get out of taxes. But if you got taxes, you can write them bitches off too. When you understand your name as a business. If you pay taxes, write that shit off. That's a deduction. Because you gotta quit looking at bills as bills. You gotta look at them as deductions. All right. And when you're moving them in trust, you can deduct things a little bit differently than you could just a regular business. Because just with the business alone, if you just got one member, that's gonna be like 250 bands you can get back. But with the trust, you can get way more back. And I'm talking about, I got a whole list of things that we utilize. I'm talking about insurance, any type of insurance, utilities, Wi-Fi, repairs, but depreciation. If you got HOA fees, all this shit is a write-off. All this shit is a deductible. A deductible. Off the trust, I've seen people get, I'm not going to get too deep with y'all, man, but some people get millions back, okay? I'm showing people how to get millions back already with another process that I'm doing, but we're not going to get deep on that. You need to be tapped into the school to learn about that. I teach people about self-employment taxes. Self-employment tax deduction is tax avoidance. This is tax avoidance versus tax evasion. With the LLCs, we're using them something called a pass-through deduction, because these are our pass-through entities. I'm not going to get deep with that either. I teach people how to do the vehicle tax deductions. I teach people how to do travel expense deductions. I teach people how to do meal plans. I teach people how to do the stipends, fringe benefits. I'm going to talk about that in a little bit too. I teach people how to hire their children. When you contract with people, contract labor. Any type of employment benefit plans you have, if you created any benefit plans for your employees or people that work for you. If you're health insurance, that's a deductible. Business insurance is a deduction. Advertising is a deduction. Education is a big one for my operations that I have going on. Education expenses. Running a successful business requires adequate skills, training, and education. Therefore, the education expenses you incur to make your business more valuable are tax deductible. This includes expenses incurred on courses, seminars, conferences, trades, publications, books, conference calls, consults. This may even include the cost of certifications, diplomas, degrees, license, putting somebody in school. Understand this. A CPA might be able to deduct the fee to renew your professional license. I'm trying to teach you the game. Your cell phones. You have the best one there is, that's cool. You paying the expensive bill, that is a deduction for the business. Extra storage, all of that shit. Utilities, like I said, that's a deduction. Office and technology expenses, people don't know about that. I'm talking about you got computers, websites, you paying for your website, payment processing services. I'm talking about all, listen, if they all them fees they take out, Cash App take fees out, Stripe take fees out, that's all a business deduction, and people don't understand that. I teach you how to write that off, man. I teach you the game. It's just education. If you got repairs and maintenances, because repairs are fully deductible. A lot of people don't even understand that. Renovations, that's a deduction. Legal and professional service fees. This is why you should be paying people, paying attorneys, paying for opinions in life. All your bank fees are deductible. Merchant and processing fees, I spoke on that. Business loans, if you got any of those. Startup costs is a major deduction. I can go on and on. Everybody already knows charitable deductions and shit. You're paying somebody to do your taxes. Deduction. Under section 162, this is called everything else. The everything else deduction. You can get a lot back just by making your name a business, making your children's name a business. Understanding that they out here tripping in the private. You feel me? We self-governed out here. But look, everything is a deduction. I know a lot of people don't understand that right now. But as a business person, as a businessman, and an entrepreneur mindset, you should definitely understand the importance of deductions. We don't look at as bills no more, the deductibles, because this is all a write-off on the business. And after so many deductions, this is going to be, if your business don't own nothing, it turns into credits. And when you have credits with the IRS, this comes back in form of a check. Okay? An IRS treasury check, shit like that. Alright? So this is what I'm trying to teach you. So learning how to write off these deductions is very important. Learning how to get a return back always is very important, but you make sure it goes to the business. It don't go to nothing else. It's nothing personal. It's always business. And people are not understanding this. They don't understand how to use the Social Security number in a business capacity instead of using it in a personal capacity. Same way when they try to get refunds from people and stuff like this. In the private, there is no refunds. You cannot change the private school. You cannot change the private life. You couldn't do it in the public, so why would you try to do it in the private? Understand that. And that's when you ask for refunds, things like that, that's doing shit in personal feelings. You understand? I'm gonna teach y'all how to rock in the private. Alright? The private sector controls the public sector. Understand this. Alright? Own nothing, control everything. That's why I like my Instagram. They took it, they can have it. That means I didn't have no control over it. If that makes sense. Own nothing, control everything. I control what I do, I control who I am. So the real always gonna fight me. That's how I look at it. The real always gonna fight me. But I hope y'all learned some game today. I dropped some game to you. Text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Again, text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Or click the link in the bio to tap into the school. school.com/Don Kilam. That's SKOOL.com/DONKILAM. Understand your name is the brand, your name is the essence, your name is the intellectual property. That's what you need to control. If you're using the documents, you do not have control of your essence. They're saying you do not know who your maker is. You do not have, the government cannot interfere with a private contract. The government cannot interfere with a private covenant in between you and your God. There's no promissory note. There's no mortgage. There is nothing out there that can interfere with your covenant with God. So one of the rules of commerce is do not break do not break the bond with you and your higher power. Do not let anything interfere with you and your higher power whatsoever. Make sure you have that connection. Because once you know who your higher power is, you know the connection, you can maneuver correctly, alright? The truth will always set you free. So understand who you are. We are tribal people. The Bible's a fact in the courtroom, so understand that. It's nothing but tribes in the Bible. So you need to figure out which tribe you come from. You know, and if you need to learn a little bit more about who you are, that's when you tap in with me in the private. We'll get you around the right people, man. That's how it works, man. Much peace and love. Remember, prosperity is your divine birthright. Peace.
Nationality is the order of the day.
Be a private individual. Don't be a number in a system. Be a force in your community. Don't let anyone define who you are. Declare your nationality and own it. Everyone here has the power to reclaim your identity. Remember, your name is your legacy. Knowledge is your real power. Learn about your heritage and stand tall.
We are more than just athletes. We are proud Moors. Declare your nationality today.
Being a private individual means no one can take what's yours. Protect yourselves.
This belt is a symbol of victory, but my true power lies in knowing my nationality.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are here in Maui, Hawaii, and my name is Federal Postal Judge David-Wynn-Miller. I punctuate my name with a : because it creates a prepositional phrase. I use a hyphen to make my David Wynn a compound fact, and then I follow that with a : to identify my surname, which is Miller. So it's for the David Wynn of the Miller family, because colons are prepositional phrases to express a fact. You also use it in your digital time, your colons. Now, what we're going to do today, we're going to have 5 different segments here. And we're going to go through the parts of speech and explain what the parts of syntax are when it comes to writing. We are then going to explain how the parts of a sentence are constructed. Then we're going to go to the way that the federal government has created over 40 million mortgages under the fraudulent conveyance of language under the laws of Title 18, 1001, and Title 15, Section 1692E under false and misleading statements, Title 18, Section 242, deprivation of rights under coloring of the laws. And we're going to explain the sentence structure from the mortgage and how it is used as fraud. We're going to explain the sentence structure used by the attorneys to support the mortgage, how they are using fraud. And then we're going to explain how the banking system uses your money to make you both the borrower and the lender. So they don't have the jurisdiction or the venue to foreclose your property, only be a servicing agent for that conclusion. So what we're going to start with first is the parts of speech. Now the parts of speech are, we're going to use a numbering system 0 through 9. The numbering system is to identify each part of speech and how it appears between one word and another. And when we take documents, and we go ahead and we put the numbers on top of the words. It's because to write the words out, or to write the parts of speech word out on top of the words would take up too much time and would be too confusing. So we use a number substitution, which we will go through. Now we use 0 as a conjunction, and there's 2 conjunctions in the English language. And is a command, and the word or is an option. Now the word, the adverb, we gave a 1 because the adverb is used more than any other word, and the adverb is a modifier. It modifies the speed of which something is going to be modified at. Now the adverb will modify a verb, which is thinking or motion. So when you have a 1 in front of a 2, it's an adverb creating a verb. Now 3 is used for an adjective because an adjective represents color, opinion, and modifier, or modification, which means you're going to change something or try to influence an individual's ability to think by coloring it. If you color something and you change it, you're actually committing perjury because you're injecting your own prejudice or your opinions based on how you're going to describe it. And the word describe, de means know, ascribe means to write. So you're changing the condition to create a no written document. Now the adjective will always appear in front of a pronoun, just like we have the word black. Black is a fact. The word pen is a fact. You put black in front of pen and it means black pen. Black is an adjective. And it prejudices the word pen. You could use the word cobalt or carbon pen, because carbon is black, and it also is a shade of black. There's 1,200 shades of black, so you can basically say there's 1,200 ways to modify the word pen by just using one color, and color is an infinity of an opinion. Now, in the presentation of these numbers, the positional lodial fact, which is 5, 6, and 7, the position of a word identifies using the ABC alphabet. Now this is between 2 individuals. When they come together, they have to agree on what alphabet they're going to use. If we were in China, we'd be using the Chinese alphabet. If we were in Russia, we'd be using the Russian alphabet. Or in France or Germany, or if we were in Arabic or Indian. So the communication skills have to be established as to what alphabet you're going to be using. Then you have to take that alphabet and spell out your word. Now if we're going to use the English language, this would be a pen, P-E-N. If we're going to write it in Hawaiian language, it would be called a penny, P-E-N-N-Y. If we're going to use it in Spanish, it would be called a scribola. So the spelling of the word would then change. And then we have to give a term to the word spelling and identify what the pen is used for. The pen is used for writing. So we're going to give it a definition that both persons agree upon in order to communicate with each other. Now the position is always followed by a condition of lodial. Now lodial, L-O means location, D-I is original, and A-L is contract. That's called the parse of a word. Now if we're going to say for my pen, for your pen, for her pen, for his pen, for our pen, every time I change the lodial position of ownership, I change the definition of this pen. If I say for your pen, for my pen, for her pen, for his pen, I'm changing the preposition, the position, and I'm also changing the ownership. So therefore, the fact is going to continue to change. I can do this 900 different ways because there are 68 prepositions and 38 articles. When you multiply those out, they come to 2,000. Divided by 2 is 1,000. Minus about 100 words that would never come together and be used in a logical explanation. So therefore, there's about 900 logical explanations to identify this one object. When you take 2 objects using a prepositional phrase and you bring them together, now you have for the black of the pen, or for the pen of the black. You have black, which is a fact, and you have pen, which is a fact. Well, 900 times 900 is 810,000 variables that you can write this combination into. When you add a third word to this, for the black of the pen with the writing, now writing would then become a condition of a fact. And now we have 900 times 810,000 gives me 720 million. For the black of the pen is with the writing on the paper. Now we have 4 words. 900 times 720,000 is 640 million variables. So you can see this can become a very large, complicated document when you're going into a mathematical certification to create a correct prepositional phrase or a correct structural sentence, better known as a parse syntax grammar. Now, number 8, the 5 of a position always comes in front of a 6, which always comes in front of a 7, which is a fact. Now, when we went to school, they taught us to use a preposition, pre meaning no position, an article, which is spelled A-R-T, which is a vowel and 2 consonants, which means no contract. So if you had no position and no contract, you'd have a noun, N-O-U-N, which is no-no. Now, if you have a no-no, you have nothing. So they lied to us when they went to school. So we had to create a new paradigm of communications called the position lodial fact. The next factor was the past time and the future time. The past always comes before the future, and 8 always comes in front of 9. So it was a natural phenomena of the way that the numbers fall in, because an adverb comes before a verb, an adverb comes in front of an adjective, the adjective comes before the pronoun, the position, the lodial, and the fact are always kept together as a 5, 6, 7, and the past always comes in front of the future. Now, the past can be a word used as from, or any word ending in ed would represent a past. If you have when we went to school, they taught us that a sentence must be one thought. So we have a one venue or one condition of thought, which is the correct parse syntax grammar. However, in the world of fraud, which means you're going to have going to the store from the house. Now we have 2 different time factors of from and to, which is now a lie, because now we have 2 conditions of time, and it's no longer a single thought sentence. So this generates, when you're into fraud, fiction, lies, perjury, false, guessing, presumption, assumption. These are the world of our court systems, attorneys, and lawyers. And this is what's been going on this planet for 8,500 years. Now, on April 6, 1988, the mathematical interface on grammar was perfected by myself, and it was published. And 2 days after that, the United States Secret Service showed up at my door and said, "You realize what you've done? You've just disqualified every treaty, trust, and contract between 5,000 languages for 8,500 years. When the world learns of how this mathematical interface will correct the world, there will be a world reset on communication skills, banking, international contracts, trade agreements. And so it's going to impact the way the entire planet has to do business." Now, man has never gone to war over a math problem in the history of mankind. By bringing communication skills into a mathematical procedure where we have the values certified both frontwards and backwards in every single sentence that we write. Example, for the bridge is over the water. For the water is under the bridge. Over and under are opposite prepositions, and both sentences represent the same picture. Now, if we drop the word for, which was a position, and we just say the water is under the bridge is over the water. The becomes an adverb, making bridge to be a verb. Is an adverb, making over to be a verb. The is an adverb, making water to be a verb. There's no such thing as a water, over, or bridge verb, because of the modification which is represented by an adverb. All positions and all lodials, or all prepositions and all articles, when used as independent words, become adverbs. And therefore they create modification, which is your change and your perjury, and will then destroy the contents of your contracts. Now, the second position we're going to do here is with the instructions on how a sentence is created. Now, a sentence goes through, we use a minimum of 7 positions. We use the preposition for to start every sentence in this program because for is the strongest of the positions to start a sentence out with. We've looked at all 68 positions and we've looked at all 38 articles. And we've reduced the program to the words a, and, the, this, these. Sometimes we use the word through, T-H-R-O-U-G-H, or T-H-R-U. But this is the lion's share of 99% of the prepositional, of the articles that are used in our grammar. Also, the word an appears in front of any word that starts with a vowel. That's one of the exceptions to the rules. Now, when you're constructing a sentence, the rules and regulations of constructing a sentence are the same rules and regulations that even a fiction court must go through to establish an individual's ability to stand trial. So what we've done is we have perfected that all sentences that are used in every one of our documents, and we average about 60 to 100 different sentences, but each sentence qualifies under the rules of what a court has to establish in order to be a court. And the very first thing a court must establish is the word knowledge. Does the person have the knowledge to understand what is being said to them? If I was speaking to you in Japanese or Chinese or Russian, and you only understood English, we wouldn't be able to communicate with each other. So therefore, we wouldn't have a knowledge communication between us. It would require us bringing in an interpreter to stand in and do the translations. But what we're doing here is the first thing that a court has to establish is your cause. What is the knowledge or educational limitations of all individuals in the courtroom? Once you have established that you have a knowledge, you then have a consequence, which would be of the. For the is your knowledge, of the is your consequence. And the consequence is going to be how many facts have you established through your knowledge. Once your knowledge is established as facts in your brain, it's like a computer. In order to bring any information out of your brain or out of a computer, you have to think. And thinking then becomes the verb of action. You have is as a singular and are as a plural. So the verb thinking now becomes these are the only 2 verbs in English languages, is and are. Running is not a verb. Jumping is not a verb. Driving is not a verb. Trespassing is not a verb. Parking is not a verb. You have to think before you can do these conditions of a fact. So when the sign says no parking, no is an adverb making parking into a verb. So they've lied because you can never create the negative condition of any state. You can't create the negative condition of a fact. So by saying no parking, that's an oxymoron, and it's against the law. Now, when you say against the law, that's a prepositional phrase. Against means no contract. The is an adverb, against is a position. The is an adverb making law a fact. So if you're against the fact and you're using no contract or no trespassing, no is an adverb making trespassing a violation of the use of that is a condition of state. It should say for the trespassing on this land is with the fee of the $5,000, or for the parking of the cars with the fee of the $500. These are performance contracts which are positive. If you have a positive performance contract, you then have the ability to say, I gave you a positive performance, you agreed to trespass, you agreed to perform, and therefore you have a duty through this performance contract. Now, after you establish your thinking capacity to move the fact backed up by the knowledge, you have to create a possessive. With is your position of a possessive. And the possessive is used, we use the word claim because gold miners filed claims. They didn't file mortgages. They didn't ask for permission. When they discovered gold, which starts with the word AU, they have an authority. And so they filed gold claims. Then they had to make a decision on to what the claim is. Is it a positive claim or a negative claim? Did they have a damage, which is negative, or did they have a equity, which is positive? The second part, now that you've established with as a possessive, you now have a contract term using of the. And now you're going to go ahead and take this possessive and you're going to put it into a contract term to define the plus or negative of that contract term. This sentence could be as small as seven words or 7 facts, or as large as a 200-word sentence, which I place in all my documents, just to show that when you're going through a mathematical procedure to get to the conclusion from the beginning of a fact, there is a path that you have to follow. Now, after you have a with of, you go back to another with, which is a possessive of the laws, rules, regulation, codes, duties. And then you have to assign the authorization of the word by. By is the position to give the authorization, the author, the authentic of who created this document, who wrote this sentence. And authorization always runs backwards. So the last word in the sentence becomes the authority. Now, if I read this sentence backwards, by would become for, and of would become with, and with would become of, because those are the opposite prepositions, just like over, under, in, out, through, around. So if I read this for and authority of the laws, rules, regulations, and codes, now I can go back up, pick up my verb is or are, with the contract terms of the possessive claim, with the consequential facts by the cause or the claimant's knowledge. In this case, we would have a claimant who would be the individual who would have the knowledge. So reading the sentence both frontwards and backwards has the same volition and the same sense as it did frontwards. And that's how you can certify that the sentence was written correctly in the first place. And what we do is, if you do grafting, now the easiest way to learn how to do sentence structure is to graft it by taking all your positions and isolating those. See, now I have all the positions. Now I have the same lodio throughout. The exception here is and, because we're in front of a vowel. But if this is going to be the, then it's going to be gender neutral. If it's this, it'll be specific first person. If it's these, it'll be specific plural. So as you're using, you can use the word a, which is also specific plural, specific singular. You can say for a cause of a consequence is with a possessive of the contract with a law by an authority. See, if I change the article, the sentence still makes sense because the article is going to show you in ownership. Ownership specific, first person, gender neutral, or plural. But your prepositions are going to be the correct way by which this is mathematically certified. Now, my computer that I use to write these documents has, I guess you could say, artificial intelligence, because it has learned through all the thousands of contracts that have gone through it, that if I use the wrong preposition, or I put two withs together, two ofs together, I'll get a red line, a green line, or a blue line under my prepositional phrase telling me that's not the standard by which you have established in this computer. And I'll have to go back and look at it a second time. And if I put too many facts in, but I don't have enough prepositions, it means the sentence was written incorrectly in the first place. And I've got to go back, and maybe a word has been out of a location where two words were backwards. Because an individual, I'm ambidextrous. I write both my left hand and my right hand. I write frontwards and backwards, and in both directions with both hands. So my ability to see things backwards as well as frontwards simultaneously, if I'm moving too fast, I might put two words inadvertently in the wrong place, and when I read it back, or I read the sentence backwards to check the math to see if it was done in the correct format, going forward, it now shows me that I did something wrong, and I've got to go back and reread it. I might even take a day off, come back the very next day, and go and read it again with a fresh thought. I'm going like, that doesn't make any sense at all. And I'll pull out a word or put in a word or get the book of synonyms and put a correct synonym in there and line it up so it makes sense. So that the entire document, just like when you write a story, you have to be in a flow with that storyline. So, any questions about sentence structure or parts of speech? All right, the next thing we're going to do, the laws were originally established, like the Roman Empire was around 3,000 years with the Latin. And before that, you had Arabic with the Egyptian. You had Persia, which was the ruling bank for 6,000 years between Asia and Europe. You had the Indian nations and the Chinese nations with 6,000 years of grammar. And the Persia was right in the middle of it all because everybody through the trade, what we call the spice routes or the trade routes. So in order to put this together mathematically, I had to study history going back to Gothics, which is roughly 8,500 years ago when language was first instructed. And then the parts of speech, just to identify the order of operations of the parts of speech took me 6 years of research. It was buried in Cornell University's dictionary, which is 4 feet thick, containing every word of every symbol in all 5,000 languages in written history. That's why it's a 4-foot thick dictionary. It's cost $6,000 for that dictionary. But when I found out what the parts of speech were, if you go into a styles manual, they'll give you one definition. If you go into your dictionary styles manual, you'll get another definition. When you go into Cornell University's dictionary, you find out about the time of the future and the past, as well as the parts of speech and how they were used. Now, with 68 prepositions and 38 articles, we only use 7 of the positions and only 5 of the articles. And with that, we built this program. Now, the next thing I'm going to go over is the physical mechanics of what goes on in a courtroom. And then we're going to syntax a document from all of your mortgages. When you go into a courtroom, you're in a multi-plane area. Now, any level playing field of legal sports, whether it be in the Olympics or in the condition of a, just over a little more. When you're in a position, if you got a football, soccer, baseball, tennis, ping pong, it doesn't matter what your game is, basketball, baseball, you always have a level playing field in sports because of the contest between individuals, skill sets. But when you walk into a courtroom, you have 5 different planes that exist to break up the continuance of evidence within that courtroom. So what happens here is the judge puts himself on plane number 1, which is higher than anyone else in the courtroom. And the judge says, well, if you look under Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 44.1, it says that the judge is a foreign entity sitting in a foreign jurisdiction. And all human beings that come into the courtroom are foreign people or foreign vessels. And they babble because of the communication skills that they speak in adverb verb, or adverb adjective pronoun, pronoun adverb verb, and pronoun adverb adjective pronoun. Those are 4 different concepts. Also, they have a concept of adverb verb, adverb verb, adverb verb, and they don't use any adjectives or any pronouns. So the judge sets himself up on his independent plane. Then they ask the witness to come up and stand inside a box. A witness box is an area where the witness cannot be heard or seen and cannot present evidence. The jury is plane number 3. A jury, J-U means outlaw or no law, and R-Y means contract. That's called par se, because the jury is, in the laws of the United States, require a 12-man jury. Well, one little difference is you have the jury box, but there's two different planes. 6 people sit here and 6 people sit there. So you have 2 petite juries of 6 and 6, which is not a 12-man jury. And they put it in a box, and if you look up the word jury box in Black's Law Dictionary, it says, an area where people cannot see witnesses or hear evidence. So again, we're dealing with trickery, deception, and illusions. The clerk of the court is the individual that files evidence, puts stamps on documents, signs her name or his name across the stamp, as the postmaster, the banker, and the clerk of the court. So who is the judge? Well, when you look at judges, it says see bankers and see postmasters. When you look at postmasters, it says see judges and bankers. So who runs the court? The clerk of the court runs the court, and the actor sits on the stage of the highest position. When you go into a theater, which you have your theater seating, which goes up, and then you have a stage. And an actor stands on the stage because the actor is on a contract. But the continuance of evidence between the actor and the people sitting in different levels of the theater are broken, so that there is no insult between what is acting and what is viewing. Now the actor, ACT, is a vowel and 2 consonants, which means no contract. So there's no continuance of evidence between the actor and the audience. The same thing in the courtroom. There's no continuance of evidence between the actor and what is going on in the courtroom. Now all the grammar that is used in the courtroom between the attorneys, the lawyers, the judge, are all fictitiously conveyed. Because in the world of fiction, 6 plus 6 equals all numbers in the universe, 3 plus 3 equals all numbers in the universe in the world of fiction except 6. In the world of the fact, 3 plus 3 equals 6. And there can be no other conclusion to that statement. But if you say does 2 plus 2 equal 4, TO plus TOO equals FOR. TWO and TOO equals FORE. Did you hear what I said, what I meant when I said what I said, what I meant what I said? The point I just made to you is that if you get into an oral argument, the terminology of your definitions are lost in the translation of sound. Therefore, Pharaoh in 4700 BC said, so it is written, so it shall be done. The reason for that is you have to write the facts down and use the correct sentence structure, communication, parse, syntax, grammar. Otherwise, the information or the formation of what you are saying to another individual will not be accepted. You have to be correct. So what we're going to do here is we're going to take this first sentence. This comes from the Fannie Mae Freddie Mac mortgage. It's on page 12 of the mortgage. And it contains 43 words. And I'm going to go ahead and syntax this using the number system on the chart here. Now, borrower is going to be a pronoun. Shall is going to be an adverb in the future time. So I give it a 1.9. Be then becomes a verb. So we give it a 2. In is an adverb making default to mean no fault as a verb. If now becomes a pronoun for any becomes an adverb making action ACT, a vowel and 2 consonants. So this becomes a no contract, because an act means no and ION is contract. So you have a no contract word used here as a verb. Or becomes a gender neutral, so that becomes a 0. Proceedings, PRO means no, and proceeding is used here as a pronoun followed by a comma. Whether becomes the adverb making civil to be a verb, or again is a neutral conjunction. Criminal also becomes a 2. Now the reason criminal here becomes civil, if we do whether criminal or civil, or whether civil or criminal, or becomes a neutral conjunction, that whatever number appears before it would normally appear after it if a comma is used. If there is no comma, and this was become, let's say the word civil or criminal procedures, then this would be a 2, or it would be a 0, and criminal procedures would be a 3 and a 4, because we would have a compound, 2 compound facts. Is an adverb. Yes, making begin to become a pronoun. No. This becomes a pronoun. Is begun becomes an adverb. That becomes a verb. In is an adverb, making lenders possessive of judgment to now become a pronoun. Could is a future tense adverb. Results means no contract, used as a verb. In is an adverb, making the word foreclosure. For means the word no, of closure. So if you have no closure, they're advertising that the contract doesn't use legal sentence structure. They're saying that there is no closure for the modification of grammar within this terminology. So your documents that you're in possession of become a verb, in this case, an adjective. Foreclosure becomes an adjective of the pronoun of. The is an adverb, modifies the property to be a verb. Now, PRO means no, PER is person, and TY is contract, no person contract. The reason they have a no person contract is if you look at your name on your mortgage, it's written in all uppercase spelling called a nom de guerre. The word nom de guerre means you're a dead person, and the synonym of that is pseudium. Or again becomes a conjunction. Other is an adverb, and OT means no, of her. Material is an adjective. Impairment, IM means no, vowel 2 consonants again. ENT is contract, so you have no paired contract. That becomes a pronoun, no, no, no. Of is an adverb, making lenders possessive to be a possessive of the adjective interest and the pronoun if. Now interest, IN means no. TER is terra and EST is contract. So you have no earth contract when you have interest. As a result of our suing the mortgage companies, all the banks in the United States, and over 500 federal lawsuits filed at the Department of Justice and the Securities and Exchange Commission, the new language is to drop the word interest and charge rent on all your borrowed money. Same thing as the Arab worlds do with their money, with the Muslim religion. The word the now becomes a adverb, modifies the word property. PRO is no, PER is person, and TY is contract. Or is your conjunction. Rights is a pronoun. You have no rights. Now, when it comes to the word rights, I once said to a judge in 1985, I have rights. The judge says, a fox has a right to eat, and a chicken has a right to eat. Enough said about rights. Think about it. The word rights now becomes a pronoun. The word under means no contract. Under is an adverb, modifies the adverb this, and security becomes an adjective of the word instrument. IN means no. It's used also as a pronoun. STRU means from the word construction, and ENT is contract. So you have no construction contract. Why is that? Well, if it's a no construction contract written in adverb verb or adverb adjective pronoun, you have a color of security. Under now removes it from the plane of level playing field. So we can read this backwards, except for one small detail. There's no facts in the sentence. So where we started off with 43 words, we now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, We have 57 mistakes out of 43 words in this sentence. So when we go to reconstruct this document, the document is actually saying that this is in error. You don't have a contract because all these words, when you look up the value of these words based on these numbers, you will not find a definition in the dictionary. Now, if you take, what is the lawyer going to do, or an attorney? The attorney is going to take this sentence and say, that makes sense to him. And we're going to go ahead and say that this is the fact, and we're going to file a complaint from an attorney. So we went ahead and we wrote up the attorney's answer. A true, which now becomes a verb. Truth is not a verb. It's a condition of state. And is a conjunction. Correct copy becomes an adjective pronoun. Of is an adverb, making which to be a verb. Is an adverb, making attraction to be a no attached. Is a no contract adjective. The ed is in past time, voiding the now time of hereto becoming a pronoun. As is an adverb, making exhibit to be a no contract. And because this is in quotation marks, Exhibit A, it's been removed from the paper. Because the exhibit that they are presenting to the court is also void. The same thing as the lawsuit is void. Plaintiff, Emerson, purchased, ED, in this case, that's a pronoun. All is the adverb of all and two consonants. Not only is the word all is a very unique word because it can't be proven. So vowel and two consonants because you can never prove all. The only way to prove all is do a handstand. Let your feet dangle in a sea of space and hold planet Earth up in your hands. That's what all means. All rights then becomes the verb. And conjunction, interest. Again, no earth contract. And that becomes a pronoun because of the word and. So interest becomes the adverb, making in to become an adverb. And is a conjunction. To becomes the pronoun, thus the adverb, making real. Re means no. Contract as an adjective of the property, PRO, no, PER, person, TY, contract. As a pronoun, no, set forth as an adverb verb in Emerson Corporation. And even though, now when they write corporation with an abbreviation and put a period, it breaks the continuance because it's a abbreviation. Then you go back here to the word by, it becomes a pronoun because it's a word used by itself, and becomes a conjunction. Through its attorney. Here the word through is used as a pronoun. Its is an adverb, making attorney to be a verb. And this conjunction, request, means no quest, as a pronoun. That default, again, no fault. It's a no-fault judgment used as a pronoun. The word JU means no, law. B is an adverb. Hereby is an adverb. Entered, EN means no. It means no earth in past time. So that's used as a verb. In favor, adverb verb. Of is an adverb. Plaintiff, which becomes a dangling participle verb to end the sentence. So the attorney is saying that you pick out the key words. The attorney is saying that there is no fault, there is no earth interest, there are no quests, and there is no earth in past time. The word judgment, when you look it up, says opinion. The letter O is used as a single syllable. PIN means to join together, and ION means contract. So you have no joining contract. That's what an opinion is. That's called parse. Now, the book on Parsee is written by the Masons, and I'm a 92nd degree Mason. I rewrote the Masonic codes and putting 2/3 of all the missing words in dogma, legenda. And when the book was rewritten, it's 6 inches thick, 18 inches tall, and 1 foot wide. It's in 9-point print, by the way. So it's a very, very complex book dealing with many different parts of our world's belief systems. And the study of Masonry deals with how to manage people and how to manage all the communication skills, government, banking, numerology, worldwide. It doesn't matter what your language is. All world leaders belong to the Masonic order, and they act together. So now when you write a sentence, the last word in the sentence has authorization. It's supposed to be the authorization of that sentence, just like instrument here. It means no structured contract. Well, does this look like a structured contract to you? Or the dangling participle plaintiff, which was the attorney who was represented by the law firm. What it says here is that this attorney is going to bastardize grammar to go into another to fight for a bastardized grammar mortgage. And the two of them together are going to go in front of the word judge, which means J-U, comes from the word no law. The word justice, J-U, means no law. S is speak, T-I is title, and C-E is judge. And judge title speaks no law. So by bastardizing the grammar and avoiding a prepositional phrase in all conditions here, you have no facts here. Yes. The question was, what was the volition of a borrower to borrow money? All right, what they don't teach you is that the person they advertise on TV, you're taught by your parents, and we learn from example, to go out and borrow money to buy a home. If you're fortunate enough to pay cash for it, that's another thing. But maybe only one person in 100 actually pays cash for a home. The rest of the world goes out and they borrow the money. And the home is used as the equity to back up the mortgage itself. But a bank is not allowed to lend money from its investors or its depositors. So the bank has to take your mortgage, and when they present you with a mortgage, I'll use this one here. This document here is your Fannie Mae, Freddie Mae mortgage. Now, even though you can't see the ABC alphabet from where you sit, you can see color. Anything that's pink is an adverb, and anything that's green on this paper is a verb. All the words that are not colored are adjective pronouns. So if you're going to modify something, your white is going to be modified and your pink is going to be modified. The green section is going to be your facts used as verbs. You can look at this up close after the fact. And you can see how many times that this document written by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac has been modified to create a false document. These are just adverb verbs. And finally, we just identified the adverbs by just putting the pink on the paper. There's 100 adverbs out of 300 words. Again, 100 adverbs out of 300 words. And then when you get back to your signature, your autograph page in this document, the autograph page only has room for you to sign, not the bank. So it's a unilateral contract. So you go ahead and you sign this false document. And then the bank takes this false document to a treasury window where the person standing at the treasury window hands over to the bank $500,000 so you can buy your house. They say, well, we got a mortgage here. And the person who is going to hand that bank that mortgage money is a second grade reading level or a fiction level like this, reading level, and doesn't understand what correct parsee syntax grammar looks like. So they cut a check and give it to the bank. And the bank goes back, and the ABC bank goes ahead and they make a deposit into the ABC account with the $500,000, and now under the laws of fraction banking, because they now have a $500,000 deposit, create $5 million. Then they take that $5 million on day 2, and they write a check for $500,000, and they run it back over under Title 15, Section 1635A of the 3-day rescission law, and they give the money back to the Treasury saying, we canceled the mortgage, we canceled the loan, we're not going to borrow this money from this person's security account, Social Security account. Then they turn around and they go back and they write a note. NO means no and TE means contract, that's par se. So now we have a no contract note where the entire document has boxes. All the numbers are placed in independent boxes. All the written words are placed into another set of boxes. A box is an enclosed area under the rules of styles of all the world style manuals for advertising. And because the words and the numbers are kept separate by these independent boxes, and the entire document is boxed, and there's only room for one signature. A signature starts with SI, like the word sign is SI, like the word simulation is SI. When you have an autograph, which is the way I punctuate my name here, David-Wynn, Miller, that's called an autograph. That means authentic, author, authorization. And that makes me a fact. But when you simulate, which is cursive writing, the root word of cursive is to do evil on others. And when you're doing evil on others by cursive and you angle your words, that's italicizing, which removes it from the paper. And if you're going to italicize what you've just written, you voided your contract. Now I have a document here. Now here's a signature. You can't see it from back there, but it's scribbled. There's no way you can make out what this name is. You got to scribble over here. Any 2-year-old can scribble as equally as well. And by scribbling, these people are not taking jurisdiction for the words that they're placing on the paper. It is mandatory when we write a lawsuit that we go ahead and we place a flag on the lawsuit, because this is a vessel in a sea of space. All vessels under maritime law must have a flag. The flag must also, the vessel must also be accompanied by a stamp. Now, by placing the postage stamp on this document, it's a federal stamp. It pays the freight to move this document between point A and point B. When I sign my name across, autograph my name across this stamp, and my clients autograph their name across this stamp, it makes you the postmaster authorized to transport this vessel from your home to the bank, or from your home to the post office to be sent out. Yes?
What's the definition of a stamp?
A stamp is a certification from the post office. There's only one postal service on planet Earth, by the way. It's called the Universal Postal Union. The Universal Postal Union is responsible for all vessels on planet Earth. In other words, all 9 billion people. They're responsible for all money on planet Earth and how it is exchanged between 2 countries or between the citizens within those countries. It's a one world order established on the 22nd of October, 1871. That's our modern day. In the past, in Rome, you know, even with Jesus, you had, when a tax man came up to him, he says, give unto Caesar what is Caesar, give unto God what is God's. What face is on Caesar's coin? So if you're going to use Caesar's coin for the value, and his military is going to protect the value of that coin for what it is, then pay Caesar his taxes to guarantee the value of it. If you go out to a tropical island in the South Pacific, they use coral beads. Some places they use different types of stone. They had to have different types of exchange that were set up by their kings within their community, because they were a closed community. They had to measure value so that there was fairness between how much work an individual did and for trade within the community. People figure it out, believe it or not. When you get them together, they will figure out some form of an exchange system. The stamp is the exchange system to move freight between point A and point B, and like this is a vessel in the sea of space, it has to be transported. Now to make this a valid document, you have to autograph the back of it, just like you autograph your checks when you go down to the bank. The clerk, you hand them your check, which is your vessel. She stamps it paid. She hands you money and does banking. You have to endorse the back of it because it's a bill of lading, a vessel coming to the port of the bank. In a courthouse, the vessel comes to the port of the court. The court takes the vessel and it docks the vessel, puts a docket number on it, and now you can call it a document because you paid to dock the vessel. Then there's a service docking fee. In the courts, it's I think $68 here, and in federal court it's $350. And when you go to the Supreme Court of the United States, it's a half a troy ounce of gold. And that's how they regulate what the docking fee is. So it's all about maritime vessels. Now, what exactly is the court? When you walk into a courtroom, this room here is my federal postal court today. We have documents signed, we have stamps on it, and we're explaining to you the mechanics of how this court process functions. The federal postal court can only do grammar. We can only syntax the words on the grammar for the fraud that is perpetrated on them. This becomes the forensic evidence that is necessary. Because when you hand me your mortgage and I have forensic evidence in my hand that a lie has been committed, and this is how many mistakes are taking place in every sentence, and then a lawyer wants to answer back to you and create the same lie, we have a conspiracy here. A conspiracy under Title 18, 1001, which is fictitious conveyance of language, Title 15, Section 1692E, which is false and misleading statements, carries a $25 million fine and 30 years in prison, Title 15, Section 78FF. Now, because you are depriving or stopping witnesses and evidence from bringing correctness to the court, this is called a deprivation. Under coloring of the law, that's Title 18-242. That carries a 15-year prison sentence and a $15,000 fine. Perjury is a $5,000 fine and 5 years in prison. Fictitious conveyance of language is a 10-year, $10,000 fine. When you take and you deprive someone and reduce them through trickery, through this kind of trickery, it's called racketeering or RICO. Title 18, 1961 carries a 30-year prison sentence and a $1 million fine. And because you send it through this goes through the mail, and the bank is sending you invoices which are fraud as this are through the mail and asking you for money, that's mail fraud. That's Title 18, 1341. That carries a $1 million fine and 30 years in prison to extort money through the mail. When you get done with this, you got a 62-year prison sentence and about $32 million total in fines that are going to be accumulated. All based on physical evidence. This is where you got to go out and prove you got a sore back or you got a bent fender on your car. These are written words on a piece of paper as forensic evidence. And these documents get bonded. You don't see a staple here because staple is not a bonding. It's a mechanical device. These are bonded with super glue. So you can glue it, you can stitch it with a sewing machine because the pilferation of the holes are like a fingerprint. Or you can rivet it with brass rivets. In 1998, I sent Janet Reno, Secretary of State Janet Reno, a letter about her false and misleading statements. She sent me back 2 sheets of paper with 6 3/8-inch diameter brass rivets to hold 2 sheets of paper together. She says, you want to talk about maritime bonding? Well, here's maritime bonding. Only person in my entire career 34 years that ever used brass rivets. But it just shows that she understood maritime law. So the bank goes ahead and they take your Social Security money and they lend it to you. The bank does not have title to the property. They do not have a note because it's been written in modified grammar and all the numbers are boxed. They don't have a contract because it's bastardized, written in fiction language. This is straight lines and curved lines on a piece of paper called ART, A-R-T, which is a vowel and two consonants, which means no contract. So therefore, if you put things in perspective, when they're using their words called real property, RE being no contract, and property being no person's contract, they're telling you, they're advertising to you through parse that we have no contracts here, that you are a nothing. We nom de guerre your name. Now, if you look up nom de guerre as a dead person, pseudium, and you look at the laws under maritime codes, can a dead person own land or write contracts? The answer is no, it's forbidden. So they go ahead and they bastardize the grammar, so there is no contract. And no is an adverb making a negative adverb, which makes contract into a verb fiction. Again, this goes into a vicious circle of modification and trickery and deception over and over and over again. And when we go ahead and we bring a correct parse syntax grammar document to the court, everyone's familiar with the date 12/21/2012? The Mayan calendar, the beginning of the end of the world. Thou was an adverb making end to be a verb. Thou was an adverb making world to be a verb. We ended the world of verb that day by ordering open Benjamin Franklin's Federal Postal Court, July 4th, 1775, retroactive under Title 42, 1986 for knowledge of a crime and the authorization to stop and correct it. Russell J. Gould and myself issued new oaths of office written in the correct parse syntax grammar. As two, we make corporation. And we also issued a new bank charter and a new court charter of how grammar will be used in a correct parse syntax grammar format to decisions on what documents are being filed in the court system. And by doing that, using physical evidence and staying within the confinements of our charter, we now have the correct basis to stop and correct this type of a lie from happening, and this has been done 64 million times in the United States. Now, when the bank goes ahead and they take your mortgage, as soon as within 3 days of you signing your mortgage contract and your note, they then take and they sell that, what's called a securitized backed asset to Wall Street. Or they sell it to another bank which bundles it up. The little banks will sell it to a big bank. The big bank will turn around and sell it to Wall Street, which then sells it to foreign investors as a securitized backed asset. Do they have title to your property? The answer is no, like you have title to an automobile. They can't produce the title, and when you ask the bank, where's my title? They're going to say, we don't have to show it to you. That's because they don't have it. They are only a servicing agent. They have never risked any of their own money. They have only taken your own Social Security account and created an illusion to get the money from the Treasury, which is actually a bank robbery, because this document is a lie. That means that they did not have a contract to take that money out of the Treasury in the first place. That's the same as a bank robbery. And if they committed that bank robbery, that's a crime, and it vacates their ability to contract with you. But they're out there every month, and they're asking you for money. They continue to generate a no-contract language and frustrate the individual. When you went to school, they did not teach you to read and write above a second grade reading level. The first thing the teacher taught you when you were 8, 9 years old, never start a sentence with a prepositional phrase, so that you could never create a fact. You can have 99 prepositional phrases in a row and put one adverb verb in there. That adverb verb represents the number 0. And any number, no matter how large it is, multiplied times 0 equals 0. Any number divided by 0 equals 0, no matter how big it is. And so what they did here is they threw in and modified anywhere in the sentence, and they created a lie. In the world of infinity lies, they have the world to lie. They can only be correct once with 3 plus 3 equals 6. But in the world of lying, they have an infinity of the ability to be wrong. to teach us how not to read and write, to be wrong. And what was Pandora's box? You open Pandora and you release all the evils in the world. The Pandora's box was the mathematical interface on grammar. That it showed that man never went to war over a math problem in the history of this planet, over a math problem, but have been killing each other through modification of grammar and stealing property through false and misleading sentences since the beginning of written time. And individuals' voluntary participation in the, I guess you could say, the greed factor, the need to have a roof over your head, to need to supply your family with shelter, is so strong you will do anything. When we were 18 years old, sex was on our mind. We had to have a fast car, good clothing, and they wanted us to sign up for our Social Security, and you had to have your Social Security card in order to get a job, to make the money, to buy the car, to get the clothes, to attract the opposite sex. Then you had to build shelter for the opposite sex, and henceforth jump into a mortgage that you couldn't read and write because they never taught you how to read and write in school. So this thing has been a setup, and it was established in 1888, called securitized-backed assets through Wall Street. So they knew what they were doing 135 years ago when they set this whole plan in motion. The thing that they never figured on was that we were going to break the code, publish the mathematical interface on grammar, and expose this. On January 6, 2008, I syntaxed Washington Mutual's mortgage. They were presented with the documents on Friday. They closed at $60 a share. On Monday, they opened at 10 cents a share and filed bankruptcy. The other 38 banks in the United States ran in and picked up, Washington Mutual's bankrupt corporate mortgages, and within 6 weeks lost 95% of all their value when they got their own lawsuit filed. And we syntaxed, and they found out what they just bought, that all 64 million mortgages were a lie. And within 2 years, 25 million of the 64 million mortgages were in foreclosure, putting our unemployment rate between 16 and 18% and throwing 110 million of our 350 million population into no housing. When the court summons you when this fiction court summons you to come to court, they're asking you to leave the Hawaii territory. The courthouse is a foreign vessel in dry dock. Now, we had a federal courthouse here in Maui in Wailuku Heights. It was built in 1888, about the same time securitized-backed assets were authorized. It was the original post office turned into the federal courthouse. And did you know that on March 8th, 2013, Hawaii became a sovereign country? It is no longer in bankruptcy with any country on planet Earth. On January 6, 2008, is when we filed the quantumized constitution, which I wrote for the Hawaiian Kingdom, and 22 Kaponas signed it. It was presented to the World Court at The Hague, and it was authorized to be a correct written document. 3 days later, under the rescission law, all banks in Hawaii that were offshore from foreign governments left the islands. We have not had offshore banking since January 9th, 2008, to show you that you were always sovereign. Now, in 1893, when Hawaii, January 17th, 1893, Hawaii was invaded by the United States. Queen Iolani was a 34-degree Eastern Star working for the Mason across the street at Lodge Number 1. And so when the senior Mason, who was the Postmaster General of Hawaii, told Queen Iolani to stand down, because the Mason, the Master Mason, captain of the military ship coming here from the United States, told him that he had orders to take over the Hawaiian Islands. She had to stand down and surrender Hawaii. But what was the condition of Hawaii? Hawaii filed bankruptcy with the World Bank out of Switzerland and the Rothschild family on the 22nd of October, 1871. Hawaii was under bankruptcy protection. And the United States was under bankruptcy protection from the IMF. How does the bankrupt corporation called the United States of America invade the bankrupt corporation of the state of Hawaii, or the Hawaii Territory? It can't. Totally illegal. Has been illegal the whole time. The United States of America came out of bankruptcy on November 2nd, 1999, and for 1 year under maritime law of salvage plus a 90-day federal law did not exist. The United States did not elect a president in 2000. They had to wait 90 days counting ballots. And on February 2nd, 2001, they became the United States of America Corporation. Anybody could have ran for president and been elected as president of the United States. Bush was appointed. But now, the United States is out of bankruptcy, but Hawaii is still in bankruptcy. A sovereign country can't invade a bankrupt corporation. Hawaii should have been vacated on February 2nd, 2000, but they weren't. So there's a lot of international law violations taking place here. A lot of maritime law violations taking place here. And we articulated and wrote contracts to these effects, and we filed them at the World Court at The Hague. In 1997, I was commissioned by the Kapunas to write contracts mathematically certified frontwards and backwards. I'm not allowed to interfere with any religion, customs, policies, only to make sure that the math was correct. And then when we presented and did seminars for the people of Hawaii and showed them how grammar has to be so mathematically perfect that it can't be modified, written frontwards or backwards, it says the same thing. We had to certify as a group, the 22 Kapunas, and we all worked together for months to make sure that every sentence that had to be said was said and presented in this Constitution. When it was sent to The Hague only took 5 days of looking at what was correct and said the Hawaiian people are now correct. They have a constitution that is correct. And therefore, they have their independence. They don't need somebody babysitting them like the United States. Even though we use the United States dollar here, we still have a constitution that says we can read and write, and all the documents that have been filed since those days have been all written in the correct parse syntax grammar. And we continue to police fraudulent grammar like this and bring it to trial. We contact the Department of Justice, the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Consumer Fraud Protection Bureau out of Iowa City, Iowa, the postal inspectors, criminal division in Chicago, because these things go through the United States priority mail as fraudulently conveyed documents. You know what they say? These are not government employees, therefore we don't have any jurisdiction. The least common denominator between all these things is the American flag. The FBI, the CIA, the NSA, the KGB. Yeah, we send stuff to Russia. In 1998, shut down the entire postal service in the United States for 2 years, for 2 whole weeks. Because the Russians came back and said, hey, we got a document here that's written in the correct parse syntax grammar, translated in the Russian in the correct parse syntax grammar. In 6 weeks after that, Russia collapsed. The Senate, the Congress, the legislature of Russia were taken over by the KGB, and the Supreme Court were all put under arrest because of false and misleading statements. These documents, when they saw them, changed the entire politics, and the Cold War ended. And Russia became a capitalist country like the US. That was the first one to go down. When the United States government saw this here, the only thing they keep doing is we're asking the criminals to police the criminals. But if you look at their oath of office for all these different divisions, they're written in adverb verb, italicized and placed into a box, which say nothing. So they're not authorized to carry a gun or a badge because of the fictitious conveyance of language that they have perpetrated on the American people. And to make sure that the American people can't read and write, they hire a principal, PRI, no contract individual, to run roughshod over all the teachers of that institution to make sure that they do not teach the students the correct parse syntax grammar so that when they graduate from school, they can be harvested. Anybody that had a 4.0 student grade point average, you knew that they were lying better than anybody else, or could be brainwashed better than anybody else. And the guy that was flunking, his brain wouldn't accept an adverb verb lie. And that's why 38% of the students quit high school, because they will not accept a lie and they don't want to be brainwashed down that far. So what's happening today is my website, the website is dwmlc.com. Has 5 billion people on it studying how to use the correct parse syntax grammar and over 400 pages of testimony. So what we have here is we have corrected, positively identified how we are being cheated. We have the forensic evidence, and we have the court system, the Federal Postal Court, now established so that we can take and bring correctness to our world of contracts. And if you've been listening to the political agendas that are happening and what's going on in the newspapers of Hawaii coming up to our election, it shows that they are fully aware that Hawaii became sovereign on March 8, 2013. On March 11th, 2013, 170,000 tons of gold bullion was moved into Honolulu, putting back the gold that was taken out on October 22nd, 1871 by the World Bank to make Hawaii the new central bank of the Pacific. So there's going to be a lot of changes happening in the near future here. So we have an election coming up, and our politicians are becoming aware of what's available. They're becoming aware of this grammar. They're becoming aware of the sovereignty. And little by little, they're starting to speak out, and it's showing up in the newspapers. So I think by the time the election rolls around, we'll have enough educated people to stop and correct the wrongs that are going on out here. Stop the foreclosures that have taken place. 4 years ago, I filed a lawsuit at the federal court, and we froze all foreclosures in the Hawaiian Islands for 15 months because they knew they were wrong. There are no titles in Hawaii. There have never been titles in Hawaii since 1800. So how can they sell, how can they advertise and say that they have a title to the property and use it as a verb and use the word true and correct, when this is a bold-faced lie? This is perjury. So this law firm is being prosecuted. This law firm asked for $20,000 in royalties to justify this and get paid for this. And we are suing them for false and misleading statements for $25 million and a $80,000 violation of what they're at through mail fraud, because under Title 15, 1639A, they have to pay 4 times damages for how much they're trying to extort through the Rescissions Act. So I haven't brought up any names here today as far as specific organizations go, because this is only about the parse syntax grammar. So we've used a little bit of generalities to show you exactly what the mechanics are as we move forward. Also, we have, you can look on the board over here, we had summoned 14 different government officials. The police chief here in Maui, several of the judges and the attorneys who have committed the fraud. We have the forensic evidence in front of us. And by bringing this to the table today as a federal postal court, we asked them to attend today to answer why they're supporting this document and accepting this language to be a fraud. Why are you using fraud and damaging and taking homes from people that you don't have title to, that the bank does not have standing for? And I have you can see through this plastic container here. This is how much paperwork one lawsuit has generated in 1 year. That's over 1,000 sheets of paper. Every lawsuit that we do, we not only syntax the material, write a lawsuit that goes to the Department of Justice. We answer the lawyers, we prosecute the lawyers for the wrongs that they are doing, trying to steal the property, and we continue to, this goes back and forth every 45 days, where we sue them and they come back and they want to get paid for their violations, so we sue them again. And this goes on and on and on. Well, we have unlimited funds and deep pockets to prosecute these people for the crimes that they are perpetrating against the Hawaiian people and people of the United States. The people that were summoned today, none of them showed up. I know who they are, and none of them came today. You can look at the documents on the board there to see who was summoned. We have the green card return receipts for all of them, that they were asked to be here today to answer why they're using fraudulent conveyance of language to extort property from the people, and they failed to show up today. So there will be a follow-up lawsuits presented to the Department of Justice. This may be a community center, but it is also the Federal Postal Court today, because this is a real court. This is a real, these are correct facts. Not real, but correct. The Federal Postal Court, and I have authorization as a federal postal judge to tip staff sheriffs, and a tip staff is an officer of a federal court to go out and make arrests. The tip staff must also know how to read and write in the correct parse syntax grammar. Their guys don't. I know they don't. I've already questioned them. They don't even know what the definition of the word tip staff means. And when I went out and I questioned them, they're like deer in a headlight. So we have to get educated individuals that are willing to participate and become party to the tip staff in authorization. Now there's different organizations that are forming, but if you form an organization or a police organization in adverb verb, in other words, in this kind of grammar, you do not have authorization. You're just another fiction suing another fiction, and the bigger fiction with guns and clubs are going to go ahead and take you into custody because you committed fraud under Title 18, 1001, and Title 15, Section 1692E. We have the upper hand at this time because we have a signed confession from every single judge, attorney, lawyer. And I currently hold warrants on 33 judges of the 92 judges here in the Hawaiian Islands. Volition. Okay, the volition, as I started before, was a person wishes to gain shelter, and the only thing they know how to do is to go to a bank and borrow money, but they don't know that the bank is not lending them their money, in other words, the bank's money, but going into their Social Security account to take their money out using a fraudulent document. So there's no closure for the volition of the crime of bank fraud that is being perpetrated on the individual wanting to borrow money. You are both the borrower and the lender, but the way it happened was a lie. Who committed the first crime? You or the bank? Well, the answer is clear, the bank. Because the bank created the document, the bank took it in and took the money out of the Treasury. The Treasury is controlled by the Post Office. The Post Office controls all military branches in the government, Homeland Security, Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, police forces, sheriff's departments. They're all controlled by the Post Office. Now, the Post Office controls the Department of Transportation, which controls the port authorities. The port authorities control foreign vessels in dry dock. All courthouses in the United States are foreign vessels in dry dock. Now, because they have handicap ramps in every single courthouse in America, that means they are under treaty as a foreign entity to not disable the public. Disability comes under Title 29, Section 701 of the 1964 Civil Rights Act. So they are under treaty not to disable you and your ability to communicate in court. If you only speak Hawaiian or Filipino or Chinese or Japanese, and the judge is speaking in English, he must bring a translator into the courtroom. They do follow that procedure. But when they write in this manner, both the mortgage contracts and the attorneys bring in this type of grammar fraudulent grammar to prosecute you for nothing, saying nothing, with no laws, rules, regulations, or codes, and you can't read and write, so you don't know any better, and they've got you so scared, they traumatize you with 10 times more made-up charges when there was no charges in the first place about anything. But we have their signed confession for the criminal activity that they're perpetrating. But where are they doing that? They're doing it in a foreign vessel in dry dock. So if you've got a Chinese freighter out here in the harbor with a Chinese flag on it, that represents a foreign country. What would happen if any of you walked onto that freighter and you didn't have a seaman's pass, you didn't have your immunization medical files with you that says you have no contagious diseases, that you did not have a bill of lading to enter that vessel with a contract that pays for the bill of lading or a ticket to be on that freighter, you would be arrested for trespassing, put in the brig, taken back to China, and spend 8 years in jail. Well, what do you think happens when you walk into this box, into the foreign vessel? The bill of lading for your ticket is written in adverb verb with 400 mistakes on it. So the only thing that they can charge you with when you walk into the courthouse is that you are a derelict vessel trespassing on their courthouse property. And you know what's the one thing standing in front of the judge? Your body trespassing with babble communications and no written contract. So they say, how much money can you afford to pay to walk out of our trespassing charge? And that's the long and the short of it, folks.
Why do they keep getting away with it, though? Yeah.
Because they're on a foreign vessel in dry dock. You're in their territory. You left the Hawaii Islands. You're in a foreign vessel, same as you'd walk into a different country's freighter sitting out in the harbor here.
But like today, like say for these guys that didn't show when he gave us summons, if I didn't show up to their summons, I have a warrant for my arrest now.
Not necessarily. If you read the paperwork, it says, we may, and may is a future tense adverb, which means it doesn't exist in now time, it's in the future. And so what they're doing is they're issuing a adverb verb document, just like this is. Their warrant is written all in boxes and written in adverb verb communications. So if you sue the warrant for fraud and misleading statements using a quo warranto complaint written in the correct parse syntax grammar, the court loses jurisdiction while engaged in criminal activity under Title 18, 1001, Title 18, 242, deprivation of rights under color of law, and Title 15, Section 1692E for false and misleading statements. They lose jurisdiction under Title 42, 1988 for committing a crime, and under Title 42, 1986, which is knowledge of the crime, did not stop and correct it. So therefore that makes them all who participated and signed the warrant to be co-conspirators under Title 18, 241 and witness each other under conspiracy, which carries a 10-year, $10,000 fine for each one that would sign and witness. So we have organized crime acting as the police force or as the judiciary here on the island. Because I would have to syntax what has done wrong, write the lawsuit under quo warranto, and then send it to the court to show them the criminal act that they did, send it to the police department, file a claim with the sheriff's department that the court has issued fraudulent documents, and then notify the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C. that organized crime has taken over our courts. Okay? That's black and white, folks. I can't get any clearer than that. What they're going to do is they're going to come back and say, we cannot understand what is correct. We can only understand what is fiction. And if you believe that, then they're going to want you to participate with their fiction. Don't. You can continually sue them for the correct parse syntax grammar for the avoidance of perjury. And they can't ask you to commit perjury or join with their perjury because that's a crime. All right? Your volition, folks, when you go to get something, there's a thing called closure. Under maritime law of contracts, you must have closure for the word terms in the documents, for the criminal charges or what the laws are in the documents. In other words, you have to have a dictionary attached to your document. You cannot, if you have abbreviations, they have to identify what the abbreviations mean. It has to be all written out in the correct parsing syntax grammar, not adverb verb. So don't think that you are at fault. You have to push them to give you closure on everything they do, or they do not have jurisdiction. And if you syntax any orders or any judgments, the word judgment means opinion. An opinion is not a fact. The word order is ORD, a vowel and two consonants. It means no contract. It's written in the same format of no contract language. So if you continually sue them to be correct, they have to vacate. Any other questions? Well, we have a Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae, uniform commercial.
So look at the second page in paragraph C and see if they have.
C is the lender.
C is the lender?
Yeah, on this one. And this lender is in bankruptcy and has been out of business since 2005. When you hand me a document, I also go in and I research the history of that lender to see who bought them and how many times they've been traded. In my own parents, my mother and father, their home was bought and sold 14 times in 12 years. They never knew who actually owned the house. I mean, who they had a mortgage with. And even though they never missed a mortgage payment, according to the fifth person who had bought it and traded 5 times before their payment from number 1 got to number 5, started foreclosure because they never got the money was forwarded to them. Even though they kept selling the mortgage over and over and over again, so they buried it. The point I'm trying to make here is that the document was written 40 million times to be fraud, so that they go out and harvest the people. This was a setup from the get-go. MERS filed bankruptcy in 2002, never paid money, never received money, and never signed a contract. When the Department of Justice went to MERS for bank fraud, they said, for what? We never signed a document. They were using our name, and we're in bankruptcy. We don't have any connection with any of the banks since 2002. They reformulated in Delaware in 2012. But they still have not signed any mortgage contracts. They do not take money or pay money. They have no continuance of evidence to be appointed. That would be like me appointing the cameraman here to sell your house because I appointed him to sell your house even though there's no continuance of evidence. And then he gets to keep the money because I appointed him. That would be completely crazy.
Gee, how can you be a nominee and a mortgagee?
Can't. They can't be the mortgagee for the simple reason they never signed anything.
But that would just be another layer of fraud.
It's just another layer of fraud that they put on there to confuse a person who doesn't know what's going on. And you went out and you sued MERS, and the judge comes back and says, well, you sued MERS and they're not here in court today, so we got to continue this or we can't move forward. The judge fully knows that none of MERS has never existed in the first place. I can stop you right there because that is written just like this sentence up here. If I syntax that specific law and it has not been corrected in the correct parsing syntax grammar in now time, all 4 billion laws written in the United States codes say absolutely nothing. When I presented that to the federal court about 30 years ago, the court came back and said, all the codes in the United States, all 4 billion of them, are only suggestions by which we as judges have to make determinations. And because we are the foreign vessel in dry dock, we get to say that 3 + 3 = 7, or 8, or 9, or 20, or anything we want it to be. They just make it up as they go along. And I've been in so many courts where the judge says to me, David, we know who you are. We know that you do syntax. We know you're a federal postal judge, but you're in my vessel now, and I'm the king of my vessel, and I will determine who lives and who dies in my vessel. And I will make any law I want on my vessel. That's what these judges tell me when I walk into their courthouses. And yet, Here in Hawaii, when I sit in the courtroom, I've seen 12 felony cases get a $20 court cost and walk out the door just because I'm sitting there. Because they don't want to perform a crime in front of me, because when I walk out the door, I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to syntax it, I'm going to drop a lawsuit on them, and they're going to look really foolish committing treason against the people. It's not worth it. Question?
Where can we learn or start to learn how to be part of it?
Okay, dwmlc.com has all the mechanics written down in over 400 pages of text. You can also go on the internet, type in David Windmiller videos, and there's over 200 hours of videos from our seminars. I've done 2,500 live seminars, TV, radio, internet broadcasts, live seminars where I come out. We did one, I think it was 4 years ago, over in Waianae. We had 504 people show up at the gym at the high school. And that was when we announced the sovereignty of the Hawaiian Islands, when we found that we broke the code on when Hawaii became, when it all started, when the bankruptcy started. All right, but that's about it, folks, for our court today.
All of Don Kalam's books are indeed truthful books for we, the people of the Republic.
It's time to unlock the secrets of the Matrix and become a power piece in commerce with Don Kalam. He teaches you the truth about the tricks and traps of society, starting with the lies of separate races. As there is only one race, the human race. When you say you are black or white, this gives up rights dealing with your nationality, giving up your constitutional and state rights. Every state is a country, therefore your nationality. Example, if you live in Texas, you are a Texan. The same goes with Alaskans. They live in Alaska, and Hawaiians live in Hawaii. New Yorkers are from New York. Hope it makes sense. Learn how to get your rights back and how to declare a nationality, and always remember that prosperity is your true birthright. Click the link in our bio and join our private school with Don Kalam today.
Greetings, friends. Tyler here. Just wanted to give you the overview on the secured party creditor process with this cool program that enables you to draw out mind maps. The program is called X-Mind6, and so it is a really great study tool that you can use to draw out maps. And what I did here is this secured party creditor process overview, and I put my best order of the instructions to do the process and complete the process. And we'll just go through one step at a time, and you'll see how neat and cool this little program is. And this helps you to keep your notes and your instruction manuals much more organized. As you can see, you can create subtopics and subtopics within subtopics, and then you can go and close them back up in order for easy to just look at one thing at a time. So this has all your instructions, so we're just going to go over it, make sure everything is here, and you're going to have this file that you can open up and click around, and as time goes on, maybe if you change things around or add something to instructions, and you can create your own instructions for your own processes with this, or create your own notes to integrate any material that you're learning or studying. And we're actually looking for people to go over certain study material, put together a good overview, and either gift it or exchange it to understand contract law for some of our in exchange for anything that we have that you want. So we're going to go through here, secure party creditor process. The first thing to begin is beginning questions to ask before you begin. Let me see if I can zoom in a little. Alright, so the beginning questions to ask before you begin. Let's check that and make sure that's okay. You know, are you doing this process for yourself? Or are you doing this for a friend? Many people, their friends are on vacation in a jam, and they would need to become power of attorney if you're going to be signing the documents for your friend if your friend is not yet a secure party creditor. So we have links. Actually, I think the link is understandcontractlawandyoin.com/power of attorney. So if you're helping a friend, you need to click that, get that form on that site, and have that, you know, ready to go. Secure party creditor process is an extraordinary process for most people and should not be taken or engaged in lightly without deep consideration. Are you truly ready to do this process? If you are unsure, then ask us what you need to study and understand for you to one day be ready. We'll recommend any study materials for you. The need to understand trusts, Weiss's Concise Trustee Handbook, just Google it. The need to understand state, national versus federal U.S. citizen, read the 40-page PDF Cooperative Federalism, just Google it. And I can go in here and put the links, put the actual web links here, but the web links change and it's easy to find on any search engine like Google or anything else. Other good sites with free material. I wanted to list a bunch of good sites with free material. Freedom School, I think it's freedomschool.com, FamGuardian, I think .org, sedm.org, and there's tons of stuff on YouTube if you sort through all the crap and just look for the solid historical education and detailed education. So I may go through back and add links to a lot of the stuff here, but so that's just some things that I think you should consider or get started before you begin. Once you're ready to begin, you go through the Trust Docs and Private Agreements tab, and all these docs can basically be signed at the same time. Okay, so you can just print them, you get them done, print them all out, do them all at the same time, because there's a whole set of them that can all be executed at the same time. You don't have to do them one after another and then reprint and then re-go back and prepare the docs. You can prepare them all at one time. However, the only reason that I put them in the order that they're in is because obviously you have to have a declaration of trust first and foremost before you have meeting minutes for the trust, right? And obviously you have to have a declaration of trust before you have an agreement between the trust as your security agreement, right? So just some common sense reasons why if for some reason you sign some of the documents one day before or after another one or something like that, put them in the right order for you. For many, this is an overwhelming amount of paperwork, so we put them in the right order that makes sense so that you will actually pick up what is going on here, right? So you're creating a trust with your legal name, and then you're having a meeting, and then you're creating certain resolutions at the meeting and certain agreements at the meeting. That's basically it. So obviously the first document that you need to read, look at, and sign is the Declaration of Trust. So again, putting them in the right order so that it sequentially makes sense to you. The first time someone showed me this process, they actually showed me part 7 down here before I had even seen part 2 and then 3 and then 4, 5, 6, and it really didn't make sense to me, and then I never really did the process until years later because I really didn't understand it. So I feel like if I go through the process in the sequential order for those of you that are looking at this, it'll make the most sense to you, as it makes the most sense to me and as it should make the most sense to us all. Trust self Q&A before setup. So before you set up your trust, fill out the information in this form so it helps you write down your information for paperwork preparation. So that we put a link right into the document. Now this is cool. So you could put web links or you could put Excel, Word files right into the document, and when you click it, boom, it opens up, and you've got this that opens up right into the document. So this gives you the correct spelling and the correct instructions on what you need to fill out and what information you're going to need to get before you begin, really. Okay, so I thought that's really cool. That'll help you to decide, the correct punctuation, spelling of your name and stuff as you know every time you fill out your documents, or if you have us fill your documents out for you, we can use your information from the sheet. But every time you fill out your documents, you're going to need to be aware that John Henry Doe is the secured party, and the secured party address does not have a zip code, or if it does, the zip code is in brackets. Different things like that. So all those instructions are on there. We'll make sure that we update this with the latest form. Over time, we always amend and edit and make better clarification of our instructions. So as time goes on, we'll always give you the latest version of that. Should be on our website too, under secured party process. Main things to decide on that form: deciding your second trustee, who would be your best law study partner, because that's the person that's going to have your back. That's the person who's going to be second trustee on your trust. Trustees control the trust, and you're going to make all your meeting minutes and board resolutions with them. Beneficiaries, your sons or daughters or lifelong close friends, for example, or you can pick other entities if you wish. Domicile, you're choosing to be a national which state of the Union. Also pick a domicile address there. Or you could pick a foreign offshore postal address, just to make a very clear distinction that it is foreign. Governing law of the trust, common law, private international commercial law. Pick one. Again, that is covered in the form as well, but you want to pick a governing law and domicile, beneficiaries, and second trustee. List of the documents for your initial trust setup and in the correct order. Here you go. Declaration of trust. And as time goes on, I might put little examples here where you can click on this and you can see a completed example of a John Henry Doe of each one of these. Okay, so if you see a little icon to the right side of this in your document, then you can click on that and see an example of it completely filled out correctly. Declaration of trust, probably unsigned. Obviously, all these documents that we scan in, they're at the bottom. They're gonna have to all be signed, right? So, signed, witness, notarized, whatever it says to do at the bottom. Declaration of trust, meeting minutes, first and second trustee acceptance, hold harmless agreement, security agreement, common law copyright, Schedule A, property description of the trust, trust certificate units, registry of trust certificates, notice to beneficiaries, minutes meeting, appointing fiduciaries, secretary of treasury, and if that's not in your original trust folder, it's because that meeting and that resolution is not necessary in order to establish the trust. It's only necessary to do at some point before you do the Puerto Rico mailing. So that's actually in the Puerto Rico mailing if you got a version of the files that doesn't have it in there. And then there's optional docs, abstract of trust and certification of trustees, banking resolution, trust cover sheet. These first two would only be if you're going to go open up a bank account for the trust. Once signed, scan into computer for e-version, then keep everything. Okay, so once you execute all the documents, you should scan into I would recommend to scan to the computer and save the file safely on like a thumb drive or on the computer somewhere, and then keep the originals in a 3-ring binder somewhere safe as your hard copy. See the sample first trust meeting script. This will guide you through the procedure, the setup of the documents, and that's in the course that most of you have. In that one of those first 2 weeks where we go over all this stuff. Again, these are just the documents that are signed, but the meeting of the minds and the consideration that's exchanged is what truly determines if there was a contract and if there was a a trust that was created. So this is the sample oral script that needs to be done with these documents. Overview, cliff notes on trust. So I kind of just, for those of you that are not that familiar with trust, contract is a legal relationship between the parties in regards to a certain matter of property, right? Contract. When I say contract, and I say what's contract, you should say contract is a legal relationship between the parties. Another word for contract, let me just add this one in here. A synonym for contract is law. Example. And then just a little example there. Law enforcement on the side of a police vehicle. It's the same thing as saying contract enforcement. So contract is law and law is contract. A trust is a kind of contract or a kind of law. More precisely, a trust is a contract that is still open, which entails duties and obligations on the parties involved on an ongoing basis. Once all the parties are satisfied, the trust is collapsed and termination or dissolution of the trust results. Okay, so you can look back and say, well, the contract 20 years ago was I give you a pen and you give me a piece of bubble gum. Once that's exchanged and you've got the pen and I've got the bubble gum, and 20 years later or 5 seconds later, there's no trust, there's no agreement, there's no ongoing duties and obligations responsible to either party. A trust is a contract that there still are duties and obligations. Okay, a trust is then a living contract which keeps going on for a period of time, or in perpetuity could go on forever. And trust has three main roles: grantor, trustees, beneficiaries. There need only be two people filling all these roles or some variation thereof. For example, I can give some property to you with instructions and duties to carry out the instructions and duties for both of our benefit, both your benefit and my benefit. In that example, I was the grantor, you were the trustee, and we both were beneficiaries. So there are three roles, three different positions: grantor, trustee, beneficiary, but two people can simultaneously fulfill multiple roles at the same time. Okay. A trust doesn't need to be in writing. In writing is an express trust because it is expressed, reduced to writing. Anything not within the four corners of the document is considered intentionally left out and thus not part of the contract. And then I would recommend to just Google the four corners rule. Anything not within the four corners of the document is considered intentionally left out. That's just a maxim of contracts. If it's reduced to writing, it's a maxim of contracts. If it's not in writing, then you'd have to do discovery into the facts and agreement between the parties and the course of performance between the parties to kind of determine what was the real agreement, what was the real contract. If it's not reduced to writing, it is a constructive trust, otherwise known as an implied trust, but is still legally valid. You can go to a restaurant and order food. You don't sign an express contract, and obviously, it's legal. Contract includes meeting of the minds. Contract includes consideration exchange both ways. Paperwork and documents signed is not the meeting of the minds or the exchange of consideration, and is not the contract. Is merely evidence that the event or the contract happened. Okay, and I'm not going to go through all these right there, but some really good study guides go through all that when you get the second. Now we're going to go over the UCC 1. Finding the correct UCC region to record at. So these are the 6 main regions. So you would go to Colorado to see if you are eligible for Colorado. If you were born at any of those states, you do it in Colorado. If you would click here to file electronically at that link. Okay. Once you go on the site where it says e-file, where it says do you have an account, select no, choose a form, and you don't need to create an account, or you could create an account if you use it frequently if you wish to. Now, close that up. Now, Iowa, if you were born at any of those states, this is the Iowa mailing address. Just right there, got the mailing address right there for you. Forms and fees, updated fees, click this link to get the latest UCC form that Iowa wants. Remember, all states can elect to have their own version of whatever form, and you can't use a different state's form. Then you have to comply to their instructions and comply to their fees and their submissions, and they just put some additional information there in case you need to contact them. Arkansas, if you were born at any of those states, mail to that address in Arkansas. Again, the form and then additional contact information. And then we did the same thing for Florida. And actually, in Florida, we have, if you're born in any of these states, Florida, we have a mailing location, we have a overnight mail location, we have a walk-in location. Okay? Download forms at this link, additional information. Boom. New York, if you're born in any of these states, download the form at this link, and then, because I'm familiar with New York, I wrote down that the cost is $40 per filing, no matter how many pages, and send money order to New York Department of State. So as you go, you could add instructions. If you're doing Arkansas, you can add whatever the fee is. You can select the bottom here, and you can hit enter, and you can double click, and you can put in fee is I think it's $16 or $17 or something like that, or I think it's $16 for first page. Additional page. Send money order to Arkansas Department of State. Okay. Now I don't know that that's. I think that that's correct. Because we did an Arkansas one a little while ago, but I'm going to delete this for now. But you could add in that, right, and it will save the file, because this is an editable file that you can save, and now you will know, and you'll be building up additional information within all these little crevices. You see what I'm saying? This is the DC for naturalized people, foreign citizens, foreign birth certificate. File electronically at this link, or if you have issues with filing in any other region, you can go there. List of docs recorded in the right order. This is all in the right order. What's this here? And then it says here at the bottom, the birth certificate accepted for value. If you missed this one, it's okay. This is the only one that if you didn't get it in time and you really just need to do your filing and you're waiting on getting your birth certificate. However, when you do your UCC1, you're using your birth certificate number on the UCC1 and on the trust agreements and security agreements and stuff, so you should have your birth certificate. But if you lost it, you misplaced it, something happened to it, this is the only one that's okay to leave out. But do make sure that you do all the other 11 documents in this order. And I put Form 56 for the Puerto Rico fiduciary and Form 56 for the DC fiduciary. I put page front, back, front, back, front, back, so that you will know, do not submit them double-sided on the UCC. Okay, so I made it very clear, all the right order. Okay. Basic instructions on the mailings: do not add any extra cover pages, do not staple or paperclip, use a long-ass manila envelope where the papers fit without you having to fold it. Always send all these documents unless otherwise specified. Certified mail with green card return receipt. Express mail is okay if it's done in a if you need it done in a timely manner, but it'll only take an extra couple days for certified mail to get there. And I don't know if you could put green cards on express mail, but that would be cool if you can get that. I don't know if the post office does that. Sometimes I've seen it, sometimes I've seen them refuse it. And then it takes a long time to get the originals back from the UCC, so don't count on it. Just log in and make sure that it was properly recorded, and just assume that you won't get your you won't get your stuff back for quite a while. So don't put anything really important in there. You can put second copies of originals, or you could put copies, color copies or whatever, to the UCC, and you can keep all your original wet ink signatures. What if I missed or omitted something? If you made a mistake, there's just some, I'm not going to read all that right now, but if you missed or omitted something on your filing, there's some tips there on if it's okay to redo it. How could you redo it without nullifying your entire filing? Could you redo it on UCC3? Read that carefully. Very important. EIN number. EIN number replaces Social Security number for the legal name. Otherwise, you're using the legal name the way that they constructed it with the Social Security number, which is a government officer. You must have internet access to irs.gov to do the online EIN application between the hours of 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. Monday to Friday, business days only. Instructions are right here, and that's a long-ass instructions. Now at the bottom, I'm just going to zoom out a little bit. Okay, so this is the step-by-step instructions. You go to irs.gov. In the search field in the upper right corner, type in EIN application, click apply for EIN application. You go down all those steps, and it takes, 10 minutes. In the future, we will go over the 98 series EIN for foreign trusts. This is advanced, not necessary at this time. We will add this in later on. Right now, we're just doing the domestic 47 irrevocable trust. EIN number can be obtained before the UCC1 recording as well. These steps are interchangeable in order. Of course, if you already know how to do the 98 series EIN and you wish to do that, you can. We don't we'll put the instructions for that in there later. EIN number can be obtained before the UCC1 recording as well. These steps are interchangeable. So really, you can get the EIN number along with creating the trust docs, right? You should go and get the EIN number, and it really doesn't take a lot of time. So really, you can interchange the EIN step with the UCC step if you wish. Okay, but in the interest of time, because the UCC step takes time to mail out, and then you're waiting days to see if it's recorded, and so on and so forth. That's the reason why I decided to put the UCC step above the EIN step, because I figure it takes the most amount of time for people to get just up to here, and then once they mail this out, they're kind of waiting around to see if this got, to make sure that this got accepted, it got recorded properly, and in the meantime, you can go and do your EIN, and in the meantime, you can go and do your Puerto Rico mailing. Okay, so you've got the cover page. This just explains what the cover page does, or what the whole step does. The order for deposit. This explains some additional study information. The bond. This gives some information on the bond. Gives some information on the border and the type of paper, and when where to go to get it, and tips on getting it printed, and so on and so forth. This gives you the codes and the authorities to research that go along with this bond. Let's see, how to pick an account. Oh, this is important. How to pick an account and routing number for the bond. If you have opened a trust bank account for John Henry Doe Trust, you can use the account and routing number for the bank. Option 2 would be to use the Social Security number without dashes, the exemption number, as the account number, and leave the routing number blank on the bond. Okay, and just leave that like that, so that I know a lot of you are being hung up getting bank accounts, so you don't need to. That's why I didn't even put it in these instructions. It's just optional. Tracking number at the top of the page. Handwrite in or type it in. Certified registered mail is okay. So make sure you read all that stuff carefully. Certified copy of certificate of live birth, long form, marked accepted for value. So it gives you the language to write in a 45-degree angle in red, or there are stamps that you can get online, find to do that, or you can make your own stamp. This just gives you some tips on getting the birth certificate if you don't have one, which probably would be one of the first things that you want to do. You know what? Let's copy this, close this up, and let's we'll keep that open so we know where we are. Right? You can keep multiple things open. We're going to go back here to before you begin. Right? And we're just going to type in here. Make sure you have in your possession 1 or 2 copies of the certificate of one of your certificate of live birth. If you need to order it, might as well order 2 copies. If you're really crazy, 2 or 3 copies, you know, because you never know what you're going to be doing with these things in future courses and stuff. And then we'll just say tip, just Google order long form certified birth certificate, look up instructions. So that's like your preparation step. That's like really, that's a preparation step. And deciding who your trustee and beneficiaries are is another preparation step. But that's one of the main preparation steps. There you go. Back down here. We got info on the Form 56s, W8, some additional information while you're going through this to give you some study material and information to learn and study about what the form, you know, further into what the form does and says. After you submit and execute all signatures, account mail numbers are typed and written and signed, and you're completely done, ready to mail it out. Make sure you scan in, color copy, and make a photocopy, or one or two or the both, and keep it for your private records so that you have records of exactly what complete versions you mailed. And then, important, mail out Puerto Rico mailing after you confirmed your UCC was successfully recorded. So you are going to prepare all these documents, right? So this is the order: is you do the UCC recording, you quickly go and get the EIN number, you prepare your Puerto Rico mailing docs, and you don't mail it yet. Important. Let's put important. Okay, so how do you make sure that your UCC was recorded? And then you can mail out that step, and then you can proceed forward with the other steps. This is just some basic tips on how to search for your recording, telling you to, you know, search by the debtor's last name. If it doesn't come up, you know what? If it doesn't come up, search by okay. If it doesn't, so search by debtor's last name. If it doesn't come up, search by debtor's last name with the word trust as a debtor's last name, because that's kind of how you put the filing in. You put John Henry Doe Trust. If it doesn't come up, search by the secured party. Keep trying, pay attention, details of the form, be very persistent to look it up, because it's kind of case sensitive. And you could also, if you can't find it, last scenario is I would call the UCC division, and that's why I provided all the contact information, right, and for all the offices, with the certified or express mail number, and ask them if it was recorded. They can and will give you the filing number on the phone. Then you can look it up via filing number online if you, well, I don't want to say if you wish, because you really should look it up online and make sure it's all done correctly. When looking at it online, view everything for accuracy. You will see redacted info over your private numbers like SSN, BC number, etc. Alright, so that's just some very important tips right there. And then search by region, and then this gives you all the states here. It gives you the different options. New user register here. It gives you all the options to and the actual links to search for the filings in all these different states. So provide that in there as a resource for you. When you find it, well, maybe how to search for it when you find it, maybe when you look at it online. Okay, so this is more of a okay. So when you find it, make sure it's correct, print it out, yada yada. Okay, so some simple steps. Look at that a little bit more carefully. And then you got your notification of records. Some information on this, the 4 different places you're sending it to, helping you decide what to do with all that. Just some basic overview of what, again, an overview of what your reminder, an overview of what you're doing with this process, announcing who you are, that you're alive, your status as a live man or woman, explains that you're waiving beneficial position of the all caps trust. The authority to do so. Fraud vitiates and voids all contracts ab initio. And then again, it gives them some time to respond or rebut, which they don't, therefore they consent. Explains and gives notice of your relationship with the all caps entity, okay? This is where you're sending it to. These 2 steps, you're including the Puerto Rico enclosure mailings. These ones, you're not. Let's see, UCC filing number, and the state was recorded in to fill in the blank lines in the middle of the document, okay? There's some basic steps, instructions when you're done. Sign it, this and that, green card, thumbprint if you wish. Mail those off, okay? Private International Bailor Trust is a special type of trust that you can now do after you've done that. Can be posted to a separate UCC1, which is the way that we do it. These are some of the boxes to check on it. You're writing John Henry Doe, non-averse, non-belligerent, non-combatant party as the debtor, Doe-Baylor as a secured party last name, and John-Henry as the first name. And basically what this does is it's, you're attaching a full collateral, including all court cases, CAFR fund, proceeds, bonds, trade offer, BC, makes you the priority, and this makes you the priority security interest holder in all court cases past and future. And on there, it gives them the certified mail tracking numbers of all the notification records that you sent, so it puts it on a public notice, and puts them on notice that all these steps were done, okay? Well, actually, that all the steps up to this point were done. There was something else in there. No? Okay. Okay, I guess that's it. Legal notice and demand and apostille recorded in UCC3. Now, this is a very complicated step, too. So whichever state you are going to get the legal notice and demand notarized at, you should Google and look up the apostille instructions in advance now. So for example, apostille instructions Virginia, apostille instructions Oregon, Department of State. Type something like that into Google, find the instructions. What do we have here? You need to decide, what's your time frame here? Do you want to pay the expedited fee? Do you want to pay the normal fee? If not, what's the wait and return time that it says on their website? If it's going to take weeks, maybe you don't want to wait that long. You'd rather just pay a little bit extra for their expedited fee. Make sure you have them return it to the address that you'll get it at the soonest, not your offshore address, unless you have a really good relationship with whoever's getting your mail offshore and getting it to you. Look at that on the UC. Look at on any of these forms when recorded, returned to, or whatever instructions you provide in the envelope. Secondly, you can walk in. So look up online. You can actually walk in. You could travel to the state capitol Monday to Friday during their hours. Is that an option for you? How far of a drive or commute is that for you? Something to consider, because you will be able to walk in and just get it same day, no wait. You can also go to the Secretary of State's website in your state and navigate over to the Division of Corporations section to find apostille instructions. Check into the apostille instructions, and you can make sure that the declaration that the notary signs at the bottom of your legal notice and demand is written and structured the way that that state is going to apostille it. In other words, you can't just write the notary witnessed this. You have to write it out exactly. There's several different like in other words, the notary is going to say, from first-hand knowledge, by this person provided satisfactory evidence to me by the way of a passport or a driver's license that this person is the person that they say they are. So there's several different ways. Otherwise, you can drive all the way to the state capitol or spend all this time waiting, sending it through the mail, and you can get back to them and say, oh, we're not going to apostille your document. Okay, so that is a small chance that you might get rejected unless you make sure that that notary language at the end matches up exactly. When you had the legal notice and demand notarized, unless the notary was okay with your World Service ID. Okay, so sometimes we recommend some alternative things here because people, we're trying to not use the driver's license as ID. So what you could do is you could have two witnesses witness your declaration and then get those witnesses' signatures notarized. That's what I would recommend. Or you could use alternative ID or whatever. Or you could just be okay with them having witnessed, your ID as a driver's license, whichever one that you wish to do. Legal notice and demand document with definitions, the easiest document to make mistakes or miss mistakes on because it's so long, the text is so small. Make sure you look through it carefully. And maybe have someone proofread it and go back and forth a few times on it because it's really meticulous. Okay, and then these are some action steps to put all in the right order. I'm not going to read and go through this, but this is just 14 steps as far as, edit, fix the corrections, decide how you're going to have your signatures, whether you're going to have your direct signature, have two witnesses. Keep in mind that on the document, we have two witnesses and your notarized signature. So what I'm saying is, look at the document carefully. Print and check corrections again. Print it and then reread it because a lot of times you find mistakes after you print it. Execute the signatures, witnesses, notarizations. You may wish to have 2 or 3 copies of that original wet ink last page that is signed and stuff. Scan in and make or make copies of some and keep them in your files, and then mail off to the Division of Corporations. I might want to say prepare your envelope, but that's common sense. Secretary of State, blah blah blah. So anyways, step by step. What's important to note on here? I just gave you step by step on how to. Once you get it back from the apostilled, then you're going to put your package together with your UCC3. So this gives you all the instructions on how to do that. Okay, so it's multiple steps within one step, but the summary of what you're going to do is you've got your UCC3 second page, additional page, your UCC3 additional collateral extra page. Those are the cover pages, and then you've got your apostilled cover page, because when you get something apostilled, the Secretary of State issues a full page certification page, right, that they bind or staple to the top of your document. So that is going to then go with your legal notice and demand, with your definitions, about 16 or so pages, depending on the size of the font size and the page margins when you finally printed everything out. And at the end, you've got your public servant questionnaire. So these are 3 separate things that are all bundled together and then sent and recorded on a UCC-3, referencing the original UCC-1 number and the original UCC-1 filing date. Those instructions are in here. How to make sure you do that. Okay, so that was a mouthful with that step. And then once you do that, your basic filing is now complete. Now you have the basis to do things that you would not otherwise have been authorized or capable of doing if you were not secured in your proper status, such as asserting your status as a secure party, non-resident, non-corporate, and a man or woman. Previously you were all talk, but it was BS as far as the system is concerned, and they still owned you. Erase the name. What else can you do? You can erase the name and social security number entirely from all their records if you wish to. Now, you will not be an officer or employee of the government or a contracting officer for them, and now their private statutes for their workforce don't mean anything to you. I'm not saying that they don't mean anything to you. You shouldn't take them under advisement, but you're not governed by Coca-Cola's statutes unless you're an employee for Coca-Cola. Other things you can do: get money for any time that you were injured or damaged by anybody. Doesn't have to be just the government. It could be anybody. Monetizing your judgment or claim means you can levy accounts or seize funds you're entitled to, or you can cash out on the value by selling the judgment or claim to a broker. Very, 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 very cool stuff that pretty much only we can do. I don't know other people out there that do that. Pretty amazing stuff. But you got to have your proper paperwork done exactly, otherwise they're not going to buy your. It's not going to work. They're not going to be able to buy your judgment or claim. Talk to us about monetizing any judgments or claims you already have. Talk to us about doing a tort claim process to get a private or public judgment that you can later monetize if you were injured. This is kind of the best type of clients that we have, is the people that we want to get big piles of money to for being injured or damaged. So just call us, call the number, make sure, ask your questions, make sure if it's something that we can do or not. But bottom line is you're going to have to be secured in your proper status, otherwise we can't do anything. Other things you can do: you can sue in certain international courts for your private rights being violated. You can operate in common law. You can open up common law cases. You can discharge debt. You can discharge court cases, including retroactive and nunc-pro-tunc, including erasing prior records. And then there's just some information there. What is working 100% of the time, what's working not 100% of the time. Some additional information. And then just a little notation there and saying, listen, if you've got, like a $2,000 credit card debt, like, come on, don't go through all this work just to discharge a $2,000 credit card debt. And there's some other tips there, that there are many asset protection avenues, and there are many ways to fight debt collectors that can actually wind up having you get paid money for suing them and having the debt be zero. So contact us about that. We love doing that too as well. Invest in certain high-yield return mutual funds in world markets that the Treasury doesn't allow U.S. citizens to do. That's another advantage. Having international bank accounts without reporting requirements. However, disclaimer, if you truly and fully expatriate entirely. However, otherwise you can get into some big trouble. So do your diligence. Make sure that you don't just take that and run with that. Treasury is definitely going to want you to do reporting requirements, or you get in trouble unless you fully are expatriated. So you want to make sure you get the certifications and make sure that your name has been erased. In their records you're not a citizen, and that's something that you have to you go a little bit beyond these basic filings to do, but you need to do these filings as a prerequisite in order to do things like erase your social security number from their databases and so on and so forth. So this is a little. This one I'll put a these two are the biggest disclaimers. Rescinding, revoking signatures on contracts after 72 hours has passed. Okay, so you can do that now. You reserve your rights. Other things to consider doing: withdrawing from the SSN system, withdrawing as a registered voter and juror, withdrawing for the selective service of military duty or other federal duty or contracts, resigning as registered agent for the legal entity, noticing the IRS that you're withdrawing and or claiming rights to discharge using your BC dividends held in trust for you, amend or apply your original passport to apply as American national. Step by step will be provided later. You can also find out where the government is investing in from your Social Security number and Social Security contributions, what the DTC and SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission, has done with your birth certificate, how much money they're making off of trading your birth certificate. You can also, this one should be here. It says you can also rescind and revoke licenses and no longer ask permission. Make sure you know what you're doing and are maybe ready for battle. Depends. Make sure you know what you are doing, context of if they will to battle or not. So just ask us. We have a lot of experience. Will they battle me on this? Will they battle me on this? Some things they won't if you got your proper paperwork. Some things they might. Some things you might need to do additional steps. What the heck? Alright. Put that in here. You can use your World Service Authority passport and have your cars in trusts, and you should be able to do the right to travel thing without much infringement. However, Social Security, getting your Social Security number erased is probably important part in that. And here's some other tips and some other things when we go further. We'll look at all this stuff. Some extra stuff on right to travel. Read all that. That'll give you the full info on how to do right to travel correctly. And we hope to do some other recordings going over that in detail. By the way, just some by the way information there, and then study material to contemplate. Some additional stuff here. Third-party interests. Now you can open this one up, or you can click this, and if you click this, it opens up and you get a bigger view of it. Alright, so I just want to point out here that according to American Jurisprudence, a legal encyclopedia, on the section on fraud says, it is a general rule in the law of contracts that an agreement induced by fraud is voidable. Ordinarily, however, a contract induced by fraud is voidable at the option of the person being defrauded, who must take affirmative action for relief. Okay, that makes sense. It's not voidable unless you say and take affirmative action. With the secured party credit process, we have taken affirmative action. However, in other words, you have to point it out as fraud. You have to go and take responsibility. Say, I'm going to take control of my own trust. I'm going to do my own stuff, and you guys are all put on notice, and so on and so forth. However, important point here. Generally speaking, the right to avoid a contract induced by fraud must be exercised before the rights of third parties have intervened. So, for example, people fighting foreclosure and saying, oh, the mortgage was fraud and this and that. After your house has been sold, the rights of third parties have intervened. So you do not have a right to argue fraud for the mortgage. You've got third-party interests that have intervened who've already put a down payment on the home. Now, if the home was sold back to the bank, that's not a third party. That's the original party, right? So, for all extensive purposes, in general, right? So, if someone else, Joe Smith down the street, went to the auction and sheriff's sale and put a down payment on your home, third parties have intervened. Now it's much harder to do what you were trying to do. You may have to just sell the home, leave the home, and regroup in many instances. Okay? Or after the new buyers are in the home, you don't have the right to retroactively go in and kick them out and recoup the home because you say the original mortgage was fraud. I mean, come on. Any sane individual would not wish to do that. After your note is securitized, there are third-party investors who now are entitled to dividends on your monthly mortgage payments. Okay, so those third-party investors have intervened, and now can you go and say that, you know, you're not entitled to pay the mortgage because it's fraud? Maybe you can. Maybe you can't. But look at this information in here, and it's pretty clear and strong about the one exception to canceling contracts due to fraud, when third parties' interests are there. So I drew this line here. I said, well, your birth certificate has third-party interests because DTC and the SEC issue bond in the court cases with the CRIS system, Court Registry Investment Systems, issue bonds off of your BC, and they're floated and traded on the stock market. So there are ways to deal with that. This is just some of the ways to deal with that. Looking into the future to put together future processes to cancel that. You may wish to do some sort of a quiet title type of action on your birth certificate estate and get clear title to it like that. You may wish to serve a lawsuit on the DTC, SEC, CRIS, USA, IRS, applicable to all successors of interest, and publish and do a private administrative process to them, and or publish in some financial newspaper, hey, anyone who got an interest in my birth certificate from any bonds or so forth, you know, put some sort of a declaration or a notice, or some way for them to contact you, or that there's a lawsuit that you posted that they should be aware of. So your lawsuit's going to be against, you know, John Henry Doe's, right? It's going to be against Doe's, you know, 1 through 1,000, whoever the investors in your birth certificate might be, right? FOIA requests might be involved in order to get some of this information. Summonses or subpoenas may be involved, including getting a list of, let's see, we're going to insert, maybe get a list of all the main brokers and making them part of the lawsuit or making them part of the process. And then just something else here. The United States waives its sovereign immunity by engaging in international commerce by trading bonds over your birth certificate. So that's another thing that you can use when the U.S. uses that they cannot sue. They cannot be sued unless they expressly consent to be sued. You see that in a lot of lawsuits when people issue counterclaims against the United States when they have cases and stuff. The U.S. argues that, well, we can't be sued unless we expressly consented to be sued, or unless we waived our sovereign immunity. So they have done so by doing this, but you got to know how to argue it. And, you know, to do anything with court cases and things like this, you know, you have to have some experience with reading court cases and being involved with court cases and understanding the procedure and the process. There are 3 types of cases. There's common law, there's statutory, and there is contract law. So, you know, being familiar with all 3 of them is going to be helpful. And that jurisdictionary course is very helpful to get some background if you're ever going to do anything with court cases. So, you know, just looking into going above and beyond how to handle those third-party interests. Then you've got something about competency. I just wanted to relate here that you know, sometimes the courts just are going to, you know, they're trying to treat people as mentally incompetent. So by the secured party creditor process, you've created a strong prima facie case for competency, but you know, still, is there a way that we can get some sort of a court case that declares that we are competent, right? So something else to look at. Again, there's 3 kinds of law: common law, we the people; contract law, contracts and agreements; and then admiralty, statutory law, military tribunals. Challenging jurisdiction is possible. in any case once you have all this paperwork done. So that it'll be a separate presentation, a separate overview on all the stuff to practice and learn about, and court cases and precedents and maxims and procedures and strategies for challenging jurisdiction. And then I put in here, make sure to read the Affidavit of Corporate Denial at sedm.org. I don't have the exact link, but it's very, very, very good stuff, very essential stuff, very powerful stuff to your education. And I may create a my own little synopsis of that and create another little file like this and send it off to you guys so you guys can use this to study. So I hope you like this overview. You can have this and you can go through this as much as you can. You can add to it your own little notes and side notes, and I think that this is going to be very helpful. Thank you for watching.
I wouldn't have won my case had I not been studying Don Kilam private member files on his online private school.
I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and now I am well worth over $10 million learning about securitization.
I learned real law from reading books by Don Kilam.
I'm telling you, Don Kilam's books, they the truth. My peoples was locked up, caught in the system, you feel me? These books, they was like a key. When I say Don Kilam's private school changed my life, I ain't even lying. They helped me get over $1 million back in tax credit. Follow the Yellow Brick Road by Don Kilam changed my life forever when it came to the United States government. Don Kilam's books, they the truth, helped free a lot of my people from the system. You hear me? Gave us knowledge, gave us power. Masters in Bonds by Don Kilam showed me how to go after the court bonds and get paid.
I learned real law from reading books by Don Kilam, not in law school.
I just want to say, Don Kilam, your books really helped my people out. We learned how to beat child support and even get some money back from the courts. Yo, let me tell you, Don Kilam's books, they the truth. My people finally beating child support, getting that money back from the courts. When I tell you Don Kilam and his private school got me over $100,000 back in tax credits, child, I ain't lying. Masters in Bonds by Don Kilam showed me how to go after the court bonds and get paid from court every time. Masters in Bonds by Don Kilam really showed me how to go after those court bonds and get paid from the court every single time. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and it taught me everything I needed to know to win every time and get paid. Listen, I'm telling you, Don Kilam School, that's the truth. I got over $1 million back in tax credit. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and I learned securitization and how to go after the securities and bonds. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's books. I learned about the strawman and how your name is really a business. Follow the Yellow Brick Road by Don Kilam. It really changed my perspective on how the United States government operates. With Don Kilam's help, I got over $1 million back in tax credits for my business.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Federal Postal Judge David Wynn Miller. I punctuate my name because it makes me into a fact. We have made this 3-hour presentation as a housekeeping video to show what the Federal Postal Court is all about, the clerk of the court, and the claimant, and how much work goes into putting together a lawsuit to be filed at the Bureau of Conveyance here in the Hawaiian Islands. We are the only country, we are the only state of the 50 states that uses a Bureau of Conveyance. On the mainland, you will be using just the clerk of the courts filing your documents, so the Bureau of Conveyance issues will not be an issue at this point. The rest of this document is going to be about our postal, banking, and grammar, and why we, as federal postal judges, have jurisdiction and how this came about, and the history of the Hawaiian Islands, as well as the history of how the federal postal judgeships and federal postal court came about, so that the people of the world know that the Federal Postal Court is not an affiliation with the United States of America. the United States of America Corporation, or any other country. We are an organization that deals with the Unity States of our World Corporation, is our official title. And what that means is we are not a citizen of a country. We are two judges, Russell J. Gould and David Wynn Miller, that are correcting the grammar into a mathematical interface to show the people the tricks and the traps and the secrets of the courts, and how documentations must be created, how constitutions have to be written, how trusts have to be written, to have a better understanding or a better claim on the contracts that you write. Thank you. I am Federal Postal Judge David Wynn Miller. Beside me, I have Federal Postal Judge Russell J. Gould. We use punctuation in our names because it makes us a fact, not a adjective pronoun fiction. You can go to the dwmlc.com website and also see 400 pages of technical information that backs this technology over the past 14 years. We are making this video for the public because this is a federal postal court. The Federal Postal Court was established on 12/21/2012.
For I concur.
Now, we went back to give you a little history. We were both federal judges, and we had been corresponding with the United States District Court and with the United States Department of Justice, the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the United States Tort Division in Washington, and with the Senate Oversight Committee. As a result of those actions, we had filed a claim at the United States Department of Federal Claims. And as a result of that, we got a letter back as an invitation to come to Washington, D.C. Well, that invitation was actually a coded letter that said if you come to Washington, D.C., you will be arrested. On the back of that Washington, D.C. letter was a stamp by an original July 4th, 1775 seal of the Federal Postal Court. So we started doing some research. And the research took us to the England Oversight Committee, which then made Benjamin Franklin in 1772 the first federal postmaster of both Canada and the United States. That's before the United States was created. 3 years later, on July 4th, 1775, Benjamin Franklin opened the Federal Postal Court, at which time the Revolutionary War kicked off, and war vacates contracts, so the Federal Postal Court closed. As a result of the chain of events that took place next, the United States had to borrow money, 1.6 million francs from the French in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, which was the capital of America at this point in history. They went ahead and the war took place from 1775 for 7 years until 1782. 1782, the United States couldn't pay back the French the 2 million francs that they had borrowed and filed domestic bankruptcy in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. That went on for an additional 7 years until September 17th, 1789. In 1789, the Constitution of the United States of America was drafted, which was a bankruptcy trust, putting the United States of America into a 70-year international bankruptcy for $3 million. Now, the dollars were in the form of the Bank of England had picked up the note through the Rothschild family. So that then turned the United States into an international bankruptcy corporation. The Constitution of the United States of America was written in an adverb, verb, adverb, adjective, pronoun, pronoun, adverb, verb, style of grammar. This is called parse. And the parse is what parts of words are, like the word international. IN means no, TER is terra, nation is people, AL is contract. So the English language made parse words, and then it, excuse the expression, bastardized them. Benjamin Franklin writes the Declaration of Independence. The is an adverb, modifying declaration. DE is no, clare is speak, at is contract, ION is contract. Of is an adverb, now making independence. In is no, D is no, pen is right, ans is contract. So he said, you will not write contract and you will not read contract. And then he wrote, we the people. We was a pronoun. The is an adverb, making people a verb. So he went ahead and he made the people of America into fictions. You can either be a pronoun nothing, which is a dead entity called nom de guerre, or sudium, or you could be a verb, which was a condition of an illusion fiction. So the government then went ahead, because Benjamin Franklin was a French attorney working for the English crown as a secret agent, to capture the United States of America. And when he wrote the United States of America, the is an adverb, making united to be an adjective of the pronoun states. The word of is an adverb connecting to the pronoun in front of it and modifying the dangling participle verb America. Now the parse of America, A means no, M-A-R-I is Latin for mercy, and C-A is Latin for sheep. Now how do you get to be America to be a verb? Well, an adverb modifies. Modification is change. Change is motion. Motion is action, and action is verb. So what we had now is an adverb verb modification to create a fiction. All 50 states of the United States are written state of, and then they give them the name of the state, or state of a compound, like North Dakota, South Dakota, North Carolina, South Carolina. And in 1834, Congress passed a law that our compound nouns must be hyphenated, which would have then turned North Dakota, South Dakota, North Carolina, South Carolina into verbs with a hyphen in the name. So they wanted to make sure that all 50 states were a condition of verb to go with we the people as a verb, to fit into the America verb. And this is a history of fiction from 1775 until current day. So we went ahead, and in 1988, April 6, 1988, I broke the mathematical interface on grammar. And I proved that all grammar, all languages, are a mathematical equation of algebra. And with that, I was able to rewrite the way grammar is used and create the website and the technology that is now published all over the world, with over 5 billion people studying it. The function of a federal postal court was, when we saw the seal and did our research on this, we went back to July 4th, 1775. And we filed our documents. We filed our oath of office. And we filed our charter. We went ahead and we ordered open the Federal Postal Court July 4th, 1775, under a Title 42, 1986, for knowledge of a fraud and the authorization to stop and correct it. We also filed a claim for the fraudulent conveyance of language against the English Oversight Committee that appointed Benjamin Franklin in the first place, and vacated his position to be what he was because of the fraudulent conveyance of language.
For I concur.
Now, fraud is like perjury. I don't care what language you speak. I don't care what country you come from. All people on this planet know what perjury is. It means you have knowledge of a fact, but you tell a lie to twist it. Now, the conversation I'm having with you right now on this video is also being said in a adverb-verb condition of thinking.
For I concur.
The reason for that is, in order for a teacher to communicate with a student in a language that they understand, we go ahead and we still communicate with you in your adverb-verb language. However, when we write our documents, which you can read, they are all written with the correct mathematical procedure, both on the websites and all the documents that have been filed. Now, the documents that I have in front of me on this table are also on the DWMLC website, and they are up there for the people to read. They are also there to see this entire presentation in a written format so that you can understand what it looks like in a writing format. Because when you read quantum language, it will give you a headache. Why? Because you've been brainwashed to only see an adverb verb or adverb adjective pronoun condition of state. When you start reading prepositional phrases, it will then change the ability of your mind to comprehend things so that you will see both frontwards and backwards that grammar is correct when it's done in a mathematical program. No one has ever gone to war over a math problem in the history of mankind, but they've been killing each other over the adverb-verb communication skills of both the religions, the faiths, the political contracts that are written between governments, the political thinking of how governments function, and all the treaties that they write between each other. Now, we're out here today in Maui, Hawaii, and as the history of Hawaii has been published, but the history that you see in the books all over the world are not what actually took place out here. A unique thing was in 1789, Captain Cook shows up out here, and he discovers what's called the Sandwich Islands. Well, for him to discover something, DIS means no of covery. He makes no covery of the Hawaiian Islands. That's called parse. His non-covery takes him back to England, and then other people show up out here around 1800, first to bring out bishops and religious organizations to go ahead and give people faith, and teach them the Bible, teach them how to read and write in an adverb-verb scenario. And then new laws are created in an adverb-verb scenario. They believe if an adverb-verb scenario is good enough for God, it's good enough for people and how to manage the people. But the Hawaiian people in their own native language resisted being modified. There's a secret that Russell and I personally discovered, and we worked at for 8,000 hours, that every word that starts with a vowel, A, E, I, O, and U, and is followed by two consonants, it means no contract. And if you have a word that starts with a vowel and is used as a single syllable, the word also means no contract. The unique thing about the Hawaiian language is there are no words like that. And the English grammar that was taught out here, they wound up killing 38,000 people because they refused to use an adverb-verb scenario of language. When the people were terrified enough, they then went ahead and capitulated to using an adverb-verb style of language. In 1848, King Kamehameha the first made a proclamation that if you were dead or off the land for 20 years, the land would be free for settlement. Well, in 1789, when Cook showed up, there were 2 million Hawaiians living in the Hawaiian Islands. But because the white man brought a dozen different diseases out here, pneumonia, smallpox, chickenpox, tuberculosis, herpes, a lot of other nasty diseases, mumps, measles, it reduced the population by 99%. In 1829, there was only 34,000 Hawaiians alive, still of a pure bloodline. So the Philippines, Japanese, Chinese, Americans, Portuguese, all came out here. The whaling was good, and the island was overrun by all different ethnic groups. So because the population was so low, this proclamation was made that if you were dead or off the land, that you would wind up being free for the land would be free for settlement. Now, a man by the name of Bailey came out here in 1828. He was a surveyor, along with some judges and attorneys and a marshal. And they went ahead and they cut up this land out here in Maui into 172,000 different sections. And Bailey wrote his name on a lot of the choice parcels of land. But he didn't have title to the land. He wasn't given title to the land. But then nobody went back. And over time, it became an issue of who owns what, just because of these plats that were put out. And people are buying and selling land here in the Hawaiian Islands, but there's no titles in the Hawaiian Islands to anybody. When the kings and the queens wrote their land grants, the land grants that they wrote were under the laws of ailing, A-I-L-I-N-G. It means that you kill another person and you take their land or conquer their land. And because of this ailing terminology of conquerage, it vacates that every single land, all the lands out here in the Hawaiian Islands have no titles or clear titles. So by bringing out the Federal Postal Court and establishing that here in the Hawaiian Islands and in the United States and in Canada, we are bringing to the attention of the world that the post office was established in 1871 worldwide, where all of the countries of the world for a 2-cent postage stamp signed up to have mail delivered for 2 cents. Seemed like a really great deal. Except mail is also a condition of cargo, of value, of money. And so the post office for a 2-cent postage stamp under 1-year maritime law of salvage under Title 46, Chapter 781, laid claim to all the countries of the world. And then a year later, jacked the price of the postage after they had everyone traversing with them to give them jurisdiction that the post office was in charge. People have been talking about the New World Order. The New World Order's been here since 1871, called the post office. There was just one small detail that everybody overlooked. They never had the correct sentence structure, communication, parse, syntax, grammar. Man has never violated the rules and operations of math. But when they went ahead and they took what is an adverb, what is a verb, what is an adjective, what is a pronoun, what is a position, what is a loadial or article, what is a fact, what is past time, future time, and the conjunction, and they bastardized it and misrepresented the values of the parts of speech. They went ahead and created a world that goes back 8,500 years of adverb, verb, fiction communications, violating how words come together, violating how words are formulated, violating the condition of mathematics. Therefore, in 1988, when we reestablished the mathematical interface on grammar, we were able to go back 8,500 years and correct the grammar. It's a big task. This technology disqualifies or vacates every treaty, trust, and contract ever signed on this planet in the history of mankind.
For I concur.
So what we've been doing, Russell and I, since 1995 publicly, is we've been putting on seminars, writing documents, treaties, trusts, contracts, and we have been supplying the world for free how to rewrite documents and putting those and publishing those on the internet, as well as going to the United Nations and making treaties with 82 of the 200 countries.
And the Pentagon.
And the Pentagon.
Yes.
And on the 12th of August, 1999, Russell and I received sovereignty country status because the condition, we applied to the United Nations to be an independent country because the condition of quantum language in a world of 8 million fiction people's communication skills was so unique that the 200 members of the United Nations voted to have us have our own country. We had a bank charter. We had a constitution, all written in quantum language. We had a bank with gold. We had all of our treaties in place with the United States of America, Department of Justice. We sued the United States for the flag of the United States under Title IV, Section 1, 2, and 3. Now, we did that on the 25th of July, 1999. And when we did that, we challenged the United States Congress, Senate, Legislature, and Supreme Court to bring forth their correct parse, syntax, grammar, sentence structure, copyrights of the flag of America. They couldn't do it. They couldn't even produce an oath of office that was written in the correct parse, syntax, grammar. And on the 12th of August, 1999, the United Nations voted that both Russell and I were independent, sovereign individuals with a flag. We've captured the flag with the correct parse, syntax, grammar. We had our own bank. We had our own constitution. We had our own trust. We had treaties with other countries.
We also did some very unique things dealing with registering it and setting up our own global Bureau of the weights and measures, which allowed us to establish our post roads. Post roads occur because the land was captured through the postal treaties that we had written a now-time scenario for. Upon that, everybody has their ship's papers as they navigate themselves from point A to point B. But because how the world was moving to in their frantic state of war, we took it to other steps to register the program through organizations such as NATO. David and I are both joint muster-masters through the Secretary of the Navy's office, through the Pentagon, which we filed for prize master, prize commissioner for the capture and salvage of the Title IV 1 to 1.9 dimension flag. The technology has allowed us to sit in a world of fiction and claim our position of sovereignty through the establishment of correct protocols, taking things from a quanta, which is the overall picture we're showing you, to a least common denominator of a quantum, which is claiming everything from the magnetic flux that you see to the elements. We have our own periodic tables for our own measurements of melting points, taking matter from solid to water to gas. So we've articulated and given closure to the world in the banking system and in the military paradigm that is around us to the certification of correctness.
Then the next thing that kind of puts the cheese and makes this all binding is the United Nations says, what country do you claim? What is your land mass that you claim? As the other 200 countries here have already claimed up all the land on planet Earth. It says, we claim the land of the courtroom floor during the time of correct parse, syntax, grammar, contract. What is a vessel? Paper is a vessel in a sea of space. What is a court? A court is a closed area. It contains a constitution. We have a stamp, and the stamp is a $1 stamp, is a whole number. Russell and I autograph our name across the stamp, making us postmasters to transport the vessel of the contract during the time of contest. We then endorse the top of the back of the document the same way you endorse the back of your checks when you're at the bank to give them equity. We also fingerprint, which is our notary. And then we go ahead and we put our autograph on the last page of the document to take jurisdiction for everything in front of it and above it, and we place our seals on the document with a crunch. It's a crunch seal which deforms the paper. And then we add our evidence, our forensic evidence that we are stopping and correcting. And what we do is we use a numbering system on the document when we're correcting paper, because to write the word adjective above the word red, there wouldn't be enough space above the words to put all the, what is a adverb, what is a verb, what is an adjective, what is a pronoun. So we use 1 for an adverb, 2 for a verb, 3 for adjective, and 4 for pronoun. And we put that on the document. Now, this causes an individual, once they realize this and understand the technology, they can read 300 words a second and understand what is on a document, how fraudulently it was conveyed. You know, most people say they read 125 words a minute because the words are creating pictures in their mind and they're trying to comprehend things. When we reduce this into a number code, an individual learns how to read the number codes, you can take documents like this here and 2 seconds identify the fact that they're a lie, that they're a fraud, that they've been modified. Now going back to 1999, after we got our country established, we went ahead and we started publishing and putting up a website. And Russell and I worked on this about 100 hours a week each. We're still doing it today. It's been 14 years of labor of love putting this together so the world has a path by which to follow a new quantum procedure. Now there's estimated to be 3 billion websites on the internet, and there is no competition for the quantumized website that we've placed up there, because I have 80,000 hours of background and Russell's got about 45,000 hours of background in this program. We also have other individuals that have put in 20, 25, 30, and 40,000 hours of research, and they bring their technology to the tables. As you know, there are many facets to the world of communications, and so these are delegated out to these individuals so that they can study, use what we've already taught them, and then enhance on that and bring any new information back to the table that they may understand, to better solidify the technology. The United States Codes has over 4 billion laws that are written. We have only a few that we use. We have over 150 different laws that articulate false and misleading statements, fictitious conveyance of language,
mail fraud,
and deprivation of rights under coloring of the law. Now, when you put in perjury, when you take those 5 things and they open up to 150 other charges, you're talking about $100 million worth of fines, 1,200 years in prison. Well, that's kind of overkill to point at any individual saying, we're going to go ahead and charge you with all these damages. When we go ahead and we take a piece of paper like this, and we syntax putting numbers on it, this becomes the physical evidence. This isn't where we have to go out and look for, do you have a sore back? What is the opinion of how much damage is done to your car? Or how much opinion damage is done? This is physical mathematics on just the words on paper. And when you take words on paper and you bastardize them, and you create fraudulent conveyance of language and fictitious conveyance of grammar, it goes ahead and it gives us the physical evidence to go ahead and write a lawsuit and use and bond this to the document. Now, to see 3 forms of bonding, you can either stitch it. Now, if you go into the old archives of the United States for documentations, they used to stitch the documents together. Later, sometimes they use rivets, brass rivets, and rivet paper together. A staple does not bond a document together. It's called maritime law of stapling because staples can be removed. But to permanently put the documents together, we use glue. And so we glue the documents together. When you glue documents together, you now have a bonded document. When you have a bonded document, you become an author. So when you testify about what it is you have bonded, you are now an authority. Now, when somebody says we have an expert witness, the word EXP, a vowel and 2 consonants, means you are a no-contract individual and you're only going to render an opinion. So don't call yourself an expert. You're either a correct authority, is the correct terminology to use. Now, when we went ahead and we ordered open the Benjamin Franklin Federal Postal Court, we now had to go ahead and create a whole new set of documents. We went to the United States Supreme Court, Department of Justice, President of the United States, and we served them, these are a green card, return receipt, certified and registered mail, to show them that the Federal Postal Court on 12/21/2012 was now open. We waited 1 year and filed a title, and also filed a Title 46, Chapter 781 salvage claim on Benjamin Franklin's Federal Postal Court, which went into effect on 12/21/2013. No law becomes legal for 45 days under maritime law of trust and a 3-day rescission. We have completed those also. And effective February 5th, 2014, we are now a 100% legal, authorized body of 2 judges, which is corporation, to hold court as a federal postal court and take and put the grammar on trial. And that's all we do. We only try the grammar. We do not use subject matter. You can't bring a car accident to us. You can't bring us medical documents or medical saying that you've got a sore back. You can't bring a rape case to us or a bank robbery case to us or a murder case to us. But you can bring a contract case to us. Now, if you were damaged in a car accident, let's say, we can't prove the subject matter of a car accident or how much physical pain you have. But the one thing you do have is you have a piece of paper. And that piece of paper is an insurance policy. If the insurance policy is written in adverb verb and says nothing and the insurance company refuses to pay, then we are in a position to go ahead and syntax that insurance company and write a lawsuit. If you go out and you buy yourself a home, now it's been advertised throughout the history of the world to be a homeowner, not a renter, but a homeowner, to be part of a community. But when the individual goes ahead and they write a contract, and this is the Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac contract that is used about 64 million times in the United States. That's about $47 trillion worth of mortgages. They went ahead, and for the camera's sake, you'll be able to see this better, we went ahead and we color-coded this document. Now, when we color-coded this document, just to show you how easy it is, you can't see the words from where you are or from where the camera's at. But we went ahead and we made the adverb into a pink color, and we made the verb into a green, and an adjective pronoun. What is an adjective pronoun? Let's say the word red pen. Red is a fact. Pen is a fact. When you put one fact in front of another fact, the first fact modifies the second fact, and the first fact is prejudicial. Is it red? Is it crimson? Is it blood color of a pen? You see, so there's 1,200 shades of red. So which shade are you referring to when you identify the word pen? Because color is an opinion, explain red to a blind person who's never seen before. So what we've done here is we've taken and color-coded the words on the paper so it's easy for an individual to see. We have, as you can see, an adverb is a modifier, and all the verbs on this page are actual facts that are being used as a verb. It's called a gerund noun. How do you spell noun? N-O, no, U-N, no. It's a no-no. So then they go ahead, and as I flip through the pages here, you can see the pink and the green. These are how many times they're modifying a sentence. You know, you're only allowed one verb in a sentence, and on this page I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sentences. So it means I should have 5 verbs, but I have over 100 verbs, which are nouns used as a verb, and I also have 100 modifications. Well, the modifying, if you modify something, you change it. Well, anytime you modify something, that's perjury, because you're not dealing with the facts. So now you have a fraudulent conveyance of language here in forensic evidence. As I turn the pages, you can see how much coloring is on these documents. And you can see that in everything that is in white, that's an adjective pronoun. So there are no prepositional phrases to certify the value of a word. And we've certified that each word has 900 different definitions through mathematics. On these pages, we just identified the adverbs just to show you how much modification. And then on the back of the document, on all these mortgages, deeds of trust, grant deeds, all over the United States, the bank does not sign your mortgage. Only you do. When you have a contract to buy something, it takes two parties. When you have a title, like title to a car, you have a seller and a buyer, and both people sign the contract. So, are your contracts legal? Look to see that both parties took responsibility to sign them. If they haven't, somebody's cheated. You don't have a contract. You may have a piece of paper, and if a piece of paper is held together by staples, it's not a bonded document. When we bond a document, we glue it together, and therefore it has value. Next thing I was going to talk about is the mechanics of how our federal court functions. The Federal Postal Court was put together because the documents that you bring to us, that you want us to participate with, we will school you, spend time with you, if you have a grievance. We will show you that your grievance must be restricted to only using the correct parsing syntax grammar. You cannot make presumptions about what somebody did to you. An individual can only talk about themselves because only you and what is in your mind and what is in your feelings is first-hand information. You can't say that somebody else has damaged you. You can only say you were damaged by that individual because the word by is an assignment of authority. In other words, for the claimant's knowledge of a fact is with the claim of the correct sentence structure, communication, parsing, syntax, grammar, with the laws, rules, regulations, and codes, with the contract by the author. So an individual, or by the claimant, or by the judge, or by the attorney. You see, so you're bringing things down into an order of prepositional phrases. You're first establishing the fact that you have knowledge. Okay, what is knowledge? Knowledge is a cause. As you look around you, you see objects. You see facts. And your brain stores those. That's called a consequence. Just like when we feed information into a computer for later recovery. In order to recover anything from a consequence of the stored knowledge inside you, you have to do thinking. You have is, the singular, and are is plural, and those are the only two verbs in the entire English language. Once you establish the motion of first-hand information that is in your brain, you then go to a possessive, and that preposition is called with the claim. And then after you have a with the claim, you're going to have a cause. And that cause is going to be defining the terms. So what are the claims? You're going to find the terminology of that claim. You're going to put words, so you're going to put a definition to it. Is with the correct sentence structure, communication, parsing, syntax, grammar. Where are you going to use that? Well, you're going to use that on a contract. And who wrote that contract is the assignment that you then use the word by the author, by the claimant, by the bossalee. Now, the term bossalee was established by us 14 years ago. We are not defendants. We are not respondents. Re means no, spond means to talk, and ance, A-N-C-E, means contract. No spoken contract. So when anybody in the court system of fiction addresses you as a respondent, they're not communicating with you. They're telling you to shut up and just take it. If they call you a defendant, DE means no, and ANT is contract. So they're saying make no contracts before this court, because everything you did to get here was in violation of a fictitious law, and you haven't corrected that fictitious law or identified that fictitious law, and you've participated with it, so now you are a defendant. We use the terminology bossalee. What is a bossalee? A bossal is a servant, and an EE is an employee, because we have value on here of $1. When you become a servant of a document, it has articulated an assignment of authority about what you did by the first-hand knowledge of who I am or who the author is of the document. And because of the value, it makes you an employee of this document. So when it is served upon you in the correct parse syntax grammar, you become a bonded individual. You have a duty to correspond with this document. You do not respond. In the world of fiction, they ask you to respond. Re means no, spond means to talk. Correspond comes from cooperation, corporation, communications. Words that start with CO mean to bring together. A county, a court, a community. And you can go to a dictionary and pull up words. This is how you start to learn about parses and how certain words have value to start sentences out, or just to begin the syllables of words. The individual who comes to us needs to have about 200 hours of training before your brain can actually comprehend moving from a world of fiction, since you were 1 year old, all the way up to 30, 40, 50 years of nothing but adverb-verb fictions. Your school teachers in schools, universities, colleges, and it didn't matter what country you came from or what language you speak. Every single teacher on this planet for 8,500 years has been instructed. Now there's a unique word. In means no, instruct means to build, or it means no construction. So they've been instructed to teach you adverb-verb. So you can be harvested. You'll work very hard as a slave, accumulate your values, and then somebody will file a lawsuit against you, and you'll walk right into a court. Now, all courts on planet Earth are foreign vessels in dry dock. We live here in Hawaii, but when we walk into a courthouse, we have left Hawaii and we go into a foreign vessel that only uses fiction, adjective pronouns. They're going to make your name into an adjective pronoun. And they'll ask you 4 words. What is your name? Adverb, verb, adverb, verb. They're calling you a verb in this case. And if you answer, and you go ahead, you're traversing with the condition of a fiction. You're identifying yourself to be a fiction. And what they'll also do is they'll take a document and they'll capitalize your name on it in all uppercase spelling. Now, uppercase spelling means you are a nom de guerre dead person. Unique thing is, go to any cemetery on planet Earth and everybody's name on the tombstone is written in uppercase. It means you're dead. If you're a dead person, under international maritime law, you cannot own property or write contracts. Well, if you can't write contracts, you can't own anything. So I guess you're just a servant. You're a servant, or in slavery to somebody else that is very clever. But because the teachers didn't teach you how to read and write in school, and we have certified the fact that just about everyone on this planet has a 2nd grade reading level. What's the difference between the phrase "see the ball" in your 1st grade reader? See is a pronoun, the is an adverb, making ball a verb. As you know, ball is not a verb, it's a condition of state. It's supposed to be used as a fact. For the sight of the ball is what it should read. But it says see the ball, and you accept that because you're only 1 year old and you don't know any better. And then you see the words state of Hawaii, state of California, state of Nevada. Doesn't matter which state it is you're looking at. State is a pronoun, of is an adverb, modifying the verb of your state. How does the state verb sue somebody? Or to say the people of Wisconsin. The is an adverb making people a verb, of is an adverb making Wisconsin a verb. I come from Wisconsin, that's where I was born. So the individual was brainwashed. Do you know that English teachers, everywhere we've gone, all over the United States and in foreign countries, or I'll rephrase that, grammar teachers,
Yes.
when they are presented with a correct sentence structure, communication, parse, syntax, grammar, they get very scared, they walk away, If the student produces the correct parse, syntax, grammar in front of them, they suspend them from school, send them home. Don't allow them to interface with the other students because they would contaminate the world of fiction. Because the fiction has to protect the lies that have been told for the past 8,500 years.
Or more.
Or more. We went ahead and I used to go to Australia and I used to go to Canada. And I went to Canada and I did some syntaxing on the Canadian grammar, and Queen Elizabeth ordered my visa pulled. So I syntaxed the Magna Carta for the British Crown. It was sold at Christie's of London 2 weeks later, showing that it was written in adverb verb in 1215 as a historical document with no value. But the Magna Carta was the cornerstone of the English Empire. It was a cornerstone of all the courts worldwide and the Bar Association. And now it's just a historical document of fiction, adverb verb. Then they went ahead and they took away my ability to go to New Zealand and Australia because I was teaching the correct parse, syntax, grammar in Maori language as well as in the originating language. So they didn't want anybody learning how to become correct in those locations. So they kicked me out of the country, took away my ability and my visa. So I then syntaxed the United Kingdom's constitution. I syntaxed the Irish constitution, and the Irish government said, well, now that we know that it's fraud, would you write us a new one? 12 hours later, I supplied them with a new constitution. Their parliament voted on it. 2 days later, in August of 2012, they were awarded their independence after 660 years. Queen Elizabeth was on BBC 2 days later, and I witnessed it myself, saying that all United Kingdom constitutions were null and void. The Zulus of South Africa listened to a radio show I had done, 150,000 of them, and asked me to write a new constitution for South Africa and recover the Zulu lands of South Africa because those were stolen through false and misleading information. On August 29th, 2010, in Auckland, New Zealand, I made a statement that there has never been the correct sentence structure, communication, parse, syntax, grammar, laws, rules, regulations, or codes for the Universal Postal Union, Bern, Switzerland, under a New World Order. United States Postal Service, which had since from the year 2000.
Yeah, 2000.
2000, a correct parse, syntax, international bank treaty written by Russell and I, 115 pages long with all the certifications and overtones, then called up Bern, Switzerland and said, we'd like to see all the numbered accounts, 47,000 numbered accounts in Bern, Switzerland, because you have a fictitiously conveyed contract to keep money of the United States citizens. 47,000 numbered accounts were turned over to the United States Treasury, along with $4 trillion in assets. And the United States of America, because they had a correct, the post office had a correct international treaty, now became the new Universal Postal Union here in Washington, D.C. And as a result of that, they asked the 47,000 people that had numbered accounts in Switzerland, would you like to come get your money? Just explain to us how it got offshore and how you made it. Nobody showed up. So they got to keep the money under maritime law of salvage after 1 year and put $4 trillion into the United States Treasury. The power of words, the power of the parse, syntax, grammar, it's very important. And when we go to court, when we walk into a state court, a city court, a county court, a municipal court, a district court, a federal court, court of appeals, United States Supreme Court, doesn't matter what court system we walk into in this country. When you present the correct sentence structure, communication, parse, syntax, grammar, you get a document like this from Judge Mulloway here in the Hawaiian Islands, suspending my ability to file grievances in the court. And this is a suspension written in adverb verb, and we syntaxed it. I then prosecuted to the Department of Justice and President of the United States a quo warranto complaint for false and misleading statements, fictitious conveyance of grammar, deprivation of rights under coloring of law. I bonded it together, and I sent it to President Obama, who appointed Judge Mulloway to be a district judge here in the Hawaiian Islands. Shortly after he received this, a special federal judge was assigned to deal with me specifically as a federal postal judge in the Hawaiian Islands. That federal judge does not sit on a bench. He's just there for one reason, to keep an eye on me as a federal postal judge in the Hawaiian Islands. Now, a unique thing going back here with the Hawaiians is that the 22nd of October, 1871, we're going to give you a little history of the Hawaiian Islands. King Kamehameha V goes ahead and signs a bankruptcy trust with England, with Bern, Switzerland, Universal Postal Union. And they go ahead and they transport all the gold, silver, platinum off the Hawaiian Islands and give the Hawaiian Islands paper money. King Kamehameha V, he receives a lot of paper money to go out and buy the things he wants. King Kamehameha V is also a Mason who takes his orders. When you become a Mason, you have to give up your kingship or your queenship, and you have to swear allegiance to the Eastern Star, Senior Mason, or in the Masonic Lodge, you have to give up your king or your kingship to the Masons. And the Masons now run the country. Now, the Senior Mason out here was the Postmaster General. So the Postmaster General in 1871 then he was the puppet master of King Kamehameha V. Now, they had to wait 1 year under Maritime Law of Salvage, Title 46, Chapter 781, until the 22nd October, 1872. And then there was a 45-day trust law that went into effect. Well, once the 45-day trust law expired, it was December 6, 1872, and King Kamehameha V was assassinated by poison, killing the last reigning monarchy of the Hawaiian Islands. Now, because he had 1.8 million acres of land under his name, this had to go into what was now known to be the Bishop's Trust. And the trust now, they were holding the land in trust as there was no titles because the last reigning monarch had died. So the Masons, I went into the Iolani Palace Archive Center along with a man named Hightower, who's a friend of mine and a full-blooded Hawaiian out here, to research anything that happened between 1869 and 1875. The director of the Archive Center said there are no records from 1869 to 1875. We had a fire and they were all destroyed. I'm going, well, there's always multiple records. There's treaties with other countries. Well, then you have to go to those other countries to get copies of the records, but we don't have any here. She says there's the catalog of all the documents in the building. So we went over to the catalog and we looked at 1872, 1873, and we found only one 3x5 card. On that 3x5 card, there was a number, a microfiche number, which then took us to a microfiche film. We pulled up the the Honolulu Star newspaper. And because Hightower wanted to look at what the correct, if they were using the Hawaiian flag in its correct dimensions. We were just looking for a flag, that was all. But on the bottom of the document, on the bottom of this one-page document was the obituary with the Masonic eye and the Masonic angle. So because it was in Masonry, and I'm a Mason, I looked at that document and I said, well, they're ordering the Portuguese, the French, the German, and the English to Honolulu, Hawaii, to Lodge Number 1. Now, this is a January 8, 1893 document. So, January 8th, it takes 3 days for the steamer to go out to Kona and Hilo and 3 days to come back. That brings us up to January 14th. All the Masons meet at Lodge Number 1. Lodge Number 1 is also the central post office for the Hawaiian Islands. Also, the Supreme Court of the Hawaiian Islands. Also, the Immigrations and Customs Building for the Hawaiian Islands. So now we have all 5 branches of government neatly packed into the Masonic Lodge, and all the Masons get together and they write a contract to take over the Hawaiian Islands. But the contract does not become legal for 3 days under the Rescissions Act, which is better known as the Lemon Law. So they had to wait 3 days, and it went into effect on January 17th, 1872. But now there's a death moratorium established in 1848 for 20 years. So to make sure, because the king is now dead, King Kamehameha is dead, they got to wait 20 years. On January 17th, 1893, the military troops leave the ship and they surround the Iolani Palace. And Queen Iolani, who is an Eastern Star, takes orders from the Postmaster General across the street and surrenders the island. The excuse was to avoid bloodshed. Point is, she wasn't a queen. She was merely an Eastern Star in disguise and surrendered the Hawaiian Islands. Everybody said, that's illegal. You can't take over our island. So the people went ahead and they protested. They went into the city courts, the state courts, the district courts. But who took over the island? It was the post office who controls the military. They were supposed to go into the Federal Postal Court, but the Federal Postal Court was closed in 1775, and it hadn't been reopened yet. The Federal Postal Court is where the blood Hawaiian people have to go to make grievances for the invasion. However, the Hawaiian nation, the Hawaiian government, is in bankruptcy October 22nd, 1871. So how does the bankrupt corporation called the United States of America, 1860, invade a bankrupt corporation called the Hawaiian Islands? Bankrupt corporations are not allowed to interfere with other bankrupt corporations. So this is totally illegal under international law. Their excuse was, we have to secure the coal, C-O-A-L. Coal is fuel for steam-powered warships. Whoever controls the steam-powered warship controls the entire Pacific Rim. United States, western states had to be protected by a navy. And the Navy sailing between California, Oregon, and Washington, and the Hawaiian Islands is about 2,800 miles. The next stop is 5,000 miles away, Tonga Tonga. And it's too far for a steamer to travel. So everyone in the Pacific Ocean going from east to west had to stop in Hawaii to get coal fuel. And that's what this was all about. Controlling the coal, controlling the fuel, the energy to cross the world. When oil came in, people could run the entire distance. Nuclear power came in, they could drive, ships could go around the world now with no problem. So the Hawaiian Islands now became irrelevant. Well, if you take the 22nd of October, 1871, being an individual that knows the timelines of how maritime works, and we add 70 years to that, we come up to October 22nd, 1941, plus 45-day trust law, gives us December 7th, 1941, the bombing of Pearl Harbor. Except the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor 45 minutes before the bankruptcy was up, violating international bankruptcy laws, which then Roosevelt could declare an act of war, could throw the United States out of its isolation and get the people to sue to go to war to stop the Nazis and stop the invasion of the Philippines with the Japanese. So they allowed an atrocity to take place so that the people would become enraged. But the Japanese, when they bombed Pearl Harbor, did not bomb civilian targets, did not bomb Hawaii. They only bombed the post office. This was a war between one post office of Tokyo and the postmaster of the sovereign Hawaiian Islands. Even though we had our Navy here, all Navy ships were under the post office. All Navy planes were under the post office. So it was a war between post offices worldwide, not between the people of Hawaii. Scaring the people of Hawaii, they renewed their 70-year international bankruptcy with Rothschild. That expired 70 years later. The bankruptcy expired on December 7th, 2011. But under maritime law of salvage, they had to wait 1 year to December 7th, 2012. No law becomes legal in federal government for 90 days. That brings us up to the 5th of March, 2013. And then there's a 3-day rescission law, which takes effect on March 8th, Friday. 20,000 Hawaiian people the sovereigns were let go from the military bases because the post office controls the military, and the sovereignty of Hawaii was now assured, and the Hawaiian Islands are now a sovereign-based island group. There is no offshore banking in the Hawaiian Islands. Now, on the 6th of January 2008, 22 members of the Kapuna Council signed a quantumized constitution for the Hawaiian Islands. We took it to The Hague. It was approved 3 days later. And on the 9th of January 2008, all offshore banking left the Hawaiian Islands because the post office was no longer authorized to do any banking from any country, only the sovereignty of the Bank of Hawaii and Hawaii Bank. Pacific Rim Bank, I think, is here, and there's a Pacific Savings and Loans here. But there is no offshore banking with any country. Now that shows that the post office controls the money, post office controls the banking, and that the Hawaiian Islands is a sovereign group of individuals. Now the government is first becoming aware of this. This has all been published up on my website. And there's been more and more activity here on the island. A unique thing took place on March 8th, 2013. The 1888 post office, which was the federal postal court here on Maui, was raised in 72 hours without approval from any government agency. A $1.6 million building. Somebody was very afraid and authorized the demolition of the federal post office and the federal postal court on this island. And I live here on this island. So therefore, I was going to use that building as our federal postal court. And they didn't want that happening. Because then the world of fiction courts could be prosecuted. In 2002, I prosecuted 22 state and district judges here in the Hawaiian Islands, 12 attorneys and 2 clerks. Russell, back in 2002, was my bailiff on this.
Postmaster General.
My bailiff is also my postmaster. And those were upheld by the United States Supreme Court and the World Court at The Hague. And now, most of those attorneys became judges. Some of the judges became Supreme Court judges. Some of the Supreme Court judges left and became Office of Hawaiian Affairs officers. The warrants are still open. All I need is the President of the United States to endorse them. So, that's where we sit on that subject. The point is that 33 of the 92 judges on this island now have warrants for them because they used false and misleading statements, fictitious conveyance of grammar, and deprivation of rights under coloring of the law. Now, in California and in Washington, state of Washington, in 2008, I took the Washington Mutual. A friend of mine came from Washington that had a mortgage with Washington Mutual and says they're foreclosing my home. I looked at the contract. That's the one I just showed you here. And I syntaxed it. I identified all the words on the document, 4,700 words, and they were all fraudulently conveyed. When that document was given to Washington Mutual to stop the foreclosure, on Friday, they filed bankruptcy and their stock went from $60 a share to 10 cents on Monday because they had lied to 2 million people. The other banks rushed in to pick up these 2 million properties. Bank of America, Chase, Wells Fargo, Citibank, JP Morgan. And guess what happened? Their stock dropped about 90% as well because they had just picked up fraudulent conveyance of language. And when all the awareness took place on the 6th of November 2010, Lloyd's of London got a copy of the mortgage contracts and canceled all 64 million mortgage contract title insurance policies in the United States for false and misleading statements. And every time we go into the federal district court, or we go into the state courts, the judges say, I can't understand the correct parsing, syntax, grammar. I don't know what this means. I can't see a fact. And they want to vacate the cases. They only allow a case that is voided, a case that misuses grammar, because then they can harvest this individual coming into their court because they are a foreign vessel in dry dock. Under federal rules of civil procedure 44.1, all human beings are foreign to the court. All grammar that they speak is foreign to the court. All documents that they file are foreign to the court. They want you to take an attorney. How do you spell attorney? A-T-T. Like an illusion, I-L-L. Like an imagination, I-M-M. Like art, A-R-T. And they want you to use a vowel in 2 consonant words. They want you to use negative words. You can never prove the negative condition of a state. Our federal court only deals with the correct parsing, syntax, grammar. Only deals with the mathematics of how things are written. So don't bring a case to us, an adverb verb, because we will not hear it. We will teach you how to be correct. And by learning how to become correct in your grammar, you can put the correct mathematical words, the actual meaning of those words on paper so that we can understand what is being said, so that the fact for the fact is for the fact. Now I'm going to turn this over to Russell J. Gould here right now, and I'll let him explain postage and banking.
Now let's get a little bit into the technicalities of David was holding up the fee for freight. Well, what exactly does that mean? Well, the fee for freight is consideration that is paid to move the vessel from point A to point B, all right? And so there's a value of postage. When we place our autograph across the postage, it makes us a postmaster letter carrier for the freight forwarding and allowing who we want to come in contract with that vessel. If we have a treaty with another nation or another citizen, or a contract with another citizen, and the citizen is in now, time, and space grammar, and he's using quantum communication skills to post his roads. One of the things that we have to look at is to get his ship's papers in order. His ship's papers are the paperwork that gives specifics of your nationality, specifics of who you are as a being on this planet, has description of height, weight, a lot of the forensics that we need as we engage with the public safety officers in the field or out on the streets. Because of that criteria, we have what's called claims of the life. Claims of the life are a grammar articulation of who you are. When we place the postage on the contract and we take it into the foreign vessel in dry dock, before we get into kind of the functions of that, I want to give you an overview of what we have set up so you can understand why your vessel is sitting on our post road, because that's very important. As David was explaining earlier and giving closure, the United States was involved in many bankruptcies, and as the bankruptcies tranched or rolled over, they came to a very exciting time in our life back in 1999, back in 2000. And David and I were studying the bankruptcy laws and looking at the contracts and putting this program together. And we realized that they were going to have to vacate the trusteeship under Title 39, Section 101, subsection B. They were going to have to vacate the presidency of the United States because he was the elected trustee of the bankruptcy. So thus, they had to kick in the 2000 election and vacate the time frame. David and myself particularly seeing it, I immediately got in front of that 93 days because nothing becomes law for 90 days, 3-day rescission. And so I was in front of it while they physically left the land of contract, the District of Columbia, which is a pronoun adverb verb. They physically had to leave the contracting rights of the trusteeship and vacate the Constitution of the United States, which is a bankruptcy document, which David had discussed earlier. So during that time frame, I filed in a contract as a postal inspector, and the U.S. Post Office, since they didn't have a postmaster general at the time, David and I spent 3 hours on the phone with the Postmaster General of the United States. The gentleman at the time, his name was William Henderson. After we explained to him the rules of his job, he retired within 72 hours because he realized he didn't have authorization. But my contract was sitting in his office. So instead of refusing the contract, they flipped it over, placed a label on the contract, on the what's called a NALM. The NALM is a passenger aboard a vessel, and put Postmaster-General and mailed it back to me. Of course, I autographed across the label because labels are postage stamps, and it made me the Postmaster General to allow freight to come aboard our post roads, where we were taking our courts, where we were taking our contracts, where we were going with our banking, and we took it to the mechanics on a global level and gave it to the world through the Universal Postal Union in Bern, Switzerland, which David and myself went to on June 18th of 2003 and sat down with those gentlemen in Bern, Switzerland. It was a very fun day for us because we realized who was in charge, how the grammar was working, and we were really at peace with ourselves because we realized the world could have a chance to join with that for certifications through their clearinghouses from nation to nation, country to country. So it was a very, very pleasant time. It was very gratifying to see the type of knowledge that was being explained that day at the table when David and I were there, and how reciprocating back it was. There was no animosity. They were a little confused because we had beat them to the punch. And so what that meant is we filed it and they didn't know what was happening. And because they lacked knowledge, when they vacated the trusteeship in the 2000 presidential election with the Florida Chads, everybody kind of remembers that. It's, oh no, we got a Chad problem. Nah, that's not what's happening. You got to vacate for so many days. And so David and myself put ourselves in position to function as a post road and a clearinghouse, which deals with the laws of the bailments, which is dealing with moving contract from point A to point B, dealing with the freight. There are phraseologies such as a word called transshipment. Transshipment is moving the cargo words off the paper and making them factual for the duties now. So we created freight-waybills, which is basically closure of what's on the manifest or on the goods. We had transit waybills for transportation, and as we would go to Switzerland or the post office in DC, it would then become a switching waybill, which we stayed in control because we autographed the stamps. And we maintained the rules of the continuance of the evidence, which now gave us control of our capability to come into this building today and say mechanically we comprehend the laws of the bailments to have a claimant who has been damaged to come to our court and say, David and I, with certified knowledge, corporate, comprehend the mechanics of why we're sitting here. And we've taken it to such levels as giving closures through the Global Bureau of the Weights and Measures. And David and I have also disqualified the International Maritime Organization out of the United Kingdom, out of London, England. And their contracts were all fraudulent, and it deals with coming in and out of foreign vessels and dry docks, dealing with wharfs and docking procedures and harbor masters. And there's a lot of mechanics that we have put into place dealing with our contracts as fee for freight as our mooring lines, mooring. So now we have established, in those mooring lines, we established fundamental contract timelines. These are the contract timelines that David was explaining in the bankruptcies, but then we applied them to how we were moving our contracts and our claims, such as our sovereign positions at the United Nations, which David and I sat down specifically with the Chief Postal Administrator, Robert Gray, at 1 UN Plaza in April of 2003. He confessed to me, and David was there, that the United Nations does not have jurisdiction of post roads. They do not have jurisdictions of militaries, because I had filed for Commander-in-Chief of NATO and the different military organizations around the world, because I did not want the citizens to be harmed by this martial law. And I realized that the value of grammar and the function of not going to war over math problems, which is the duties for breaking the bills of the lading, the breaking bulk of the words for the compliance of the contract, was at a very humble realm to be in, and so we had to make sure that it didn't get used for bad. And so that's why we've presented our situation to the Pentagon and to NATO and to the Russians and to different. I can't really get into all the specifics of it. The citizens can feel at peace that when they join our situation, that no martial law entity is going to thwart their community, the security within their community. We have taken the necessary steps to educate those at the top end, so that when citizens come in or nations come in to join with us, that we control the shipping lanes through correct communication, parsing, syntax, grammar, through the laws of the bailments and the functions that occur there in the dynamics of the global banking construct. We have articulated and given to the world our banking charters. Our banking charters we can write in and out of every language in the world, and we lose no deviation in our sentence structures. Granted, some communications do not use prepositional phrases. So in those specific instances, we use the prepositional phrase of that country's or nation's grammar style and we write it in their grammar, and then we correlate it to whatever nation's doing business with that specific country.
Right. What that meant is that if a country does not have or does not use prepositional phrases in their language, to maintain the mathematical interface, we go ahead and we keep the English prepositional phrases intact, but we transmit the word, just like we'll say for the water in the glass. Now they don't have for the or in the, they'll just say water glass or glass water. Well, they'll call it water glass. And we'll go ahead and leave the English prepositional phrase in there, but we will use their terminology or their words to both identify the word water and the word glass, because all 5,000 languages on this planet have a word for water, because it's a fundamental. So is glass is a fundamental. So where fundamentals are in place, this way the mathematical interface can always be guaranteed to be mathematically correct when we're translating between one communications source and another communication source. Go ahead.
Okay. So back to the post roads. Once we realized the dynamics of what we had created, David and I realized that it was fundamentally sound to give it to the world. And we spent months and months at the United Nations meeting with the ambassadors of your specific countries, if you had an ambassadorship there. We met with the Postal Administration as well as a lot of people that were uneducated in correct communication, parsing, syntax, grammar. We then presented the contracts, of course, to the World Banking System, the IMF, the World Bank. We've alerted all stock markets in the world. We have a function, a clearinghouse, to create up our own title system, our own wealth systems. We have our own global monetary system up and functioning, and it's a global monetary system. We have 5 stock markets around the world that we can take our clearinghouses and safeguard people's values. We do not trespass with fiction. What that means is, like David was explaining with the lawsuits, we don't allow fiction grammar into our banking system. All banking contracts and quantum banking have to have my certification on it on this planet, as well as David's witnessing. We work as a team, corporate, and there's not going to be any division there. So those that try to divide, it will be well, number one, you don't have authorization. And number two, I'm a young man, 40 years old. I have different functions in banking on this planet, different platforms, different styles. Because of the different banking contracts that I have been privy to through certain situations, the bankers that are doing things are doing it wrong. You're quite frankly uneducated in the movement of monies on this planet. Please get a hold of us to safeguard your peoples, safeguard the equity construct of your peoples, the peoples of your nations. Please get a hold of us for the taxing, which is all under false and misleading statements. We have a consumptions tax. We must do away with this glorified babysitter system that is creeping upon all of us at a tremendous level. The glorified baby system is the adverb verb world, who tries to force their lie upon you and say that if you don't believe in our lie, then you can't sit in our babysitting jails. And so we don't need babysitters as citizens of the world. We need to become accountable for what we do. And being accountable for what we do allows the preposition. We preposition the facts so we can only look at the condition of the mind, the condition of the heart, on what was being articulated for the performance of the contract. As far as freight way bills and all the mechanics there, do you need me to go through all that? Or what do you want me to do as far as that goes for our court?
Well, you can go ahead and educate the world. I mean, this video is going to go up on the internet.
Okay.
And the world is going to see it. The world is going to translate it.
Okay.
So we'll give them as much information as we have time for.
Okay, okay. Well, as David was explaining earlier, David and I spent time rewriting the postal laws, which the United States Postal Service used our authorization to come in and harvest the citizens around the world in Switzerland, because Switzerland was using false and misleading statements. They were an adjective pronoun. Their mechanics for the freight way bills and the fundamentals that occur for registering corporations for posting their roads were all done under false and misleading pretenses, and they did not give the countries that were coming in communication with them, they did not give them 3-day rescission that they were going to be using false and misleading statements. Thus, the United States Post Office used our technology, and in compliance with Title 18, Section 1699, had proof of service for the transportation of the cargoes. I specifically wrote that treaty for them in October 4th of 2002. David and I were on the contract together. It was a corporate movement. I spent a year and a half on those contracts, just making sure that the guidelines for the movement and the transshipment of cargoes, postage, vessels, contracts, had a construct where we could articulate values, articulate grammar, and make sure that there was accountability and honor amongst countries and amongst postal systems. The U.S. Post Office, every time that David and I go to meet with them, they are very afraid. We just caught the United States Postal Service vacating their trusteeship for chairman of the Board of Governors for the Federal Postal Service. I, of course, claimed the position, caught them in a 3-day lemon law, and the rest is history right now. We're on a 45-day moratorium on that, so we're good to talk about that. So that was kind of exciting. Another thing that occurred is when you're moving values, posting your roads, everybody has a birth certificate when you get birthed, typically in the fiction world in your hospitals. That birth certificate, the postmaster doctor, banker, puts his certified seal on it saying he delivered you at such and such a time, such and such a date. At that point, the fee for putting the embossment seal on that contract, your birth certificate, which is a pronoun, adverb, verb, the seal itself gets paid for through bills of the ladings, through your Federal Reserve, which has 2 signatures on it for certification, which is proof of service for usury. The post office itself authorizes the bills of the ladings. One small problem. They vacated the trusteeship under Title 39, Section 101, subsection B, and they did not have a constitution when they vacated in the 2000 election. This is where my post roads came in to be valid And they're correct, and they were passed on in what was called a seisin of the law, seisin of the fact, seisin of the legality, which gives me a position to speak as a position of the authority when it deals with postage on what I'm giving you guys closure on today. Because we did our timelines right, because I was the only person under contract during the time of the 2000 election. I then, we had a scenario that occurred years later where David and I went toe-to-toe with the U.S. Supreme Court. And they had taken a gold filing from me, which means I paid my filing fee with a gold troy ounce. They took gold as a consideration for fee for freight, which changes the dynamics of equity tremendously. The bailments there shifted, and I shifted into gear. We hit our timelines correct. We went and registered our fee for freight for bonds. We showed up at the Pentagon as joint muster masters. They directed us to the United States International Trade Commission. David and I spent many days down there talking to those gentlemen who, they know who we are. We're not going to share names, but they were convinced that America was a verb. At the end of it, they were quite humorous about it, very friendly. They were concerned because they were basically out of a job, but you know, we kept the illusion going at that time. They then directed us through Homeland Security. In August of 2004, David and I met with Homeland Security. They told us flat out that we do not have authorization to function as a corporation, but the people are really foolish and they believe us.
However, the three directors that came out to meet with us from Homeland Security wouldn't meet us in the building. We had to go all the way out to the sidewalk because they said we couldn't, because we were sovereigns, we couldn't be in their building. The same thing happened when we walked into the FBI building. We were in there for an hour, 15 minutes with 12 directors sitting behind a glass, one of those mirrored glass windows, watching a 1 hour and 15-minute interview when they realized I was the federal judge that prosecutes judges from Hawaii, and I immediately had to be removed from the building because I was a sovereign and couldn't be in the building.
Land of fiction. Anyway, so back to the posting of the roads, this is a very safe umbrella that worldwide the citizens of our world can join under because your countries and your nations are in joinder through false and misleading statements through the Universal Postal Union, which is what happens when you go get your corporation case numbers in Australia, in Auckland, New Zealand, and in the places that we do have our citizens that are studying in Canada. The function that occurs when you register it there they go through a dynamic of bookkeeping, of auditing, of clearing, of freight. You know, there's a function that occurs. Within that function of bookkeeping, they create what's called ships papers, which have registrations on them. Vessels have names, vessels have numbers, they have times, they have dates, they have fee for freight, and it all gets registered in a roundabout way through the Universal Postal Union, who, of course, gets rid of those because they collect the tax, they don't pay the tax. So but there's a mechanic that occurs there, and in that mechanic, as you register your claims in the different locations around the world, you'll find that being on our post road and being in quantum grammar, once you comprehend the mechanics of the bailments of it, you will find a lot of security in your equity. And so you can use the grammar not only in lawsuits, but you can apply it in your day-to-day function as you interact with your community, as you interact with your local governments, as you interact with your local governors, and as the pecking order goes up, because you are all working for the same post office. Whether you know it or not, you all have birth certificates, you have bills of the ladings, you have driver's licenses, you have passports. When you go to the military, you don't work for the Marines, I'm sorry. You go register first and get your number from the post office. Then you run into the Marines. So there's a function there. That's why the post office controls the military. And that's how the pecking order works in the real world.
And the ball on top of the flag at the post office is for recruiting and advertising for recruiting.
Correct.
So anytime you see that, a ball on top of the flag, it means you're walking into a recruiting center. If you have an eagle on top of the flag, that's supposed to be for the President of the United States. But just like on the dollar bill, if the wings are up, you're in a postal court. If the wings are down, it's a phoenix, and you're in a Vatican banking court. Pay attention to your flag, because anything you put on top of the flag has jurisdiction over the contract of the flag itself. If you have a spear on top of the flag, that means you're in a military court-martial, and if you're not in the military, it's the wrong venue, wrong jurisdiction, and the word jurisdiction means opinion if you look it up. Thank you.
Anyway, back to the ensigns on the flag standards. One of the things that David and I witnessed is as we walked into the United Nations, as we walked into the various diplomatic embassies, we were functioning at a level of consular post. David and I had spent time rewriting the Vienna Convention on the functions of missions for diplomatic diplomacy as we realized that the world would want to come and look for correctness. So we set up a function for consular missions, consular employees, more of a what the fiction would call State Department, which is an adjective pronoun. And we filed our letters of the rogatory with those venues to give them closure that we have evidence and testimony to be brought forth as whistleblowers. When we walked into these embassies, we realized that they were flying 3x5 boat flags outside with the ball on top. So David and I are like, heck, they're recruiting. So we walk on in there thinking, wow, we're following flag etiquette, following all the rules. You walk in the door, and they all had spires on the top, which meant they were at war with their people. So it was like, wait a minute, this is false and misleading. You're out here in one venue advertising this. When we walk in the door, you're telling us that you're at war with us.
And they also had yellow braids and yellow fringe on all 200 ambassador flags. All countries had the yellow fringe on them.
Correct.
So they were, with the braid on the flag, it meant they were maritime vessels in dry dock. The flags outside said they were vessels in dry dock. And then they had another flag that had no fringe and nothing on it hanging in their offices. Correct. So they had 8 different flags displayed as we went through each one of these embassies. Then when we asked the ambassadors what each flag meant, none of them had an idea except Japan. They knew all 8 flags and what they meant. Yeah. They knew flag protocols and etiquette. So we wound up doing flag presentations for almost a week to all these 82 different countries that signed treaties with us under banking because they wanted quantum grammar.
Yeah, Ito was good in Japan.
Yeah,
I mean,
he was
real good.
Point.
Yeah, he's on point. There are educated people out there. A lot of times when you walk onto a military base and you're dealing with flag duty officers, you know, they're on point too, and you got to really know your goods when you walk through the door. I want to get into a little bit of the postal collections. And this is kind of relevant for those who are involved in our deeds of the trust or quo warranto complaints, dealing with title issues of property. The umbrella that has been made for you is David and I have disqualified the International Bureau of Weights and Measures, which is an adjective pronoun, adverb, verb, conjunction, verb scenario. And the International Bureau of Weights and Measures was the location on how all nations would articulate the measurement of latitude, longitude, feet, inches, the description that we would use to survey on our lands. So it would have the ley lines, you know, through Greenwich and all the manipulations and the wars behind that. When someone would be conquered, they would go under that umbrella, be brought into, you know, to your metric systems and brought into a universal umbrella of control through the post office. So David and I developed a corporation called the Global-Bureaus of the Weights and Measures. And the reason why I bring this up is the claimants, which I comprehend are here today, have an articulation of quiet-title. Title itself is, because there is no titles on the land, incorrect communication, parse, syntax, grammar. The umbrella is there that we can safeguard your title within our umbrella, and you may not comprehend the mechanics of why we can articulate and pay fee for freight and sign off on that, but we can give you closure that an outside ruling of surveying would have no jurisdiction, which is JU outside of jurisdiction, outside of time and space, would have no jurisdiction on that title that we would allow into our postal construct. The reason why I say postal construct is as you bring a complaint to us, you've autographed the postage stamp. At that point, there are bailments and timelines that David and I trigger in our system that maybe most of you are unaware of. We just had a situation in Hawaii here where we were under contract with another person from a year ago, and she did not give notice on 3-day rescission of her year timeline on what she was going to do with the contract, therefore disqualifying her off the position of the platform, which is unfortunate, but knowledge is how it is. I just kind of wanted to bring that up because, in case. Anyway, so if you bring your quiet titles, you're in a construct to articulate. We have taken jurisdiction with our C treaties in the global bureaus of the weights and measures for the symbolism usury of the alphabet, the symbol usury of functions in mathematics, the symbol usury of numbers 0 through 9, and how to create a conclusion of the sums and differences. So these are some of the mechanics that have been put in place over the last 19 years to bring us to your quiet titles here today.
Right.
We can get...
I suggest that you do a conclusive statement right now, and we'll take a break.
Oh, no problem. If anyone has any questions about any nations out there, any citizens on the mechanics of postal mechanics and postal methods and where I learned, I'm getting, hey, where did you learn all this? I learned right in the middle of the courtroom. I went toe-to-toe for a long, long time and took my beatings in the middle of the courtroom, was used as a piece of cargo by hundreds of judges who, really taught me well. And those that hate me, and those that taught me, and they honor me, thank you. Because I've worked very hard, and that's where I learned, people ask, where did you learn all this? Well, for me, it's been a 19-year journey from sitting right in the middle of the courtroom, and I'm standing there by myself because I have to stand on my own. And I'm totally confident doing that anywhere in the world. And that's one thing I thank David, is that David would always support me, but he would never go with me so I would learn my own value, and I would cherish it, and I would honor it, and I would be able to give it to you in a way that you wouldn't have to go through the same circumstances and the tricks and traps that I went through because I was my own worst enemy by not knowing. And so as I learned and the functions became more relevant, the humility and some of the conditions, that's where I learned my postal mechanics.
Okay, we're going to break for lunch.
Your Honor, I must insist you do not label me as black or a colored person. I am a Moor by nature.
Ultra important to understand the difference between motions and affidavits.
Why is that?
Because they're discretionary. An affidavit cannot be lawfully denied.
So a corporation is considered a corporate person, right?
Exactly. But we are natural persons.
Right. And that means we have rights preserved in the Constitution.
Listen, nationality is crucial. Black is just a color that gives up your birthrights.
Message. See?
Know your identity. Don't settle for just a label.
Exactly. Your nationality matters.
This birth certificate, it's like a covenant outside of God.
Really? How so?
It proves who your maker is, just like in the Matrix.
So you want a brain, huh?
Yes, please.
How about this instead?
A birth certificate.
Fits you perfectly, my if I only had a brain-looking boy.
Well, I guess it's a start.
Did you know the Scarecrow from The Wizard of Oz wanted a brain?
Yeah, but instead of giving him one, the wizard just handed him a birth certificate.
Your Honor, I must insist you do not label me as black or a colored person, and I am a Moor by nature.
Understood. You are free to leave.
Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. Peace and love. You're now rocking to the sounds and vibrations of your boy, Don Kilam. Also known as Malik Kilam. As always, prosperity is your divine birthright. Peace and love, everybody. Let me know where y'all tapped in and tuned in from. Peace and love. I'm gonna drop some game for you real quick, man. I gotta bust some moves today. You know, we staying shitty, fresh, iced out now. That's how we move in this public realm. Because we operating in the public and the private. That's what you gotta learn. That's what you gotta learn. That's what I'm trying to teach the game, how to operate in the public, but moving in the private. We got the Bay Area in the building, Green Bay in the building as well, Oregon in the building. Peace and love. It's cold where y'all at, ain't it? I don't do the cold now. I don't do the cold. But peace and love. I got the blunt rolled up too. I mean, we about to draw some game, alright? It's time to draw some motherfucking game. I'm not licensed attorney, tax expert, just for educational and informational purposes only. But I do got degrees now. Law degrees, business degrees, all of that shit. We stay fucking iced out. You can get close up on my shit. You can get close up on my shit. Yeah. Let them know, man. Let them know you can get close up on my shit, man. Now, I love palm trees. You see the palm trees on the back. I need y'all to overstand this. You need to invest in your private education. Everyone should invest in private education. You shouldn't try to change your private education. You're not doing shit to change. Do you change the public education system? And you still ain't made $1 million. So first and foremost, because you have to understand, no one is going to go out their way. No one is going to go out their fucking way. Listen. No one's going to go out their way to teach you how to protect your assets. No one's going to go out their way. Don Kilam has those motherfuckers. And no one else is going to teach you how to get rich. No one's going to go out their way and teach you how to get wealthy. I'm going to let that sink in. Let me get a 100, some fire emojis, something if you understand and agree with what I'm dropping. Let me know that you comprehend, you understand. We on the same wavelength. I'll let you get close up on it. Get close up on it. Close up on the ice. Nigga, I got ice in my ear too. Come on, man. Yeah, come on, man. Alright. So look. Don Kilam want everybody. There's enough to go around, alright? There's enough to go around. I need y'all to understand. So, I need y'all to understand public versus private. It is an intelligence level. It is an intelligence level. And I apologize to those who can't comprehend. Think with the right head. That's all I can tell you. Think with the right head. So private versus public. When you're using the Social Security number, it's a public number. And y'all keep saying it's yours. And I need y'all to understand, y'all use this as business owners as well. And you keep claiming that this number is yours. And you, as a business owner, you must understand that ownership means liability. Ownership means liability. Ownership and liability means obligations. Obligations and liability. That's what ownership means. It's own nothing, control everything. And there's no law. Show me the law. Show me the law. I'm waiting. Show me the law. Show me the law that says that you own the Social Security number, because y'all keep claiming that it's yours. Make sure y'all share this with at least 3 people right now. I'm going to do it right now. Share this live. Don Kilam University is in the building. We got Don Kilam _legacy. That's what we live on. If y'all on the Instagram. And then we got Don Kilam University. There's a Don Kilam official out there too, but those are the main ones. Just go to those pages right there. I'm trying to teach y'all some free 99 game, but unfortunately, people only find value when they pay for it, and that's just what life is. You know, you get what you give. You get what you give. But I need everybody to understand. It's old enough to control everything. You cannot own a social security number. It is not yours. So, I just need everybody to come through with this mindset when coming into the public mentality. Because owning this social, when y'all say you're owning social, I'm telling you, obligation, liability, you're claiming the benefits, you're the beneficiary, you're going to be taxed, you can get the shit in and stick every time. You're in Cesti Que Vie use. You don't want to be in Cesti Que Vie use whatsoever. Cesti Que Vie use. You can look up Cesti Que Vie. Give me a second, I'll do that for you. Because I want it to make sense for everybody. You know? See, and there we go. I got somebody asking me about codes. How's it private if it's codes? They asked me about USC codes and UCC codes. If you have a uniform on, those codes apply to you. You can only control what you create. So people like that, I just banish from my sight. I banish from my vision. Because you don't know how to operate in the private correctly. Family law is private law. But a lot of people don't understand that. A lot of people, this is why you need trustee trading. Exactly why you need trustee trading. This is why you need to tap in and get that private trustee training in the private. Somebody making $100,000. So some school teachers, if they're lucky, make $100,000. Do you agree? $100,000. So how much money can they really lead you to? So that's a rule. That's a private rule, though. Understanding that if you want to be a millionaire, you need to hang around millionaires. You want to be a billionaire, you need to hang around billionaires. Trillionaires hang around trillionaires. I need everybody to understand that. So you got the private sector, you got the public sector. When you're utilizing the Social Security number, you're using it in the public sector. If you're part of my private community, you don't have this class with me. Cesti Que Vie. So the Cesti Que Vie is the beneficiary of a trust or insurance policy. The Social Security number is a public insurance policy, and it's not set up for the private. It's set up for whoever established it, and the public established it. A legislation established it, so it's set up to ensure legislation. This is how they're getting paid off your labor to pay back the United States national debt. A lot of people don't understand this process through sweat equity. And that's all it is sweat equity. And that's why you got to tap into private trusteeship. That's why you got to tap into these private meetings. That's why you got to tap into these private rooms. That's why you're not in the room. Because no one is going to teach you how to get wealthy. No one's going to teach you the secrets of asset protection. No one's going to teach you the secrets of how to turn your labor into wealth. Because that's what the top elite do. And they're not just going to, they're dying to fucking let people win. That's why you got to tap into your private education and get around these right families. I don't care if you got to be their janitor at first. You know, Bentley Farnsworth, I'm not trying to bring up Diddy, but Bentley Farnsworth was Diddy's secretary or his personal assistant at first. You got to do things like this. Like, I know people that, like, I tell some of my stories on how we open doors. Sometimes you got to start off cleaning a building. You know, I know, because a lot of people don't understand. Janitors have the keys to the building. In a public education system, a custodian is a major fucking title. It's a major level. It's a major key of life and your children. But you don't understand these trustee training rules. I'm gonna let that sink in. Drop some 100s, fire emojis, something when you understand what the fuck I just said. A custodian has more power than a principal when you understand trusteeship. When you understand guardianship. I'm glad y'all following along with y'all. I'm glad this shit making sense. This is why you gotta tap into your private education. Who got the keys? The custodian got the keys. You know, and I know people tapped in all cities across the world. You know, I know people across the world, custodians across the world. They got the keys and it's tapped in to the major players in the game, and they look like just the ordinary custodian at a school, but they're tapped into the world. Top flight security of the world, Craig. I don't understand that though. Same way, I'm not gonna get deep with everybody. I'm not gonna drop all the secrets today, okay? But this is real life, no play life. And these are trustee words right there. You gotta understand who you are. The reason why you get truancy, while you're truant in school, is because you utilize a social security number. The Jehovah's Witness can't get held truant because they don't abide by those rules. They don't abide by the public system. They don't fucking put their heart over the fucking Star Spangled Banner. You gotta understand a banner is for a corporate world. You understand what a banner is. I'm just dropping too much thoughts today. Y'all should be taking notes, for real, for real. But I want everybody to understand, you do not have to utilize the social security number, or you need to utilize it correctly in a way that is not going to make you liable for anything attached to that motherfucker. And all you got to do is move like they move. Look how they move. And that's why I tell people, learn how to create your own tribe. Learn how to create your own church. The Catholics have confession. You think they're not getting paid off having the real nigga court? You dig what I'm saying? You think they're not securitizing your baptismal agreements, your baptismal certificates? You think these churches didn't find a way to securitize these things? You think the tribes ain't found a way to securitize tribal court? When you have tribal infractions on the tribe or the reservation, you think they haven't found a way to securitize these transactions and agreements? Because they're still working with the system. They're still working with the devil. There's only one way to work with the system. There's only one way to work with the devil. Y'all keep trying to make it complicated, and it's own nothing, control everything. It's contracts. It's agreements. Understanding withholding agents and holding companies. The United States is just a holding company. You got to understand that. You got to understand that. And they have the right to create their own agreements and securitize their own agreements. They don't have to go through their own system because they created their own fucking system. They don't have to fucking get medallion stamps. They don't have to do none of that shit because they have their own system in place where this is the law of the land. They rocking it like Debo. As simple as that. And when you're utilizing a social security number, you have all that protection behind you when you know how to utilize it correctly. But a lot of y'all don't know how to utilize this shit correctly. Y'all know how to pimp these trusts correctly. Y'all know how to make your name a business starting off first. Trademark the name, trademark the signature, trademark the thumbprints. We walk you through the whole process. If you're fucking tapped into my school, holla at your motherfucking boy. We making shit shake. I can't make this shit up. Can't make this shit up. We're really out here changing lives out here, all right? But it's to your level of understanding. Everything is going to be to your level of understanding on how far you go and how far you take this, all right? Because I make sure the information's out there. Got people saying right now the school is fire. They said I got to get in. I got one homeboy on here that did the trademark process. Listen, everything you need to know is in my school. You go to skool.com/Don Kilam, DonKilam. You can even Google it. It pops up on Google. It's Googleable. But go to the link on my Instagram. I'm still gonna spark this with you. I've already dropped some game already. I don't know if y'all been catching it. Let me know if y'all been catching it. Let me know if y'all been catching the game, because I've already dropped some game already. Because I'm going to tell you this. These families aren't looking for you to get in the room, okay? Are you in the fucking rooms? Are you sitting down with these fucking families? I put myself in the fucking rooms. I only got kicked out twice. And I've been in hundreds of fucking rooms. Get in where you fucking fit in. Hey, don't ask me questions on here. I'll kick you out. Google's free. My trademarks, they get approved within weeks. I don't do that 5-month shit. I don't wait for nothing. We bypass the attorney and we'll get your shit processed within weeks. You want to ask me a fucking question? You get in line and book a fucking consult. I can give a fuck. We all got problems. The best thing I can do with people with problems is not partake in your bullshit. That's the best I can do. Go be a problem solver for once in your fucking life instead of asking people fucking questions all the goddamn time for free. You can ask your mama for free. You can ask your daddy for free. And obviously they didn't do their fucking job. I'm not your mommy. I'm not your fucking daddy. You're going to pay me to answer your fucking questions. I'm going to kick you out my fucking live. I'm going to kick you out my fucking chat. I'm going to kick you out my fucking life. How about that? Because I don't fuck with people like that. You understand? Trustees problem solve. Trustees figure it out. Quit asking another motherfucker how to help you. That's some begging ass, pussy ass shit. Go plead to the courts. Please. That's what the fuck you do. That's what the fuck you do. That's real nigga shit. When I'm talking, shut the fuck up and take notes, because I'm dropping you fucking game. I'm in the room with billionaires now. What the fuck are you doing with your life? What are you doing with your life? Tell me. I'll wait. Oh yeah, you're on my live asking me fucking questions like I give a fuck. Nigga, I don't give a fuck. That's what I'm gonna fucking tell you. I'm dropping you free fucking game right now. Shut the fuck up, take notes, or go learn some fucking where else. That's how life fucking works in Don Kilam's world. Because I'm going to lead you to the fucking promised land. These other motherfuckers ain't going to lead you no motherfucking way. So shut the fuck up and take notes when you see a real nigga in your presence. Dropping that motherfucking shit. Dropping that motherfucking game. For free 99, bitch. Straight up. Now, where was I? You got to understand. Everything is family business. And the trust should own the essence of everything of you. Because you got to understand, when you signed the birth certificate, when your mama signed the birth certificate, yes, you can blame it on your mama. It was your mama's fault. Alright? Now, some people ain't got no birth certificates. And that's what's up. But you signed a covenant outside God. A birth certificate proves who your maker is, and that's why we should not identify with these motherfucking documents. These instruments. And the birth certificate, it can be compared to a convertible bond. Because it can turn into notes. It creates the fucking Social Security trust. Social Security numbers of trust. It converts to a driver's license. That's another insurance policy. These are all insurance policies. A lot of people don't understand it. And when you have public insurance, when you're a public entity, you have to have public insurance. It's that simple. And that's how the government's rocking too. So like the judges, they can't be in the public without no public insurance. They got bonds. They got public bonds. Real shit. They got public bonds. Police have public bonds. This is the shit you disrupt when you're taking it on a higher level, a higher plane of things, in order to get what you want in life. Alright? I'm not going to get too deep with that. But they don't own their name. They don't own their essence. The government does. 28 U.S.C. 2002, subsection 15A, United States means federal corporation. Understand that. U.S. business means U.S. citizen. Let me find it. Hold up. Let me back my claims. That's going to be 15 U.S.C. 4724 E1. United States business means a United States citizen, or corporation, partnership, or other association created under the laws of the United States or any state, including the District of Columbia or any Commonwealth territory or possession of the United States or C, a formal corporation. That is 15 USC 4724 E1. United States business means United States citizen. I need y'all to understand that. Understand your name as a business. It's a special purpose vehicle, an SPV or SPE. It's a bankruptcy remote entity. So we're using your labor. The government is using your labor. The Social Security number is using your labor when you're pledging your assets to the Social Security number. When you put your Social Security number on things, it's pledging the assets. That's a public trust. Public sector is part of the economy that the government controls. Think about it. Public housing. Public assistance. Public defender. Think about it. Anytime you see the word public, things have to get out of these contracts. You have to rescind and revoke these signatures. You have to rescind and revoke these contracts. Newly discovered evidence, fraud. These are there's no statute of limitations on these things. All right, so you get up out of these things. We use baby land deeds, patents of nativity. I'm gonna say this again so I can slow it down for y'all. Baby land deeds, a land deed, D-E-E-D, land deed, a baby land deed, patents of nativity, family Bible records. Keeping a family Bible, a baptismal certificate. You can create your own church and create your own baptismal certificate. You know, if you're playing a public game, you can just say you create membership certificates of your LLCs or even your family trust, and whatever makes sense to you. It's your game. You gotta learn how to play it correctly. All right. That's why you have to tap in with the private. The Jewish are playing the game right. So again, the Jewish are playing the game right. The Amish, they're playing the game right. Just look at the congregations that are worth billions. The Catholic Church, they're playing the game right. When you're using the baptismal certificate, that directly corresponds with the Vatican, the canon law. You fall under canon law that falls under the Catholic Church. So you really belong to them, and you have to understand that you're still under your Roman slave. The birth certificate proves who your maker is. Are you 7 pounds 10 ounces? Let me know. Well, the birth certificate proves who your maker is. They know who owns your soul. You stamp the sole of your foot on it. I'm going to teach you the game. Teach you how to get out that jurisdiction. Anything that gets delivered is property. Come on, talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Just think about it. It's not rocket science, G. Anything that gets delivered is property. Let me hit the blunt on that. This shit got delivered. You feel me? Are you ready to get delivered? Are you ready for deliverance? Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Some good weed, ain't it? I'm out here, man, in the mountains, man, with the palm trees in the mountains, man. Are you ready for deliverance? Are you ready for true status correction? Talk to me. Come on, man, I'm dropping real game. I'm dropping real spill. I gotta get with it or get lost, man. So listen, when you understand the family and state, create the family and state correctly. Have the family foundations correctly. You know, you gotta have your nonprofits. But you gotta learn how to move in trust. 508c1As. 508c1As, that's a private trust. I'm teaching game though, real spill, I'm teaching game. So, we also got the non-grainer, irrevocable, complex, discretionary, spendthrift trust. That's what we're working on now. But you gotta understand how to maneuver the taxes correctly. Because when you're moving, when you do want to update your things and update the IRS certain things when it benefits you, when it sends you that money back. They're working on full faith and credit. Full faith and credit. So when you learn how to make your name a business, I'm going to start off, one is the home office deduction. That's how we get big paper back. Man, I'm talking about 40, 60 bands just off the home office deductions, okay? When you understand your name as a business. Now, I go through this in the Capitalizing Namepreneur, a book that I have, Capitalizing Namepreneur. You can look it up on Amazon. But I'm talking about your mortgage, Property taxes, if you have them. I teach people how to get out of taxes. But if you got taxes, you can write them bitches off too. You understand your name is a business. If you pay taxes, write that shit off. That's a deduction. Because you got to quit looking at bills as bills. You got to look at them as deductions. All right? And when you're moving them in trust, you can deduct things a little bit differently than you could just a regular business. Because just with the business alone, if you just got one member, that's going to be like 250 bands you can get back. But with the trust, you can get way more back. And I'm talking about, I got a whole list of things that we utilize. I'm talking about insurance, any type of insurance, utilities, Wi-Fi, repairs, but depreciation. If you got HOA fees, all this shit is a write-off. All this shit is a deductible. A deductible. Off the trust, I've seen people get, I'm not going to get too deep with y'all, man, but some people get millions back, okay? I'm showing people how to get millions back already with another process that I'm doing, but we're not going to get deep on that. You need to be tapped into the school to learn about that. I teach people about self-employment taxes. Self-employment tax deduction is tax avoidance. This is tax avoidance versus tax evasion. With the LLCs, we're using them something called a pass-through deduction, because these are our pass-through entities. I'm not going to get deep with that either. I teach people how to do the vehicle tax deductions. I teach people how to do travel expense deductions. I teach people how to do meal plans. I teach people how to do the stipends, fringe benefits. I'm going to talk about that in a little bit too. I teach people how to hire their children. When you contract with people, contract labor. Any type of employment benefit plans you have, if you created any benefit plans for your employees or people that work for you, if you're health insurance, that's a deductible. Business insurance is a deduction. Advertising is a deduction. Education is a big one for my operations that I have going on. Education expenses. Running a successful business requires adequate skills, training, and education. Therefore, the education expenses you incur to make your business more valuable are tax deductible. This includes expenses incurred on courses, seminars, conferences, trades, publications, books, conference calls, consults. This may even include the cost of certifications, diplomas, degrees, license, putting somebody in school. Understand this. A CPA might be able to deduct the fee to renew your professional license. I'm trying to teach you the game. Your cell phones. You have the best one there is, that's cool. You paying an expensive bill, that is a deduction for the business. Extra storage, all of that shit. Utilities, like I said, that's a deduction. Office and technology expenses, people don't know about that. I'm talking about you got computers, websites, you paying for your website, payment processing services. I'm talking about all them fees they take out. Cash App take fees out, Stripe take fees out. That's all a business deduction, and people don't understand that. I teach you how to write that off, man. I'll teach you the game. It's just education. If you got repairs and maintenances, because repairs are fully deductible. A lot of people don't even understand that. Renovations, that's a deduction. Legal and professional service fees. This is why you should be paying people, paying attorneys, paying for opinions in life. All your bank fees are deductible. Merchant and processing fees, I spoke on that. Business loans, if you got any of those. Startup costs is a major deduction. I can go on and on. Everybody already know charitable deductions and shit. You're paying somebody to do your taxes. Deduction. Under section 162, this is called everything else. The everything else deduction. You can get a lot back just by making your name a business, making your children's name a business. Understanding that they out here tripping in the private. You feel me? We self-governed out here. But look, everything is a deduction. I know a lot of people don't understand that right now. But as a business person, as a businessman, and an entrepreneur mindset, you should definitely understand the importance of deductions. We don't look at as bills no more, they're deductibles. because this is all a write-off on the business. And after so many deductions, this is going to be, if your business don't own nothing, it turns into credits. And when you have credits with the IRS, this comes back in form of a check. Okay? An IRS treasury check, shit like that. Alright? So this is what I'm trying to teach you. So learning how to write off these deductions is very important. Learning how to get a return back always is very important, but you make sure it goes to the business. It don't go to nothing else. It's nothing personal. It's always business. And people are not understanding this. They don't understand how to use the Social Security number in a business capacity instead of using it in a personal capacity. Same way when they're trying to get refunds from people and stuff like this. In the private, there is no refunds. You cannot change the private school. You cannot change the private life. You couldn't do it in the public, so why would you try to do it in the private? Understand that. And that's when you ask for refunds, things like that, that's doing shit and personal feelings. You understand? I'm gonna teach y'all how to rock in the private. Alright? The private sector controls the public sector. Understand this. Alright? Own nothing, control everything. That's why I like my Instagram. They took it, they can have it. That means I didn't have no control over it. If that makes sense. Own nothing, control everything. I control what I do, I control who I am. So the real always gonna fight me. That's how I look at it. The real always gonna fight me. But I hope y'all learned some game today. I dropped some game to you. Text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Again, text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Or click the link in the bio to tap into the school. School.com/Don Kilam. That's SKOOL.com/DONKILAM. Understand your name is the brand, your name is the essence, your name is the intellectual property. That's what you need to control. If you're using the documents, you do not have control of your essence. They're saying you do not know who your maker is. You do not have, the government cannot interfere with a private contract. The government cannot interfere with a private covenant in between you and your God. There's no promissory note. There's no mortgage. There is nothing out there that can interfere with your covenant with God. So one of the rules of commerce is do not break do not break the bond with you and your higher power. Do not let anything interfere with you and your higher power whatsoever. Make sure you have the connection. Because once you know who your higher power is, you know the connection, you can maneuver correctly, alright? The truth will always set you free. So understand who you are. We are tribal people. The Bible's a fact in the courtroom, so understand that. It's nothing but tribes in the Bible. So you need to figure out which tribe you come from. You know, and if you need to learn a little bit more about who you are, that's when you tap in with me in the private. We'll get you around the right people, man. That's how it works, man. Much peace and love. Remember, prosperity is your divine birthright. Peace.
Knowledge is power! How about I reserve all of my rights?
Mr. Anderson, you disappoint me.
You can't scare me. I reserve all of my rights.
What good are your rights when you have a birth certificate? You're gonna help us, Mr. Anderson, whether you want to or not. You have a birth certificate slave.
Neo, I am like the Father, guiding you to your true purpose. We are more than a resistance. We fulfill the prophecy of the Trinity. Each of us plays a role in rewriting the fate of humanity. You have received your honorary degree. Welcome to a new realm of knowledge, Neo.
Neo, I embody the Holy Spirit, here to inspire your courage and belief.
I've re-signed all previous signatures. I am a free man now. I learned the game from Don Kilam.
Knowledge is power!
Peace and love, everybody. Make sure to text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Tap in for a consultation or join our school. You can go to school.com/Don Kilam. That's patreon.com/DONKILAM. Now click the link in the bio. Peace and love. How's everybody feeling? Let me finish rolling up this bleezy. The family slept in today. They just now getting up, so I'm gonna do a video for y'all. Peace and love, everybody. I titled this Natural You versus the corporate you. Peace and love, everybody. Let me know where you tapped in and tuned in from. If you're just not joining, we ain't got started yet. Peace and love. Let me know what city you in. Where you tapped in and tuned in from. Says no questions, let them cook. Yeah, I'm going to pull out my iPhone 16 too. I'm going to go over some of the same stuff I've already been going over. To be honest, might smoke another bleezy with y'all. Let me see. I'm rolling this one up. Let me finish rolling this one up. Done drop some buds. It's all good though. It'd be like, how do I know it's real, Don? Do you see my motherfucking, do you see the life I live? Poor people, even if you're poor, you circulate for enough money for the government. The government makes money off of you. But you gotta understand that your family is private families that are the government. Y'all don't understand government. All government is administration. They're administering these ducats. We call them ducats, okay? So, when people say money has no value, you make it serve you. This paperwork right here, this is paperwork. This shit still serves you. People still work for this, okay? So you can make it serve you, okay? I'm going to tell you, gold and silver is the real money, though. Gold and silver. That's why I put it in my tea. Yeah, keep the gold and silver on you. That's a real... We're going back to the gold standard, put it like that. And they've been saying this since I've been in the game. I've been in the game 17 years. And we're just now transitioning in everything that we prepared for. So, if you've been following Don Kilam, so like I told people to get on the Bitcoin. Bitcoin is still an asset right now, as of right now, but it's not going to last forever. Gold has lasted thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years. Gold has been around forever, so you need to get gold. But y'all still need to get these I'll pull out some Benjis on y'all too. I ain't gonna pull out everything. Just because people seeing is believing, man. Y'all can get close up and log my motherfucking FRN numbers, my promissory note numbers. This ain't that play money. I don't do that play shit. But people ain't gonna respect you. He said, your grill fire, I just picked mine up. Johnny Dang. Johnny did the grill. About to upgrade too. Well, I'm about to get started. See, this is the corporate you right here. The corporate you works for this. The natural you works for natural resources. What you gonna spend the money on? That's what holds the real value. Where's your money going? Those are the things you wanna tap into. So we all need food. So you should be creating your own food sources. You should be having your own farms, growing your own food, having your own animals, instead of having somebody else package it up and deliver it, because that's how they controlling our mind anyways. That's how they control us. So that is a form of sovereignty. All right? Peace and love. Before I get started, I'd like to attorney tax expert. This is for educational and informational purposes only. A lot of people say, this it's all a conspiracy. Your life's a conspiracy. If you're paying taxes, you pay. Most people in the public with a public education mindset. I'm gonna show you how you get rich. You get taxed on your money, and then when you spend your money, you get taxed again. So they take, before you even get your paycheck, when y'all are working in the public system, the difference between public and private, you're a public employee. He says it is a conspiracy to conspire against us. I don't like to say anybody's conspiring against anybody because this is a voluntary system. Slavery is voluntary. You volunteer to pay taxes. You volunteer to work instead of learning to use your own creativity, learning how to be an entrepreneur. The game is set up for entrepreneurs and those who use the creative mind, those who think and can think outside the box. Because all you're doing is moving pieces, okay? Most people are just pawns in the game. And when you learn how to establish your own government, when you learn how to establish your own private family, when you learn to establish your own private club, social club, okay? When you learn to establish your own ministry, then you can start learning how to be a power piece in this game. Sean Jones says, after I met you and listened to you, yes, before that, it was all unknown for me. It was completely non-consensual. Okay, got you. I appreciate that. I'll screenshot that. Thank you, Sean Jones. This game is voluntary. And that's what a lot of people not understanding. Granted, you came into the game through your mother and she put you in the game. So, I mean, you are automatically playing. Alright? Family, the definition of family is servants of a household. So I want you to know we do operate out of tribal perspective. The reason being is because servants of a household is putting you as a slave. The Department of Family Services. We're transitioning into a different system right now as we speak, but the old system is still around, and that's a securitization system, okay? But we're going in back to gold and silver and no more debt, like real-time payments, like quid pro quo, something for something. Like, you're not gonna have me on a mortgage for 30 years, okay? Can you pay now? Can you pay today? So that's why it's important that everybody needs to learn how to tap in. Your name is the business. That's where we start. Your name is the business. Learning that you have a nationality, belonging to a nation. Your state can be your nation. Texans, if you're from Texas, you're a Texan. You're from Missouri, you're Missouri. You're from Illinois, you're Illinois. You're from California, you're a Californian. So when you learn how to declare nationality, this is going to give you your God-given rights back. A lot of people think they have civil rights. And that's not the case. You just get a right is a right corner. We'll just give you that piece instead of understanding your natural rights. Natural person, natural you versus the corporate you. The corporate you is a legal jurisdiction. It's a juristic person, okay? A juristic individual, a juristic entity. Your name is the business, so your business is an entity. In these businesses, I need everybody to keep in mind, a business and a trust can do everything a person can do besides vote. So it's out here. It can buy, sell, trade, all of that. Your name's the business. And you have the right to contract. And you're contracting with this name that they made a business that they own and have. It's called a special purpose vehicle. Let's look it up. I'm going to break this down. We want to break this down for you. A special purpose vehicle. And when you need to understand the national debt. Before you go to understanding special purpose vehicles, you want to understand bankruptcy. Because y'all sitting here, y'all don't understand what true law is. You're getting it confused. You're getting administrative procedures confused with real law. Because if these corporations are under bankruptcy, they're under bankruptcy law. Therefore, you got admiralty and maritime law. This is contractual contracts. They can only operate under contracts under bankruptcy. Now, let me know if that makes sense, everybody. Let me know if that made sense. Under the bankruptcy, they can only operate from a contractual perspective because there's no money under bankruptcy. They can't make you pay and enforce claims on your payment if they can't pay something. And that's real law. Drop a fire emoji on 100. I just need to know that that makes sense. Okay? So you got the comprehension. The Social Security Trust Fund owns a significant portion of the U.S. national debt. The Social Security Trust Fund owns a significant portion of the U.S. national debt. So start there. Understand that. Understand the U.S. national debt. And then understand that the United States means a federal corporation. (28 U.S.C. 2002). Understanding that United States business, U.S. citizen means United States business. 15 U.S.C. 4724E1. The term United States means a United States citizen, a corporation, partnership, or other association. So, when you understand that part right there, understand that the United States is under bankruptcy. Corporations can declare poverty. That's what they do. They can do everything you can do besides vote. So with that being stated, your name was turned into a business as well. A person is a business. It's United States business, a corporation. It was turned into something called a special purpose vehicle. And a special purpose vehicle is a subsidiary created by a parent company. The parent company is going to be the United States Federal Corporation. It's a federation. If its legal status as a separate company makes its obligations secure, even if the parent company goes bankrupt. Its legal status, we're talking about status, its legal status as a separate company makes its obligations secure, even if the parent company goes bankrupt. A special purpose vehicle, sometimes referred to as a bankruptcy remote entity, for this reason. So they're using your assets because they're under bankruptcy. They're pledging your assets to get more money. That's what all these companies do in America. That's why all debt belongs to the United States. The United States has declared bankruptcy, so it cannot have any assets, or the assets have to go to its creditors. So they use your assets because they did not sell out the people. They didn't sell the people to the other countries, they sold your labor. This is the greatest transfer of wealth there is in America. That's why you need to understand this game right now so you can tap in too. I want y'all to tap in too by understanding and understanding the game. So the first key word, a trustee, I call it trustee training. It's called amalgamation. The action process of resulting, of combining, or uniting. Amalgamation. The combination of two or more companies into an entirely new entity. Amalgamations are distinct from acquisitions in that none of the companies involved in the combination survive as legal entities. This is what happens when you merge the birth certificate, the ID, the Social Security card. Amalgamation. They've turned you into a gifting program. They've turned your name into a gifting business for the government. for their private government. Because you got to understand, the government was created by private families, and your family's not private, it's public. So you're not part of the government. You get no say. You get no say. Amalgamation. This is something that every private family knows about. They understand business. This is taught in their private schools. Not all private schools, but some private schools. And since Don Kilam has been doing this, I've been coming to the public since 2016, 2017, telling everybody to make the name of LLC. And our old way used to work, and now there's a new way. You have to have a family business. You have to have a family trust in order to even make your name a business, because there's something called the alter ego doctrine. The alter ego doctrine. In 2022 is the first time that we've seen it have an effect on some major plays, okay? So that's why I did teach people how to do the holding company, okay? We do holding companies and family businesses and family trusts. But the alter ego is a legal doctrine whereby the court finds that a corporation lacks a separate entity from an individual corporate shareholder. The court applies this rule to ignore the corporate status of a group of stockholders, officers, and directors of a corporation with respect to their limited liability. Finding alter ego gives the court cause to pierce the corporate veil and hold individual shareholders personally liable for debts of the corporation. Earlier, the alter ego doctrine was not applicable to other business forms such as LLCs. However, the alter ego doctrine is now applied to limited liability companies as well. Since 2022. So, learning how to place your assets, because I need you to understand, you have to think business when you're dealing with the natural person versus the corporate person. The natural person doesn't own anything. But if the natural person, because the natural person doesn't play the game, but if the natural person had to play the game, it's going to prove what belongs to the natural person, okay? If I have to come from the private into the public, I have to show some type of a proof that this is all mine. How do I create this in the game? This is a game. So how do I create this in the game? We're going to create this in the game by creating it as private property. Because I have to play the game. The government can't interfere with a private contract. So this belongs to the business. This belongs to the church. This belongs to God. This belongs to the whole family. The whole family gets to use this. My whole private community. Okay? Now drop a fire emoji. Drop a 100 if that makes sense. This is my family. This is my private common unity. My private community. And they all get to use this because it's for private use only. It's not for public use. I can't allow anybody in the public use this. The Amish, that's what they do. Jewish people, that's what they do. The Mormons, this is for the Mormon church. This is for my tribe. This is a private social club. The government can't interfere with a private contract. I'm not doing business with the public. I'm doing business with my private family. If you don't understand that, because if just right there, that should have took you from zero to hero. Just that alone. You see these guns over here? That's just for private family, private protection, private security. My private militia. You understand? This ain't gang time. We just protecting our bloodline. And we can protect our bloodline by any means necessary. Because y'all see y'all trying to extinct motherfuckers. And at the end of the day, I'm half national, but in the public, I'm willing and dealing as a private citizen, as a private national, as a private common unity member. And I'm putting the United States Corporation on notice. Hey, bruh. What's up, bruh? We friends, bruh. Power to the people. Don't fuck with us, we not gonna fuck with you. But we over here doing us. You understand? We ain't got no weapons of mass destruction. And if you need us on standby, we might fuck with you. We might go to war for you. Because we not enemies. That's called a peace treaty, motherfuckers. Your private family needs to have a peace treaty with the United States Corporation and the motherfucking private families that run that motherfucker. But you don't got the private list because you're not tapped in. You sitting here in the public trying to beg motherfuckers to teach you this shit instead of learning how to live on your motherfucking own. But these private families is not coming to knock on your motherfucking door unless it's time to collect something. You understand? They come collect what the fuck is theirs. This is a real motherfucking game right here. Life-changing game. And motherfuckers need to get with it right motherfucking now. Because I'm telling you, this is the time of change and transition. You don't know how to tap in and be private? Yeah, the next transition into things is not going to be good on humanity, to be honest with you. If you're not private, you know how to get in this shit pretty soon, you're going to need to learn how to grow food. You're going to have to learn how to get some motherfucking animals. You're going to have to learn how to tap in with these families and barter and trade with these families. You need to know what the fuck they need. What the fuck you need that I can get. Because you got food. You got your own food. You make your own motherfucking cabinetry. You got your own motherfucking guns. God damn it. Where y'all making y'all's guns too? God damn. Y'all making private fucking guns. You understand? That's private property. Listen, I can't get too deep, but you better understand what the fuck is going on out here. Get some good weed, ain't it? There's some good weed there. Hey, this for entertainment, educational purposes only. Just know I'm out here kicking it with the motherfucking Amish. Fuck what y'all talking about. Y'all get ready. If you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready, motherfucker. And maybe it is just an all fucking conspiracy. Maybe I'm just high tripping. But nigga, if anything go down, my ass is ready. Are you? What are you doing to protect your tribe and protect your lineage? You're not doing shit for your bloodline. What you doing to hand off the keys? Or you just hand off usernames and passwords? When you put assets in your social security number, that dies with you. I can't use this social when you die. You took out the game. You just a pawn in the game. Power pieces are forever. Gold and silver is still valuable, and the price keeps going up. Your ancestors used gold and silver. If they had paper money, they had their faces on the gold. They had their name on the silver. And that's real facts. But y'all not trying to create legacies that stand the test of time. You need to learn this private trust game. Private trustee training. Text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Again, text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Or click the link in my bio. Go to school, SKOOL.com/DONKILAM. School.com/Don Kilam. SKOOL.com/DONKILAM. Amalgamation, special purpose vehicles. Understanding what the public sector truly is. Most of everybody's in the public sector. You have a public education. The public sector is the part of the economy that's controlled by the government. You got to understand that private families control the government. This is not rocket science. They said, here's the families, here's the Constitution. They created the government. But y'all sitting here paying taxes. That means you're not part of the government. Because this government was established on being tax-free. Tell me when I'm fucking lying. This government was established on being tax-free. They created this whole motherfucker to get away from taxes from England. Ain't that what they taught you in school? They couldn't even lie to you about that. And you saying here, so nigga, if you paying taxes, you not part of the government. That's common sense. 100 fire emojis. Let me know that y'all with me on that. How are you gonna say you part of the government when you paying taxes? The fuck is wrong with you? That sounds ass backwards because the United States was established. Oh, because y'all don't understand the truth. It's like parables. Y'all don't know about spilling the tea? The Boston Tea Party? The Boston Tea? You think they did all of that over some tea? The Boston Nose Candy Party? Yeah, it's about cocaine. Y'all don't get the real private stories. Boston Tea Party is about drugs, goddammit. And that's all I can give y'all. Tap in with your boy and get the private life game. Can I get a fire emoji 100? Oh, I never thought about that, Don. The fuck you thought it was over tea? The fuck is wrong with people? Y'all really telling y'all kids this story? What they were supposed to say was over cocaine? Look at the Bushes. They came over here over liquor. We got presidents that came over here cocaine. Listen, if you don't think, listen, I'm not, hey, shout out to my homie BC. We just gonna call him BC. If you don't think he didn't get rich in Arkansas off cocaine, something wrong with you. The boy is moving cocaine, and half these rappers were selling cocaine for Bill Clinton. And that's real shit. That's the realest spill I could ever give. Bill Clinton got rich off coke. Boston Tea Party. Ain't nobody paying taxes. What's your mission? Only U.S. citizens go to jail for cocaine. We live in a free country. A national, listen, you think the Amish ain't been, listen, we not even gonna get deep. I'm smoking on the Amish. I'm smoking on the Amish. They call it, hey, listen, I'm smoking on the Amish. I'm just gonna put it like that right now. Let me open this. Y'all need to learn how to barter. It's a barter system. You got something they need, it's private families. It's private families. Private families run the government. Let me know if this is making sense. When you come into this private life, they're going to teach you everything. You're going to learn the real game, the real spill, the real stories. How this thing really came into existence that you think is the United States. But first you got to have a peace treaty, because some people can't handle the truth. Some people can't handle the truth that they've been whitewashed. And I'm not even trying to get deep on y'all and throw y'all off, but some people can't handle that real niggas can only create things that stand the test of time. You gotta be a real nigga to create something that stands the test of time. And this so here called government was not created by white folks. It was created by dark ass, big lip ass niggas. Real talk. This government that you call today. And it's crazy how everything is just built against the niggas who created it. So, listen, shout out to all my real niggas, but obviously this shit has turned against itself, so we got to create something even better. It didn't stand the test of time, but it went, we all started to go at war at ourselves. That's where we fucked up at. That's why ain't nobody coming to really come beef with us. We go over there, we start shit with everybody, but we at war with ourselves. And that's the biggest problem in America today. We don't like ourselves. I have those moments too, shit. Everything is set up for you to hate yourself over here. Because it's a free country. So they want you focused on all the bullshit so you can't see really what's out there for you. And that's the truth. The natural you. We live in nature. You don't need to fucking buy no house. Go buy some land and build your shit. It's a whole lot fucking cheaper, and it's not going to take 30 years to pay off. You go to the school, I'll give you my top 10 websites to get land. You can make payments today and build on your land the same day. Cheaper than your cell phone bill. My cell phone bill is $1,000. You can get 3 plots of land. Easy. Some land, you might get an acre or two for $100 a month. That's enough to build upon. Build a lot of shit. Holding companies, parent companies, living trust at the top of that. I'm not going to get deep, but you're pledging your assets. Your name is the business, trademark it. Understand your intellectual property. Your family needs to own your every essence of you. Your voice, your image, your likenesses, all that. You need to make your family trust, forcing them to contract with your Instagram accounts, TikTok accounts, social media accounts, whatever you're dealing with the phone. You know what I'm saying? Make the family business create the phone account because you want to own all of that shit. Anytime you come into a public, make sure you got a private contract that gives you permission to do that in the public because the private contract is going to triumph and be what's law. I know that's a lot of fucking game right now, but I'm just breaking it down. Y'all want to book a consult or something? Text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Or go to the website and hit me in the chat when you're ready to book a consult. A covenant with God, like, not to get too deep real quick, the government can't interfere with a private contract, so a covenant with God is a good route to go. That's why every family is a ministry. You pray with your kids. You teach your kids about God. So you got to make your family a ministry. It's a 508c1a, faith-based organization. Doesn't have to pay taxes. You don't have to report to the IRS unless they owe you something. Unincorporated associations, that's what a 508c1a is too, but unincorporated associations, another route to go. Private social clubs, if you know, you can just say, hey, this is the family lineage. I help establish something called legacy accounts. Legacy accounts. And these are the pass-through entities from the family trust that can operate in the public, tax-free, tax-exempt. And this is going to manage your family's essence, your family's property, your family card, the family house, family rent, the likenesses and images. If you need an attorney, this is what's going to hire your attorney. If you need to get your children out of jail or something, this is what's going to pay for that. When you donate to the local hospitals so you could be on the private donor list, it's coming from this legacy account. It has to be established a certain way so you can put your whole family on the list. Some people start off small, $50 to $100 a month when they're donating to these organizations. And that's where, you know, first step to get ahead is to get started. Then you grow together. You're there to grow the trust. The family's there to grow the trust. When you stop growing, you die. You're here to grow the family. You're here to grow the trust. That's law. That's what it says in the Bible. Multiply. Be fruitful. So grow your trust. Grow your money. You shouldn't be out here in debt. They're doing it. They're being fruitful. The people that you're paying, they're eating good. Be fruitful. There's no way you should be out here subtracted. You should be multiplied because that's law. That's the Bible. It's in God we trust for real. If you trust in God, that's what God said. Be fruitful. Continue to multiply. And y'all not multiplying. All they understand is the badge. This is all the people over and understand. Every day we making, and this is for the family. And when you understand tax credits for your straw man name, your name is the business. Understand that you can get credits back, and it comes in a form looking like this. They give you the credit, you turn it into a debit. Now that balances the books. Learn the credit and debit game. You go to the store, you want it as credit always. So you, from the family business, because you just gave that store a loan, now we can file taxes on the interest in this credit. You just ran as credit, not debit. There's a difference between credits and debits. The natural you is always crediting the corporate you. The natural you is the credit. They use your labor as the credit for the national debt. Drop some fire emojis, some 100s if that makes sense. You are the credit. Your signature, sign of nature, they got to prove you was there. They just got to prove a live soul was there in order to get the credit. A lot of people don't even understand that. They say showing up is half the grace. As soon as you was born, they made money off your birth certificate because they prove you was life. Yes, we have somebody else entering the game today. The age of maturity, the age of majority. Right now, we're going to set them up a minor account. We'll set them up a major account when he hits the age of majority. Get a lot of fire emojis, 100s. Yeah, y'all need the blunt. Hit the blunt, y'all. Hit the blunt. Out here living that country life in the rain, dropping the game for y'all right now. Gotta go cop some new J's today. Just hit the porch real quick, got the fam in there. I just had to come drop some game for y'all. I feel like this shit is so simple. But y'all don't live the private life. You don't live the private life. The Amish understand they gonna make their own businesses. The Amish have their own businesses. Tap into the private life and start fucking with them. You know what I'm saying? That's something I can tap. That is private communities I can get y'all in, okay? Like if you fuck with me, I can help you get tapped into some Amish communities. That's something I can help you with. But I can't help you with everybody and everything when you go into the higher totem poles and shit. You on your own, buddy. You need to learn how to walk it like you talk it. Even some of the best and highest celebrities can't step in some of these rooms. Because they puppets. They puppets. You gotta learn how to be the puppet master. You gotta learn how to move the pieces. See, the power pieces come to me so they can learn their next move. You understand? What should we do next? Don Kilam. So let me talk to my God about it. Gotta put God first. We're gonna fly you out. You know, they that flew me out of private jets. It don't even excite me no more. I'm so used to it. I'm so used to it. But I remember the first time I was on private jets, man. 2021. My first time they flew me on a private jet. They done flew me to Hawaii one time. The royal families. I done had some people when the Ukraine shit started. Some people from Ukraine flew me out on a private jet. I done seen Magic Johnson on a private jet. Can't make this shit up, man. Just talking that private life, spit that private life game. I do this for y'all, but tap in and tune in. Make sure y'all text private life to 702-200-4900. Again, text private life to 702-200-4900. Somebody will respond as soon as humanly possible. Tap into the school. That's the quickest way to get to reach me. School.com/Don Kilam, SKOOL.com/DONKILAM. Hit me in the chat if you consult ready. Right now it's $500 for a half hour. Price is going up. You know, July is definitely going up. I'm behind on trust right now. I got some trust. I'm helping people with a lot of different things. But the main thing I help people is get the bag. I want you to learn who you are, learn your name is the business, and learn how to tap into those tax credits. But I'm out. Much peace and love. Prosperity is your divine birthright. Tap in and tune in with your boy.
I wouldn't have won my case had I not been studying Don Kilam private member files on his online private school.
I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and now I am well worth over $10 million learning about securitization.
I learned real law from reading books by Don Kilam.
I'm telling you, Don Kilam's books, they the truth. My peoples was locked up, caught in the system, you feel me? These books, they was like a key. When I say Don Kilam's private school changed my life, I ain't even lying. They helped me get over $1 million back in tax credit. Follow the Yellow Brick Road by Don Kilam changed my life forever when it came to the United States government. Don Kilam's books, they the truth, helped free a lot of my people from the system. You hear me? Gave us knowledge, gave us power. Masters and Bonds by Don Kilam showed me how to go after the court bonds and get paid.
I learned real law from reading books by Don Kilam, not in law school.
I just want to say, Don Kilam, your books really helped my people out. We learned how to beat child support and even get some money back from the courts. Yo, let me tell you, Don Kilam's books, they the truth. My people finally beating child support, getting that money back from the courts. When I tell you Don Kilam and his private school got me over $100,000 back in tax credits, child, I ain't lying. Masters and Bonds by Don Kilam showed me how to go after the court bonds and get paid from court every time. Masters and Bonds by Don Kilam really showed me how to go after those court bonds and get paid from the court every single time. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and it taught me everything I needed to know to win every time and get paid. Listen, I'm telling you, Don Kilam School, that's the truth. I got over $1 million back in tax credit. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and I learned securitization and how to go after the securities and bonds. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's books. I learned about the strawman and how your name is really a business. Follow the Yellow Brick Road by Don Kilam. It really changed my perspective on how the United States government operates. With Don Kilam's help, I got over $1 million back in tax credits for my business.
Peace and love, peace and love. You're all rocking to the sounds and vibrations of your boy, Don Kilam. Also known as Malik Kilam. As always, prosperity is your divine birthright. Tapping and tuning in with your boy, Don Kilam. Subscribe, though. Everybody needs to subscribe. I got a webinar going on for access to the webinar tomorrow. Oh yeah, the old Instagram, it's gone. I'm not paying to renew. Motherfucker told me 6 bands to get it back. Fuck that. You only control what you create. They can keep that shit. You understand? I had 330,000 followers. But it's not stopping the cash flow, buddy. Just got a fucking brand new Cuban link. But this shit, listen, so the jewelry company buys this shit, really. Y'all gotta understand how to appraise jewelry. Literally, you just get insurance on the shit. Once you get insurance on it, because I'm Don Kilam, so I'm something special. I'm Googleable. You can Google me. You can Google Don Kilam. Everybody go do a simple Google search of D-O-N space K-I-L-A-M. You can Google the Don Kilam, Don Kilam, K-I-L-L-A-M. A lot of shit. You can just Google me. Motherfuckers fuck with me just because of Google. Because motherfuckers be like, I Google you and there's pages upon pages. You can Google the fucking net worth. Like straight up. You can do it on Bing too. Don Kilam, literally. I've walked in, I've got loans just because they can Google me. A bank will give you a loan just because they can Google you. A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people don't understand the power of that. I seen a motherfucker, they have no credit score and was able to get a Rolls Royce because they Googled the net worth. The net worth is like 23 mil or some shit. I'm just saying. Now, if you try to get a house, like I seen motherfuckers, they let them see the house because they knew who they were, but they wanted to see some type of collateral or money in the bank. So I know people who do that too. Like, they're gonna be on your head for those days though, but they'll make sure money appears in your bank account, anywhere between 10-20 million. Let it sit in there until they do appraisals or the mortgage company or whoever the fuck they fucking with. You want to make sure you got the money in the bank, and then they come get their money. They come get their shit collect. You can only send bank wires and shit like that. You have to have special bank accounts. Trust accounts, to be exact. And that's the importance of having a trust account. I'm not a licensed attorney, tax expert. I do this for educational and informational purposes only. But I am iced the fuck out. I'm trying to tell you, get you a fucking jewelry company. Oh. No, Fidelity's not a good account. I do got a Fidelity account. We use Fidelity to move securities. We only use Fidelity to move securities. But if you have questions, you need to book a fucking consultation. Google is free. I'm just fucking with her. She probably tell you though. I got a Fidelity card though. I do got Fidelity. But we only move securities with that. Public securities at that. Because if you understand your social security number, listen, it's a public trust. It really is. But they're using it in the private. They're using it and making you private investors because you didn't know shit about it. And you signing off on this shit. They're using your essence, your image. That's the whole point of me teaching you who the fuck you are. Your name is a fucking business. Your name is a bank. Your name is a trust. Your name is an estate. Your name is a bunch of fucking shit wrapped up in one big ass, giant ass motherfucking game. Understand it? And that's why the Amish do not play the fucking game. They're making things in your image, in the image of you. Understand that. This is game right here. A lot of y'all might not understand it. All 6 of y'all on this motherfucker. You understand? A lot of y'all might not understand it. I'm gonna bring this to my YouTube congregation, so. It says, wow, you're moving smart. Smart means to cause pain. We move intelligently. I'm smoking on infused pre-rolls, by the way. Yes, we do not utilize. So with the social security number, I'm not going to give a lot of game away. Y'all need to book a consultation. Y'all need to tap into a private community. Click the link in the bio. All that shit. You know what I mean? Go to school.com/DonKilam. That's SKOOL.com/DONKILAM. And this shit pops up when you Google Don Kilam. His school will pop up. DK's Private Business Circle. Tap in and tune in. Tap in and tune in with your boy. Private community. Because listen, there's going to be a day and point in time coming soon. Coming soon. Oh, y'all see the background. Y'all see the background. That's prosperity. I'm back. This is not a green screen. Mr. Rogers couldn't paint this motherfucking picture. You understand, nigga? It's your boy Don Kilam. I love it. Prosperity. Prosperity is your divine birthright. Literally, though, down here, it's a community. This is all private communities, right? It's a whole community look like a fucking scene from Purge. Yeah, shit's scary now at nighttime. That's all I'm gonna say. But y'all see it. That's prosperity behind me. Yeah, y'all like that. Subscribe. Y'all gonna get access to the webinar tomorrow. Because I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna be talking about tomorrow. I just be going with the flow. I know so much shit, but I don't know shit. But where do you learn all this, Dr. Long? I can't find it on Google. Google everywhere, and you still don't get it. Literally, talk to God. Get your ass in the mountains. Get your ass in the water. Disconnect. I don't give a fuck if there's snow on the ground. Get your ass outside and disconnect. That's a hell of a disconnection. Go stand out in the snow for fucking 15 minutes. Hey, the fuck? You there? I'm just saying, you gotta do some shit to disconnect. That's why they teach us fasting. Fasting, you learn how to fast from food. You're disconnecting from the norm, the normal routine. You're not letting your flesh be in control. Your flesh thinks you hungry because you programmed it to eat 3 times a day. Or whatever the fuck's going on. Because trust me, it's Don Kilam. Don Kilam sometimes don't get meals for days, god damn it. Nigga, I don't get time to myself. Learn how to become a healer out here. You're gonna go fucking crazy. When you say, God, I want to work for you, God's people is endless. God will show up in abundance. That is God. God is over deliverance. That's God. That's how you know you're talking to God. That's how you know you're tapped into source. God will over fucking deliver in your fucking life. So get ready for it. But learn how to disconnect. You learn how to disconnect. You learn how to fast. You're going to get all the food you want in the world. Literally, food will never stop coming to your doorstep. To everybody that's hungry out there living in third world countries, I'm talking to you motherfuckers. Because everything is just of the mind. Truly, everything's of the mind. Everything's of the mind. And shout out to Fresco. Shout out to Fresco GP. He went through ayahuasca. What he doesn't know is that every president has to go through ayahuasca. I bet y'all didn't know that. Every president of the United States has to go through ayahuasca. They have to drink the ayahuasca tea. They have to go through that shit. In order to become great, you have to know what the fuck your demons are. In order to control a demon, you must know what it is. You must be able to drop to its vibration. You must show it love, because love is the greatest vibration here on earth. You know, I know you didn't know. I know a lot of shit. I just play stupid sometimes. I'll be acting like I'm a genius. They'll be like, he's a genius, so you gotta act like you don't know some shit. You can't reveal every fucking thing, god damn it. But hey, I drop enough game. I really do. I really do. I be out in the mountains every motherfucking day. Every day is a motherfucking ayahuasca for me, god damn it. I'm facing demons every day. But no, man. Y'all got to know who y'all are. A lot of people don't understand who they are. They're not. That's why I do like nationality. I do like how the Moors push nationality. And I heard that from the Moors first. Alright? Now the Israelites, a lot of different groups are pushing nationality. Alright? Chains on, rings on, everything busting. You feel me? But listen. Nationality. Understanding nationality. A lot of people don't understand how that is. That's the first fucking thing y'all should come into when coming into this private life. And however you want to look at it, like, because it's on both sides. It's on both sides. Nationality can be the first step towards division, or it can be the first step towards unity. However the fuck you want to look at it. I look at it both ways now. But in order to when you flip around and flick it and reverse it and all that shit like Missy Elliott said, nigga, you gotta go back to nationality. Cause that's how they turned you to a citizen. They got you outside your nationality. That's how I'm looking at things. Now, but the private, so nationality shouldn't even be part of it. I feel like nationality shouldn't even be part of the private. congregation, I feel like that should be part of the public. I feel like nationality should be public knowledge, just like the Moors agree. So I agree with the true Moors, the OG Moors, because I don't know what the fuck going on here on the internet, but the Moors I came up under, the OG Moors, you know, Smallwood, L. Smallwood Bay, I feel like nationality should be public knowledge. It should not be private, okay? They don't teach that in any degree now. The only place that they do this shit in is in the Moors temple, right? Now, hanging out with some Buddhists, right? They teach that nationality is one step closer to God. I'm telling y'all, this shit is taught in the private now. Y'all ain't getting y'all's private knowledge in, and that's why the courts got you the way they got you. Because you don't know who God is, alright? And the Moors believe that nationality should be the order at the end of the day. This shit should be public knowledge. This shit should be common knowledge. And I 100% agree. Everybody should know that they have a fucking nationality. Alright? Texans know they're Texans. Hawaiians know they're Hawaiians. Alright? If you're a Californian, you're a Californian. Missouri, you're a Missourian. If you're in Nevada, you're a Nevadian. Your state is a country. Therefore, your country is a nationality. You're not American. You don't claim the fucking continent as your nationality. And that's what's going down, because America is a broad spectrum. If you're a part of Mexico, you're part of the North America, a Mexican, all right? You're part of all of that. So Mexico, when you claim that you're Mexican, that's showing another division. When you're truly American, this is your shit too. You dig what I'm saying? I don't want to get too far in the deep end, but this is the basics. Demographics is the graph of demons. So therefore, they know who you serve. When you're using the Daniel Webster's dictionary, this is why I broke down my boy Fresco. Daniel Webster, that's a copywritten definition. So, but they're gonna allow you to use it because it's putting you in a slave mindset through those definitions. You cannot use a Daniel Webster's definition in a courtroom. It's a copywritten book first and foremost, so that's illegal. But secondly, that's not the definitions that the courts are going by. They have their own set of rules and definitions. A sovereign cannot be tried in their own court. You don't know the law, you don't know the language. You learn the language, you know the law, because the language is the law. And therefore, the language that you use, which you think you're speaking English, but you're not. You're speaking Babel, but you're not from England, goddammit. How are you speaking English? You're not from England. Therefore, we know you're part of a slave mindset. We know you're part of a slave nationality. We know you're part of a slave congregation. This shit is not rocket science, cuz. This shit is not rocket science, blood. This shit is not rocket science, kinfolk. You feel me? I need everyone to understand. I need everyone to understand. 1 second, because I don't pay. Turn my ass up right now. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. I had to lock the card, okay? Where was we? Nigga still got shit that's set up on AutoPay. We still got bills to pay. Don't matter how we moving, goddammit. But I just want you to know, I don't move with shit in my name whatsoever. That's the wrong move. Don't put shit in your name. Unless it's an LLC and with the holding company, the record label, or the church, they maneuver your shit. You know, you gotta have handlers. Like truly, you gotta have handlers. And when you reach a certain level, you need those handlers that don't have no. Cause I'm talking about there's trillionaires out here. Look this shit up, man. There's trillionaires out here and they own the system, man. They create their own system. They control the system. They push the buttons. You dig what I'm saying? They push the buttons and determine what goes on into this world today. They determine what the interest rates are. You dig what I'm saying? I don't know if that makes sense to y'all. There's like 500 to 1,000 families that run the fucking world. That run the fucking world. And you can be part of that family too. You can get a family together and start some shit too. That's what they don't want you to know. That's what needs to go down. You dig what I'm saying? And they determine what your education's gonna be. They determine what the technology you're gonna see is. They determine everything because everything's a veil around you. A lot of people age due to what they believe their perception of time is, and time is what's being given to you. Time is what's being the veil that's being pulled around your eyes. You dig what I'm saying? Y'all gotta read the. Y'all gotta read the number, man. Y'all can text probably like the 702 200 4900 702 200 4900. Quit asking shit in my chat because you will get blocked. You will get blocked. Google is free. Don Kilam is not. As simple as that. You go on Google and ask that motherfucker anything for free. Matter of fact, you can ask your mama, you can ask your daddy something for free, can't you? So if that shit didn't teach you the trick, I'm not your mama, I'm not your daddy, you're gonna drop a donation and shut the fuck up and fall in line. And that's how the fuck I move. Fall in line. Get behind the next motherfucker. I got 30 motherfuckers lined up to come talk and speak to Don Kilam. Because y'all don't know how to look in the mirror. Y'all keep looking in the black mirror. The phone is a black mirror. The phone is like a fucking magic crystal ball. You think what I'm saying? Like you can make it see anything. You can make it fucking, you can make the world see anything. If you can get on that vibration, it's fiction. It's fictional. It's a black fucking mirror. You need to understand it's a form of scrying. A form of scrying. 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 If you studied magic, you would fucking know. But you don't study magic because you were scared of it because the church taught you to be scared of it. I grew up in a family full of magic. My great-grandma was full-blooded Cherokee. You dig? My grandma was a fucking, she's dead now, but she was a prostitute, so she performed magic. She made niggas drop them bands, millions. My grandma was a multi-millionaire. She the one that taught me this game. She didn't pay a goddamn bill. She got motherfuckers out of prison in different countries. You dig? She rolled with the Italian mafia. I don't talk about a lot of this shit because it's not nobody's business. But this is how I learned the game. This is how I fucking learned the game. My black side, they the Section 8 family. They believe, my mama made my dad believe in magic for shit, sure. She definitely, he believed in ghosts, all type of shit. But he didn't growing up. But you know, we always know our history. Where I'm from, man, in Missouri, they built projects, Section 8, all on Indian mounds. That's Indian burial ground. I always seen shit growing up. But it was my white side, my white family. Cherokee. They taught me this shit. They taught me about the birth certificate. They was getting people out of prison with the birth certificate. She knew how to get people out of their bills just with their signature and sending that shit back. Especially at the hospital. Grandma never paid a hospital bill. My grandma refused to pay a hospital bill. Never would she. But she also didn't like using lined paper, nothing. She always wrote on all the spam mail and shit they send you the shit they send you in the mail, spam shit. That's how she'll write letters. She'll write letters on the back of them. And she'll use those envelopes. She never paid for a stamp. That's where I learned about frank mail. Y'all look up something called frank mail. F-R-A-N-K. Franking mail. Frankie Mel. This is something real. This is something real. This is something legit. I heard about tax pre-K, like moving forward, but they used the Frank email. They just write Frank mail on that bitch, and they would send shit off for free. I even did it from prison. Like, these are secrets that people don't know about. That's real. That's legit. It's even in a fucking dictionary. You can look this shit up. Frank mail. I want somebody to look it up right now so they know I'm not bullshit. Let me know y'all found it. I ain't never paid for mail my whole life. Y'all let me know. Frank mail. I don't got my other phone on me, so. Y'all found Frank mail yet? I need y'all to look this shit up. I need a cosigner, make sure y'all know it's legit. I'm feeling good, man. I'm on the live, man. Until y'all start asking questions, I'm gonna kick y'all out. Yeah, they say it's used by members of Congress, but that's not what I seen in my dictionary when I first looked it up. It's just a free mailing privilege. You know, online it says used by members of Congress now. But it's just a free mailing privilege that you can use and utilize. And you'll mail, you send a letter, it's gonna go out. I promise you. I ain't never had mail denied. I write Frank mail on it, even if you're in prison. I learned this shit my family used it, but I learned what it meant when I was in prison. Everybody from prison don't even know that they can send free mail. They ain't never buying stamps. I never buy a stamp. Fresco says, it says here is to send and receive mail anonymously. So he got a different definition. To send and receive mail anonymously. Did anybody else get that definition? I'm just letting y'all know. He said he chat GPT'd it. Official mail sent without paying for postage in advance. So I'm telling y'all, these are all the different definitions. So I was told there was this guy named Frank, and he died. He wanted mail to be free, and he left a big ass donation so we could all send mail free for the rest of our lives. When he died, he dropped it off to the post office, and there's a lot of fucking donations that go to the post office that's supposed to be for we the people. A lot of people don't know about these things. But tax pure K, I was putting it in the chat real quick so y'all know how to spell it. Per Q or something like that. There it is. Google that shit. Now, when you're a foreign national, that's how you send your mail for free. And we got plenty of receipts, plenty of success stories utilizing that. All you gotta do is Google it, it'll pop up. Just use the code, look at images. People use a thumbprint. They do a lot of different shit. I'm talking about you can send this shit certified mail across countries. I don't care how much it costs, they're gonna send it for free. As long as you got like a private ID. Keep your private nationality card. The Palu IDs do work. The ones I show you how to do in my school. These IDs do work to send mail for free. Tax per Q. Now, I'm not a licensed attorney, tax expert. I do this for educational information purposes only. And sometimes it can be quite entertaining. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Hey, we just investing in all ice from here on out. I can teach y'all how to invest in art too. So listen, y'all can go to the bio. Look at my bio. The link to my bio for my school. Tax per Q, tax per K, however you want to call it. That's it. Send mail for free. Now that's $1 million worth of game right there. $1 million worth of game. I can show y'all how to do a lot of shit for free. I can show y'all how to do a lot of shit for free. I can show y'all how to live off reward systems. Like literally, I learned how the government works, the tax credits, full faith and credit. I learned how that shit works. He says postage has been prepaid. So I learned how it works just by living off the point system. Like I'm a Hilton Diamond member. I'm an MGM. I'm a higher, I don't even know what it is. It's called a NOIR, N-O-I-R member. So I get special treatment everywhere I go. Marriott, like a platinum member or some shit. I'm higher up there, so I be redeeming points all the time. When I redeem points, I get, on certain ones it's called comp nights. So like I be getting like, I get to stay like 4 nights for free. Shit like that. I get private fucking cruises now. I get a lot of shit. You dig what I'm saying? So I'm like, that's how they using our social security number. I'm like, that's deep as fuck. And so I just correlated it. You know what I'm saying? And the more you use it, the more points you rack up. You dig what I'm saying? You don't know how to redeem those points. It's called the redemption process. You don't know how to redeem the points. You don't know how to redeem the credits. The credits you keep racking up because they're using your trust. You're the private investor and it's causing interest on the private investor side. And you don't know how to fucking balance the books to claim that fucking interest that's due to you. And that's why the fucking public debt keeps fucking climbing up. Because you're not doing what you're supposed to do on the private. Claim that shit, man. Make your name a business and quit being scared. Bone Crusher, we ain't never scared, goddammit. We ain't never scared. We ain't never scared. I swear to God, we ain't never scared. But listen, listen, man. Swear to fucking God on my mama. Man, she died April 15, 2024. So if I'm lying, she turned around in the grave right now like this and shit. But listen, nigga, I just got another one talking about a 7-figure tax return. So look, I'm doing my best because listen, it's not my process. Alright? So let's just start there. It's not my process. Okay? Now, starting off, some of these people was getting audited and all types of shit. But it looks like they worked all the kinks out. And I've been following this group and they know I'm in that bitch. They be talking about me too. And they got hours and hours of videos to show me how to do this shit, man. And literally, I understand it now. It took me a little second, you know, but I was like, if three people get the money back successful, I'll be the 4th one to go. Well, 3 people have come back successful with fucking $9-10 million plus. So I'm like, fuck it, nigga, it's time to go. It's time to go. I'm going in. Put me in, coach. It's time to play. I'm gonna be the 4th person. I'm not scared because it's millions and millions of fucking dollars and I understand it. And I've been telling people to do holding companies. Holding companies, so I do it a little bit different than them. with the holding agent. But I use holding companies. Holding companies can maneuver securities as well. And we're not the owner. We're just the manager. Okay? A holding company can never own and get the beneficial interest. That's what you need to understand. If there's anything beneficial coming back, it's coming to the holding company first. Because they're the main investor. That's how we move. And that's how I've always moved. If I was going to use the UCC1, I don't even like pledging my assets in the public. Because if you pledge it in the public, that means the government owns it. They got aware of it. But I would use my holding company. I use the holding company for everything. You write the contracts with the holding company, and when you need cash, you get cash for the holding company. That ain't your money. I'm gathering for the holding company. The holding company can stay in the private all at once. Don't even get a bank account. Anybody that's in the public, you're working on the private contracts with the holding company. That's how the fucking record label works too. Record label's like a holding company. Hope that makes sense to everybody. I know I was talking kind of fast. Let that shit sink in. I need to get some drink. Hold on. Let that shit sink in. Let me know if it makes sense, man. Let me know if it makes sense. Them joints gave me cotton mouth. Look. There's a lot of people ain't scared. And they doing this shit in Canada too. They got the whole process for you in Canada. I got it. Got access to it. It makes sense. I got people who will do it for you. Getting back millions. I would be scared. But I guess 10 million is not a lot to the IRS. And really it's not. You dig? I know how to, when you make your name a business out the gate, you can write off 250,000 per person. If there's one, you got more people in there, it's more money. This is a different way. You're a foreigner. I shouldn't be bringing this to the public. I might make this shit private later. But I'm down to show people how to make a maneuver. Because the sauce is right there. It comes with templates. And they getting about millions and millions and millions. They are using 1099 A's, B's, and C's. 1099s. They're not using the OIDs in this process. They're not using the INTs in this process. But I'm talking about when I use my name as a business, that's what I'm maneuver with my name as a business. I use OIDs and INTs. The A, you should put 1099A on any contract or any type of property that you have after 36 months anyways. Because on the private side, they're claiming insurance on you anyways. FDIC. All these are private contracts. They don't have to do it with your consent. Because you already signed your life over when you signed on the dotted line. You gotta understand that. Signature sign of nature. They can duplicate how that shit, they can withhold information, whatever the fuck's their terms and conditions, they own your ass now. Welcome to Death Row Records. But man, with that amount, man, once peace and love tap in, you can text private life to 702-200-4900. Again, text private life to 702-200-4900. And remember, prosperity is your divine birthright. Peace. I'm not a licensed attorney, tax expert. This for educational informational purposes only. I had calls yesterday. I didn't know how to use this, so they didn't get to see me. It's the new computer, so I ain't know nothing about no webcam cover. But how y'all feeling, everybody?
What's poppin', Dom?
Great. What's up, man? That's Fresco in the building?
Yeah, I'm over at a birthday party.
I don't know why this ain't making me the host. Hold up.
I'm gonna mute this shit though so I can just watch because there's mad noise over here.
All right, no doubt. Oh, yeah.
Hello, you have a call at no expense to you from
I got people in jail calling me. Hold up.
at Marion County.
So y'all know I really be working.
To accept this call, press.
Hold on.
This call will be recorded and subject to monitoring at any time. Thank you for using IC Solutions. You may begin speaking now.
All right, hello. I forgot about this little class I'm in. So can you hear me up in like 2 hours? You hear me? Can you hear me up in like 2 hours? Huh? Yeah, I love you. I love you too. Peace. I love you. All right, y'all. I'm back. You motherfucking jailbirds. I'm glad y'all free. Well, I'm here. Y'all got some questions or anything? We got Demetria in the building. She was at the event. Fresco was at the event. The other Demetria, I believe, was at the event. I don't know about the rest of y'all. There's a few people.
Yeah, that event was lit. Y'all can't miss those events, man. They'll change your life.
Y'all see my necklace?
You lose. Oh,
Change
nice.
your life, yes.
That shit's
He
real
told me that
diamonds.
too. That shit's shining.
Yeah, that shit real diamonds.
Real.
That we're playing. Don Kilam coming, man. I'm getting my jewelry game up. You gotta invest in some.
I'm gonna pull up in a foreign when I pull up.
Let's go. We about to do a podcast in that.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, Henry Bryant, he the one that got everybody drunk.
Hey.
I don't know. There you go. Yeah. That was the 1942.
Yeah.
Don Julio, because it was like you was holding the 1942 Don Julio. I did take some shots of that shit, and I had the room was still spinning the next day.
It's some pretty potent stuff, man.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about it. What is that? A whiskey or something?
It's tequila.
Tequila. No wonder that shit had me fucked up. I don't drink, y'all, by the way.
Next time I'll get you some weed.
Did you learn something at the event?
Of course, man. My goodness.
What'd you learn?
From bags, how to like that leveraging your credit, and then from the funny salesman,
You are funny salesman. You learned something from him?
You have to be the selling point, not the
I get it. I get it.
And then from Chief, my goodness, that man is wisdom in a body right there.
Yeah, he's in tone. He's in tone.
How you doing, man?
Man, I'm doing good, man.
That's good.
I just want y'all to know if y'all got people hitting y'all up though, trying to solicit y'all to be a tribal marshal.
Not live, but
don't fuck with it.
I was going to ask some questions about that, Don, but I
Don't
was
fuck
like,
with
I ain't
it,
going to get kicked out of this meeting.
Yeah, don't fuck with it. You know what I'm saying? So I want y'all to know some of the people wasn't even invited to my event, but I still let it slide. And I even paid them. They made money all around me. I ain't getting no cuts, none of that. But it's cool. Wasn't no contracts, nothing. But you hitting up people in my private circle and everything, trying to get them to convert. I don't do that shit. That's called scalping. I don't care what tribe you in. It's called scalping.
Right. That's
Where you get the
right.
word scalping from? You know, I sat down with my advisors and they're like, no, because people don't know. I got my own private circles and shit. I just don't be bringing that shit to the public.
Right.
You know, some of my people are killers. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm just gonna keep it 100. And you know, some of those tribes, you know, if you touch them, you know, you'll wind up disappearing. I'm not gonna say they won't. They are powerful people, but Don Kalam don't give a fuck about none of that. Because if God's with you, who can be against you?
That's right.
That's right.
Yeah, but you're not gonna be just listening to my people, man. Y'all coming around. Nah, man.
And that's why I stick with you and put them in check.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
I'm not playing either.
I know. I know. I know.
Really, they look at me and think that I'm old. Don't let that
I don't
fool
think
you.
you're old, because the thing is, you know, I just say how I feel. Some people might say I'm wrong. You know, so look, when I feel certain feelings inside me, I just look at it as, you know, as we're supposed to create something. Because, you know, I don't really lust. Y'all might think I do. The women y'all see is they only pay them to hop on Instagram and do that crazy shit. You can't get ahead. I can never get ahead in life. So I want to say, Demetria Romero, don't you got your own business and stuff?
I do.
It was your husband talking about you, that you the breadwinner and shit. I ain't never heard no man talk about. These are just the stories that got brought back to me. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
Your husband was in there ragging on you.
Yeah.
Straight up. Yeah. So you was in there bragging on you. Said you the GOAT. I don't know exactly what you do, but yeah, they said you the breadwinner, girl.
Well, I mean, I've always been just a successful individual overall. And
I like how you talk about yourself.
so, you know, but you know, when you come from that side of life and you just want better, you know what comes from being, you know, not having shit. So you just gotta want better, and then having kids make you want it even more.
Man. How many you have?
I've got 4. I got a 15-year-old. She actually is in classes at ASU. I've got
How old?
15.
And she's in college and shit? Damn.
Dual enrollment, high school and college, yeah.
Damn.
I got
Congratulations. Keep doing your thing, girl.
Thank you.
I
Yeah.
can't fight, but you're beautiful, so don't tell your husband I said that. Hey, but he's handsome too, though. Hey, straight up, both of y'all auras glowing like a motherfucker, though. So yeah, like, so you know your aura glows different when you're pregnant, right?
Yeah.
So you know you gotta use that energy too, because you still got it. You can use that for all your business or whatever. What you already a multi-millionaire or something?
No, not yet, but I'm working on it. That's why I'm with you. I'm trying to get with you. And
Well, you're still broke when you got multi-millions.
I think rich in spirit means more than money.
Hey,
So.
hey, you'll figure out you're a millionaire when your bookkeeper tells you.
Okay.
You know how much you spent this year?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ask the other Demetrius. She know.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. I see you in Fresco making moves on the private side, and it's amazing.
Fresco know it, and he already living it. It's crazy as fuck.
I see.
Man,
I
listen.
see you,
He
Fresco.
just gotta get some more
see
clarity.
Man,
Hey,
listen,
but bro, his
I
name
was
got brought up a
blessed.
lot tonight at this fucking podcast.
I was blessed.
Damn. Caesar.
I felt like I got handpicked that weekend. It was a dope experience. I feel
Yeah,
blessed.
I mean, yeah, you're very enlightened already. It's just all about when you speak it long enough, though, you remind your spirit that you already know it.
Yeah, for
Everything
sure.
is spiritual. Everything, spelling and spellcasting. This guy that came, his name's Carl Crusher. He studies aliens and shit. And I just so happened to watch Ancient Aliens 2 weeks ago before my event, so I was ready for it. His ass is on the History Channel and shit, for real. So I had him come through. Yeah, I'm sitting down with some powerful motherfuckers. He just had a house built in fucking Utah, but he came to me because he wants to duplicate my process with the books and the podcast and courses and shit. But what he does, but he knows his private life like a motherfucker. He was raised Mormon, and and he learned about endowments. I didn't know Mormons actually have endowments on all their congregation. It's crazy.
Yeah, I went and I looked into the land that I was talking to you about. I found the deed of trust, and I found all that on a couple properties I've been looking into.
Oh, that's amazing.
I had my boy go to the public records and go get all that.
Yeah, so look, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Since y'all my private congregation, y'all can want to tell whatever. I'm not saying it's right or it's wrong. But there was this married individual I used to, be connected with, and they trying to listen. So that's the reason why I stopped. I wasn't messing with her in the first place. Because she hit her up trying to be on some slick shit because they had $1 million play. So but she reached back out to her like a day after they left Vegas and was like, come be a tribal marshal. Like, come on. Well, my homie already said they reached out to him like 2 or 3 months ago, trying to get him to join the tribe.
Yeah, no, they didn't hit me with none of that.
Yeah. We hitting everybody with peace treaties. Fuck it. That's how you gotta do it.
And that's ill because I spent the day with them and they didn't hit me with none of that.
Was be a part of the tribe?
Nah, she didn't ask me none of that.
Oh, that's what's up.
Yeah, no, she didn't do that with me.
I'm glad. I ain't part of it. If it's not paying you or laying you, it's playing you.
Yeah, it's pimping.
Remember that.
It's pimping.
Yeah, that's what the government do to you. It's pimping, man.
Yeah, man.
It's not paying you or laying you, it's playing you. That's the number one law of pimping.
And Don, you know how I feel? I feel that when God orders your footsteps, you're stupid to try and take them someplace else.
I don't know. I just know when you talk, you make my heart beat. And she's a grandma, great grandma, ain't you?
Yes, sir.
I ain't never felt that one.
Yeah, because people, you know what, they'll deceive you, and you have so much knowledge, you have wisdom beyond your years, and so you got haters, but you also got them snakes that smiling faces, pretending to be friends, the backstabbers.
I know the song now.
Yeah, you
smile
got
in
all
your
that.
face.
That's
Always
all the
want to
time.
take
They
your
want to
place.
take your place. The backstabbers.
Backstabbers. Yeah.
And they're real. And so you have a tight knit. For the ones that want to be with you, they're gonna last. The ones that just coasting,
that's facts.
they ain't gonna last.
That's facts.
And I'm telling you, you going at a pace that you got to. Heck, half the time I'd be tired.
Oh no!
But you know what? I'm not letting go.
I'll be tired too, especially when you let Fresco get your weed. That shit said 11.4 milligrams of myrcene.
Got
Bro,
him that gas.
I can't stay up. I could have slept 10 hours and smoked a blunt. I'm going right back to sleep. I'm like, oh.
Half a zip of gas.
I finally got rid of that shit, man. They put Caesar out too. Boy, we gotta stay up out here.
He texted me like, "No, I just woke up from a nap."
Oh no, I ain't had no nap today. I've been going hard.
Fresco's like, this shit ain't even that strong.
Nah, he don't smoke. He don't
Fresco
smoke.
ain't even smoking.
Yeah, he not smoking.
That's back in the day,
they was
though.
hating on the Palau ID. So
Yeah,
I got
those
denied. I got denied twice in 2 dispensaries, you know, but I already knew, you know. I already knew they positives, but we still tried it, you know.
Don't know till you try it.
Yeah. I tried it twice. I already got Planet 13 already told me no. They like Palau ain't in our book. And I still try to pull it off.
Be like,
I told him ahead of time, didn't I, Fresco? He's like, I got
you.
Did. I told him ahead of time. I already know the places I go to that shit works and they don't work. I only go to places that I'm a celebrity in. I want y'all to know that. That makes you look important when you're with people. For real.
Yeah, because they know me.
Right.
You walk around me, you got security.
You go to a place long enough, you go to a restaurant long enough, so a lot of these celebrities that got meals named after them and shit, it's just because they went to that place long enough.
Yo.
You know, you go in there long enough, they'll name a meal after you. Everybody in here is a celebrity.
Yes.
You got to tip good. Don be tipping, boy.
Every dollar I circulate, y'all doing affirmations?
Yes.
Every dollar I circulate comes back to me multiplied. And a never-ending cycle of increase in enjoyment. You don't know nobody else that can smoke out the Trump hotels.
Nope.
I smoke them out. They all know me though. You get to know them. They ain't gonna fuck with you.
Security ain't bothering Don at all.
If somebody complain on me, they're gonna move them. I'm sorry.
Don, I have a question.
Yes, that's what I'm here for.
Okay, so I know when I first got introduced to you and you had told me that we shouldn't authenticate our birth certificate, but in the class, it's a man on there talking about it.
I don't know what man was talking about that, but I apologize. But no, I don't authenticate my birth certificate.
Okay.
Never.
They were doing that with the tribal ones.
Yeah, you authenticate your tribal birth certificate, authenticate baby land deed, authenticate patent nativity, family Bible. You can only control what you create, so you authenticate the shit you create.
Okay, one more question. I know, like, you have us kind of scared with our questions because we love you so much, so we have to respect you with our words. So this is Patricia Muhammad speaking, and I paid for my console. I'm not ready for it. I just paid it because I had the money. I'm not ready to talk to you, but I'm on low income.
You know what I'm saying?
Government got me, so I'm just like,
I was probably gonna reschedule it anyways.
That's a good thing.
I rescheduled 2 or 3 times for anybody that don't be getting the consultations. About 2 or 3 times usually. I don't plan my life, y'all.
That's cool.
I live one day at a time. I really do.
Yeah,
and shit always comes up because I'm known now.
If y'all would have saw what I saw, man, he lived different.
No, I cleared my whole schedule for you, Fresco.
Nah, I know, but you was still ill. That whole day was ill.
I got your trademark stuff too.
Word. Shorty that you helped her with her bags and all that?
She hit me up today, talking about I was ignoring her. I'm like, I'm working. Leave me alone. But yeah, man, I help everybody though. People don't know. You can't get that from me.
That's what I'm saying.
You can't let everybody get that from me.
Like I was walking around with them guys, and he's giving everybody game.
I'm a very giving person. I really am. I'm a very giving person.
Like he'll talk to you and speak life into you. I put him on the phone with
everybody. I have grown men crying. You seen me at the motherfucking gym?
Yeah, for sure.
I make grown men cry.
But my boy was having a messed up day. I put him on the phone with you. He told me afterwards. He was like, "Bro, I needed to hear that. That was crazy."
You speak life into you. I'm gonna realign you, but it's up to you to keep doing that shit, man. Everybody need to get their self-talk together. That's what's really wrong. Get your self-talk together. And when you read these little documents from these people, your self-talk wrong because you don't know how to look at these things. And that's what with Carl Crusher. So even though he searches for aliens and shit, he's got money because not only is his name a business, he has signed himself as an actor to his film, whatever the fuck it's called, to have when you own something like a studio or something. He's a filmmaker or something. So that's how he captured his intellectual property. So he taught me a new word. So when you go to the store and buy clothes, that's a liability. But when you consider it your wardrobe, it's now a deductible business expense. It's a wardrobe.
Oh, under the business.
Thanks.
Yes.
What's up?
Yep, we move similar. That's why he rocks with me. We move very similar. And y'all, oh yeah, that was Fresco. His ass at a party. I don't know if I can pull this shit up. I ain't signed in on Instagram on this computer.
Hey, I got a question too, Don.
What's up, man?
How you doing, man? Peace and love, bro.
I'm fine, man. How you feeling?
Man, I became literate about a couple days ago. So, yeah, you already know. You literally already know. That is what I am on. So what I did, I ended up getting a loan from the bank off the card, and I was transferring money out, and the fraud department stopped it. So I ended up talking to him on the phone. I know I messed up because, like, by answering any questions you contract with them, or even me calling them, caused me to contract with them. Which then I told them I basically didn't answer their questions though, but hung up the phone, went to the place, got everything cleared. It was a teaching moment too, because when I went in there and was talking to the bank teller or the manager, you know, I went in there all suited up, had my irrevocable living trust with me, had my affidavit with me, had all my paperwork with me. And he wanted me to call fraud. And I'm like, but then me remembering, like, you know, you don't call or else you contract because I just made that mistake. I'm like, nah, you call. And he's like, all right, then you talk to him. I'm like, no, you tell them to cancel the wire. So then he tells them they wouldn't cancel it. They wanted to talk to me. I get on the phone with them and they asked me for my name. And I'm like, and me thinking don't answer their questions was, I asked them, like, what, do you really need my name? And then, like, what I tell them? I'm like, you just verified you don't need my name. And then she was like, you know, kind of gave me some attitude, and I just gave her my name and then asked me a question. I'm like, you know what? I don't want to contract with you guys. I'm not answering questions. Just cancel the wire. And she's like, okay. Typed it. Do you need anything else? No. So then I got the wire taken care of in person at the bank. My question is that a breach in trust?
Good question. You know, I'm not a licensed attorney, tax expert.
Right.
I just get some information purpose only. But no, man, you're good, man. That's why I got a record label, just in case I have any issues, you know. But no.
Well, I mean,
you need to understand the name's not you anyway, so it's not a breach of contract. You're straight.
Well, I mean, is it a breach of trust on a trust on their part or on the insurance part? Not insurance, goddammit, the fraud division. Because technically, because I could prove that I couldn't get my money when I needed to enter the market at X point, and now I technically lost money.
I don't do that stuff, so
okay,
I don't act like that. Yeah,
I didn't know. It was just like kind of me thinking. That's why I wanted to ask.
Sounds like a scheme.
Okay, I didn't know. You know, because like I didn't know if it's like
I got you.
Just you know, just been reading a lot of trust law.
Yeah.
You know, everything's trust and securities at the end of the day.
A lot of people do a lot of misconceptions out here, man.
Yeah.
People do their job, man. We out here you can't bankrupt the system anyways.
Right.
But you know, when you're working against it, it's not good because the system has everything.
Yes. That's what something you said that I really picked up on, especially over like the last month. I've just been reading, and like last couple days too is like exactly what you said. You know, why would you fight them? Why not work with them?
Yeah, because moving forward, you know, they got the social credit system as well. So you won't even be able to go outside if you ain't paying your bills.
Yeah. All that shit, man.
That's how we moving.
Peace and love. Thank you, though.
Hey, yeah, peace and love. Fresco, you remember the name of the trust we working on, man?
Yeah, it got a long name though. The Spendthrift Trust. I'm gonna just say the Empire. Cause that shit long as shit.
When I saw you post that, I laughed so hard. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. This like complex ass.
It's a non-grantor, irrevocable, complex, discretionary spendthrift trust. Clearly, it costs $10,000 to $20,000. Some people pay 20 for it. But I know people getting it for 10. We got the hookup for 5 on it. And I just helped somebody that's already got it. So I'm just gonna be able to revamp it. You know, that's what I'm doing. Like I'm really typing out this motherfucker every letter.
Damn.
I already know. I did that the other day. I did that maybe a couple weeks ago. Typed out whole fucking
it's
ministry.
Yeah, it's over 30 pages for sure.
Yeah.
No, it might be more than that, huh? I can tell you right now.
I know I did my ministry. It was like 70, 80. I'm like, Jesus
I
Christ.
want to trademark my initials too. That's what I want to do too.
Well, you can put that part of your name and have a represented name too.
Okay.
You just put that as a specimen. Let me find
No.
Oh, there it is. Let me see how many pages this is. 102 pages.
Damn.
The trust is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I figured it was going to be longer than the ministry. Ministry was long. I
Yeah,
figured
but
that'd be even longer.
what we offering is we're gonna trademark it. We're gonna have a trademark your name for you and copyright the trust itself. Every trust is gonna be copyrighted.
For the 5,000.
It's 2,500 what we charging.
Yeah, we charging 2,500.
They charge 5,000 the people that we got it from.
Okay.
Yeah.
We gonna bless you.
Yeah, they don't have a PDF version. They only put this trust on paper, on bond paper. I'm making sure it's a PDF version. I'm about to fuck the game up. I'm about to fuck the game up.
Fill in the blank.
Private life.
That's what I do, man. That's what I do. I bring that shit to y'all, man.
That's crazy.
It's easy, man. It's too easy.
Yeah, what we gonna call this podcast?
I don't know. We're doing podcasts too. Anybody want to do that? I'm here for any questions y'all got. Cause I don't know where y'all at in y'all's life. But if y'all would have came to the seminar, but look, a lot of y'all came though. But y'all would have learned a lot. Demetria didn't make it.
My notebook's crazy full.
Demi Sutton, she was fake.
I was faking.
She was faking. Yeah.
Friday was horrible for me. I almost wanted to go home.
She was faking.
So many.
I had someone say, I pay for the VIP. Can I get it on something? I'm like, I use that money on the event. you should have made it. Straight up.
I extended my stay for all of that.
Yeah, I extended my stay too.
I wanted to extend my stay, but I had a wedding to attend. But the whole time I was at the wedding, I was like, man, this shit's so fucking boring. I wish I would have stayed out.
No, you didn't do nothing. The private means, did you?
I didn't, because the wedding was literally the next.
Hey, the private means was lit too.
You know what? All right,
y'all slack not bringing your business cards, man.
I bought mine, and I gave some out, but I wasn't there Friday for the meeting.
I gave mine to RZA. That was ill.
Friday was lit though. I really enjoyed Friday.
Yeah, Friday was lit.
And if y'all know I brought Kenny, it's because he was one of my first mentors.
Bro, Kenny is great.
I used to watch him. I started watching him in 2008. So y'all know Kenny Brooks. I started watching him in 2008. I'm a salesman. That's how I can get y'all's asses. Bring y'all in. It's my enthusiasm. That's how I learned I had enthusiasm. But that's how I learned how to start cracking jokes at the door because of Kenny. Like listen, I get literally, so listen, because y'all know I be flirting and stuff. I literally got offered a deal. They want to film me just flirting with people in public. I swear to God. They offered the deal. And now they're also talking about doing So here's the idea. I'm telling you, if y'all want to get on board with me,
And y'all don't know how
a lot
ill
of
his foot
shit,
game
bro.
is.
I'm connected to the whole world. I promise the God I am.
Y'all don't know how ill his foot game is.
But listen, so they're talking. Y'all remember Flavor of Love, that show?
Yeah.
So we gonna put the girls on air beds.
Oh shit!
I talk about. Hey, they said one scene we gonna have the homie in a hoopy take the girl to the airport. Car gonna break down.
Hell no.
Hey, straight up, shit gonna be a little scripted, but this shit funny though. So I was talking about doing something like that, man. But I'm going towards Hollywood, man, for real. We the 5% that get to come. I just want y'all to know that, man. If that's your focus, we the 5%. We get to come. I'm really working on the Wizard of Oz movie. Like Fresco knows, we was talking about getting Timberland to be in the movie.
Yep.
So I got a few different people because I was gonna put Kenny in the movie. If everybody don't know, the producer Timberland is Kenny's manager.
Damn.
Yeah, man, we're connected to the world, man. I'm connected to NFL, NBA. I'm connected to the rap industry. I'm connected to actors, actresses.
Hey,
anything you want to think of. They
song
do this
trying to
private
get
life. The higher up understand this shit.
For sure. That song you trying to get on, it's his birthday right now.
Do what?
The song you trying to get on that I played you?
Oh, the homies?
Yeah, it's his birthday right now. Yeah, I'm at his party. He playing dominoes.
My bad. I had the class.
Nah, it's cool. I'm outside. I let them niggas play dominoes. I ain't worried about it.
He's like, we talking game. They can play.
I don't miss the game.
But no, so it's just like you like, and some of y'all know it. Like y'all know enough of this shit. I can take y'all into these places. Y'all can start bumping shoulders. Like it's easy. Fresco does it himself though. He gets in them rooms on his own. That's why I fuck with him, man. I fuck with people who get in these rooms like really heavy, man. Because they understand it's possible. You don't have to be rich. You don't have to do none of that to get in a room with a celebrity.
We're all people, man.
That's got to maneuver.
Yeah.
That's it. But just have your product ready.
Yeah.
Because when it's your time, you're gonna know the perfect moment to shoot your shot. I'm telling everybody, you still need the cash flow.
Yeah.
It takes money to make money.
Yep.
Oh yeah, you need to send me that editor for that book.
Oh yeah, I got you. We doing books, we doing everything. I help y'all with all of that. What y'all trying to do? If y'all trying to come to the public, y'all trying to come to the public, I'll help. I'll definitely assist if you're part of a private family. I don't care if it's OnlyFans or what. I'll help you.
Don't tell me that. I know a couple OnlyFans girls trying to get lit.
Hey, let's get the private life back at the OnlyFans.
That's crazy.
Right.
Get them lit.
Gonna have her drop a webinar naked.
It's looking like the next meeting in February is going to be in LA.
Hey, yo.
March. Yeah, so I'm going to have Carl Crusher. If y'all look him up right now, Carl Crusher with the C. He's coming. He's one of my speakers there. And he knows his private life. It blew my fucking mind.
Don, if you need women for like music videos, let me know. I got the exotic dancers on deck. They're ready.
You're funny.
I already talked to a couple of them. They're with
Christian in the public. Straight up. No, man, I had a new window. So I just want y'all know I am going to step it up, man. We got to step this game up. You know, I've been half-assing shit for real, because I've just been burnt out. But we got a new win. We about to give it our all, man. But we got to move into private.
Carl Crusher Crew, YouTube?
He might be on YouTube.
He's on Instagram.
So if you're on Instagram, I just posted him, didn't I?
Yeah. That's why I seen it at.
Oh, let me see.
He's in my story post.
Oh, okay.
No, we talked about the private life though, because I let him know what I think an alien is. But he gets paid.
Oh yeah, that's him. Young.
So listen. So do you know how much funding the government spends on basically tracking aliens? The government spends a lot of money. So if the aliens aren't real, why do they spend money on them?
Right.
Yep. That and man, I was deep in the wiki pages in space as well.
Yes, space, yes.
Just space, period. There is so much money that they spend on aerospace. And look up, you guys want to look up something? Look up satellite. You ever look up satellite before?
Nuh-uh.
Look it up right now.
Just the word satellite on Google?
Yep, you're gonna see the real word that comes up, what it actually is. They changed it from whatever. I kind of don't want to say it.
Official satellite is an object, typically a spacecraft placed into orbit around a celestial body.
It should yeah, exactly, around a celestial body. So like it should say an artificial satellite.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Artificial.
The moon's a satellite.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
That's a natural satellite.
And if you go back to it, you'll be reborn.
What?
So look, hey, so listen. Y'all ready? Look, this is the etymology of satellite. Follower or attendant of a superior person, an attendant upon a distinguished person, a bodyguard, a courtier, an assistant. Then it says meaning a planet that revolves about a larger one. Man-made machinery orbiting the earth.
Wild.
The moon's fake.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
It's like
Earth is flat.
It's like that Jim Carrey movie.
Heard his name today. But people not knowing, man. If y'all don't know by now, it starts with the birth certificate, right?
Mm-hmm.
So don't use the birth certificate. It's that simple. Don't identify with it anyways. You utilize it correctly. You don't, but don't identify with it. When you identify with it, it makes you government property. Does that make sense? Did y'all get the Follow the Yellow Brick Road book?
Yes, sir.
No, I didn't get an autograph one because I didn't come Friday.
Who said that?
Demetria.
Well, you need to come back then.
I am. Listen, I told you I'll be back because I'm going to buy them 10 acres over there in Pahrump.
All right, when you coming back?
My brother and I are talking about it now. He's got to come down too. It'll probably be within the next 3 weeks to a month.
Dinner on me. I'll sign it then.
That's
but look,
cool.
so y'all know the story of the Wizard of Oz. Y'all know everything went down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure do. Hold on, let Brian. You gotta talk, Henry.
Truth never changes, man.
Hold on, show it again. Show it again. There you go. Truth never changes. Don Kilam. You got the autograph. Let's go.
That right here, man.
Now you can authenticate that. That's an original signature.
Dude, when it was in red, I was like, I know why.
Hey, listen, he dropping game. So look, y'all watch Pawn Stars? Because it's in Las Vegas. That's why I bring it up. Y'all ever seen the show Pawn Stars?
I love that show.
So you know my homie's Corey, his son. Corey. Y'all can look him up on Instagram. He got like 700 followers. He follows Don Kilam. That's my guy. Fresco, I actually met him at Gene, where I'll be eating at. But when they go to Pawn Stars,
What you say, Don? You met who, Gene?
At Gene. Remember the restaurant we ate at Gene?
Oh yeah, that's where
I
was
met
at
the
with Chris
Pawn Stars
Brown.
people at.
Yeah, and Chris Brown was over there. You told me too.
Yeah, Chris Brown. I met a lot of people. Dinner was like damn near $1,000 for everybody. That's some shit.
Called Gene's in Las Vegas?
It's called
that place, the Brussels Sprouts, the best I ever had in my life.
Well, listen, when they go to the pawn shop, they have to authenticate a signature to make sure it's the original signature. Does that make sense, everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah. So is it the original when you have a birth certificate, or is it a certified copy?
Certified copy.
So why would you authenticate a certified copy? Does that even make sense?
No.
All right. I just want to make sure. Because they was teaching all that shit till Don Kilam put a stop to it.
Yeah, they were saying
they still talking about it, I guess. But I try to stop most of the people that was out there. Like, quit teaching people this shit. They'll pull me, and then they'll justify it with a code or a statute. We don't use codes or statutes. Like, I mean, I do show federal law, but when you have a tribal birth certificate, you're under tribal law.
Yes, sir.
So Don, can I ask a question real quick?
Man, do your thing.
So the question I got is, you know how all that be talking about, tapping into the original like trust money and shit like that, but what you've been teaching is like go away from that. Don't even worry about that. Like just establish your own trust and
That's
do
it.
with your own businesses, right?
That's it. If you're a foreigner, you can get foreign aid.
That's what I'm saying. So
Y'all
fuck all
ever thought
that.
about that?
I just want to make sure that I'm on the same page. Like fuck all that shit. We're going in
Yeah.
this direction. All right, cool.
Yeah, if you was on my call on my birthday, I talked about the Republic of Malaysia, I think it's called. Let's look it up.
I was on the one on your birthday. I thought it was. I know you talked about Palau. I know you had talked about the original.
Yeah,
like,
I'm talking about this micronation, Malaysia or something. Oh, let me show you. I'm gonna screen share. Y'all remember me talking about this? This is in Dayton, Nevada.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay.
They're at war with like Germany or some shit, right?
Yeah, some shit.
Yeah,
Some shit like that.
As a matter
But
of
they
fact,
hand out their own foreign aid. Yeah, West Germany.
Yeah, see, I remember.
While East Germany formally ceased to exist in 1900s, following the Treaty of the Final Settlement. Yes, I mean, life is whatever story you make up. Well, I just wanted y'all to see this shit. They got their own rules and shit, man. But he hands out foreign aid to anybody that's part of his tribe. You know, and when you set things up, he got 11.3 acres of land. How much you said you getting? 10?
10 in Nevada, and my second phase will be 50 in Louisiana.
Damn.
I love
So
Louisiana.
she can start her own nations.
Well,
She
because
can
in
start her own
Louisiana,
nations with that land.
I have 3 wells. And if you buy land without a well, you're crazy.
Also, I'm gonna tell y'all something.
That's game.
I don't know how she got hip to that. Did you watch my video with the NFL players?
No, I'm dealing with the NFL because that's why I'm buying the property in Nevada, because I'm doing something with the NFL.
That's it. So listen. So I did a call with a bunch of NFL players. I did put the call up in the school for my private members. And,
Yes, sir.
And they found they had like an Alabama or Louisiana, so they got land down there and they had water on it, and it was naturally alkaline and shit. And yeah, it's healing water, and he got it in a bunch of football stadiums and shit. He's making money. Like he's connected to billionaires.
Oh yeah,
that invested in this. Yeah, same way in Colorado. This guy bought some land, bought the water rights, and ended up the water was healing and magic. And I think Coca-Cola bought it from him, and he bought some more land in Colorado, and the same thing happened.
Wow.
So yeah,
God was
land, y'all. There's still magic water out there.
Of course.
She talking about if you don't have a well, it's crazy. I definitely agree.
Mm-hmm.
You have to
I
remember.
learned that the hard way.
Yeah, that's lit. She's doing big boy things with the NFL. I work with a lot of the NFL, so I like that. They got Reiki healing in the NFL too. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah.
Like all the chiropractors and shit usually know Reiki.
Mm-hmm. But they can't fix CTE, and a lot of brothers are dying.
Damn.
And that's what I'm addressing.
Okay. Keep doing your thing then.
Mm-hmm.
Make Don Kilam proud then.
Yes, sir.
I was gonna say daddy, but you're a great grandma. The opposite. It's the opposite.
I have a question,
Yes,
Don.
ma'am. Let's do it.
My question is, because I was late to the event.
Which one? The Friday event?
Yeah. And
Shame on you. No,
well, you know what? The confusion was I was at the right location, but I was trying to get into that door on the outside.
Who'd you see talk?
I came in when I can't think of his name.
Bags.
Bags. When he was.
Oh, you didn't miss nothing.
Yeah, you just
Okay.
Funny man, but
Will they get
missed some
recorded?
jokes?
Oh.
Yeah, I missed the jokes, but if it wasn't talking about nothing for real, then
Yeah, it wasn't nothing serious. But the replay will be up. I got all that shit recorded now.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm waiting.
I'm just getting it edited right now. It takes
That's
it's gonna take like 2 weeks.
That's what I thought. I was like, oh, he's editing it.
Yeah, it's gonna take a couple weeks, people. I got people in India doing it because that's too much for my guy. And it was 300 gigabytes.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's all the game, bro.
I got 2 different angles, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They had that shit in definitely 4K, 5K, something like that.
Yeah,
That's
Caesar
supposed
was,
to be
I like Caesar. He was a little bit too nosy. Well, not nosy, but he was asking a lot of. And
That's who he is. He's inquisitive by nature.
my husband knows that I'm like, who the fuck is that? Like, why they asking questions? You know, like I'm very.
I'll be getting on to him sometimes because he be trying to push his diet on people.
It's okay because my husband, he talk a lot too, and he be sharing much information anyway. That's why I barely like him.
What's he, a Virgo?
He's a Libra.
A Libra?
Yeah.
Oh, my son's a Libra. He kind of talk too much too.
My husband talks too damn much. Like, God damn. But
it's all good. Yeah. I know how to be quiet when I need to be.
Straight up.
But I used to talk about all this shit in the public and push it on people. Like really, y'all can't do that. I be trying to tell people y'all don't do that shit. Do not force your beliefs on people. They can believe whatever the fuck they want to believe.
Yeah, what you call it? You call that rape.
I call it rape. You forcing you forcing beliefs. If you're forcing yourself on somebody, yes, I call that rape. I sure the fuck do. But I ain't never told nobody that. I ain't never told nobody that. Yeah, I call it rape because if I force you to if I force myself on you, that's rape, right? Shit, you gotta be drawn to me. You gotta be naturally attracted to this shit. You know?
Then we gotta take a video and say yes.
Yes.
And
I consent.
I do consent, and I am not.
I consent.
Yo, if Don Kalam's charging $10,000 to chill with him for the day, pay it.
I do it 3 days. I do 3 days.
Bro, I saw you was kicking it like that whole Sunday.
You're gonna learn so much, bro.
You said what, Henry?
I said I saw Fresco was kicking it with you on Sunday. I was like, fuck, I should have stayed, but I had to come back. I had to press because I'm a chef, so I had to do something.
It's all good. Fresco is chef too.
Oh, gee, yeah, that's right. I heard you got a restaurant, dog.
Yeah, I was the chef up north too.
It's called Kingpins. Hey, don't you sound like a kingpin?
Chili.
Don keep hit me with you sound like a kingpin.
Hey man, I need y'all to know this shit. This listen, man. Birds of a feather flock together. So when you're hanging around people, like listen, ain't no y'all friends talking about they getting the end for the NFL and shit. You know, you need to get around people like that, talking like that. For real.
Yeah, I'm bringing managers into the game. I got my
I don't talk to my family. My family's still in the project, Section 8. That's where they died. My Uncle Marty still lives with my grandma. My Uncle Marty was born in 1969. I'm not hating on my family. I love him. But he still lives in HUD housing with my grandma. He's not on the lease. I'm surprised they ain't kicked him out. Shit. When I go see my grandma, I tell him anytime he pisses me off, I say, Grandma, send him to his room. Hey, straight up.
Get out of here, man.
But I'm not knocking nobody that's on there or whatever, man. But that's got to be your starting point. Thinking's your starting point, really.
Yeah.
You have to think yourself out these situations, man.
Straight up.
Yes.
Nobody's gonna help for you. You know what I mean? Nobody's gonna.
So like me personally, if that's how she's talking, I would pay her to fucking talk to me. If I'm not in living that life like she is, I would pay people to talk. I pay people to talk to them. Like literally, when I was y'all seen I was in Trump, right? Because I tell people, be quiet, listen to the conversation. Listen to the conversations around you.
Be aware.
Motherfucker said, Becky, I don't give a fuck if it costs $5 million. Get it done. The fuck?
Yo, at
I'm
my
gonna be
hotel,
Becky today. Let me be Becky today.
I heard that at my hotel. Lady was screaming on somebody working for her. Same type of convo.
Those conversations you gotta be around, even if you gotta pay for it. You know, because birds of a feather flock together. You are what you recognize. What you show love shows you love back. You choose prosperity, it chooses you.
And just know, everybody, it's really a spiritual thing for real.
It is. Everything is.
In the
Everything
spirit
is.
for
Like, I tapped into some spiritual stuff on my trip. Nah, I'm not gonna disclose, but everything is spiritual.
From the day you hit the earth, before.
And also, I'll say be mindful of the terminology that you use, because you know, your words are very meaningful. And when you stop using the term family and you start referring to your offspring, your lineage, your legacy, it opens up a whole nother perspective. It changes, for me personally, it changes how I even see my kids, because I've always loved them and cared for them. But just to think like, this is my legacy, like they're going to continue to reproduce and their kids, and like, dang, I made all of this. It opens your mind. So what
I'm glad you're looking at it like that. I need all my other women to look at it like that too. Shit. Because I'm a firm believer on it. It takes a man to raise a man, but a woman to raise a nation. She said she made all of this. So why would you get a birth certificate? The birth certificate shows you who your maker is. I want y'all to understand that.
Yeah. And I mean, a lot of us didn't know, because
I know.
He's like, I do know.
I know. I'll just use you as an example, though. You saying all the right shit, though.
Don't use the word need. Don't use the word try.
You ain't supposed to say kids either.
Yeah,
it stands for two things, okay? Because Don does acronyms, but kids means baby goat. But kid for me means keep interrupting during sex.
Oh shit!
I don't mess with girls and kids. You better give them some melatonin.
Night.
But no, kid means baby goat, y'all. Because you're farm animals. That's how they treat us. Wife even is like a farm term.
They gotta be your heirs or your offspring.
Hey, Dom, I have a question talking about kids.
What's up?
I'm kind of new to all this, but through the book of you owe child support, would that help you get custody?
No, I don't really help get custody, but you know, you can only get custody of property, right?
Okay.
So, I mean, it can assist that way. Yes, it can. Assist with that when you're making your children a business or doing business as. So like Demetria, she understands business. She should make her children, her name an LLC, and then her children's name doing business as. And since she's the businesswoman, she should do her husband's name the same way.
I'm a widow. Why you keep bringing that man up? I barely like him.
Yeah, right. Y'all love each other. That shit was lit. And that love was real. That man was smiling at your ass.
That's nice.
You don't see that shit. Not in my community anyways, not in the melanated community. Listen, I need y'all, if y'all got y'all's families together, listen, I'm not trying to go against y'all's beliefs, nothing. She got her family together. I'm telling God what I need. Because as united we stand, divided we fall. So when you're united, that is a fucking miracle. Straight up. You got to cash in on that. Prosperity is your divine birthright. And that's what I tell everybody, man. It's a job. Being a wife's a job. Being a mother's a job. These are all different jobs. Holding a house down is a job.
Yeah.
You gotta go out there and do your real job. So this is how I help people cash in on their prosperity. Because God ain't gonna give you what you want if you don't feel deserving, first of all, and then you don't get definite with the infinite. In order to get what you desire in life, you have to tell God what it is you actually desire. Paint the vision. Hope that makes sense for everybody. If you're a mother with your kids, listen, and not to knock anybody, because I got all types of clients, but if a mother doesn't have her offspring, I don't care if the state took them or something happened or whatever, I don't look at you as a mother, man. I'm just saying, I look at you a little bit differently. I just want y'all to know that. I'll want y'all. I wouldn't even take the consultation. Like, I don't help mothers get their kids back. It sound messed up. But the same way with the fathers, man, you got to understand what you got to learn. Your family's divided for a reason. And now we got the man inside this motherfucker. You got the devil inside your business, man. So like when you're on child support and stuff, the devil is in your business. The devil's in your sex life now.
Hey, so Don, I got a question.
Yes.
Hey, when I make my name a business, do I use my social to get the EIN?
I don't use social to get EINs. No, we fax them in or call them in.
Oh,
You
no
put
wonder
all
why on the
zeros or put
website.
foreign.
Yeah, on the website it wasn't working, so I gotta call it in.
You shouldn't do it. The website, you got to put the EIN anyways. You got to
No,
call it in
I
and
put
fax it in.
zeros. I put zeros,
It
and then
still
it was like,
works?
no, it didn't work. So it told me to call.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you got to call or fax it in.
And then am I gonna be the manager?